Dongjiang City No. 4 High School Awakening Square. The sweltering air was saturated with the restless agitation of several thousand students. At the center of the square, a gigantic blue magic array pulsed like a heart. With every ebb and surge of light, it tugged at the fate of countless people. Senior Year Class 2 Qingni's Grade Talent Frost Queen. The instructor's voice suddenly leapt 8 tones higher, cracking out of sheer excitement. At the center of the array, a storm of ice crystals erupted out of thin air as the temperature plummeted. A cold-faced young girl stood amid the wind and snow like a deity, gazing down upon mortals. Holy crap. Grade. She's taking off. This is basically a free pass into Jingwu University. I heard they've already prepared the SS grade dossier for her. She's a genuine national seed candidate. The crowd instantly boiled over. Innumerable gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment surged toward the girl, almost drowning her in their intensity. In a corner, Zhang Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly watching it all. Having transmigrated to this high martial blue star for 3 years, he understood the rules of this world all too well. Strength was the only truth. Talent was the measure of class. Grade meant one stood above the masses. Next, Senior Year Class 4 Zhang Feng. Hearing his name, Zhang Feng drew in a deep breath and pushed through the crowd up onto the high platform. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was nervous, yet his mindset remained steady. As long as it wasn't in grade life-type talent, he could survive whether by slaying monsters or doing business. He took his position, closed his eyes, and reached out with his senses. A low hum reverberated. There was no sky-filling golden radiance of an grade, nor the auspicious purple aura of an grade. Only a modest, unremarkable blue light blossomed within the array. The instructor glanced at the panel, the eager light of talent hunting in his eyes instantly dulled to boredom. Zhang Feng, awakening successful. Talent rating grade. Grade. Respectable on paper, yet following Shun Qingni's dazzling grade, the result was as bland as a cup of plain water. The instructor droned on mechanically. Talent name Diligence makes up for clumsiness. Effect: gain an additional 25% experience from killing monsters. The square fell silent for a heartbeat. Then scattered murmurs spread, tinged with mockery. Diligence makes up for clumsiness. That name is something else. Isn't this pure tool-person material? Other than leveling a bit faster, it's completely useless. 0 boost to combat power. It's fine, he can always join a guild as a full-time booster carrying rich clients' low-level accounts. Perfect grind king material. He won't starve at least. There were no venomous curses, yet this kind of pity that labeled him a high-end wage slave cut even deeper. A top student with perfect theory scores only to awaken a booster talent. No wonder it stung the psyche. Zhang Feng's expression did not change. For at the instant the instructor announced the result, a cold mechanical voice only he could hear detonated in his mind. Ding. Anomaly in host identity detected. Soul strength overwhelming. Pangu Heavenly God System is being forcibly bound. Permission overwrite initiated. Your grade talent Diligence makes up for clumsiness has been elevated via stacking. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique hidden talent Infinite Grade Pangu Loot Slaughter. Infinite Grade. Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, talents range from grade to SS grade, 9 tiers in total. Beyond that, Zhang Feng had no idea what existed. Judging by the talent grade alone, Zhang Feng could already tell it was terrifyingly powerful. Then, he swiftly pulled up the system panel that only he could see. Talent Pangu Loot Slaughter Infinite Grade. Disguise display Diligence makes up for clumsiness grade. True effect shatters the constraints of law. Whenever you kill any hostile unit, monster, NPC, player, etc., a comprehensive judgment is made based on the target's level, attributes, and strength. You forcibly plunder a corresponding number of free attribute points. Note: killing monsters directly makes you stronger. The stronger the target, the more attribute points you plunder. There is no upper limit to attribute allocation. After reading the description, Zhang Feng almost lost control of his composure. In this world, ordinary professionals earned a mere 5 free attribute points per level even after exhausting themselves. Even grade prodigies riding the bonus of their talents only reached 20 or 30 at best. But his talent granted attribute points simply for killing monsters. If killing one monster yielded a single point, then slaughtering 10,000 would give 10,000 points. What kind of concept was that? This was no Diligence makes up for clumsiness. It was clearly a shortcut to supremacy. Zhang Feng stopped daydreaming and go over there to choose a class. Seeing him stand motionless, the instructor urged him irritably. With your talent, I suggest you pick Knight or Priest. Thick skin and decent healing makes it easier to tank monsters and farm experience. Zhang Feng snapped back to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Knight, Priest. How narrow-minded. Since killing monsters granted attribute points, the core logic reduced to a single word: efficiency. Only by killing fast enough could attribute points flow in vast quantities. As long as he had enough points, he could raise Constitution and Intelligence to 100 million each. Then even a mage could stand and brawl with a world boss. He walked to the class registration desk, grasped the guidance crystal in one hand, and spoke at rapid speed, "Change class mage." Huh. The registrar's pen trembled as he stared at Jiang Feng as though looking at an idiot. "Classmate, I get where you're coming from, but please don't act on impulse. You only have a grade support type talent. Mage gear is expensive, bodies are fragile, mana costs are high, and early on you have no damage. Choosing this class is just asking to be a joke." Mage was universally acknowledged as a pay-to-win class, and just as widely known as a rich man's profession. Without money background or a powerful combat talent, picking mage was making things hard on yourself. I'm sure. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding resolve that brooked no argument. "All right then, I'll respect your choice, classmate." The registrar shook his head helplessly and added, "Don't forget I did warn you. Sigh, youngsters these days really are hard-headed." Light descended and heat surged through his body. Class change successful. Class mage. Skill acquired, Fireball LV. 1. After successfully changing class, Jiang Feng turned and headed straight for the teleportation gate at the center of the square. This was the gateway to the world of the demon domain, and he did not wish to waste even a moment. "Jiang Feng." A cool, clear voice called out to him. Campus belle Shin Qingni brushed aside the ring of fawning boys around her and strode straight up to Jiang Feng. Her brows were lightly knitted, her gaze bearing that lofty concern unique to top students. "Why did you choose mage?" "Mages struggle to survive in the early stages. We're heading to farm Grey Wolf Plain and are short of a lure to pull aggro. Do you want to come? We'll give you 10% of the experience." Party settings allowed free adjustment of experience and loot percentages. Offering Jiang Feng 10% was in fact quite generous. As expected, the surrounding boys instantly turned green with envy, looking at Jiang Feng as though he had murdered their fathers. This was the Grade Campus Bells party. Even serving as cannon fodder bait was an opportunity countless people could only dream of. Jiang Feng's steps faltered. He looked at the proud girl before him. A lure to pull monsters. Nicely phrased, but in truth a human shield. And in a party, he would have to split both experience and spoils. Most importantly, Jiang Feng despised playing the sycophant. He cared most about improving himself and proving everything through strength. No need. Without so much as another glance at her, Jiang Feng tossed out the two words and walked away toward the pitch-black sky-piercing tower. Shin Qingni was left stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief. Rejected. She had actually been rejected by a so-called waste with a grade talent. What the hell? Who do you think you're fooling with that act? Her hangerin immediately leapt out to defend his goddess. Ungrateful trash. A piece of waste whose only use is sharing experience. What more do you want, a luxury ride? You probably can't even beat a chicken. Exactly a fusion of weakling and deadweight. Hilarious. Does he really think he's some hidden big shot? The jeers behind him did not cause the slightest hitch in Jiang Feng's stride. He stood before the magic tower's massive teleportation vortex, his body scanned by light as his access was verified. A blood-red warning line popped up on his retina. Warning: solo mode detected. Newbies are strongly advised to form parties. Dying alone will cause you to lose 100% of your current experience and suffer weakness for 12 hours. All attributes reduced by 60%. Do you still wish to court death? Jiang Feng tightened his grip on the beginner's cracked wooden staff in his hand, determination blazing in his eyes. He only needed to kill one. Even the weakest chicken would be enough to test just how broken this talent truly was. Target mutant chicken farm LV. 1. Enter instance. This level 1 instance is different from other level 2 Scarecrow Valleys or level 3 Big Grey Wolf Plains. It is the weakest dungeon of all without question. It was also deliberately chosen by Jiang Feng. He wanted to see how many attribute points he could gain from killing a single chicken. Light and shadow twisted. A thick stench of chicken droppings surged toward him. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and found himself standing in a dilapidated farm. The sky was a murky yellow and all around stretched breeding pens enclosed by barbed wire fencing. Cluck cluck. Not far away, a red-feathered rooster as large as a mongrel dog was staring fixedly at him. Red-crested chicken mutated. Level LV1. HP 150,150. Attack 15. Defense 4. Skill Ferocious Peck. This was the weakest monster in the demon domain world. Do not be fooled by the word chicken. That razor-sharp beak could easily pierce through wooden boards. Once an ordinary player allowed such a mutated chicken to close in, its ferocious attack speed made it very hard to stay on one's feet. It was worth mentioning that in the world of demon domain, any increase in one's level and strength would be reflected 100% in the real world. Even skills, equipment, and pets bearing the character true could be brought into reality. Every piece of such gear was worth a fortune. A single drop was enough to make one comfortably well off for a while. At this moment, Jiang Feng glanced at his own status panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Class Mage. Level LV1. HP 100,100. MP 100,100. Attributes: Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, Luck 10. Magic damage 48. Defense 28. Talent 100 synced with reality infinite level Pangu predatory slaughter. Effect 1. Upon killing any unit forcibly plunder 10 to end free attribute points exact value, depends on the target's strength. Effect 2. No upper limit on attribute point allocation. Hidden talentDiligence makes up for clumsiness grade B 25 experience from killing monsters. Skill Fireball LV. 1 consumes 10 MP dealing 1. 2 magic damage as fire damage, 1 second cooldown. Equipment Novice Staff, 18 magic damage Novice Robe, 8 defense. With only 10 base intelligence, and the additional 18 damage from his weapon, his magic damage already reached 48. With a fireball coefficient of 1. 2, the final damage was 57. 6. Subtracting the monster's defense would give the actual damage dealt. In other words, with Jiang Feng's current 53 to 54 points of fireball damage, 3 casts were enough to instantly kill a single mutated chicken. With a 1 second cooldown and 10 MP cost, a mage was theoretically a high damage, highly efficient mobile artillery piece. Yet his shortcomings were just as obvious. With only 100 MP, he could cast merely 10 skills, and coupled with the low mana regeneration in the early stages, his sustainability was abysmal. Once his mana ran dry, he would be easily closed in on and counterkilled by monsters. Precisely because of this, mages were unanimously considered trash in the early game. After all, if one had to rest for 5 minutes just to kill 2 monsters, such efficiency was utterly pathetic. Cluck! A shrill cry exploded through the air as the mutated poultry snapped its wings open and lunged at Jiang Feng, carrying a foul gust with it. Its speed was nothing like a chicken's, at all more akin to a rabid dog gone mad. Jiang Feng did not move. He did not even consider dodging. His muscles lifted the novice staff purely on instinct as orangered light instantly gathered at its tip. Predict lock on release. Fireball. Boom. A fist-sized fireball roared forth, slamming squarely into the red-crested chicken's forehead. Sparks flew, feathers charred black, and the red-crested chicken let out a miserable scream as a bright red number floated above its head. 54. Its health bar instantly dropped by 1/3. Its defense is even lower than I expected. A fragile chicken indeed. Jiang Feng quickly had a firm grasp of the situation. Before the red-crested chicken could land and counterattack, he flicked his wrist, and the staff shone once more. Although it was his first real battle, the mentality of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes kept him as steady as an old hound. While the red-crested chicken was stunned by the impact of the fireball, he seamlessly chained his second cast. As Jiang Feng continued killing monsters, he grew increasingly adept. 53. The red-crested chicken's health dropped by more than half. It trembled all over in terror, flapping its wings frantically in an attempt to flee. This human is dangerous. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Trying to run. Too late. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth curled upward as he sent a 3rd fireball to cut off its escape. Boom. The final fireball completely emptied its health bar. The mutated chicken convulsed twice, then dissolved into white light as a few copper coins clinked to the ground. At the same time, a mechanical voice exploded in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. You have killed a LV1 mutated red-crested chicken, gaining 10 experience points. Talent bonus 2. 5. Talent, Pangu predatory slaughter, activated. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points 10. Jiang Feng's grip on his staff tightened abruptly, as if he had misheard. He stared fixedly at the prompts on his retinal display. 10 points. One had to know that in this datafied world, a player had to work themselves to the bone to level up, gaining only 5 free attribute points per level. Yet now, whether he leveled up or not, Jiang Feng gained at least 10 attribute points just from killing a single monster. This was outrageously overpowered. With such an unparalleled leveling speed, things would be almost laughably easy. That intoxicating sensation of growing stronger made one unwilling to stop, to the point of barely being able to control oneself. Woo! Jiang Feng exhaled a long breath, suppressing his wildly pounding emotions as his gaze grew blazing hot. Killing 1 chicken yielded 10 free attribute points. What about killing 100 chickens, or 10,000? Jiang Feng dared not imagine. Gradually he calmed down. This delightful reality was something he accepted with great pleasure. He then began planning his next monster farming route. First, allocate points to maximize his gains, then clear the mutated chicken farm instance. Jiang Feng glanced at his panel. The 3 fireballs just now had consumed 30 MP, leaving him with 70,100. For a mage, an empty mana bar was tantamount to death. Since I have unlimited attribute points, I'll patch every shortcoming. With precise, rapid decisions, Jiang Feng allocated all 10 points into intelligence. Point allocation complete. Intelligence 1020. Magic attack 4878. MP 100-200. Mana regeneration 10 points min, 20 points min. In an instant, a cool sensation washed through his mind. The faint fatigue he felt after casting spells vanished without a trace. Jiang Feng felt as if his crown chakra had turned into butterflies fluttering gracefully in his mind. His thoughts became sharper, and the reserve of magic within him felt incomparably abundant. Who? Jiang Feng exhaled lightly. The surge of magic coursing through his body was even more refreshing than drinking ice-cold soda on the hottest day of summer. The combat power brought by 20 points of intelligence was immediate and obvious. Previously, that red-crested chicken had required 3 fireballs plus careful kiting, but now, he cast a glance at another experienced baby scratching at the dirt dozens of meters away, casually lifted his staff, and did not even bother to aim. Off you go. Boom. This time the fireball's color was so deep, it was almost black with a trace of terrifying bluish-white at its core. 90. A massive damage number floated up. Then came a second blast. 91. The red-crested chicken did not even have time to scream. Its head was blasted into charcoal on the spot, as it collapsed stiffly to the ground. Overkill. Severe overkill. Ding. You have killed a LV-1 mutated red-crested chicken. Talent, Pangu Predatory Slaughter, activated. Gained free attribute points 10. Now this is comfortable. Jiang Feng was inwardly delighted. It felt like playing on a private server with 100-fold drop rates. Every monster that fell translated directly into tangible growth. Next came the third one. Unsurprisingly, Fireball traced a straight red line through the air, accurate, as if guided by a targeting system. Overkill. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV2. Gained free attribute points 5. Talent, Pangu Predatory Slaughter, activated. Gained free attribute points 10. And just like that, he had leveled up. For ordinary people, they had to grind in the newbie instance for half a day, team up in groups, and scrape together meager experience like beggars killing dozens of chickens just to reach level 2. But for Jiang Feng, he monopolized all the experience, and with that inconspicuous 25 experience bonus talent, his leveling speed was comparable to riding a rocket. By now, his reserve of attribute points had already reached a staggering 25. In this world, hesitation means defeat, and insufficient firepower is the original sin. Jiang Feng glanced at his panel, a gambler's feverish light in his eyes. Balanced builds, survival builds. Those were excuses for the weak. As long as the monsters died fast enough, he would never need defense. All in, everything into intelligence. With a single thought, all 25 points were poured into the intelligence column. Point allocation complete. Intelligence, 2045. Magic attack, 78, 153. MP 200, 450. Mana regeneration, 20 points min, 45 points min. An unprecedented feeling of coolness suddenly burst forth, as if his brain was submerged in mint spring water, making the world in his retina appear much clearer. At this moment, his intelligence had reached an astonishing 45 points. This data could convince even a level 10 transitioning mage. Keep going, don't stop. Jiang Feng looked at the densely packed chickens in the distance, a smile creeping across his lips. Those were not monsters, but clearly walking attribute points. The following time became a complete harvesting scene for Jiang Feng. Relying on the high mana regeneration speed brought by his high intelligence, 45 points minute, Jiang Feng transformed into a human artillery. One by one, the red-crowned chickens turned into white light under the fireballs, unable to even get close. A total of 7 red-crowned chickens were killed. 70 points of plundered attribute points were obtained. Along with experience points, he was filled once again. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Jiang Feng stood atop a haystack in the breeding farm, staring at the enormous points on the panel, lost in a brief moment of happy troubles. Although pursuing ultimate output, he wasn't a reckless fool. The elite monsters and bosses behind surely had mechanisms. If he were ambushed even once with a mage's frail body, he would die instantly, and it would be quite comical. The layout must be opened, and there has to be some margin for error. Jiang Feng calmly began to allocate points. First, he allocated 20 points to his constitution. Point allocation completed. Constitution 1030, defense 2868, health 100, 300 HP, regeneration speed 10 points min, 30 points min. In the next moment, his health bar surged, and that feeling of insecurity vanished instantly. Next, Jiang Feng looked at the esoteric attribute, luck. Under normal circumstances, luck slightly influences critical hit rates and drop rates. Ordinary people wouldn't dare waste precious attribute points on this invisible and intangible attribute, but even if it's esoteric, I can pile it up with numbers to make it scientific. Add 15 points to luck, and see if I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Point allocation completed. Luck 1025, the remaining 40 points would still follow the aesthetics of violence, all in wisdom. Point allocation completed. Wisdom 4585, magic attack power 153, 273 mana, 450, 850 MP, regeneration speed 45 points min, 85 points min. As the allocation completed, Jiang Feng brought up his lavish current panel, character panel, ID Qing Feng, hidden class, mage level LV3, health 300, 300 mana, 850, 850 attributes, constitution 30, wisdom 85, strength 10, agility 10, luck 25, magic damage 273, defense 68, HP recovery 30 points minute, MP recovery 85 points minute. These attributes are quite impressive. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Now his health was comparable to that of a level 5 warrior, and he was fully allocated as a tank. His damage surpassed that of a level 15 mage. If Shun Xingmi, that class school beauty, saw this, she would probably be stunned. At that moment, the last roaming red-crowned chicken spotted Jiang Feng clucking as it charged over, embodying the tragic spirit of a moth to a flame, sending you on your way. With a casual fireball 325, the red-crowned chicken evaporated instantly, departing peacefully. Kill LV1 mutated red-crowned chicken. Ding. Triggered talent Pangu Plunder gained free attribute points 10 points. At the spot where the corpse vanished, besides a few copper coins, an ancient book exuding a faint blend of blue and red light lay quietly. The glow was not glaring, but it made Jiang Feng's heart skip a beat. This blue and red light. Could it mean a rare drop with the word true? He hurried over, picking up the book, and the moment he saw its attributes, his breath paused for half a second. True explosive flame requirement, mage LV3 quality rare effect, chanting 1. 5 seconds, dealing magic attack power x1. 8. Area flame damage in a 5 by 5 meter radius. Characteristics true. This skill book originates from high-dimensional rules. Once learned, it can be released not only in the magical domain, but also in the real world, and its power is 100 manifested. Consumption 35 MP. Equipment, weapon, and skill book quality classification: gray, white, green, blue, purple corresponding to inferior, normal, fine, rare, epic. Pink, gold, dark gold, red corresponding to legendary, mythical, ancient, divine. Finally, there are 17 colors corresponding to treasured artifacts, with higher colors leading to stronger attributes. Oh my. Even Jiang Feng, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but curse at this moment. True skill book. On the black market, even the lowest level skill book with the word true can sell for millions, because it represents absolute power in reality. Moreover, it's the most precious mage area attack skill. Just adding 15 points in luck, and I get a drop. This is not mere luck, it's the goddess of fortune embracing me. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng clapped his hands, and the book transformed into a stream of light entering his forehead. Congratulations. Learn skill explosive flame LV1. Just then the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The 2 massive chicken coops deep within the breeding farm collapsed with a thunderous sound, dust rising. 2 massive shadows rushed out, bearing a foul wind. They were 2 gigantic roosters the size of adult bulls, their feathers as solid as black iron, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. Monster panel name: Iron Feather Fighting Chicken, elite level, LV3, health 800, 800, attack 65, defense 30, skill Iron Feather Shot. Are they coming straight to me for a trial run? Jiang Feng looked at these 2 aggressive elite monsters, and instead of retreating, he excitedly licked his lips. If he had used the previous single-target fireball against 2 elite monsters with 800 health, he might have had to kite a bit. But now, not at all necessary. Jiang Feng raised his staff, his gaze calm, as if he was looking at inanimate objects. After 5 seconds of chanting, the powerful flame energy converged within his staff. Explosive flame, go. Jiang Feng pointed his staff at the ground between the 2 elite monsters. Boom. A massive fire cloud with a 5-meter diameter exploded into existence, flames devouring everything like an enraged dragon. The heat wave rolled in, instantly reducing the surrounding wooden fences to ashes. The 2 imposing iron feather fighting chickens, still charging forward, were immediately engulfed by the sea of fire. 461. 462. Terrifying red numbers floated up from the fire, the visual effect at its peak. The 2 elite chickens' eyes widened in shock at the overwhelming damage, turning into bulging eyes, their massive bodies stiffening momentarily. In the magical realm, if damage exceeds 30, 50, or 60 of the target's health, varying degrees of body stiffness occur, ranging from slight to moderate and even severe stiffness. Cluck cluck. The 2 elite monsters let out a piercing scream, their once shiny iron feathers instantly charred, and curled, their health bars evaporating like flowing water. Oh no, the 2 chickens were clearly frightened by the overwhelming magical damage dealt by this human powerhouse. However, without waiting a moment, Jiang Feng didn't give the 2 elite chickens any opportunity and unhesitatingly unleashed the final deadly blow of the Grim Reaper. Not dead? Then let's finish it off. Explosive flame. Jiang Feng's staff pointed again, the red flames exploding and devouring everything. The 2 elite chickens were once more swallowed by the sea of fire. The 2 arrogant elite chickens didn't even have a chance to unleash their skills. Within 3 meters, they were obliterated in an explosion. They fell to the ground, transforming into a multitude of experienced light points. Ding. Killed LV3 elite iron feather fighting chicken, talent triggered. Forced plunder of attribute. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points 30 points. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points 30 points. The prompt in his mind sounded like heavenly music. One elite monster gave 30 points. Two of them meant 60 points, plus the generous experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Fire snowflakes floated in the sky, and Jiang Feng stood amidst the still burning embers looking at the newly acquired 65 free attribute points on the panel, grinning like a villain about to destroy the world. This speed of becoming stronger was simply addictive to the point of making his scalp tingle. This is just the beginning. Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. All in wisdom. Including the 10 points gained from killing that ordinary chicken, a total of 75 points were poured into wisdom. Point allocation completed. Wisdom 85, 160 magic attack power 273, 498 mana 850, 1600 MP regeneration speed 85 points min 160 points min. As the panel refreshed again, the wisdom attribute now boldly displayed 160 points. What does this mean? It means Jiang Feng's current magic attack power has surpassed the 498 point threshold. A human-shaped nuclear bomb was starting to take shape. At that moment, boom, boom, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some colossal creature was awakening. The small mound in the center of the breeding farm suddenly exploded, lava splashing. A red giant beast comparable in size to a heavy truck slowly stood up, bathed in magma. It was engulfed in roaring flames, each breath spewing black smoke, and its massive comb appeared like a burning crown exuding immense pressure. Boss panel name: Explosive Fire Turkey King Lord. Level LV5 Health 3200, 3200 Attack 225 Physical Fire, Mixed Damage Defense 82 Feather Damage Reduction. Skills: Flame Peck, Powerful Single Target Greasy Feather Cloak Damage Reduction, Plucking Rage, Sonic Wave, Roasted Chickens, Revenge, Self-Destruction. Jiang Feng looked up at this colossal creature, his broken wooden staff appearing somewhat shabby under the boss's fiery glow. Yet the light in his eyes was even more intense than the flames on the boss. A 3200 health giant. I wonder how many attribute points killing you will drop for me. The scorching heat struck like a wave. The sulfuric smell in the air made one's throat feel parched. The Turkey King, as large as a heavy truck, stared fiercely at Jiang Feng, a thunderous growl rolling in its throat. Jiang Feng thrust the novice staff to the ground abruptly, without any flashy incantation gestures. The skills he had already gripped in his hand erupted instantly. True explosive flame. The air around seemed to be vacuumed in an instant. A blue-white fireball over 5 meters in diameter gathered above his head. This thing didn't look like magic, it resembled a damn meteorite. Boom. The fireball smashed violently into the Turkey King's face as if it had been hit by a train, its neck making a sickening crack sound, and its massive body was flipped over. 816. A crimson damage number floated up. The Turkey King fell into a 1.5-second concussion state. This was a high-level technique from Magic Domain. If a single damage exceeds 20 of the target's health, it forcibly triggers stiffness. Weren't you quite impressive just now? Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he seized the opportunity, tapping his staff again, seamlessly casting 2 rapid-fire fireballs. Bang! Bang! 516. 516. The health bar evaporated more than half in an instant. The speed of health loss was faster than a stock market crash. Gagaga. The Turkey King finally broke free from the stiffness, its eyes instantly bloodshot, feathers bristling, a greasy sheen covering its entire body. Greasy feather armor. Defense increased by 30. It opened its massive beak, flames capable of melting gold and iron brewing deep within its throat, clearly agitated. Trying to unleash skills. Not on my watch. Jiang Feng didn't give it a chance. As the cooldown for explosive flame finished, he struck again. Boom. Even with a damage-reducing shield, this hit still dealt a terrifying 585 damage. The immense explosive force shoved the flames it was conjuring back down its throat, billowing out a cloud of black smoke. Skill interrupted. At this moment, the nightmare lore that dominated the novice village was like a clumsy sandbag before Jiang Feng, being mercilessly rubbed into the ground by overwhelming numbers. Health plummeted. 800. 400. Just as the boss's health dropped below 10, an unexpected change occurred. The Turkey King stopped attacking. Its body began to inflate like a balloon. The surrounding fences ignited spontaneously, the temperature frighteningly high. Warning. The boss entered a near-death rage. Roast Chicken's Revenge activated. In 10 seconds, a catastrophic explosion will occur. Area entire map. Self-destruct. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes. A guaranteed death mechanism. With the short legs of a mage, there was no way to escape the explosion range. With his small frame, forget about the core area. Even grazing the edge could turn him to ash. This is why it is written in textbooks that mages soloing suicide. Without a knight raising a shield, without a priest casting resurrection, facing full screen AoE meant only one way out: death. Unless. Jiang Feng glanced at his experience bar. LV4, 5600. Then his gaze turned frenzied yet calm. The experience from one boss is just enough to level me up to 5. Before entering the dungeon and attacking the boss, Jiang Feng had already calculated his retreat. He only began attacking the boss if he was confident. If not, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't choose to engage. At this moment, the Turkey King's body had inflated to its limit, a destructive white light seeping from its cracked skin, resembling a nuclear bomb about to detonate. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Just as the explosion shockwave was about to engulf the tip of Jiang Feng's nose, the final explosive flame was precisely shoved into the boss's throat. 585. The health bar instantly emptied. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire farm, a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, and Jiang Feng's figure was instantly swallowed by the sea of flames. However, in that split second, a sacred golden light faster than the explosion's flames pierced down from above Jiang Feng's head. Congratulations. You have killed the LV5 Lord Explosive Turkey King. Experience gained 500, talent bonus 125. Your level has risen to LV5. HPMP fully restored. Negative statuses cleared. The golden light of leveling up acted like a sighing wall of absolute defense, forcibly isolating the aftermath of the explosion. As the flames dissipated, Jiang Feng stood unharmed at the center of the ruins, gently brushing the dust off his robe. Using the upgrade to recover health, I'll give this maneuver a solid 8 out of 10 for myself. Meanwhile, the cold notification sound of the talent system joyfully echoed in his mind. Talent Pangu Kill activated. Due to defeating a Lord level unit, plunder effect critical hit. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points 802 points. Added to the 5 points from leveling up this round, a total of 165 attribute points were directly credited. This was not just killing monsters, it was practically robbing a bank. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, feeling ecstatic. Then, he saw the loot dropped after killing the boss. Jiang Feng ran over, stepping on the still warm ashes. He bent down and picked up that staff. System notification obtained: Crimson Flame Staff 1. This was a staff swirling with magma patterns, the red crystal at its tip, still pulsing, slightly resembling a freshly dug demonic eyeball, emitting an enticing glow. Beside it lay a large pile of golden coins, shining so brightly under the dim sky that it was blinding. The moment his fingertips touched them, a warm energy surged up his arm, a sensation more refreshing than drinking ice cold cola in the summer. Crimson Flame Staff Epic Requirement: LV5 Mage Magic Attack 98, Special Effect Explosive Flame, Fire Skill Damage increased by 20. Durability 280. Description: a staff bathed in the blood of the Turkey King, giving off a savory scent of roasted meat. Holding it, you are a walking arsonist. Adding nearly 100 points to magic attack and 20 damage increase. Jiang Feng's mouth curved up, crazily more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. You have to know the broken wooden staff for beginners only adds 18 points of magic attack, hardly different from a burning stick. This isn't just upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon, it's like upgrading from a bird gun to an intercontinental missile. Without any hesitation, he equipped it. Equipment equipped successfully. Magic attack 498, 578. Watching the soaring stats, Jiang Feng swiftly scooped up all the gold coins on the ground, his movements terrifyingly skilled. Gained gold 5,000 coins. Hiss. Jiang Feng inhaled sharply. The sulfuric smell in the air now felt sweet. According to the current black market exchange rate, 1 gold, 1 Chinese yuan. This was less than 2 hours into the dungeon, and he already had 5,000 bucks. You have to know, in this world, an ordinary worker would toil for a month just to earn this amount. Is this the world of the strong? Killing monsters is like a money printing machine. As long as you keep grinding, becoming a tycoon is just around the corner. Jiang Feng sighed. Just as he was about to tidy up his backpack, suddenly a deafening thunderclap erupted. Immediately after, golden text forced its way into the retinas of all players exploring Magic Domain. Regardless of where they were in the world or what they were doing, they had to watch. World announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player Feng from the East China region of Dragon Country for successfully defeating the LV5 Lord Boss Explosive Turkey King with astonishing strength. As the player who solo cleared this dungeon, special rewards are given. Reward: 3 free skill points to distribute. Reward: reputation 1500. Reward: unlocking LV5 Dungeon Dark Forest at Hell level difficulty. Reward: unlocking LV10 Hidden Class, Transfer Clues, Melee Mage War Titan Unique. Boom. The announcement repeated 3 times, filling the screen. The entire chat channel of the Dragon Country region fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone had disconnected. 3 seconds later, the barrage exploded like an avalanche, instantly flooding the screen with 999. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Solo clearing. Damn, that was the Explosive Turkey King. The insane boss with a full-screen self-destruct mechanism. Our guild's third team sent in 3 people yesterday and got wiped out. I was just farming this dungeon too. Just now our 5-man full team had 2 tank warriors in front, and as soon as the boss self-destructed, the whole team was obliterated. Who is this Feng with the ID? Is he a god? How did he survive? Mage? Did you see the class? The announcement said it was a mage. A fragile mage soloed a self-destructing boss. Is that even scientific? Newton's coffin lid is about to be crushed. There's only one possibility: he must have killed the boss in the second before it self-destructed. What kind of terrifying DPS damage output is this? I want to play a mage too. Don't stop me. I want to be a mage lord. Wake up upstairs, he's a god-level mage. You're just a moving honorary point. Go wash up and sleep. What the hell is that hidden class war titan? Sounds incredibly violent. Is this the power of the big shots? It's simply outrageous. Kneeling for the big shots ID. Offering a fortune to be carried. A delicate and soft lowly voice able to tank, heal, and warm the bed. Dongjiang City 4th High School Principal's Office. Bang! That's a hidden profession. According to the data, the War Titan can both tank and deal damage with percentage damage, making it a deadly nemesis for bosses. Dual enhancements in wisdom and physique equal invincibility. The elderly principal with graying hair excitedly slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to jump and splatter tea everywhere. Investigate. Quickly check. The IP address shows it's right within our Dongjiang City node. The principal's face glowed red as he pointed at the holographic screen with trembling fingers like an old man who had just won the lottery. It's among the recently awakened group of students. If it's a student from our school, it would be like our ancestors are smoking green. This year's admission rate is going to explode. The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly flipped through the list. Principal, this is hard to trace. If it were in class genius like Shen Xingni, it might be possible, but she took the team to the Grey Wolf Plains. The rest? Could it be a student who awakened a powerful talent but kept it low-key? You mean someone who plays dumb? It's hard to say. To take down the King Turkey in one hit, they must at least be S-class or no. At least have an S-class thunder or fire-based strong attack talent. But in our cohort, aside from Shen Xingni, the strongest is just in a class wind type. Not even anyone would cast a glance at Jiang Feng, who awakened the class training talent. After all, in common sense, can a support talent solo a dungeon? Isn't that the same as seeking death? Unless he doesn't want to live. Grey Wolf Plains dungeon. Crack. An ice wall shattered and Shen Xingni stumbled back a couple of steps, her exquisite robe stained with a few specks of mud, making her look somewhat disheveled. Shen Schoolflower, be careful. The knight beside her immediately raised his shield to block the wolf's pounce. Shen Xingni, panting heavily, glanced at the dazzling announcement on the World Channel, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion for the first time. Anonymous ID. What was it? Something wind. Who is it? She looked at her side, where 5 people were struggling to kill a few LV3 wild wolves while constantly watching their positioning. And that mysterious person actually soloed through the LV5 dungeon. How could the gap between people be so vast? Could it be a transfer student from the capital city? Or a monster secretly cultivated by the military? The boy who had previously mocked Jiang Feng was now gaping with a dazed expression. Is this still human? Hidden profession. War Titan. That sounds even more formidable than its class talent. When did our school produce such a godlike figure? Shen Xingni bit her lip, a flame of defiance igniting in her eyes. No matter who you are, I will catch up to you during the college entrance examination. Kyoto, the highest military command center of Huaxiao Special Operations Department. In a dimly lit room filled with smoke, it was hard to keep one's eyes open. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform was lounging with his legs crossed, holding a cheap cigarette worth a few coins, his narrow eyes fixated on the data stream on the big screen. His name is Li Yin, a notorious mad dog general in the Dragon Kingdom's military, famous for his unconventional tactics and frequent victories. Unlocking the level 5 dungeon at Inferno difficulty. Unlocking the level 10 first turn profession, War Titan. This generation of graduates is quite interesting. Li Yin exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist obscuring his somewhat roguish face. Dongjiang City's data node. And this completion time is quite intriguing. He absently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic thump sound. The adjutant beside him was stunned. General, is there a problem? Look here, Li Yin pointed to a line of inconspicuous small text on the screen. The dungeon entry time is only 20 minutes after the awakening ceremony at Dongjiang 4th High School ended. In other words, this so-called genius with the wind talent just finished awakening, didn't even go home, and directly charged into the dungeon wearing novice clothes. Li Yin grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Not only is he a genius, but he's also a maniac who doesn't want to waste a second getting stronger. I like this kind of person, full of energy. General, should we retrieve the list of Dongjiang 4th High School? Yes, but don't alarm those old scholars. Li Yin stubbed out his cigarette, but in the ashtray full of butts, stood up and his cloak billowed without wind. Change my schedule. I want to personally visit Dongjiang. This is a seed with potential comparable to double S class. If those prestigious families or other forces find out first, it would be a loss for the country. Remember, conduct an investigation in secret. The ability to solo a self-destructing monster indicates this kid has astonishing explosive power and must be hiding a card up his sleeve that no one knows about. The adjutant did not expect General Li Yin to personally head to Dongjiang, but then again, a talent like this is worth the general's effort. Inside the dungeon, the clamor from the outside world did not reach Jiang Feng's ears. He was currently immersed in the joy of divvying up the spoils, unable to extricate himself. With this upgrade plus the first kill plunder, I have accumulated a total of 165 attribute points. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground looking at this immense fortune lost in a brief, happy dilemma. Although the previous full intelligence allocation was exhilarating, it also revealed a fatal problem. If that King Turkey had not been forcibly killed by his damage with his 300 hit points, he would have likely perished on the spot and lost a significant amount of experience. I am a man destined to become a mage, not to become the Grim Reaper. Living is essential for output. This principle remains unchanged through the ages. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed as he quickly strategized in his mind. Since this is a melee mage hidden clue, I should lean a bit towards melee combat, right? It's reasonable for a mage to have some physique, right? With a thought, he began to allocate points. First and foremost, survival is the priority. Directly allocate 70 points into physique. Allocation complete. Physique 3100. Defense 68, 208. Health 300, 1000. HP recovery rate 30 points minute, 100 points minute. Buzz. A warm flow instantly coursed through Jiang Feng's body, and he felt as if his skin had become tougher with his heart beating powerfully like a drum. The thickness of this health bar looks reassuring. Next, the mystical attribute of luck. Although the direct effects are not visible, the previous true explosive flame and the current crimson flame staff have already proven its worth. Let's take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. 30 points allocated to luck. The remaining 65 points still go to the unyielding core attribute, wisdom. Only with sufficient mana can a spellcasting machine gun keep firing. That's infinite firepower. Allocation complete. Wisdom 160, 225. Magic attack 578, 773. Magic points 1622.50. MP recovery rate 160 points minute, 225 points minute. The data on the retina wildly fluctuated, ultimately freezing on a value that would cause ordinary players to despair. Character panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Profession mage. Level LV5. Health 10001000. Magic points 22502, 250. Attributes physique 100, wisdom 225, strength 10, agility 10, a luck 55. Magic damage 773. Defense 208. HP recovery 100 points minute. MP recovery 25 points minute. Backpack 5,000 gold. This panel. This data. This magic damage. I am truly a man. Jiang Feng stood up, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Due to the formidable attributes, Jiang Feng's health and mana recovery rates were also quite astonishing. Right now, even if I just stand still and let monsters of the same level attack me, my health recovery speed would probably surpass their damage output. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Jiang Feng's face. And also I have unlocked the Inferno level dungeon. He looked towards the new blood-red portal that appeared deep within the dungeon. The door frame was entwined with black chains emanating a heart-pounding pressure as if leading to the depths of hell. Notably, the difficulty levels of dungeons are divided into normal, hard, and nightmare. All players can choose whichever difficulty level they want to enter. However, for Inferno-level dungeons, according to official data, the strength of monsters inside is 10 times that of normal difficulty monsters. Unless preconditions to unlock the Inferno-level dungeon difficulty are met, entry is not allowed. Moreover, the drop rates are quite generous. In summary, as long as one has sufficient strength, soloing an Inferno-level dungeon is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Based on monster strength, after triggering his talent, Jiang Feng would receive even more substantial attribute points, thus transforming his combat power. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng gripped the Crimson Flame Staff and stepped into the Blood-Red Vortex. Upon reaching level 10, Jiang Feng also wanted to see just how powerful the hidden profession of Melee Mage, War Titan, could be. Entering LV5 monster map, Dark Forest Inferno level. The Blood-Red Vortex gradually dissipated. As soon as he landed, a stench reminiscent of a sewer blocked for 10 years surged up, provoking nausea. Tip: you have entered the level 5 Dark Forest Hell level. Warning: Hell difficulty monsters have all attributes increased by 1,000. Skill cooldown reduced by 50. Hate range is extremely large. Environmental curse: corrosive mist. Being in the mist blinds vision by 30 or inflicts 1 point of life loss per second, and healing effects are halved. A series of blood-red warning pop-ups frantically danced on his retina. If any fully equipped elite team saw this negative status of losing 1 health per second, their morale would likely collapse on the spot. For a fragile class like the mage, even at level 10, their health would barely reach 3 to 500. Entering this forest is akin to stepping into a microwave with butter melting in just a few minutes. Moreover, buying potions to resist the corrosive mist is not cost-effective at all. It's better to farm monsters in other maps. However, the drop rate in this map is officially displayed to be 25 higher than maps of the same level, even rivaling that of level 10 dungeons. Jiang Feng calmly glanced at the status bar. Health 10001000. Auto recovery 100 points minute. Tisk, is this what they call a curse effect? A slight itch surfaced on his skin akin to a mosquito bite, which was rather amusing. His self-healing speed was even faster than the mist's corrosion, making it hardly a concern. Glancing at his impressive 2,250 points of mana coupled with the terrifying regeneration speed brought by high intelligence, Jiang Feng felt utterly unfazed, thinking it was quite absurd. He reached into his backpack and retrieved the crimson flame staff. The red crystal at the top of the staff glowed like a large light bulb, instantly dispelling the gloom within a 3-meter radius. This curse is a death sentence for ordinary mages, but for me, it's merely the cost of a sauna steam session. Jiang Feng's eyes were clear. As long as he defeated enough monsters and plundered enough attribute points before his health bar emptied, pouring it all into Constitution would turn this so-called certain death environment into a joke. Howl! A chilling wolf howl suddenly tore through the silence from the depths of the mist. Immediately, pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up in the darkness, densely packed and eerie to behold. LV7 Hell Monster. Phantom Demon Wolf. Phantom Demon Wolf Hell Enhanced. Level LV7. Health 4,500. Attack Power 280. Traits: Phantom Step, Dodge Rate 40, Ghostly Venomous Fangs, Armor Penetration, Bleeding. Description: the assassin of the forest, don't blink, your throat is already cut. A whole dozen of them. They surrounded from all directions with a speed that made it seem like nothing but a gray blur. This is the terror of hell-level monsters. High attack, high evasion, and they come in packs. If it were a regular team, like Shen Kingness, even if 3 tanks stood at the front, they would be torn to shreds by these mad dogs. 4,500 health. Indeed tougher than that previous Turkey King. Jiang Feng gripped his staff, not even blinking, instead revealing a kind, yet greedy smile. But before my 773 points of magic damage, all beings are equal, they are merely experience points. The first demon wolf pounced through the air, its bloody maw nearly touching Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng did not dodge. What does a mage need to dodge for? That's what archers do. His right hand shook the staff, fiercely unleashing magic power, in an instant, simple and brutal. True explosive flame. Aim. No need to aim. The truth lies within range and coverage. Centered around Jiang Feng, the air within a 5-meter radius ignited instantly, and the blue-white flames detonated like a small cloud bomb. The demon wolf, still posing midair, did not even have the chance to scream before its body was like a wax figure tossed into a furnace, instantly curling, carbonizing, and evaporating. 1,688. Weakness bonus. 1,710. Explosive burning effect. 1,655. The terrifying red damage numbers gushed forth like a fountain. Although he didn't kill it in one hit, the stagger mechanism of the hell monster was instantly triggered. 3 demon wolves hit directly, were sent flying like kites with their strings cut, smashing against a tree with a thud, unable to get off. Continue, don't stop. Jiang Feng's expression was emotionless, swinging his staff like a merciless magic machine gun. With 225 points of intelligence boosting him, the casting time before each spell was almost negligible. Another 2 instant fireballs followed, precisely finishing them off. Bang, bang, ding. Killed LV7 Phantom Demon Wolf. Hell gained experience, 300 talent bonus 75. Triggered talent Pangu Plunder. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points, 55 points. Ding. Killed LV7 Phantom Demon Wolf. Gained free attribute points, 55 points. Ding. In an instant, Jiang Feng's ears were filled with the ding-ding sound of system prompts. This sound was 100 times more pleasant than the sound of a casino slot machine spitting out coins. In just 3 seconds, the first wave of probing 5 demon wolves was completely reduced to ashes. The ground was covered with a layer of sparkling gold coins, and Jiang Feng's available attribute points skyrocketed to 275 points. Hell level. This is clearly an attribute ATM. The experience gained was also quite satisfying. Jiang Feng glanced around. The remaining dozen or so demon wolves clearly had never seen such a scene, terrifiedly wandering in the mist, emitting uncertain whimpers from their throats. With their intellect, they couldn't comprehend how this seemingly weak human could unleash a nuclear strike with just a casual gesture. "Wanna run? Have you asked my staff?" Jiang Feng laughed and took the initiative to attack. Holding his staff, he charged directly into the densest part of the wolf pack, as if strolling in his own backyard. Explosive flame. Fireball. Still explosive flame. Boom, boom, boom. The flame shot up to the sky. The once eerie dark forest was now as bright as the new year with fireworks. Those proud high agility demon wolves, no matter how fast they ran, had to kneel before the overwhelming carpet bombing. Just being grazed by a flame meant instant disappearance of over 1,000 health points. After 2 rounds of relentless bombardment, the world fell silent. The entire forest clearing was left with nothing but charred remains and loot. Ding. Killed Phantom Demon Wolf 12. Total plundered free attribute points 660 points. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, feeling ecstatic to the point of tingling at the crown of his head. What does this mean in the outside world? For someone like Shen Qingni, who is a gifted prodigy, the attributes accumulated after reaching over 100 levels would probably amount to this. And Jiang Feng, he achieved this in less than 5 minutes without even breaking a sweat. This kind of speed and getting stronger is truly addictive. Leaning against a charred tree trunk, Jiang Feng began rapidly allocating this massive fortune while recovering. He knew very well that although hell-level monsters were fragile for him, their damage was indeed high. If he encounters elite monsters above LV10 later, even if only 10 of their attacks hit him, it would still be a problem. Since the goal is to transition into a war titan, I can't just think about being a cannon. Jiang Feng's eyes sharpened, quickly issuing orders in his mind. Add 100 points to agility to avoid being kite. Add 160 points to constitution for bulk is king. The remaining 400 points will all go to wisdom. Coverage fire is the truth. Allocation wisdom 225,625. Constitution 100,260. Agility 10,110. Magic attack power 773, 1973. Health 1000, 2600. Mana 22506, 250. HP recovery speed 100 pointsman, 260 pointsman. Defense 208,528. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power almost overflowing from his body. With 2,600 health points and 528 physical defense, this data has completely broken the limits. The top-tier LV10 full tank warriors in the current stage, even in full armor, only have around 300 defense and a maximum health of 1,500. Jiang Feng as a mage had values that directly surpassed those of real tanks by nearly double, and this was without wearing much top-tier equipment. As for killing these 12 hell-level enhanced monsters, it also raised his level to 7. The 10 points of available attributes were casually thrown into luck. Luck 5,565. Now what does this fog matter? Jiang Feng looked at the constantly fluctuating green numbers on his retina. 3 second. The corrosive sting that had previously afflicted him had entirely vanished, replaced instead by a soothing sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. He strode through the forest, dodging monsters with ease, almost as if he were walking sideways. Just as he swept through 3 waves of wolves and was about to delve deeper, a dazzling golden light flashed before his eyes beside a massive wolf carcass. Jiang Feng reached out, grasping the ancient skill book embedded with silver edges that fell into his palm. Tip, due to your luck, a 65 points exceeding the limit, a rare drop has been triggered. Magic Shield passive special level 5 quality rare true premium effect. When taking damage, automatically deduct magic points MP to offset equivalent damage. 1 point of blue negates 1 point of health. Feature no cooldown, does not occupy shared cooldown time, instant activation. Description: as long as your mana is not depleted, you are an immortal god. The moment Jiang Feng saw the attributes, his pupils jolted, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap, a divine skill has arrived. The Magic Shield. This is the most crucial life-saving skill for mages. Typically, only high-ranking mages after their 3rd promotion, having completed that damnable chain quest, can learn this. Moreover, for ordinary mages, this skill is merely a bottomless pit for mana. Activating the shield leaves them without enough mana to cast spells, making it utterly useless. But who is Jiang Feng? He possesses over 6,000 mana points with a regeneration speed of 625 points per minute, like a fountain of life. Combined with my infinite mana regeneration and high constitution, this is no ordinary shield. This is an invincible golden body. Without any hesitation, Jiang Feng clapped his hands, and the skill book transformed into starlight and melded into his forehead. From this moment on, he was no longer just an ordinary mage. He was a humanoid fortress equipped with mage's skin and advanced capabilities. The completion progress is already at 30. Jiang Feng looked up towards the depths of the forest, where an extremely violent aura was awakening, as if some giant creature had been roused. I wonder if the monsters over there can withstand a fireball from me. As he pondered on the journey, Jiang Feng thought that with just 65 points of luck he had obtained an ultra-premium magical skill. If he had even more luck, wouldn't that be astonishing? After some thought, he allocated all 1,375 points of attributes he had looted from killing monsters into this luck attribute. Luck 651440 first enhance his own strength to a certain level, then maximize the drop rate, which is the luck attribute, the more the better. Meanwhile, at the external magic tower's teleportation portal, at the massive swirling entrance to the dungeon, dozens of students had gradually completed the normal dungeon, sprawled on the ground, regaining health, appearing dirted and exhausted. Haven't Shin and her friends come out yet? It seems the LV3 dungeon is indeed tough to crack. Hey look, why is that stone tablet glowing? A sharp-eyed student pointed at the blood-colored stone tablet that had been collecting dust in the corner, his voice shifting in tone. That was the exclusive display for hell difficulty, which usually no one paid attention to because nobody dared to enter. But now at the top of the stone tablet, a blurred ID foam radiated a faint red light. Following it, a line of data appeared that was shocking: dark forest hell level. Completion progress 30, kill count 36, time taken 9 minutes and 15 seconds. The crowd fell into instant silence. Even breathing was unheard. It took a full 3 seconds before the crowd erupted like a boiling pot. Holy crap, did I see that wrong? Hell level. Killing dozens of monsters in 9 minutes. Did he go in with a harvest machine? Indeed. Those are hell level enhanced monsters. The attribute of one monster is 10 times that of a normal dungeon's. My god, this has to be a bug. Or perhaps some deity is hacking. By the way, who exactly is this XXX Feng? Could it be that previous player who cleared the Chicken King? Is there still such a big shot hidden in our school? Just as everyone was shocked and confused, a roaring sound of propellers suddenly echoed in the sky, shaking their eardrums painfully. An entirely black armed helicopter emblazoned with the military's hawk emblem descended imposingly in the center of the playground, accompanied by a fierce wind. The cabin door swung open with a bang. A middle-aged man clad in a black military coat with a low-quality cigarette hanging from his mouth jumped down. He ignored the trembling school leaders, his gaze fixated like a hawk on the blood-colored stone tablet. Li Yin, the infamous Mad Dog General of the Dragon Country's military. He observed the fluctuating progress bar, and a smirk of amusement appeared on his lips, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. 9 minutes, and more than 1/3 of the progress completed. This kid's monster-killing efficiency is even more ferocious than the elite squad under me. Li Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette, blowing a smoke ring that hit the old principal in the face, and chuckled, "Old man, no need to investigate. This kind of monster can't be documented in your school's little file folder." He turned around, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable bloodthirst. "Send the order seal off the scene. Tell all students who come out to stay put. I won't go anywhere today. I'll be right here waiting for this big shot to return victorious. I want to see which little brat can give me such a surprise." In the depths of the dark forest, the air was thick with the stench of rotting leaves and decaying corpses, the visibility compressed to a mere 5 meters. Jiang Feng, holding the crimson flame staff, strolled leisurely like an old man in his backyard, crushing the brittle bones underfoot with a crisp crackle, his pace light and sprightly. 3 minutes left. If I don't hurry, that nest of assassin monsters will scatter. He cast a glance at the distribution of red dots on the map, his eyes reflecting a casual urgency akin to someone late for a meal. The hell-level dungeon is dubbed the graveyard for newbies. Besides its outrageous stats, it's also due to the high intelligence of the monsters. Just like now. Suddenly the surroundings fell eerily silent, even the sound of the wind vanished. 6 faint black shadows like phantoms glided close to the ground, stealthily approaching Jiang Feng's blind spot. The classic move of the old 6. Phantom Assassin Hell, elite level 8 health points, 6,500 attack power, 480 features, backstab critical damage, 200 poison coating. This wave of ambush, combined with the high multiplier for backstab, theoretically has enough damage to send a fully shielded warrior of the same level back to the fountain for a countdown. It might even leave the monster with a negative health value. Swish! 6 poison daggers struck out simultaneously, the air tearing with a sharp blast. Precise and ruthless, they sealed all avenues of escape. However, Jiang Feng did not move. He didn't even turn around. With the magic shield active, why would he dodge? That would be disrespecting this divine skill and mocking his extraordinary attributes. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of dense metallic clashes erupted as if the daggers were piercing not a novice cloth armor, but an immovable wall of sighs. A faint blue light membrane rippled across Jiang Feng's body. The daggers sank half an inch in, as if they had fallen into a quagmire, unable to advance further. A cascade of data floated above Jiang Feng's head, visible only to him. Magic shield activated. Damage taken 450, backstab critical. Damage negated. Magic points deducted 450. 6 assassins simultaneously backstabbed, quickly reducing Jiang Feng's blue mana by 2,700 points. If it were an ordinary mage, he would have been left with no mana and dead, reduced to a mere box on the ground. But Jiang Feng glanced at his mana bar. Magic points 3550650. Almost the moment his mana began to deplete, the basic regeneration rate of 625 points per minute started to rapidly recover. The 6 phantom assassins revealed themselves, their originally icy and merciless emerald eyes showing for the first time a semblance of shock. They glanced at the daggers in their hands, and then at the unscathed Jiang Feng, sinking into a deep existential doubt. Is this a massage? No, this is polishing. Have you had enough? Jiang Feng turned around, the crimson flame staff almost poking into the nose of one of the assassins, his tone as flat as if asking for directions. Since you can't break through my defenses, it's my turn now. There were no flashy chants or dramatic skill calls. It was simple and brutal. Up close he unleashed true explosive flame. Boom. The blue and white flames exploded at a close distance, sending all 6 assassins flying like ragdolls with a massive shockwave. 3,100, 3,250, 3,088. With 2 consecutive explosive flames, terrifying damage numbers flashed across the screen, bright red and blinding. Such frail high-damage creatures as assassins had no right to even scream in the face of Jiang Feng's overwhelming damage. Even while still in the air, their bodies were carbonized by the high temperature, turning into piles of black ash that danced away in the wind. Ding. Killed 6 level 8 phantom assassins. Triggered talent Pangu Slaughter. Loot successful. Gained free attribute points 420. Experience points quickly surged to 52 of level 7. Simply marvelous. Ordinary people would earn this much only after leveling up to 70 or 80, yet Jiang Feng achieved it in the time it took to drink tea or pour water, surpassing expectations entirely. Jiang Feng stood amidst the wreckage, not rushing forward. He opened the panel, briefly glancing over the basic attributes, and once again focused on the most mystical and captivating attribute, luck. The final boss at the Inferno level must drop a class transition token. But the War Titan is the only hidden class, and the drop rate for the token is likely absurdly low, akin to winning the lottery. Jiang Feng's gaze hardened, thinking that in this data-driven world, as long as the base number is large enough, probability theory is just a joke. Can't metaphysics save the unlucky? That's just because your stats aren't high enough. System add points. Add all to luck. Not a single point left behind. Points added successfully. Luck 1440 1860 buzz. Although there were no visible changes to his physical attributes, when Jiang Feng casually kicked a stone at his feet, a gold coin was surprisingly revealed underneath. Even the mist drifting through the air seemed to deliberately avoid his mouth and nose. 1860 points. In a world where the average luck value is only 5 to 10 points, he was now the walking child of the dimension, able to pull gold teeth from even drinking cool water. At this moment, even if I walk down the street, the bird droppings falling from the sky are probably made of gold. Jiang Feng put away the panel, adjusted his breathing, and cast his gaze deep into the forest. Just as he finished speaking, a level 5 owl monster suddenly crashed into a large tree, dropping 5,000 gold coins. Wow, what an incredible drop. Alright, I won't worry about not having a chance to get the War Titan class later. Awesome. There the ground began to tremble violently as countless thick vines surged up like giant pythons, turning the soil over. A decayed, ancient, and violent aura was swiftly awakening. The final boss had arrived. Boom. The ground cracked as a twisted giant tree towering 10 stories high burst forth. It was covered in black toxic liquid, its trunk adorned with countless faces expressing agony, while hundreds of vines danced madly in the air, creating a piercing sound of slicing through the air, as if a horde of demons was in a frenzy. Inferno level Lord Corrupted Tree, Lord level 10 health, 150001, 5000 magic attack, 850 defense, 800 bark, hardened skills, poisonous fog, strangling vines, life drain. Even from 100 meters away, the suffocating sense of oppression still hit hard. 15,000 health. This was not something players at the current stage could challenge. It was a fusion of a health pool and a tank. Roar. The tree lord let out a deep growl, the sound wave carrying dark green toxic mist, instantly enveloping the entire area. This was its opening move, Poisonous Fog, inflicting a forced loss of 30 health points per second with an additional 30 slow effect. For an ordinary team, this would be a total party wipe. The priest could hardly heal, and the squishies would suffer even more. Jiang Feng stood in the center of the poisonous fog, not even frowning. Hiss hiss hiss. The toxic fog corroded the light blue mana shield, producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. Mana 30. Mana 10, mana 30, mana 10. The blue bar seemed to decrease at a rate of 20 points per second, but for Jiang Feng, who had over 6,000 mana, it had little impact. He lifted his head, looking at the imposing tree monster, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With 1,865 points of luck, this boss no longer seemed like a monster to him. It was like a super large blind box marked with guaranteed gold drops, begging him to open it. It's big enough, no need to aim, saves effort. Jiang Feng raised the crimson flame staff, pointing the tip directly at the grotesque main head of the tree lord. Since you are a tree, let me show you what forest fire prevention means. Everyone's responsibility. Boom. A burst of explosive flame, more dazzling than any before, gathered wildly at the tip of the staff, its color even faintly tinged with purple. The towering corrupted tree lord seemed to sense Jiang Feng's disrespectful words. Its hundreds of serpent-like vines instantly straightened, and the countless twisted faces on its trunk screamed, in unison, the sound waves shattering large patches of dead wood around. Roar! The ground crumbled and countless dark green spiked vines erupted from the earth, instantly converging, like a cage attempting to grind Jiang Feng into mush. Skill strangling vines. The physical damage coefficient reaches 2.5 times with an added forced bond. If an equally leveled knight were trapped by this move, even with a damage reduction shield, their health bar would drop to empty in an instant like a leaking fish tank. However, Jiang Feng stood still, not even raising an eyelid. Clang! 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 The sound of metal striking echoed like a series of explosions. Those vines capable of piercing steel struck him, and apart from causing ripples in the faint blue light membrane, the only outcome was a string of numbers floating above Jiang Feng's head. Mana 450. Mana 480, is that all? Jiang Feng found himself wanting to laugh. Under such extreme high defense and high magical shield conditions, even a major skill attack was insufficient to shake Jiang Feng's foundation in the slightest. The tree lord seemed momentarily stunned, evidently unable to comprehend why physical strangulation would be ineffective against a cloth armor class. In its rage, its massive crown trembled violently, and a scarlet energy ripple instantly enveloped Jiang Feng. Skill life drain. This was its ace in the hole, ignoring defenses and extracting a percentage of the enemy's health to restore itself. Once this move was used, even in a battle of thousands, it could instantly regain full health. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The red light coiled around Jiang Feng, yet it felt like it encountered an insulator. Mana shield in effect. Damage fully transferred. Mana 400. Still trying to drain life. I see that even with all your might today, you won't be able to kill me. Jiang Feng knew he was a numerical anomaly, and accepted this fact with pleasure. I've had my fun, now it's mine. Jiang Feng's crimson flame staff suddenly pressed down, and the purplured fireball, which had long been brewing, swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a miniature sun with a diameter of over 10 meters. This was no ordinary magic. It was a devastating strike enhanced by true explosive flame, crimson flame staff explosion effect, high intelligence bonus. In the next life, don't reincarnate as a tree. You'll easily catch fire. Boom. A purplured mushroom cloud rose from the center of the forest. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized all vegetation within 100 meters, and the colossal body of the tree lord let out no scream before being completely blown apart from within by the flames. Splintered wood flew in every direction, and sap evaporated. A shocking damage number, dark red, slowly floated up from the sea of flames. 8945. Deadly weak point critical hit. Goodness, such high damage. It's worth noting that this once mighty hellish boss had a total health pool of only 15,000. Then came another fierce attack that completely shattered the boss's will to survive. Congratulations. You have successfully slain LV-10 Hellish Lord Corrupted Tree Lord. Achievement completed, solo, first clear of Hellish Dungeon, perfect rating. Golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly enveloping Jiang Feng. Your level has risen to LV-8, LV-9, LV-10, HPMP fully restored. However, what made Jiang Feng's heart race was not the level up prompt, but the subsequent system notification that nearly shattered his eardrums. Triggered unlimited level talent Pangu Slaughter. Current luck value detected at a staggering 1860 points. Triggered the effect of Child of Fortune. Plunder critical hit. Double rewards. Then double again. Current multiplier 400. 4 times the drop rate. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was even more thrilling than robbing a bank. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points 200 points x 4 800 points. Gained gold 75000x 4 300000 coins. 3 million gold coins. Converted to real currency, that's a full 3 million. This wave directly achieved financial freedom. Jiang Feng felt his backpack weighed heavily in his hands, the delightful weight of money. But that wasn't all. In the ashes of the boss's burning corpse, 2 dazzling orbs of colorful light hovered silently. Unlike ordinary equipment gleams, these 2 orbs emanated an ancient and sacred aura of law. Jiang Feng hurried forward and reached out. Acquired item, hidden class transfer scroll, War Titan, unique lucky critical hit triggered. Item quality upgraded. Current item renamed to Primordial War Titan transfer book, forbidden grade. Primordial War Titan level 10 description. This is a lost primordial legacy. Upon transfer, one will gain extraordinary power of the primordial. Feature 1, gain 100 unallocated attribute points for each level gained. Feature 2, each of your melee attacks will inflict real damage equal to 100 of the sum of intelligence, constitution, and strength. Feature 3, You are both a mage and a titan. You can crush a dragon with one hand or cast spells to obliterate the ground. This thing. Jiang Feng looked at the 100 free points per level, his hands trembling slightly. Ordinary classes gain only 5 points per level, hidden classes at most 10 or 15 points, and this primordial titan gives a direct 100 points. What does this mean? It means that leveling up for him is equivalent to leveling up 20 times for others. This is no longer starting at the starting line, it's being born at the finish line. This 1860 luck value is simply an official cheat. Jiang Feng gradually calmed down as he turned his gaze to the second item. It was a skill book radiating void fluctuations. Acquired skill book Flight Universal Lucky Crit Skill Quality Upgraded. Current skill renamed to Void Walking Mythical Grade. Void Walking effect: not only can you fly through the air, but you can also briefly enter the void plane. Feature: when activated, ignore any terrain obstacles including walls, barriers, and even the bodies of monsters. Movement speed 500. Cost 50 MP per second. Description: even air walls cannot stop you, you can go wherever you want. Wall Pass. Jiang Feng chuckled. With this skill combined with his infinite mana, why bother navigating mazes and dungeons? Just fly straight through to find the boss for tea. This trip I've won big. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged looking at the 800 points of plunder attributes he had just acquired, plus the 15 points from leveling up 3 times, and some residual points he had accumulated, totaling 815 points of unallocated attributes. Since the luck value is so useful, let's increase them all. Having tasted the sweetness, Jiang Feng unhesitatingly began to allocate points. Point allocation starting. Luck value 1860, 2675. Jiang Feng did not rush to leave the dungeon, but chose to first undergo the class transfer and learn skills. He held tightly to the parchment scroll, exuding the aura of ancient chaos. Primordial War Titan Transfer Book. The luck value has maxed out at 2675 points. I am now a human-shaped lucky fish. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, next witnessed the miracle. Shredding the scroll with both hands. Boom! A dark golden beam of light surged like a galaxy, pouring down, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. The formerly somewhat frail frame of the mage made cracking sounds like bursting beans. Although it looked unchanged on the outside, the muscle density beneath the robe was undergoing a frenzied reorganization. If before he was a fragile mage, now he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. Ding. Class transfer successful. Class change: Mage War Titan unique. Current level LV10 detected, triggering hidden class benefits. Attribute reversion compensation activated. Compensation calculation: hidden classes receive an extra 95 free attribute points per level, 1005, totaling 950 points. Current unallocated free attribute points 950 points. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, fingers crushing the air, emitting a crisp sound. And there's an attribute reversion compensation. Moreover, according to the class feature 2, increasing any one of strength, constitution, or intelligence will additionally enhance real damage. After weighing it briefly, Jiang Feng began to allocate points. Strength, constitution, and intelligence each increased by 300 points, with the remaining 50 points added to luck. Constitution 260, 560, intelligence 6, 25, 925, strength 10, 310, luck 2675, 2725. Final panel. ID: Jiang Feng, hidden class Primordial War Titan, level LV10, health 5600, 5600, mana 92509, attributes: constitution 560, intelligence 925, strength 310, agility 110, luck 2725. Allocated attributes: 0 points magic damage 2873, defense 1128, HP recovery 560 points, minute MP recovery 925 points minute. After allocating points, Jiang Feng also took the opportunity to learn the flying skill. Congratulations! Successfully acquired the magical skill Void Walking. You have begun this skill, which will drain 50 mana points per second. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt as if the entire world had changed. The once solid ground and rough rocks appeared to him as layers of water curtains that could be easily parted. As long as he wished, his body seemed able to merge into the folds of this space, at any time, no longer constrained by the laws of physics. Is this the effect of a super skill? This is quite impressive. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling a rush from the sense of freedom in controlling space. But this was not the greatest gain. He opened his class panel again, his gaze focusing on the 3 extremely domineering traits of the ancient Titan of War. 100 free attribute points per level. This transformed him into a super attribute monster with 20 times that of players at the same level. Moreover, the effects of traits 2 and 3 were certainly not to be underestimated. Trait 2. Each of your melee attacks will deal real damage equal to 100 of the sum of your wisdom, constitution, and strength. Jiang Feng glanced at his already sky-high 3-dimensional attributes. Wisdom 925, Constitution 560, Strength 310, totaling nearly 1,800 points of additional real damage. What does this mean? It means that even without using any skills, just performing a basic attack with his staff would inflict an extra 1,800 points of real damage. Moreover, it was real damage that ignored defenses and shields. Although it didn't seem very high, it wasn't low either. Don't forget the attributes Jiang Feng plundered would increase with the level and strength of the monsters. This means that in the later stages, the more attribute points he had, the more real damage he would inflict on enemies. As for that most enigmatic trait 3. Trait 3, you are both a mage and a titan. You can crush a dragon with one hand and cast spells with the other. This statement sounded impressive, but the specific mechanism was a bit vague. Thus, Jiang Feng began to inquire with the system in his mind. System, could you explain how this dual cultivation of combat and magic works? Can I also learn warrior skills? The system usually manifested actively in Jiang Feng's mind, but this time, he was trying to communicate with it for the first time, unsure if he could engage in dialogue. Response to the host: based on the occupational rules of the ancient titan of war, you have broken the class barrier. You can learn all mage skills as well as all warrior skills, including berserker, shield warrior, and magic swords. Moreover, when you cast warrior skills, you will receive a wisdom attribute bonus. When you cast spells, you will receive a strength attribute bonus. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng seemed to understand. This was equivalent to being bundled together. From now on, whether he allocated points to strength or wisdom, he could enjoy attribute bonuses. Not only that, all mage and warrior skills could be learned. This was an enhancement of the original dual cultivation of combat and magic of the ancient titan, adding dozens to hundreds, even thousands of potential class options. Then Jiang Feng focused on his magical damage and instantly understood. Magical damage 2873, 930 strength bonus. Wow, so the real highlight of the ancient titan of war is here. Although the first two traits were strong, upon deeper reflection, this class trait 3 was the ultimate ace. The physique of a warrior, the output of a mage, the burst of an assassin, and the defense of a tank. This was not just a hexagonal warrior. This was an invincible being with no flaws, a true all-rounder. Class change completed, attributes maxed out. Jiang Feng stood in the center of the chaotic dungeon, glancing down at the skill bar he had just learned, then looking up at the world announcement, still flashing wildly in the air. If he had only felt stronger earlier, now seeing this reward made him believe he might really reach the heavens. World announcement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the player, Feng, name hidden for breaking the record for the Inferno level dungeon. Received reputation points, 3000000. Received the unique title, Conqueror of the Inferno, all attributes 5. 3 million reputation. Jiang Feng couldn't help but whistle. This thing is hard currency in the game, magic domain. An ordinary player would work tirelessly for a month on task runs at most, gaining a few tens of thousands of reputation points, and would have to carefully calculate just to buy a potion. 3 million. He could even buy several well-sized shops in the main city. Indeed, with great power comes great rewards for defeating bosses. Jiang Feng sighed, casually closing the chat channel that was still flooding with messages. The barrage above had gone crazy, filled with requests for sponsorship, help, and everything in between. Especially upon seeing several familiar IDs, even the usually aloof class flower from the neighboring class was posting, "Brother, take me along." Jiang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. If they knew that the Feng they were talking about was actually the Jiang Feng, who usually just sat in the corner and studied hard. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. He collected his thoughts and walked towards the teleportation portal that represented clearance. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Jiang Feng squinted, listening to the faint sounds of commotion coming from the other side of the portal. It was the roar of propellers and the crackling of loudspeakers. All unrelated personnel, please retreat immediately. The dungeon exit has been taken over by the Eastern Jiang Military District. Repeat, this area has been secured. The voice was loud enough to be heard even through the spatial barrier of the portal. Jiang Feng frowned. The military was involved. That made sense with the first clear of an Inferno-level dungeon and the unique hidden class. It would be strange if there wasn't any commotion. That loud voice sounded somewhat familiar, like that mad dog General Li Yin, who often appeared on television. This person was notoriously unreasonable. If he got his hands on him, it would probably take less than 10 minutes for him to figure out the color of his underwear. I want to become stronger, not to be a guinea pig, and I definitely don't want to shout one at one in a military camp. Jiang Feng smirked. So far, he had no intention of serving the country. He just wanted to develop quietly, and once he gained more powerful strength, consider helping those who deserved it in this chaotic world. If he went out now, he would be a monkey under the spotlight. It would be difficult to have a peaceful meal in the future. Besides, that school beauty named Xinxingyi was probably outside too. If she saw that he was actually this big shot Feng, her expression would certainly be exhilarating, but trouble would be inevitable. Soon Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the skill he had just learned, void walking. Void walking, ignore any terrain obstacles including walls and barriers, go wherever you want. Jiang Feng quickly formulated a plan in his mind as he approached the dense air wall at the edge of the dungeon. This was the boundary of the dungeon, and beyond it lay a chaotic void where ordinary people would meet their end. Jiang Feng's mind stirred. Buzz. The magic value within him began to stir restlessly. Magic value E92009-25050 MP. A consumption of 50 points per second is not significant against a backdrop of nearly 10,000 magic points. In the next moment, the indestructible air wall that separated reality from the dungeon suddenly changed in his eyes. It no longer felt like an obstacle, but rather like a thin layer of mist. Jiang Feng reached out his hand, gently probing. He passed through. The sensation was wondrous, akin to dipping his hand into jelly. There was a slight resistance, yet it could not hinder him. Is this the true worth of a mythic-level skill? Jiang Feng grinned, stepping forward as his body became transparent, like a ghost, directly merging into the terrifying void. Outside the dungeon at the playground of Dongjiang 4th High School, the atmosphere had become incredibly tense. A pitch-black armed helicopter sat in the center of the playground, its propellers still lazily spinning, causing the skirts of nearby girls to flutter wildly. Li Yin sat confidently on a folding chair brought by his aide, a cigarette dangling from his lips, seemingly endless. Behind him stood 2 rows of armed soldiers, each with sharp gazes, truly elite warriors seasoned with blood. The old principal wiped sweat from his brow, standing beside him with a forced smile. General, is this a bit too grand? Scaring the children isn't good either. Scaring. Li Yin flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, crushing it under his military boot. Do you think the one who can wipe out monsters in a hell-level dungeon would be scared by this little setup? You underestimate today's youth too much. After saying this, he glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. 30 seconds left until the dungeon forced. Li Yin stood up, adjusted the collar of his coat, his eyes filled with fervor. Everyone listen up. When the person emerges, no matter what they look like, even if they're a beggar, salute them immediately. That is our Dongjiang hero. Yes. The roar echoed. The students who had just completed the normal dungeon watched enviously, their eyes gleaming. This is the status of a big shot. A military leader personally welcoming them with all the faculty and students gathered to watch. Isn't this walking tall in Dongjiang City from now on? Li Yan's plan was thorough. He intended to treat this big shot with the highest honors, not believing they wouldn't be enlisted by the military. However, it seemed that things might not end up as Li Yan imagined. At this moment, Shen Xingmi stood at the front of the crowd, having just completed a hard-level dungeon, which should have made her the center of attention. Yet now everyone was fixated on the blood-red portal, with not a single glance cast in her direction. She bit her lip, her expression complicated. Who exactly is this big shot? Time ticked by. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The blood-red portal emitted an unwilling hum, its light flashing violently for a moment before it extinguished. The originally distorted spatial vortex quickly stabilized, turning into ordinary air. Empty. No one. The playground fell into dead silence. Only the wind rustled through the leaves alongside the awkward sound of the propeller spinning. Li Yan's smile froze. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, confirming that the door was indeed closed. Not even a ghostly shadow emerged. Where are the people? Li Yan turned his head to the technician beside him, his gaze fierce enough to devour. The technician nearly dropped his keyboard, fingers flying across the holographic screen in a cold sweat. Report, General. The data indicates the dungeon has indeed closed. That big shot should have come out. Nonsense. Li Yan kicked over a nearby chair. If they've exited, where are they? Did they get eaten by... No. It's impossible. The technician swallowed hard. The completion record shows a perfect, clear, indicating the player was unharmed. However, the signal source for that ID suddenly vanished 1 second before the dungeon closed. Vanished. Li Yan froze. He had fought all his life and seen all kinds of strange talents and skills, but he had never heard of anyone disappearing out of thin air in front of everyone. General, could it be some sort of high-level spatial skill? The aide leaned in, whispering, like a directional teleportation scroll. Nonsense. Even those old geezers in the capital have few such scrolls. Where would a newly awakened student? Li Yan cursed, but then suddenly seemed to realize something, his narrow eyes bursting with a gleam. Wait. War Titan, hidden profession. If this kid obtained some incredible skill book in the dungeon. Li Yan suddenly stopped being angry. He looked at the empty playground, suddenly grinning widely, his laughter growing louder until he couldn't stand up straight. Good kid. Not only can he fight, but he can also run. He even played a trick right under my nose. I've truly stumbled this time. The people around stared in shock. Has this general gone mad with anger? Li Yan laughed enough, suddenly waving his hand, the hem of his coat slicing through the air. Fall back. General, aren't we going to investigate? The aide looked bewildered. Investigate what? They clearly don't want you fools to see them. I prefer this capable and clever little monster. Pass the order down. All information on this batch of awakened students is classified. Anyone who dares to leak even a word, it'll have them executed. Yes. The helicopter roared into the sky, leaving behind a group of stunned faculty and students. Shen Qingni looked at the sky, inexplicably remembering Jiang Feng's unremarkable silhouette. The figure that had rejected her invitation to team up, walking alone towards the magic tower. No, it's impossible. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought from her mind. Unblevel talent, how could he achieve such earth-shattering feats? Meanwhile, Dongjiang City, the old district. In a dilapidated alley, the air suddenly rippled like water. A figure appeared out of thin air, his feet slightly faltering as he nearly stepped into a puddle nearby. My control over the point of void walking is still not precise enough. I almost ended up in Aunt Wang's bathhouse next door. Jiang Feng steadied himself, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This was a dead end 3 kilometers away from the school, a place near his home that was usually deserted. Safely landed. He glanced towards the school, though faintly there seemed to be alarm sounds coming from that direction. Let them search slowly. Jiang Feng hummed a tune, leisurely walking home. This old community didn't even have an elevator, and the motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered unpredictably. Yet at this moment, everything seemed incredibly pleasing to him. Why? Because he had money in his pocket. Just now, while traveling through the void, he casually counted the contents of his backpack. Gold coins over 3 million. He could buy a large villa in the city center, hire 2 maids, and still have enough money to eat lobsters until he vomited. Jiang Feng pushed open the somewhat rusty security door of his house. There was no one at home. His parents' ordinary workers were still working overtime at the factory at this hour. This is the cruelty of this world. Without talent, even if one worked to the bone, one could only barely make ends meet. But starting today, it would be different. Jiang Feng walked into the small bedroom, threw himself onto the bed, and stared at the moldy spot on the ceiling, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. The ancient war titan, master of all professions. He raised his hand and grasped at the air. It felt as though he had seized the entirety of the future. This is just the beginning. Once I handle this gear and convert it into resources in reality, I'll head to the auction house to sweep up some skill books. Jiang Feng turned over and fished out his cracked phone from beneath the pillow. As soon as it powered on, various news notifications popped up. They were all about the wind expert. The bold, eye-catching headlines were shocking: citywide lockdown. Where is the hell's first passer hiding? General Li Yin declares we will dig 3 feet into the ground to find this wind god. In-depth analysis: the mysterious big shot may be a descendant of a hidden family with an extremely reclusive personality. Seeing those serious yet nonsensical analyses, Jiang Feng nearly laughed out loud. What kind of reclusive master? It's simply absurd. There were even quite a few experts analyzing the psychological profile of this mysterious big shot. If these so-called experts knew that the hidden big shot they were talking about was currently staring blankly at the leftover food in the microwave, they would probably choke on their glasses. Creak. The rusty security door let out a mournful creak. His parents had returned. Their footsteps were heavy and dragging like 2 old machines in disrepair. His father Zhang Zhangwo wore a pair of faded blue work clothes reeking of machine oil. His mother Lu Salon carried a semi-transparent plastic bag containing a few hard steamed buns and half a discounted roast duck. Xiao Feng still not asleep. Lu Zuelan saw her son and forced a weary smile. Are you starving? Mom is heating up the dishes. The workshop was delayed tonight because they were rushing that batch of defective products. It's fine, I just got back too. Jiang Feng took the plastic bag, glancing at his father. Old Jiang seemed a bit off today. Instead of his usual demand for a couple of ounces of loose white wine upon entering, he sulkily walked to the balcony and lit a cheap red plum cigarette. The smoke swirled under the dim yellow light, his back hunched like a low-quality bow that could not be drawn. Dad, is there trouble at the factory? Jiang Feng asked casually while plating the roast duck. Sigh. Jiang Jiangguo took a deep drag and crushed the cigarette, but on the windowsill, as if extinguishing some form of resentment. That Li Chou Baopi says if profits are down, he'll have to cut jobs. It's clearly the machines that are aging and breaking down, but he insists it's our mistakes, deducting our performance points and trying to force us out. All right, old man, don't say such depressing things in front of the kid. Lu Zuelan brought out the heated buns, her eyes slightly red. I'll just go wash dishes for someone if it comes to that. As long as Xiao Feng can make something of himself, it's no big deal if we suffer a bit. By the way, Xiao Feng, how did the awakening go today? Finally, the main topic had arrived. Jiang Feng took a bite of the bun and replied in a tone as calm as if he were discussing the price of cabbage today. It was all right, lucky enough to have a grade talent. Grade. Jiang Jiangguo suddenly turned around, his murky eyes widening like bronze bells. That's elite talent. Good boy. The ancestral grave of our Jiang family isn't just smoking, it's on fire. The kid next door, Wang, just awakened at grade. He practically looks down on everyone with his nostrils. It's not that impressive, it's just a supportive talent called diligence, can supplement deficiency, which provides a bit more experience when defeating monsters. Jiang Feng poured a glass of water for his father, wrapping the logic tightly. Although the combat power is average in today's world, being a power leveling assistant for the boss is quite a desirable position, fast to level up and safe. Power leveling is great. Power leveling is great. Loot Salon nodded repeatedly, letting out a sigh of relief. I was afraid you'd awaken as some kind of berserker charging into battle that would cost you your life. It's much safer to gain experience by sticking close to the boss. The couple was evidently very pleased with this outcome. In the survival philosophy of the lower-class populace, nothing was more important than staying alive and stability. By the way, Zhang Jiangguo seemed to remember something, his expression suddenly becoming excited like an old man gossiping. Have you heard? Today a big shot known as Wind cleared the Hell Dungeon that even geniuses could not pass. Even General Li Yan of the military district sent an armed helicopter to pick him up. The hype. TSK. I heard about it earlier. It's all the buzz at the market. Lu Qilin's face was filled with envy. That's like the literary stars descending from heaven. If only our Xiao Feng could achieve even half. No, just 1% of that, I wouldn't feel my life was wasted. Jiang Feng lowered his head to drink kanji, using the edge of the bowl to hide the smile he couldn't suppress. 1%? What would that even be? Probably enough for me to kill a chicken for some fun. Dadmom. Jiang Feng put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming slightly serious. Actually, today was really good luck. I found a skill book at the edge of the dungeon, and as soon as I exited it was taken by the guild. Skill book. Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback, instantly alert. How much did you sell it for? Didn't they cheat you? Those guild folks are slicker than coal. Not much. Jiang Feng reached into his hoodie pocket, actually retrieving it from his system backpack, and pulled out 2 stacks of vibrant red 100 yuan bills, gently placing them on the wobbly table. 20,000. The living room fell silent, so quiet one could hear the television sound from next door. For a family that earned less than 5,000 a month and had to pay off a mortgage and medical expenses, this stack of red bills was not just money, it was a fortune, a lifeline. In truth, Jiang Feng had over 3 million gold coins in his backpack, a sum substantial enough to buy several shops in Dongjiang City. But he dared not take it out. If he were to suddenly throw out 3 million now, his parents would probably be too suspicious to sleep tonight, wondering if he had robbed a bank in disguise. 20,000 was just right. Stuck at the reasonable income limit for a grade talent newbie, it could alleviate immediate troubles without raising suspicion. So much. Lu Qilin's hands trembled, a habit from years of labor. She wanted to touch the money, but hesitated. Take it. Jiang Feng pushed the money over with an undeniable tone. Dad, forget about that lousy factory. It's not worth the effort. Use this money to clear the debts first, and with what's left, buy some ribs to nourish yourselves. I will join the guild. There will be plenty of opportunities for this kind of extra income. Jiang Jiangguo looked at the money on the table, then at his son's still youthful but steady face, and his eyes turned red in an instant. This man, bent by life, opened his mouth. After 1,000 words, he finally only managed to choke out a nasal tone. Good boy. You've grown up. This dinner, although it consisted of pickled vegetables, buns, and cold roast duck, felt like a grand feast to the... It was late at night, 10:30. Jiang Feng returned to the cramped bedroom, locked the door, and shut out the excited whispers of his parents in the living room. As soon as the door closed, the warmth on his face instantly faded, replaced by absolute calm. 20,000 can only solve survival, not destiny. He skillfully powered up the second-hand computer that ran like a tractor, bypassing the usual browser to log directly into a secret dark web forum, Dongjiang Underground Black Market. Since he had changed his class to the unique ancient war titan possessing the dual cultivation of combat techniques, extraordinary trait, relying solely on those 2 mage skills was clearly a waste. He needed to find something hardcore to test just how outrageous the wisdom bonus physical damage could be. The mouse wheel scrolled rapidly, the screen's glow reflecting in his dark eyes. Common skill books. He ignored them. Blank equipment. He dismissed them. Flipping to the 13th page of the trading area, a red highlighted anonymous pinned post instantly captured his attention. Urgent sale, rare warrior skill book, brutal charge, and passive skill, heavy armor mastery. The seller urgently needs gold to recover, no platform involved. Meet at East Jiang Black Market Area C at midnight. Brutal charge. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful expression crossing his face. This was the core displacement and hard control skill for warriors. The entire charge path was invulnerable, and anyone hit would be stunned. Coupled with his now absurd strength and physique, this was not just a brutal charge, it was practically a humanoid bulldozer. And then there was heavy armor mastery. Although the system classified him as a mage, he was a rather unconventional one. If a mage with infinite mana regeneration and turret-level magic damage donned a set of high defense, thick heavy armor while wielding a staff as a hammer, the image was simply too beautiful, a dimensional strike against the profession of mage. I'll take it. Jiang Feng glanced at the time and shut down the computer. He dug out a black hooded sweatshirt from the depths of his wardrobe and found a plain white faceless mask he had bought at a comic convention to put on his face. Dad, Mom, I'm going to bed now. Oh, I need to report to the guild for training early tomorrow. He shouted towards the door for cover, locking it behind him. In the next second, the space in the room rippled slightly. Skill activated, void walk, no magic circle, no casting time. Jiang Feng's figure instantly became ethereal, like a drop of ink dissolving into the deep sea, directly ignoring the solid concrete walls, vanishing into the vast night. The night beneath Dongjiang City was even more boisterous than above. Here there were no laws, only rules. The dark alley, transformed from an air raid shelter in the old district, was the largest awakening black market in Dongjiang City. Neon signs flickered with ambiguous light in the humid mist, the air mixed with the scent of cheap perfume, blood, and oil, exuding a distinct cyberpunk vibe. Ziz. A surveillance camera in the corner of the alley suddenly glitched for a moment. A figure cloaked in black appeared as if it had emerged from an ink wash, painting materializing in a blind spot. Jiang Feng adjusted the mask on his face, pulling the hood low to reveal only a pair of calm, deep eyes. The entrance fee was 10,000 gold. Jiang Feng tossed it without even blinking. The burly man at the door took the gold weighted in his hand and scanned Jiang Feng's black robe, which bore no guild insignia, breaking into a grin. These days lone wolves have it tough. Brother, be careful not to be swallowed whole, skin and bones. Jiang Feng ignored him and plunged straight into the bustling crowd. Even in the dead of night, the black market was still abuzz with voices. Stalls on either side were filled with freshly unearthed bloody equipment, unknown beast limbs, and even contracts for slaves of dubious origin. Jiang Feng's target was clear, the skill book store. He felt like a beggar clutching a mountain of gold, possessing several thousand terrifying attributes and infinite mana, yet his means were limited to merely casting fireballs. Old Black's General Store. Jiang Feng stopped in front of a shop with a tattered sign. This place looked unremarkable, yet it was recognized in the forum as a treasure trove. The owner was a mysterious black marketeer who, as long as the price was right, would even sell standard equipment from the city defense army. Despite the skills and equipment already purchased manifesting in the real world, the vast majority of people would not choose to acquire equipment with the true prefix, simply because the early levels were too low and the speed of equipment iteration was rapid. After purchase, it would quickly depreciate, at most serving as a temporary transitional item. In stark contrast, once a skill was purchased, it would be permanently usable, and its effects would completely sync with the real world. In the game world, skill books could be directly purchased from NPCs and bookstores. However, black market merchants in reality had a more diverse sourcing channel. They either took on agency businesses from various companies and gaming clubs at low prices to bulk acquire skill books, or acquired scarce skill items dropped by various hunting teams during missions for profit. At this moment, the store was dimly lit with only a few crystal balls emitting a faint blue light. Behind the counter, an old man as thin as a monkey was using a magnifying glass to appraise a magic core, not looking up. If you want to buy something, look for yourself. Materials are on the left, equipment on the right, and skill books are in the middle. No bargaining. A fake would cost 10 lives. Of course that was a life. Jiang Feng said nothing and walked to the middle shelf, his fingers brushing over the dusty spines of the books. Elementary water bullet technique, 5,000 gold. This skill is indeed a bit weak. Vine entanglement, 8,000 gold. A load image minor control skill, buying it made no difference. Firewall technique, 200 gold. It seemed somewhat useful, but for Jiang Feng, it was merely a waste. Jiang Feng's gaze was as discerning as someone picking out cabbage at a market. If placed before other students, seeing these skill books costing tens of thousands of gold, they would probably not dare to breathe loudly. Just one skill book cost more than the monthly wage of an ordinary worker, or even higher. Yet Jiang Feng now, with over 3 million gold quietly resting in his backpack, he had the confidence to look down on everything. This was what they called financial capability. Boss. Jiang Feng casually pulled out a skill book, glowing with a faint blue aura, and tossed it onto the counter. Rare mage skill, resist fire ring, able to instantly repel enemies within 5 meters around me. The old man's eyelids flickered as he glanced at the skill book. Good eye, it's a life-saving skill. One price, 150000. This price was marked up by at least 30%, but the skill was indeed rare. Wrap it up. Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse, intentionally disguised. He didn't even want to haggle. Wasn't going into a dungeon, just a matter of taking out a boss with one hit. Why bother struggling here? He immediately tossed out another book. Frost armor increases physical defense and slows attackers. He'll take it. Arcane missile, multi-segment tracking strikes. Although it has low single target damage, I have plenty of mana. Cough, I like it, and he'll take it too. One skill book after another was slapped onto the counter, making a dull sound. The old man's originally indifferent expression gradually solidified, no longer looking through the magnifying glass, his eyes wide, as they followed Jiang Feng's movements up and down. Was he here to stock up? In just 2 minutes, Jiang Feng had already chosen 7 or 8 mage skill books with a total price exceeding 600,000. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Feng turned and walked toward the warrior section in the corner. There the dust was even thicker, clearly indicating that mages rarely frequented places filled with muscle brutes. His finger paused on a dark red cover. Warrior's Rare Skill Book, Barbaric Charge. Effect: fearlessly charge forward, dealing strength x1. 5i physical damage to enemies in the path and forcing them back. Upon hitting the target, inflict 1.5 seconds of stun. During the charge, remain in an invulnerable state. That's it. Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly upwards. What does a mage fear? Fear of being approached. But this mage fears that the enemy won't come close. Just think about it. When the enemy thinks I'm a frail mage and finally rushes in to reap the rewards, I can turn around and unleash a barbaric charge into their arms, then smash their crown with my staff. What a scene, so merciful, so benevolent. Jiang Feng pulled out the barbaric charge and also grabbed a book titled Furious Strike. Greatly enhances the damage of the next normal attack at the expense of health and a passive skill, heavy armor mastery. He slammed these 3 books onto the counter, leaving even Old Black dumbfounded. Brother. Old Black swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Feng like he was an idiot. If I'm not mistaken, all the skills you picked are mage skills, right? These few are the core techniques of a warrior and all require an extremely high strength attribute threshold. A mage adding strength. That would be something done only by someone incredibly bold. What are you checking my credentials while selling books? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow beneath his cloak and pulled out a crystal card from his sleeve. This is an anonymous prepaid card commonly used in the black market. Add these to the mage skills from earlier. How much does that total? Old Black choked for a moment, but upon seeing the gleaming card immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Who cares if he's bold or not? Money talks. Alright. Resist Fire Ring costs 15000, and this pile of beginner spells comes to a bundle price of 2000. This barbaric charge is a rare item hardly circulated on the market, so it'll be 3500. And these 2 books. Old Black's calculations clicked away, ultimately declaring a total of 8800 gold coins. Let's round it off to 85000. This amount, if it got out, could bankrupt any small guild in Donjiang City. But Jiang Feng merely nodded lightly. Charge it. Just as he was about to hand over the crystal card, a hand adorned with diamond-studded white gloves suddenly intervened, pressing down on the barbaric charge. Hold on. A somewhat frivolous male voice sounded from behind Jiang Feng, carrying an arrogant air of superiority. I've been looking for this book for half a month, and I want it too. Jiang Feng didn't stop his actions, not even turning his head, just exerted a slight force with his wrist, continuing to push the crystal card forward. First come, first served, understand. The owner of the hand seemed unprepared to be ignored, scoffing coldly, and suddenly exerted force with his fingers, attempting to forcibly snatch the book away. Rip! The book remained motionless, as if it were welded to the counter. Jiang Feng's staggering 310 strength attribute, coupled with 925 wisdom equivalent to strength, meant that even a casual press was not something an ordinary awakened could budge. Moi! The young man behind him expressed surprise, evidently astonished that he couldn't overpower a black. Only then did Jiang Feng turn his head. In his line of sight stood a young man dressed in expensive enchanted leather armor, his face radiating the aura of a second-generation rich kid, accompanied by 2 expressionless bodyguards, both around level 15, clearly elite enforcers. This friend, the young man flicked his slightly numbed hand, his expression darkening. I am Zhao Feng, the son of the vice president of the Fierce Lion Guild. This barbaric charge is crucial for my class change. Show me some respect, and let me take it first. The Fierce Lion Guild is among the top 3 powers in Donjiang City, indeed possessing some leverage. The surrounding onlookers, who were initially eager to watch, began to retreat, fearing they might get splattered with blood. Old Black shrank behind the counter, eyes gleaming as if enjoying the show. In the black market, once outside the store, life and death are left to fate, but inside the store, the one with the most money holds the power. Show you respect. Jiang Feng's voice, masked beneath his disguise, carried a hint of peculiar amusement. He really wanted to laugh. With hundreds of thousands in his possession, daring to break through the military's encirclement, how could this second-generation rich kid think he could use his face to steal the spotlight? What's your face worth? A few bucks a pound, Jiang Feng countered. Zhao Feng's face stiffened, followed by a flash of embarrassment and anger. Ill offered double. 70000. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Jiang Feng. This is my face. If you can offer more, I'll let you take the book. But looking at your ragged outfit, I bet those mage books just emptied your pockets, right? Double, huh? Jiang Feng sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. Zhao Feng thought he had frightened him, letting out a triumphant snort as he reached for the book. Boss. Jiang Feng suddenly turned to Old Black, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the beauty of the moon tonight. In this store, all skill books, regardless of the profession, even if it's a summoner summoning skeletons, as long as they are of blue quality or above. He paused, pulling out another crystal card from his pocket, stacking it with the previous one, gently slapping it onto the counter. The crisp sound of the impact resonated sharply in the silent store. I'll take them all. Additionally, for this barbaric charge, I'll offer ones of 000. Zhang Feng turned his head, looking at Zhao Feng's expression frozen on his face. That mocking mask under the light appeared particularly derisive, his voice slicing like an ice blade. Want to compete with me in wealth? I won't indulge you. Silence. In the black market skill store, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhao Feng's smirk froze on his face, akin to a failed image load hanging there embarrassingly. 1 million. The bodyguard behind him swallowed hard, his throat moving. This amount could buy them a few worthless lives. What are you putting on airs for? Zhao Feng snapped back to reality, veins bulging on his neck, pointing at the plain black crystal card in Zhang Feng's hand, his voice shrill. With this piece of junk that doesn't even have a flashy effect. If you can swipe 1 million, Zhao Feng will eat this counter whole today. Zhang Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, gently tapping the counter's surface with his fingers, his tone as if haggling for scallions at the market. Swipe the card, hurry up. Old Black didn't hesitate either, although his hands trembled slightly. His professionalism remained intact. Whether he was a madman or a wealthy tycoon securing the funds is what matters. Beep. The crisp electronic sound echoed in the narrow store like heavenly music. Transaction successful. Gold deducted 185,000. 1 million was the bid that would crush Zhao Feng, while 85,000 was the money to clear the mage area. Nearly 2 million gold coins spent without a blink. That single beep sounded louder than any slap, directly shattering Zhao Feng's face. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned the color of liver, his breath quickening like a bellows. He had been dominating Donjiang City for so many years, always using money to crush others. Today, he was actually humiliated by a passerby in such a nouveau riche manner. It was akin to driving a Ferrari to show off only to have a Wuling Hongguang next to you take off at supersonics. Zhao Feng was furious and ashamed. A cold glint flashed in his hand as a poisoned dagger slid into his palm, murderous intent surging instantly. A hoarse cough struck Zhao Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. In the shadows of the corner, two terrifying auras instantly locked onto him. They were the dark sentinels of the black market, at least level 30 experts. Killing a second-generation rich kid like him was as easy as killing a chicken. Young Master Zhao, Old Hay hummed contentedly as he packed a pile of skill books, not even looking up. This store does small business. If you want to be wild, just turn left and go out. If you break something, the Savage Lion Guild can afford it, but your life may not be worth it. Zhao Feng's spine went cold as he forcibly retracted the dagger. This was the underground black market and no man's land. Even the military dared not easily tread. He could not provoke the forces behind this old man. Good, very good. Zhao Feng stared fiercely at the man in the black robe, wearing a comical smiling mask, his gaze venomous like a snake. You have money, huh? Hope you live to spend it. He suddenly waved his hand and turned to leave with two bodyguards. Before exiting, he made an unabashed throat-cutting gesture to the bodyguard beside him. Zhang Feng watched this scene through the mask, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to laugh. This classic don't leave after school scene he had seen in novels hundreds of times. He never expected to be the protagonist today. Boss, hey, raise your goods a little bit. Old Hay pushed over a large package of skill books, his wrinkled old face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Little brother, you're generous. This ring is just a token. Take it and play with it. Old Hay pulled out a dull gray iron ring from a clutter box under the counter. This was just a low-level power ring, 2 strength, thrown on the street, and even a dog wouldn't bother to pick it up. Zhang Feng didn't mind even a mosquito's leg as meat and reached out to take it. Just as his fingertip touched the ring, removing ring seal. Detected host's luck value is extremely high, 25 points, triggering the turning stone into gold mechanism. Buzz. A brilliant golden light flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, visible only to him. The originally rusty iron ring instantly shed its surface grime, revealing a deep starry dark gold material beneath. Acquired equipment: Starfall Ring, unique growth type, quality dark gold, attributes all attributes 10, special effect Lucky Strike, 1 chance to deal 10 times critical damage on attack. Zhang Feng's eyes hidden under the mask widened sharply. All attributes 10. What does this mean? As level increases, the higher the base attributes, the more insane this ring becomes. And it also has a 10 times critical hit. This is no mere token, this is clearly the embryo of a divine artifact. I wonder if it can stack with my luck attributes. If it can, this is probably even more powerful than a divine artifact. If Old Hay knew, he casually handed out a seaside mansion. No half of Donjiang City, he would probably find a data cable to hang himself at the door. Thanks. Zhang Feng put on the ring, feeling his overall attributes surge again, in a good mood. He swept that pile of priceless skill books into his backpack and turned to leave. At this moment, at 1 o'clock in the morning, deep in the dark alley. This is a dead corner of surveillance with sewage flowing on the ground, exuding a putrid smell. Indeed, a great place for murder and smuggling. Zhang Feng had just walked 100 meters when he paused. The entrances and exits were already blocked. Running away? Why aren't you running now? Zhao Feng stepped out from the shadows, playing with the blue glowing dagger in his hand, a cruel smile on his face, like a cat teasing a mouse. Kid, weren't you very arrogant in the shop just now? You offered me $1 million. Killing you is enough for me to exchange for a full set of top-notch red gear. This is a blood profit. 2 bodyguards flanked him. One was a shield warrior, LV-16 armed with a giant shield, and the other a berserker, LV-15 wielding dual daggers. With this lineup, if an ordinary mage were to come, they would be the meat on the chopping block. Take off the mask, kneel down, and knock your head 3 times, and hand over your backpack. Zhao Feng licked his lips, his eyes greedy. I might consider just breaking your 2 legs, leaving you a life to beg. Zhang Feng stood still, neither moving nor speaking. What was he doing? He was allocating skill points. Learned Wild Charge, LV1. Learned Fire Resistance Ring, LV1. Learned Mastery of Heavy Armor, LV1. As a large number of skill books transformed into light dots and disappeared, Zhang Feng felt a brute force filling his limbs. It was an impulse to smash through all obstacles before him. Are you scared, silly? The berserker bodyguard behind him sneered with disdain. Young master, don't waste words with him. Time is of the essence. He'll take him down. Before he finished speaking, the berserker suddenly pushed off the ground, charging toward Zhang Feng's back like a cannonball. A mage. Once enclosed, they are just thin paper easily pierced through. However, the black-robed man they viewed as a lamb to slaughter suddenly moved. He neither chanted a spell nor created distance to kite. Zhang Feng abruptly turned around, gripping the valuable crimson flame magic staff as if it were a firewood stick, holding it horizontally across his chest. In the next second, boom. The cement ground beneath Zhang Feng exploded, spiderweb-like cracks crazily spreading in all directions. Skill activated. Wild Charge. 310 points of base strength plus 925 points of wisdom plus 560 points of constitution multiplied by 5 all attributes title and 10 all attributes bonus. Starfall Ring. The real damage converted by the hidden profession Ancient War Titan. Zhang Feng's entire being transformed into a black shadow, advancing rather than retreating, charging heat into the berserker. This is what is known as using an egg to strike a stone. No, it was using violence to counter violence. Looking for death. The berserker's eyes flashed with disdain. Oh, a mage dared to clash with a berserker. That was a death wish. The 2 figures collided violently in the narrow alleyway. There was no scene of the mage being knocked away as expected. Oh, only a sound that made one's teeth ache like a watermelon exploding. Crack. The berserker's scream had just begun to resonate when it abruptly ceased. At the moment of contact, he felt as if he had crashed into a speeding high-speed train. The dual daggers in his hands broke apart, and his entire body flew backward at twice the speed he had come, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley. Boom. The wall collapsed, dust flying. The level 15 berserker was embedded in the wall, his chest caved in, blood spurting from his mouth, and nose clearly on the verge of gasping for air. Wah! What a... Zhao Feng, who was ready to watch the show, had his smile freeze on his face, his eyes nearly pop. Is this really a mage? Which mage charges in more fiercely than a mud truck? Moreover, he just bought heavy armor for his little brother today, which boasts astonishing defensive power capable of withstanding 8 powerful attacks from a level 20 awakened. Really? Just one encounter, and this kid got taken out in a second. The shield warrior bodyguard in front reacted swiftly, immediately raising his heavy tower shield to block in front of Zhao Feng, shouting, "Young master, retreat quickly. This kid is playing tricks. He must be a high-level warrior dressed in a mage's robe. Be careful." Zhang Feng dispatched one opponent and turned around, the comical smile on his mask appearing particularly eerie in the moonlight. Without any hesitation, he waved his staff. No fireball was launched. He initiated a second charge, targeting the armored kin of steel holding the shield. Come on. My shield has a defense power of 500. Even a warrior of the same level can't break through it. The shield warrior roared, a yellow-brown light glowing around him as he activated the skill Unmovable as a Mountain. Zhang Feng's figure flashed like lightning, instantly closing in. No fancy techniques, just a simple and brutal normal attack. A heavy swing of the staff against the tower shield. 100 trigger, characteristic Fury of the War Titan. This attack deals true damage equivalent to Wisdom Constitution Strength. The super terrifying true damage, even if the defense is 999. 9 billion is useless, directly ignoring the defense. Numerical monsters don't lie, they are particularly pragmatic. Bang! A deafening sound erupted like thunder on a clear day. That indestructible steel tower shield shattered into countless fragments under Zhang Feng's staff, like fragile glass. The staff continued its momentum, striking heavily on the shield warrior's head. The burly man didn't even grunt, his head tilted, slumping to the ground like a pile of mud, the heavy helmet caving in. Physical transcendence, immediate death. The alley fell silent in an instant. Only the distant barking of an unknown dog remained. Zhang Feng flicked the non-existent blood off his staff and turned to look at the now frightened Zhao Feng. At this moment Zhao Feng's legs had gone weak, leaning against the wall, trembling as a warm liquid trickled down his pant leg. His two proud high-level bodyguards couldn't even last a second before this monster. What kind of monster is this? A mage? To hell with mages. Which mage can shatter a shield warrior's shield with a single blow? This is unscientific. You don't come over. Zhao Feng's voice trembled, tinged with a cry. My dad is the vice president of the Mad Lion Guild. I have money, I'll give you however much you want. Zhang Feng stepped closer, looking down at this rich second generation who had just been so arrogant. Money. Zhang Feng reached out, ripped off the priceless gemstone necklace from Zhao Feng's neck, and skillfully slid off the 3 storage rings from his fingers. The action, so smooth, it was almost painful to watch. Now they are mine. Zhang Feng's voice was flat, as if he were taking his own cabbage from the market. As for your dad. Zhang Feng raised his hand and slapped Zhao Feng's face. Smack. Zhao Feng spun twice on the spot, 2 bloody teeth flying out, eyes rolling back as he fainted. Next time have them send more wealthy people. This is hardly enough. Zhang Feng finished looting, glancing at the mess on the ground, and skillfully activated a skill. Void Walk. The spatial ripples surged, and that terrifying black figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a floor covered in debris and 3 oblivious, unlucky ones. That night, a terrifying urban legend spread through the black market of Dongjiang City. If you encounter a man wearing a mage's robe and a smiling mask in a dark alley, never believe he is a mage. That's a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Whoever believes will die. The morning mist had not yet dispersed when the red brick wall of Dongjiang No. 4 High School was gilded by the rising sun. The air was filled with the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with an undeniable sense of restlessness. Zhang Feng slung the faded canvas bag over one shoulder, a half-eaten meat bun clamped between his lips, leisurely strolling into the school gate. After a night of shopping in the black market and casually transcending a few clueless guys, he was now struggling to keep his eyelids open. As soon as he entered the school gate, he sensed something was off. It was too noisy. Normally at this hour the seniors would either be reciting skill formulas or discussing equipment parameters, looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. But today the playground sounded like it had exploded, everyone shouting at the top of their lungs. Did you hear? That wind god last night was incredible. He didn't even use the main entrance, just evaporated on the spot. Nonsense. My cousin is in the city defense army, he said. General Li Yin was so furious he almost smashed a helicopter. He said he'd dig 3 feet into the ground to find the guy. So damn cool. He didn't even give face to the mad dog general. That's the true grandeur of a big shot. Zhang Feng bit into the bun, expressionless as he passed by the group of classmates, spitting saliva everywhere. Experiencing the gossip firsthand was quite a peculiar feeling. He arrived in front of the bulletin board, which was already surrounded by a crowd. At the center, a huge notice with a red background and black letters was posted, stamped with the blood-red seal of the Dongjiang Military District, exuding an aura of menace. Bounty notice: searching for the player nicknamed Wind, who cleared the hell-level dungeon. Any information leading to the individual will earn a reward of 1 million federal coins. Those who directly assist the military in locating the individual will receive a reward of 5 million plus a villa in the city center and its class resource quota. Sign Li Yin 1/1000. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes, counting the zeros, feeling utterly unfazed, even wanting to laugh. Fortunately, he had concealed his ID in advance, otherwise General Li would have found him long ago. He didn't want to be discovered by other forces before he had sufficient strength. Make way, make way. The morning meeting is starting. The director of education's loud voice, which had its own amplification, rang out. On the podium, the old principal Wang Jiangwo looked exceptionally radiant, his signature Mediterranean hairstyle shining in the sunlight. He looked even more excited than on his second marriage day, his hand holding the microphone trembling. Students, silence. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air and the entire venue fell silent. I believe everyone knows. Just yesterday, in our Dongjiang city, a peerless genius who soloed a hell-level dungeon was born. The voice of the old principal rose sharply, directly breaking into a shout, spraying spittle on the front row of students. According to the precise calculations of military big data, this extraordinary talent is one of our newly awakened students from No. 4 High School. Wow. This statement was like throwing a cigarette, but into a barrel of gasoline. All the students went wild, eyeing each other with suspicion and anticipation, wishing that each of them had a sticker on their forehead saying, I am the big shot. Is it someone from our school? No way could it be my desk mate. Don't kid yourself, your desk mate has an 11 life talent. Even killing a chicken is a struggle. Then it must be Zhang Kuang from class 1. He awakened as an 11 berserker. That doesn't seem right, as Zhang Kuang was crying for his mom after being bullied by wild boars in a normal dungeon yesterday. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes. The old principal stood on the stage, his murky old eyes shining like 2 searchlights, scanning every formation below inch by inch. He was searching. searching for that student whose gaze was unruly and whose demeanor was cool, clearly not an ordinary person. His eyes swept past the second class of seniors. Jiang Feng stood at the back of the line, tucking his chin in, perfectly blocking his line of sight, using the body of a 200-pound student in front of him. He held the last bite of the bun skin, struggling with whether to throw it away or eat it. The old principal's gaze lingered in that corner for only 0.1 seconds before disdainfully moving on. A leveling talent, evidently not within his radar. Whoever this student is. The old principal waved his fist passionately. You are the pride of No. For high school. Please do not hesitate, step forward. The country needs you. The school will grant you the highest scholarship. Jiang Feng stuffed the bun skin into his mouth, expressionless as he swallowed. The meat filling was a bit scant, low rating. The morning meeting concluded and the crowd dispersed. Jiang Feng walked towards the classroom with the flow of people, yet his mind was preoccupied with pressing matters. The items he found on those 2 bodyguards last night still needed to be dealt with. He had to find an opportunity to visit the black market auction house. And then there was that drafty window at home and his father's ever-ailing legs. Jiang Feng. A cold voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The once noisy crowd around him fell silent for a moment, and immediately countless envious gazes sharp as swords pierced through him. Jiang Feng halted his steps and looked up. Shen Qingni stood before him. Today she still wore her standard white combat uniform, accentuating her graceful figure with her high ponytail tied back, exuding both competence and pride. She was the owner of the Shrank talent, the Frost Empress, a favored daughter of heaven and the dream girl of all the boys in school. At this moment her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Her gaze was complex, filled with curiosity, confusion, and a hint of an indescribable intuition. A woman's sixth sense can sometimes be unfathomably accurate. Yesterday at the entrance of the instance, she had watched that figure and couldn't shake the feeling that it had some bizarre overlap with the Feng mentioned in the subsequent world announcement. Though her rational mind told her it was absurd, she couldn't help but want to confirm it. Is something the matter? Jiang Feng's tone was flat, devoid of sycophantic flattery or the astonishment of being addressed by the school beauty. Shen Qingni's brow furrowed slightly. It was too calm. On this morning when the whole school was buzzing about the wind god, everyone was filled with excitement, yet Jiang Feng, with eyes like a stagnant pool, seemed disinterested in everything around him. Yesterday. Shen Qingni paused, her gaze sharp as a knife. Did you enter an instance? I did. Jiang Feng nodded, utterly unruffled. Which instance? The mutated chicken farm, LV1. Jiang Feng shrugged, pointing at the school badge on his chest. I'm just a rank talent. Where else would I go? Am I supposed to go die in the dark forest? Shen Qingni stared into his eyes, trying to uncover a hint of panic or lie. But there was none. In those black pupils there was only calmness and a trace of weariness towards the early morning classes. Also Shen Qingni's doubts evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sense of self-mockery. What was she even thinking? A support-type talent like diligent effort overcomes shortcomings could not possibly be the monster that soloed the hellish boss. Such a powerful being must have awakened some extremely aggressive Shrank or even S-Shrank talent, possibly even a scion from a prominent family in the capital. To associate Jiang Feng with such a figure from the clouds was an affront to true power. It's nothing, just asking casually. Shen Qingni's brightness dimmed, reverting to her usual aloofness. Yesterday, I originally planned to take you to level up. Since you don't want to team up, then put in the effort yourself. Though he had a rank talent, as long as he was willing to grind, he could still live a decent life as a high-level booster. This was a truth, but also a condescending platitude. It was like a billionaire telling a beggar on the street, as long as you work hard at begging, you'll be able to eat well in the future. Thanks for your kind words. Jiang Feng smiled a smile so perfect it was beyond reproach. Shen Qingni nodded and turned to leave, her ponytail slicing through the air, creating a fragrant breeze. The surrounding boys immediately rushed over, escorting the goddess into the classroom like stars surrounding the moon, leaving Jiang Feng standing alone at the spot. Phew. Jiang Feng watched her figure disappear and let out a soft breath. Luckily this girl was just intuitively accurate, but rather stubborn. If she had really latched onto him, his plans to quietly amass wealth would have been ruined. He turned and walked into the classroom, finding a seat at the back by the window, the main character's designated seat. The classmates in the front row were still passionately debating whether the wind god used a sword or a blade, while Jiang Feng silently took out a copy of the high-dimensional monster compendium to block his face. With a thought, his attribute panel unfolded on his retina. ID Qing Feng, hidden class, ancient war titan, level LV10, strength 310-15, wisdom 925-15, agility 110-15, constitution 560-15, luck 27-25-15. Looking at this series of terrifyingly impressive data, Jiang Feng couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. The whole school was searching for that legendary wind god. Even if Li Yan raised the bounty to 10 million, even if Shen Qingni racked her brains. Who would ever think? that king of chicken extermination who broke records and burned through hell with a fireball, was currently sitting in the corner of Class 3, pondering whether to buy a grilled sausage from the convenience store during the big break or hold off until lunch for a better meal since he hadn't had enough breakfast. This could be considered a kind of great concealment among the common folk. Buzz, suddenly his old phone in his pocket vibrated. Jiang Feng took it out to see a bank notification message. Your account ending in 5200 received a cross-bank transfer of 2,000 yuan at 0830. Note living expenses, don't be frugal, buy some meat to eat. From father. Jiang Feng's fingers froze. This was his father's full attendance bonus for the month, plus overtime, pay probably all included. Clearly the family was on the verge of running out of food, and just yesterday, he had given them 20,000 yuan. Well, how could this old man? Jiang Feng took a deep breath, tucked his phone back into his pocket, and the hint of laziness in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Since he possessed this extraordinary ability, he needed to make a substantial profit and provide a better life for his family. At the entrance to the public instance, burial ground of bones, in Dongjiang City, LV10. Because the fervor for the wind god boss soloing the hellish instance hadn't subsided, this once desolate entrance was now as crowded as a subway station during peak hours. Various guild scouts and boosting teams were lurking here, hoping to catch sight of another wild tall figure. Look quickly, that's Shen Xingni, the school beauty from the 4th high school. Strength talent Frost Empress. TSK Tisk, now that's a lineup. Her entire team is composed of top-tier configurations including tanks, healers, and damage dealers. I heard the Shen family just spent several million to equip her with premium blue gear in order to help her achieve the first clear. The crowd naturally parted to make way. Shen Xingni walked at the front, her staff exuding a chilling aura, particularly eye-catching, her gaze as cold as if she had just crawled out of a freezer. Not far away, Jiang Feng was leisurely munching on a 2-yuan ice pop, looking like a relaxed bystander wandering toward the portal. Stop! You there, the kid. A thunderous voice abruptly halted Jiang Feng. The instant safety control mentor old Chun furrowed his brow and pressed a hand on Jiang Feng's shoulder. He glanced down at Jiang Feng's school badge and the system feedback on his level, and his face darkened immediately. Jiang Feng. I remember you. Rank talent diligent effort overcomes shortcomings. You a LV10 fragile mage, not returning to school to study textbooks, but running off to solo burial ground of bones. Do you think your life is too long, or do you want to scam the school for compensation? Jiang Feng casually tossed the ice cream stick into the trash, smiling calmly. Teacher Chen, I just want to practice a bit. I just found a handy iron tool. Practice? Old Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The bloodthirsty zombie inside has high defense and attack, plus it's poisonous. Your fireball technique wouldn't even be enough to scratch it. Nearby, several senior students burst out laughing. Is this guy really that clueless? Does he think soloing is as easy as drinking water? My level 15 berserker brother was chased by monsters in there yesterday, crying out for help. He must be going crazy over money. He doesn't even realize how long he can last with that little stick of his. Shen Xingni also stopped, turning her head to look at Jiang Feng, disappointment evident in her eyes. She had thought Jiang Feng was just a bit reclusive, but it seemed he couldn't grasp reality at all. Jiang Feng, don't waste time in a place like this. Shen Xingni said flatly, carrying an air of authority. The monsters here can burst out at any moment, and without a shield you won't last 3 seconds. Jiang Feng ignored the mocking crowd and casually pulled out a pitch-black shabby wooden stick from his backpack, the tip adorned with a fake ruby. This was his prepared smoke bomb. Teacher Chen, I had a stroke of luck yesterday and got a rare shield from a chicken. Jiang Feng said casually, subtly releasing a bit of his suppressed mana. Old Chen sensed it. Oh, this kid's mana bar was indeed much longer than that of an average mage. Jiang Feng leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Teacher, I'm really short on cash and want to get a house with windows for my family. Hearing this, Old Chen's serious face softened a bit. He sighed. All right, I know how tough it is for kids from families like yours. But remember, if your health drops below 30%, immediately crush a stone and roll back. Dying in there will cost you experience. Isn't that a waste of time? Understood, thank you, teacher. Jiang Feng nodded in gratitude, passing by Shen Xingni without even glancing her way, and directly stepped into the swirling blue vortex. Shen Xingni watched his disappearing figure, her eyelids twitching. Let's go enter the dungeon. Don't let such an arrogant person disrupt our pace. Entering the dungeon, Bone Burial Wilderness, LV1 LV15 difficulty, hard. The reason for not entering a nightmarish difficulty dungeon is that it would attract too much attention. Not just the teachers and students of the school, but even General Li is watching. If anyone knew that Jiang Feng was the esteemed Qingfeng, he would surely become famous in Dongjiang City in no time. Clearly this was not what he wanted to see. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he was greeted by a desolate expanse of red earth with dead tree branches grasping like ghostly hands from hell. The air was filled with the stench of rotting flesh that could make one faint. As Jiang Feng landed, the sound of cracking bones echoed beneath his feet. Crack! The ground suddenly erupted and a green pus-covered creature crawled out. Monster Bloodthirsty Zombie Normal Level LV 10 Health 5500 5500 Defense 300 Skills Poisonous Grasp Bloodthirsty Desire 5500 Health. That's just a slightly tougher sandbag. Jiang Feng scoffed as the shabby wooden stick in his hand was enveloped in fiery crimson light. Since he hid all the equipment effects, it appeared to outsiders as just an ordinary firewood stick. Roar! The zombie launched itself like a gray cannonball hurtling towards Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng didn't even blink, gently tapping the ground with his staff. Resist fire ring. Boom. A circle of violent red ripples instantly exploded. Originally a repulsion effect skill under Jiang Feng's terrifying intelligence bonus, it transformed into a devastating AoE. 4,323. Mixed damage. 2064. True damage. The zombie let out a miserable scream as it was flung 5 meters away, instantly killed, exploding into a pool of black blood. Kill LV10 Bloodthirsty Zombie Experience 350 Talent 25. Triggered Pangu Slaughter, forcefully plundered free attribute points 30. 30 points, that's pretty good. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He could even sense that with just a small skill he had obliterated this level 10 monster. This was under the premise of boosting his luck attribute by nearly 3,000 points. Moreover, his hidden profession War Titan indeed adeptly blended both magic and physical combat. Even when casting magical skills, he could gain additional power boosts multiplied by the Resist Fire Ring 100 skill power coefficient. Using the melee warrior skill power strike also worked the same way as intelligence could enhance it, further multiplied by a skill power coefficient of 1.5, equating to the final damage, and it was mixed damage which was higher than singular damage. Additionally, every time he attacked an enemy, he could deal extra true damage equal to the sum of strength, constitution, and intelligence attributes, showcasing his substantial power. Continue, hurry up. Jiang Feng transformed into a black shadow frantically reaping through the wilderness. Kill LV11 Bone Archer plundered attribute points 35. Kill LV11 Bone Archer plundered attribute points 35. Kill LV12 Ethereal Wraith Elite plundered attribute points 80. In less than half an hour the wilderness was already littered with the corpses of over 50 monsters. The golden light of leveling up continuously rose from beneath Jiang Feng's feet. Ding. Level up LV10 LV11. Ding. Level up LV11 LV12. Gained career-specific bonus free attribute points 100. Gained career-specific bonus free attribute points 100. Jiang Feng stopped and glanced at his panel. Having killed so quickly, he had amassed a total of 250,0200 points of unallocated free attributes. System, I want to allocate points. 500 points in Constitution, 1,000 points in Intelligence, 1,000 points in Strength, 100 points in Agility, 100 points in Luck. Point allocation completed. Open panel attributes, ID Jiang Feng, hidden profession Ancient War Titan, level LV12 title, Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5, health 106, 001, 0600 mana 192, 501, 9250 attributes Constitution 1060, Intelligence 1925, Strength 1310, Agility 210, Luck 28, 25 allocatable attributes 0 points Magic damage 5873 Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts additional power from Strength defense 2128 HP recovery 17 7 points second MP recovery 32 1 point second equipment Crimson Flame Staff 98 magic damage beginner's robe 8 defense Starfall ring 10 all attributes 1 chance to deal 10x critical damage. Looking at these broken stats, Jiang Feng stretched his neck. Now if he stood still and let a warrior of the same level attack him, the opponent would probably break their hand. However, what Jiang Feng found curious was that after killing 50 monsters, he had only dropped a few piles of, with the remaining over 1.5 million gold coins from before. The total has now surpassed 2 million. Although the gold drop rate is terrifying, comparable to a 100-member gold farming team, he has yet to obtain a single piece of equipment or rare jewelry. Even the one chance for a 10-fold critical hit from the Starfall ring has not been triggered. Jiang Feng didn't think much of it. The abundance of gold drops indicated a significant increase in the drop rate. It's worth noting that 90 of players in this world complain about their inadequate attributes, so who would be willing to waste attribute points to increase their luck? Maintaining luck attributes at around 40 to 50 along with accumulations from equipment reaching 100 luck points would be quite impressive. What more could one ask for? As he ventured deeper, Jiang Feng suddenly heard a tremendous roar in his ear. Roar! Deep within the wasteland the ground shook as a 5-meter turtle creature bearing a gigantic tombstone on its back emerged from the earth. Lord level BOSS Graveyard Guardian Sang. Level LV15. Health 650, 006, 5000. Defense 1550. Skills Death Aura loses 2 health per second unyielding. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile brimming with battle intent. The towering skeleton of the graveyard guardian Sane leaned forward brandishing the moss-covered giant tombstone blocking all of Jiang Feng's escape routes. The death aura exploded instantaneously and the grass beneath his feet withered into charcoal in an instant. If it were an ordinary LV-15 elite team, the shield warrior would likely have already bitten his teeth in frustration, trying to endure it while the healer would be frantically casting shields. But in Jiang Feng's eyes this heavy blow was as slow as a PowerPoint slide transition. 212. Health. 212. Health. Looking at the 2 health decrease appearing above his head, every second a broad smile spread across Jiang Feng's face. Although it has some power, it's really not much to me. With a flick of his foot, Jiang Feng couldn't even be bothered to activate his mana shield. He casually picked up the Crimson Fire Wand charged towards the same boss without retreating. True explosive flames. The fire element at the tip of the wand was compressed wildly. The originally orange-eared fireball darkened as it was released, turning into a deep purple hue infused with a sense of destruction. As the fireball collided with the tombstone, the Starfall ring erupted with blinding pink light. Triggered Starfall effect. This damage is increased by 10-fold. Triggered feature Wrath of the Ancients. Deals an additional 49392 true damage. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose from the center of the wasteland. Just moments ago Sane had been imposing, bolstered by the unyielding buff, but before that dark purple flame, he appeared as fragile as a damp piece of tissue. 202922. Devastating critical hit. The tombstone shattered into powder, and Sane made no sound. His massive skeleton vaporized in the intense heat. With 6500 health facing 25000 damage, it was nothing more than a mere hair. The stench of decay in the wasteland was completely burned away and the air became clear. Defeated LV-15 Lord Graveyard Guardian Sane experience points 4500 with a 25 bonus from talents. Cross-level solo kill rewards doubled. Triggered Pangu Plunder forcefully acquiring 100 free attribute points. Level up LV-12 LV-15. Gained professional specific bonus 300 free attribute points. Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him almost reaching his crown, unable to help but exclaim, soloing a boss. It's exhilarating. He didn't rush to assign points, but first looked down at the pile of loot scattered on the ground. With 2825 luck points, it truly was no joke. The ground looked as if a treasure vault had opened, shimmering with light. 10 pieces of equipment starting with purple rarity, among which 3 pink glimmers were almost blinding. If it were the usual 50 or even 100 luck points, having 1 or 2 pieces of purple rarity drop would be considered extremely lucky. However, that being said, according to class restrictions, mages cannot wear heavy armor. But as Jiang Feng picked up the shoulder pads, he once again felt the immense power of the War Titan. Wasteland Leader's Heavy Shoulder Pads. Level 15. Quality Legendary Pink. Requirements Strength 80. War Titan ignores class restrictions. Attributes Constitution 80, Defense 120. Effect Melee Reflect Damage 20. Jiang Feng grinned and wasted no time. He tore off his cloth armor on the spot and directly equipped it. Shadow Guardian Boots. Level 12. Quality Epic Purple. Requirements Agility 60. War Titan ignores class restrictions. Attributes Agility 85, Movement Speed 15. Effect Phantom Block 15. Chance to trigger block at close range. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Bloodthirsty Bone Patterned Heavy Armor. Level 15. Quality Legendary Pink. Requirements Strength 75. War Titan ignores class restrictions. Attributes Constitution 70, Health 500. Effect Bloodthirsty Frenzy has a chance to trigger when attacking, increasing attack speed and lifesteal by 15. Soul Reaper Necklace. Level 12. Quality Epic Purple. Requirements Wisdom 55. War Titan ignores class restrictions. Attributes Wisdom 50. Effect Soul Drain 30. Chance to recover 3 of max mana upon killing an enemy. Titan Spine Leg Armor. Level 15. Quality Legendary Pink. Requirements Strength 85. War Titan ignores class restrictions. Attributes Strength 75, Defense 80. Effect is Steadfast as a mountain, greatly reduces the chance of Bay. ID Qing Feng Hidden. Class Ancient War Titan. Level LV 15. Title Hell Conqueror. All attributes 5. Health 121, 001, 2100. Mana 297, 502, 9750. Attributes Constitution 1210, Wisdom 1975, Strength 1385, Agility 295, Luck 2825. Distributable points 1,300. Magic damage 6023. Dual specialization in Warrior and Mage. Additional bonuses from Strength. Defense 2,540. This overwhelming feeling filled him with intense joy. There is nothing more exhilarating than becoming stronger. With HP and MP combined over 400 health and more than 200 defense, he was practically invincible. Thinking about the remaining 1,300 distributable points, Jiang Feng increased his wisdom by 1,000 points and allocated the rest to luck. Wisdom 1975, 2,975. Magic damage 60, 23, 90, 23. Mana 19750, 29750. Luck 2,825, 3,125. His magic damage reached a terrifying level once again. Jiang Feng glanced down at the pile of loot shimmering with different spiritual lights in his backpack, unable to suppress a click of his tongue, his eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and delight. A staggering 3,125 points of luck, which is utterly outrageous. This is 300 times the base drop rate of a level 1 player, and even compared to an average level 10 player, the disparity is immense. As long as he can continue to plunder a vast amount of attribute points, Jiang Feng's drop rate will further soar and his abilities will reach terrifying heights. The future is beyond estimation. Apart from the 5 legendary and epic items, he can actually wear the remaining loot consists of formidable goods. 2 level 15 priest robes, 3 longbows exuding a murderous aura, and leather armor. During this early phase where even blue gear can be considered treasure, throwing these items out there would probably make those guild leaders flip their tables on the spot. Jiang Feng skillfully opened the cross-server trading platform of Magic Domain and set up an anonymous stall, dumping those 5 useless items all at once. Price for 2 million gold coins. This sum is enough to buy a standalone villa with a swimming pool in the city center of the real world. Just as he clicked confirm, his private message box displayed 99, akin to watching a live stream's barrage. Private message, brother. Let's discuss a single price for that purple longbow. Well, I want to pay in real money and you'll definitely be satisfied. Private message, I'm from the Longhu Guild. Oh, let's be friends. If this deal is cancelled, we can talk offline. Jiang Feng paid no mind and directly blocked them. There are too many people trying to sell dreams. He only cared for real money. Just as he was about to close the interface, a private message popped up from an ID called Yenyu Yao. I'll take everything for 2 million, no haggling. Additionally, I want to lock in all your subsequent high-level equipment. A 1 million guarantee has already been transferred to the platform's supervised account. You can withdraw it anytime. As long as you have goods, I am willing to pay double the market price. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yenyu Yao. That name sounds somewhat familiar. He recalled that she was the strategic operations officer of the top club Yaoguang in the magic capital, known in the circle as the Midas Touch. Jiang Feng was indeed curious about this woman, so he typed a reply, double market price. Are you really willing to take a loss on this deal? The other party replied instantly, clearly having been watching the screen. This isn't a loss. This is called making friends. Not long after the server announcement, you have once again appeared with the exclusive drops from the level 15 boss saying, which indicates you must have something of value. In this early game phase, your output ability is something we greatly value. Jiang Feng smiled, as conversing with intelligent individuals was truly effortless. Simply put, we both have our needs. Jiang Feng wants cash while the other party is interested in quality equipment. Alright, let's connect when you have goods. The other party was evidently decisive as well. Deal. Also, as the operations officer of Yaoguang, you can reach out to me for anything in the future. Happy cooperation. Ding. Transaction successful. Your account has received 2 million gold coins. Your account has received the advance guarantee from Yenyu Yao, 1 million gold coins. Account balance 7 million gold coins. Looking at that string of numbers that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to earn, Jiang Feng dusted off his clothes, pondering. Having made so much profit without any investment, how would my parents perceive it if I wanted to use this money to improve our family life? And what excuses could I devise to gloss over it? Should I say I won a grand prize in the lottery? Then, Jiang Feng's mind stirred, and the hidden attribute of the ancient war titan was instantly triggered. The pink glow and purple mist enveloping him vanished completely in an instant. In the eyes of outsiders, he remained that mediocre mage holding a tattered wooden stick and wearing novice robes. But he knew very well that in the outskirts of the real world, countless powerful magical beasts had already taken residence, and even more terrifying alien races lurked. These fearsome forces had been quietly developing on Earth for 60 years. If he could not continue to grow stronger, Jiang Feng had a premonition that one day he would be completely consumed by these evil entities. Jiang Feng did not hurry to exit the dungeon. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the blood-red scorched earth and opened the class advancement tree. In Magic Domain, there are corresponding dimensional advancements at levels 30A, 70, and 120. However, when his gaze swept towards the second transfer node, level 30, he froze. The various flashy class branch paths that should have been displayed were now an expanse of pitch-black void. Class Ancient War Titan second transfer requirement, LV30 advancement direction. Only clue, find the lost Pangu spinal cord. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes, but he quickly relaxed, even managing to curve his lips into a faint smile. I must say the hidden class truly lives up to its reputation, he murmured softly, his tone tinged with realization. Regular class advancements have long since failed to keep pace with my development. Under normal circumstances, changing classes is a commonplace affair. Simply find a second transfer mentor of the appropriate level, accept the transfer quest, and successfully complete the challenge to transfer. Even at the second transfer node, many conditions for the next class change are displayed. However, hidden classes are entirely different. The transfer tasks they require are at least 10 times more difficult than those of regular classes. The forums are filled with complaints about the difficulty of transferring hidden classes. Many players, even upon reaching level 30, are unable to conquer the transfer tasks due to insufficient strength. Some players even struggled to level 33 or 34 before barely completing the challenge, while others, leveraging the potential of their hidden class, had to wait until level 40 or 50 before finally succeeding in their transfer. Let alone his ancient level hidden class, which is already several times stronger than a regular war titan, its transfer difficulty can only be described as hair-raising. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes as he stated confidently, "Interesting, the more difficult it is, the more it indicates the high limits of this profession." Then he looked around. The 5-meter-high skeletal remains of Sane had yet to cool, and he sat cross-legged in the center of this blood-red scorched earth, casually spitting out the roots he had in his mouth. He glanced at the time in the upper left corner of the system, 1515. "I can't go out now." Zhang Feng smiled brightly. "If this dungeon is cleared in such a short time, it will definitely draw attention. If I were to be targeted by that General Li, my hidden identity would be completely exposed. Since he had to hide, he needed to do it professionally." With nothing else to do, Zhang Feng opened the system forum, preparing to see how far the top players had advanced. If he could find clues regarding his second class change, that would be even better. Just as he entered the forum homepage, a pinned post with golden bold text and over 70 replies directly caught his attention. Blood red alert: the third defense line of the East Sea has fallen. The Abyss Cult's Flayer has emerged, and 3,000 awakened ones have perished. Where is the dawn for humanity? Zhang Feng opened the video, and the screen shook violently. The black seawater boiled like it was being heated, and a tide of stitched monsters surged toward the defense line. The so-called modern electromagnetic cannon was utterly useless against such a massive magical energy charge resembling nothing more than a child's water gun. Weakness is the original sin. This truth is universal across worlds. Zhang Feng scrolled down to the comments, which were filled with negativity and unrest. Even a level 60 expert was instantly killed. "I've heard those monsters are beginning to organize and establish strongholds, completely disregarding us as humans. Don't be pessimistic. Have you seen it? Our genius from Huaxia Qingni has awakened and level talent. People like her will grow to become the backbone of humanity. That's in the future. The key right now is who can fill the power vacuum on the front lines." Zhang Feng closed the post with a scoff. That Xin school beauty who had mocked him outside the dungeon had turned into the hope for the entire village. Let someone else be the savior. It's too exhausting. Zhang Feng shook his head. "I just want my dad to retire early and for my mom to stop living frugally." Of course, in this world where alien races roamed freely, protecting one's own meant being even more unreasonable than all the alien races. Then he searched for Ancient War Titan and Pangu Spine. The screen only displayed a line of cold red text: insufficient permissions. This information involves high-dimensional taboos. It is recommended to retry after reaching level LV30. Am I too low-level to even have the right to take a look? Zhang Feng's eyes turned cold. Since there were no clues, he would violently level up and force the system to reveal the truth. He decided to first push his level to 30. Perhaps once he reached that level, he would also obtain clues for the second class change. As he prepared to clean up the loot, Zhang Feng suddenly noticed a flash of white in the large pit created by the Saint's tombstone. Not knowing what it was, Zhang Feng walked over and bent down to take a look. In the grave pit lay an eerily white. "What is this thing?" As soon as he touched the egg, he felt an extremely cold sensation. Then there came a chilling silence accompanied by a sense of decay. This item resembled an egg, but was merely a lifeless stone. Suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected mysterious pet egg undetermined. Do you wish to consume 1,000 points of magic to forcibly identify it? Identify. Zhang Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. For an ordinary player with limited mana, that 1,000 points might be a life or death expense, but for him, who had infinite stat points, it was merely a small matter. Moreover, with his 3,125 points of luck, he was betting on the fact that this wave would allow him to extract even more truths from the system. Buzz. The moment the magic was infused, the grayish eggshell suddenly trembled violently, cracking open with a menacing fissure. Then what burst forth was not golden light, but a brilliant rainbow-colored radiance capable of piercing the membranes of the eye and spanning the horizon. Warning. High-dimensional fortune intervention detected. Identification results have deviated. Determining. Due to your outrageous luck, the hidden entry Desperate Survival has been triggered. Congratulations. The worthless egg has completed a life retrospective and undergone an ultimate mutation. Acquired 1 rainbow quality pet, Ancient World Destruction Dragon Juvenile. Oh my, this is even more precious than a red quality 9th level mythical grade treasure. Feng couldn't help but exclaim, a rainbow destruction dragon, and it's of the ancient level. That's incredible. Boom. The rainbow beam shot up into the sky, directly smashing the decades-old gloom of the bone-burying wilderness into dust. At the center of the light beam, the eggshell shattered piece by piece, transforming into a shower of stardust. A figure roughly the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child emerged from the chaos. It was not a monstrous creature with fearsome scales, but a delicate little girl resembling a porcelain doll. She wore a short skirt woven from rainbow dragon scales, her snow-white hair cascading down to her ankles, with 2 white jade-like dragon horns on her forehead, and her little rosy feet bare, hovering in midair. The girl opened her eyes, which seemed to contain the entire galaxy. She looked at Feng first, filled with confusion, then sensing the aura of her provider, her eyes instantly lit up. Iya. She dove into Feng's arms like a pink nuclear bomb, wrapping her little arms tightly around his neck. Her small head kept rubbing against Feng's neck, mumbling strange syllables. Mama. Mama. Feng froze, his mouth twitching slightly. As a pure man, being called Mama indeed short-circuited his brain. Pet information: unnamed quality rainbow, above mythical, forbidden by the gods, status juvenile, personality lively, extremely dependent, combat maniac. Ahem, am not your mother, am your master. Feng lifted this soft little creature up and looked into her big watery eyes, instantly feeling soft-hearted. Forget it from now on, just call me Big Brother. Iya. The little girl nodded, seemingly understanding, and attempted to snuggle back into Feng's embrace. Since you are a Dragon Clan incarnation, I will call you Dragon Girl. Ding. Naming successful. Dragon Girl's intimacy with you has increased to 100 life and death together. Hearing the new name, the Dragon Girl excitedly broke free from Feng's hands and joyfully spun in the air. Dragon Girl likes the name. Her clear voice had just fallen when a wave of destructive pressure suddenly erupted from her tiny body. With a casual wave of her hand, a faint rainbow ripple spread out. Boom. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, those hardened dead trees and the Lord-level tombstones evaporated into ashes the moment the ripple touched them, as if subjected to a dimensional attack. Even the several solid mounds of earth were directly flattened. Feng's pupils trembled violently. Holy crap, this destructive power. And you call this a juvenile stage? The Dragon Girl was startled by the commotion, looking at the ruins she had casually destroyed, and helplessly pointed at her fingers, her eyes instantly turning red. Did I do something wrong? Feng wiped the cold sweat off his brow, his heart racing. If she were to bring this back to the city center in reality, just her excitement could wipe out half a street. Oh no, half a city probably. It's okay, you did well. Feng squatted down and rubbed her head. Just do that in places like this. Outside, you must behave, understand, darling. The Dragon Girl sighed with relief, her little face blossoming with a smile. System prompt: your pet Dragon Girl observed the battle and absorbed the remnants of the Lord, gaining 100 experience. Dragon Girl's level increased, LV1, LV15. A series of upgrade golden lights erupted around Dragon Girl. What? Another level up? Feng was amazed. He was completely astonished. While he fought monsters for stat points, this little ancestor didn't even need to look at monsters. She was just on vacation, strolling around, and leveled up to 15. He casually pulled up Dragon Girl's attribute panel. Name: Dragon Girl. Level LV15. Attributes: Strength 5850, Intelligence 5900, Constitution 7500, Agility 4800. Traits: Ancient Dragon Vein grows with all attributes as level increases. Skill 1, Transformation, Heaven's Emissary. Can transform into her true form, flying speed 800, ignoring any no-fly zones. Skill 2, Burning the 9 Heavens. Full screen AoE. Dragon Breath inflicts magic damage multiplied by 8 times fire damage within the coverage area, accompanied by true burning. Feng remained silent for a long time. He looked at the panel he had painstakingly managed, then glanced at this nuclear bomb little girl. This is not a pet. It is a strategic weapon that can be carried around. Mount full screen kill, fully automatic AFK. Feng gazed at the exquisitely crafted Dragon Girl before him, internally exclaiming her prowess. He stretched out his hand, and the Dragon Girl immediately nuzzled her little head against him, making a purring sound like a well-behaved kitten just weaned. Who would believe it? This little thing, not even as tall as a waistline and somewhat adorably silly, had just waved her hand and physically formatted a map with a radius of 1,000 meters. At that moment, a dull sound belonging to the system erupted like a thunderclap, forcibly cutting off all players' background music, echoing throughout the entire magic domain region and even the real world. Server announcement, Huaxia region congratulations to player hidden for completing the first clear of Bone Burial Wilderness hard level. Time taken 31 minutes, 24 seconds. Server announcement, Huaxia region congratulations to player hidden for successfully defeating LV-15 boss, Graveyard Watcher Feng. Achievement unlocked boss slayer. Server announcement, due to the astonishing efficiency of this player, a reward of reputation 50,000 gold to 0. Server announcement. The originally lively and noisy world channel fell into a 3-second silence. Then the barrage exploded like an avalanche, scrolling so fast that even the afterimages were unrecognizable. What the hell? Did I see it wrong? 31 minutes. That's a hard dungeon for level 15 man. I just want to ask which good person calculates dungeon runs by the minute. I gathered a full party of 5, and even the little monsters at the entrance take forever to kill. Report. Definitely cheating. Where's the official? Why don't they purify the game environment? Don't be sour upstairs, this is solo clearing. Did you see that? That's a solo run. This is a true expert. Are you insane? We just finished the run in 10 minutes. Could he have flown over? Is there a possibility that this guy's damage is so high that he doesn't even need to stop to expert look at me? With a sweet and melodious voice, can tank heal and warm the bed, please take me along. Outside the dungeon at Dongjiangno. For middle school. All the teachers and students were wide-eyed, their jaws almost hitting the ground, staring blankly at the holographic projection in the air. Old Chin's teacup fell to the ground with a bang, scalding tea splashing on his pants, yet he remained oblivious. 31 minutes. Solo clearing, a hard dungeon. Old Chin swallowed hard, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself, what kind of deity has come down to experience life? Do today's young people no longer respect martial virtue? At the entrance of the dungeon, Shun Qingni, who was resting, suddenly raised her head. The moment she heard the announcement, her fingers tightened around her staff. This expert, she murmured softly, her stunning face filled with shock and a sense of defeat. Just 5 minutes ago, her elite team had just barely managed to defeat a level 10 elite monster, and everyone felt like they were the pride of heaven. But now that proud achievement seemed like a joke in the face of this expert's announcement. Is this the gap between level talent and true strength? Inside the dungeon, Jiang Feng remained oblivious to the uproar outside. He casually muted the noisy world channel, his gaze falling upon the ruins that had been flattened before him. It's about time to leave. Jiang Feng glanced at the time. Since he had already accomplished the kill, there was no value in staying here any longer. It is worth mentioning that clearing the Bone Burial Wilderness unlocks all maps in the magic domain world. At that point, he would no longer be bound by the layers of restrictions from real-world dungeons and could freely go wherever he wished. Using the login wristband previously issued by the school, going online and offline is merely a matter of thought. There is no need for a teleportation portal. The energy from the magic tower, along with Jiang Feng's expert status, allows him to hide well. Dragon Girl. Jiang Feng looked at the little girl who was still playing with the drifting ashes in midair. Iya. The Dragon Girl stopped her actions, tilting her head, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Transform. Jiang Feng pointed to the sky. Take me to a place. The Dragon Girl's eyes brightened as if she had been waiting for this command. Okay. She cheerfully responded, her small body suddenly soaring into the air. A clear and spirited dragon roar erupted violently in the dungeon space. A burst of colorful light instantly surged, illuminating the entire dull sky with a dreamlike glow. In the midst of the radiance, her petite form began to rapidly expand and stretch. Her white jade dragon horns stood prominently, sharp as if forged by divine craftsmanship. Delicate, colorful scales instantly covered her entire body. Wide dragon wings suddenly unfurled, momentarily blocking out the sun. In just a breath's time, the previously adorable little girl had transformed into a colossal ancient dragon 100 feet long, spanning the heavens. Her entire body was as white as snow, with each scale shimmering with mysterious 7-colored brilliance. Her noble golden eyes slit, overlooking the earth and all living beings, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that made all beings prostrate and caused the world to tremble. This is the true form of a level 1 mythic pet, the ancient world-destroying dragon. Even in its juvenile stage, the pressure emanating from its bloodline was sufficient to make ordinary carbon-based life forms shiver. After transforming, the Dragon Girl obediently lowered her noble head, exposing her broad and flat back to Jiang Feng, even thoughtfully retracting her imposing dragon might. Jiang Feng was also unceremonious, lightly landing on her back with the point of his toe. The touch was warm and slightly cool, akin to stepping on the finest warm jade. The dragon's scales automatically bulged slightly, forming an extremely comfortable and stable recessed seat, while a faint energy shield rose up. To the Wailing Gorge coordinates, 244, 889. Jiang Feng announced the next destination's location. That area is for high-level monsters from LV-18 to LV-22, and it is also the most densely packed area with the fastest respawning monsters that he knows. Now that he had this so-called fully automatic AFK cheat dragon girl, not going to such a place to grind monsters would be an insult to his talent. Roar. The dragon girl let out a low growl, her wings suddenly flapping hard. Boom. At this moment the air was instantaneously compressed and exploded with a deafening sonic boom. The massive dragon body shot upwards like a white lightning bolt, tearing through the air and soaring to an altitude of 90,000 miles. Skill activated avatar Sky Sovereign. Current flight speed 800 sonic cruise mode. Ignoring terrain obstacles, ignoring low-level forbidden flight domains. It must be said that this skill can also combine with the ethereal flying technique of void walking, resulting in even more rapid speeds. The burial bone wasteland below instantly shrank into a small black dot. Jiang Feng looked down and saw a massive glass-like deep pit resembling a charred eye wide open on the ground, silently narrating the recent inhumane one-sided slaughter. In the next moment he landed in this area where the wind howled like the wails of ghosts and gods. This place is a notorious death zone within the demon domain section of Dongjiang City. Deep within the canyon, LV-18 stone gargoyles and LV-22 venomous harpy eagles have long been entrenched. Due to the narrow terrain and dense monsters with inherent flying capabilities, even a fully equipped elite team of 100 would advance here at a snail's pace. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. Yet at this moment, a one-sided cleansing was unfolding here. Above the clouds, the colossal shadow of an ancient dragon cast a dark shroud over the land. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the broad back of the dragon, even having the leisure to pull out a bottle of blue potion to drink. Dragon girl, it's time to work. He patted the warm scales beneath him as if directing a precision large-scale combine harvester. Oh, whoa! The dragon girl emitted a cheerful low growl lacking the imposing aura of a divine beast, instead exuding an excitement of whoever the master wants me to bite, I will bite. In the next moment, the dragon's mouth opened. Buzz! The fire elements in the world seemed to be forcibly drained at that moment, converging within the abyss-like dragon throat. Following that, a fan-shaped dark golden dragon breath spread out like a celestial river pouring down towards the canyon below. Skill incinerate 9 heavens. Boom. There were no screams, no resistance. The densely packed red-named monsters within the canyon disintegrated instantly upon contact with the dragon breath, without even a damage number appearing. The hard rock cliffs melted into crimson magma flowing down the valley floor, transforming the originally eerie wailing canyon into a purgatory of flames. The system notification sound frantically flooded Jiang Feng's ears, forming a continuous long buzzing sound. Killed LV-18 stone gargoyle, triggering the talent Pangu Slaughter, awarded 130 free attribute points. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy eagle, triggering the talent Pangu Slaughter, awarded 155 free attribute points. Killed. In just a single dragon breath, Jiang Feng's vision was obscured by a swarm of 155 notifications. The feeling was akin to standing in a torrential downpour where every raindrop was made of gold. This efficiency. Jiang Feng glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar, which had just reached LV-15, shot up like it had been injected with hormones, instantly breaking through to LV-16 and heading towards LV-17. And what had he done? He had merely sat there. This feeling of not even needing to lift a finger made Jiang Feng unable to help but exclaim, "Is this the joy of being max level with a refreshing hand village? So decadent, yet I like it." For ordinary summoners or hunters, their pets usually take half of the experience for killing monsters and may not even trigger some of their master's passives. However, between the ancient war titan and ancient world-destroying dragon, there seemed to exist a high-dimensional soul contract where the dragon girl's kills were completely treated as Jiang Feng's property. In other words, when the dragon girl kills monsters, it would result in a 100 increase in experience points. At the same time, Jiang Feng would receive money, experience, and attribute points without losing any. A master-servant partnership, truly a perfect match. Jiang Feng opened the dragon girl's control panel, and in the behavior mode section, he found the option that made his heart race. Auto-targeting annihilation mode idle. Activate. Command issued. A glimmer of red light flashed in the dragon girl's enormous vertical pupils, and then with a flap of her wings, she actively departed from her previous hovering state, beginning to circle above the canyon. She didn't need Jiang Feng's fine control. Her built-in advanced AI could accurately determine monster spawn points, spraying where the monsters were dense. Meanwhile, a series of dense reward notifications would appear in the system. Ding, you leveled up. Level raised to 18. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy eagle, triggering the talent Pangu Slaughter, awarded 155 free attribute points. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy eagle, triggering the talent Pangu Slaughter, awarded 155 free attribute points. Killed LV-18 stone gargoyle, triggering the talent Pangu Slaughter, awarded 130 free attribute points. Due to this kill triggering hidden luck, an additional 1302 free attribute points awarded. This feeling of leveling up while sitting or lying down was simply exhilarating, more uplifting than a beauty, especially when looking at the pending free attribute points in the panel rising higher and higher like water in a cup. That feeling was something only Jiang Feng, the person involved, understood. Then he yawned and glanced at the time in the real world. It was 2 in the morning. Although the game had a deep sleep mode, it was time to log off to avoid his parents worrying if they couldn't find him in the room. By the way, enabling system sleep also grants offline rewards provided there's a pet to fight on behalf of the master. After all, once the character exits the demon domain, their real body returns to reality. Only players with pets can earn rewards while idling. Similarly, when Jiang Feng logged into the game in reality, his physical body would temporarily vanish in the real world. In short, he just needed to log back in tomorrow after waking up to collect rewards. With the Dragon Girl's combat power and monster farming efficiency, the rewards would definitely astonish him then. Dragon Girl, just fly here, spray anyone you see alive, understood? The Dragon Girl lowly hummed in response, opening her mouth to unleash a dragon breath, directly killing a newly emerged elite monster, demonstrating her reliability with action. In this slumber, Jiang Feng slept exceptionally sweetly. In his dream, he seemed to transform into a greedy giant dragon rolling atop a mountain made of gold coins. In the real world, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting light on the floor. Jiang Jiangguo had risen early to buy groceries while Loot Salon was in the kitchen frying eggs, the sizzling sound, filled with the aroma of home-cooked meals, rousing Jiang Feng. He sat up from his bed, stretched lazily, his bones cracking like firecrackers. He felt refreshed. It is worth mentioning that all attributes and combat power of characters in the game will be 100% synchronized to their real-world human bodies. However, items, weapons, and pets without the prefix true cannot synchronize with the real world. All items, weapons, pets, and props above divine level will also synchronize 100% with the real world, even if the panel information does not carry the true prefix. I wonder how the earnings were after being logged in all night. Jiang Feng pondered about the game profits reminiscent of those veteran players who used to stay up all night and rush to their computers at dawn to collect their harvest. Yet now he had already cultivated a temperament as calm as water. No matter how eager he was, he would first sit down to eat peacefully and spend time with his family. At the dining table, his mother Loot Salon couldn't help but remind him, Shaofeng schools are now empty and students no longer need to attend classes after awakening. It all depends on your own fortune from now on. Make sure to develop well when you log in later. As for the demon realm, your father and I missed it, but you are lucky to catch a good opportunity. Loot Salon was gentle yet chatty, but she never worried about disturbing her son. She knew that ever since the awakening ceremony 3 years ago, Jiang Feng's temperament had become exceptionally stable, and even the notoriously picky and eccentric Grandma Zhang from next door often praised him for being mature and destined for great success. She had only completed the 2nd grade of elementary school. Back then their family was poor, and with many siblings, she dropped out early to take care of her younger sister. Later, even when the country opened up its gaming policies and login devices could be bought everywhere, she merely smiled and gave up. That era belonged to the young, and she had ultimately missed it. Jiang Jiangguo was different. He and Loot Salon grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Since the launch of the Demon Realm login devices, he had been playing religiously for 3 hours every day. Working hard in the factory during the day and diving into the game to level up at night, he was currently just over level 28. Although his level wasn't high, he could earn a little extra money through the game, which helped to contribute to the household. Mom, I know my strength is not lacking now, and I will only grow stronger in the future. You can rest assured. Jiang Feng spoke calmly yet with a reassuring certainty. After a pause, he gently asked, by the way, is the 20,000 yuan I gave you last time enough? If I'm doing well just starting out now. In the future, I will definitely move you into a villa area, allowing you to live a truly stable and affluent life. Villa. Loot Salon softly repeated, somewhat in disbelief. Since the awakening ceremony, she had watched her son mature and become more sensible day by day, his strength increasing, and her heart was filled with both joy and emotion. Jiang Feng noticed this and felt secretly relieved. Thankfully, he had only taken out 20,000 yuan, or if he had truly placed a large sum of money in front of his parents, it would likely have frightened them. What's more important than wealth is peace, Loot Salon said. Hearing this, Jiang Feng replied affirmatively, okay, and turned to walk back to his room. Both parents were eager for their child. Jiang Feng also resolved to ensure that his parents would live a good life. He contemplated his path in his room. With a thought, he reconnected to the network of Demon Realm. Buzz. As the sound of data flowing filled the air, the scene appeared before him. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes, the sight before him made him gasp. The Wailing Canyon. No, it should now be called the Wailing Plains, or Giant Pit of Wailing would be more fitting. The originally intricate and rugged canyon landscape looked as if it had been struck by a comet. All the rocks had been burned into crystalline forms resembling glass, and the ground was so flat it could serve as a mirror. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not to mention the shadows of monsters, even a blade of grass had been scorched away. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur with a few remnants of flame flickering defiantly. In the sky, the dragon girl had reverted to her original form, that of a delicately carved little girl lying on the stone platform, where Jiang Feng had slept last night, listlessly counting her fingers. Upon seeing Jiang Feng log in, her eyes lit up, and she directly pounced towards him. Eek! Jiang Feng caught this little nuclear bomb of a girl, and casually patted her head. Silly girl, how have you been? Mommy. Oh no, master, I'm so lonely here. There are no monsters to kill in these places. The dragon girl clung to Jiang Feng incessantly, as clingy as could be. This little one thankfully never failed to clarify that she was definitely not a clingy pet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt that while this girl was adorable, he was even more eager about the rewards from the idle play. From the time he logged in at 2 in the morning to now, the spoils brought by his talent could not be described with mere numbers. This was inseparable from the dragon girl's crazy intensity in farming monsters. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to open the system log. Swish! The densely packed kill records cascaded down like a waterfall, seemingly endless. At the very bottom was an eye-catching golden summary: idle play duration 6 hours, 42 minutes. Total monsters killed 9150, including elites lords. Level increase LV 18, LV 30 max. Experience overflow 1300. Gold earnings 524000. Materials equipment obtained several inventory full automatically, discarding inferior items. I can't believe so many monsters were killed, a total of 9150. One could even say that as long as the monsters respawn quickly enough with the strength of the dragon girl, she could kill an even greater number. But that was not the main point. The most important thing was the change in the attribute points that left Jiang Feng breathless. Talent infinite level Pangu plunder in effect. Total free attribute points acquired 1235250 points. Jiang Feng stared at the long string of numbers on the panel. 1235250. 123,550 points. Just yesterday, he had painstakingly soloed through the hell-level dungeon, risking his life, and all his attributes combined barely added up to a few thousand. Now, just by going home and having a good sleep, his attribute points had directly surpassed the million mark. This was the terrifying chemical reaction produced by the ancient divine pet combined with the infinite plunder talent, a pure dimensional strike. This efficiency was simply unbeatable. It was purely a super cheat code tailored for him. If it doesn't take off, it would be a shame for the 6 hours of quality sleep I just had. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands and skillfully opened the attribute allocation panel. He understood the underlying logic of this world all too well. To always keep the initiative in hand, luck must be maximized. Luck determines drop rates and quality, even influencing all the luck rules of this game world. Open up the possibilities. First, invest 500,000 in luck. With Jiang Feng's confirmation, the panel's values instantly fluctuated. Attribute allocation completed. Luck 31, 25, 50, 3125. Next up are output and survival. As a primordial war titan, his dual cultivation of martial and magical techniques allowed power and wisdom to coexist, jointly determining the ceiling of true damage. Wisdom 300,000, strength 300,000, constitution 100,000. The remaining 35,250 points all allocated to agility. The moment the command was given, Jiang Feng felt the laws of the entire demon realm surge into his body. Like this terrifying energy wash caused his bones to emit thunderous cracks, twisting the surrounding air into visible ripples. Attribute allocation completed. Wisdom 2975, 302975, strength 1385, 301385, constitution 1210, 0, agility 295, 35545. Looking at this splendid panel, Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. To put it into perspective, ordinary players gain 5 attribute points per level up. 1 million divided by 5 means a player leveling up 200,000 times, while Jiang Feng is stuck in a level 20 map, gathering rewards for a whole night. This is simply terrifying. The top powerhouses in this world are only a few thousand levels, while Jiang Feng's attribute points are nearly 1,000 times theirs. Especially with over 100,000 points in constitution, he could withstand a nuclear blast soak in a volcanic hot spring and not lose a layer of skin. Then he opened the attribute panel. ID Jiang Feng, hidden profession primordial war titan, level LV 30, title infernal conqueror, all attributes 5. Health 10121001012100, mana 302, 9750302, 9750, attributes constitution 101210, wisdom 302975. Strength 301385, agility 35545, luck 503125, allocatable attributes 0 points, magic damage 909,024, dual cultivation of martial and magical techniques, extra increase from strength defense 202, 5, 40 HP, recovery, 1687.2 MP recovery, 5049.2. This set of attributes is simply insane. Even private servers wouldn't dare be this generous, or they would end up losing their pants. Just seeing the HP at a staggering 1 million and mana exceeding 3 million is like a small cow taking a flight. It's overwhelming. The HP recovery per second is over 1600 points, and the MP recovery exceeds 5000. To be honest with Jiang Feng's current defense, the damage dealt to him is still outpaced by his recovery. The magic damage has nearly reached 1 million points, not counting the damage from magical skills plus the bonuses from the super hidden profession of Primordial War Titan. Even closing his eyes and performing basic attacks could unleash the explosive effect of a forbidden spell. Let's take a look at the goods in the bag. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and opened his fully packed virtual backpack. Over 3,000 pieces of equipment lay quietly in the slots, their colorful glows leaving him dumbfounded, speechless in awe. So many good things. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The worst of them radiated a noble purple glow as epic gear, and not a single blue or green item could be found. This is also due to the fact that the little dragon girl has a high strength attribute and enough carrying capacity, simply keeping the higher quality gear while discarding the rest. This is an incredible profit. Jiang Feng swiped his finger directly, setting the filter to the highest level. Only show divine grade red gear. Swish. The backpack interface instantly became much cleaner, but still displayed a total of 85 pieces of glaring red gear. All divine equipment. It's worth noting that a single piece of ordinary red gear on the market is equivalent to the wealth of a large guild. Usually it wouldn't go for less than several hundred million. If the attributes are even better, selling for several billion, or even 100 billion isn't out of the question. And Jiang Feng has a total of 85 of these in his bag. It's like he's buying in bulk from a street vendor. He is currently stuck at level 30 and must complete a second-class transfer to continue gaining experience. So he focused on these red mage gears, happily starting to pick and choose. The equipment consists of a 7-piece set of armor and weapons along with a 5-piece set of accessories. In this world, the drop rate for accessories is shockingly low. Even the offspring of wealthy families often lack rings or bracelets. But Jiang Feng managed to piece together a perfect set of mage accessories and weapon gear from these 85 red pieces. A total of 5 accessories plus 7 pieces of equipment and weapons. He scanned through the attributes one by one. Each piece could shake the entire Huaxiao war zone. Doomsday Fire Staff, divine equipment, level LV20 profession, mage, magic attack power 15,000, wisdom 5,000, special trait. All fire type skills have their range increased by 3 times with absolute armor penetration. Abyssal magic hood, divine equipment, level LV20 profession, mage, defense 9,000, wisdom 3,000, special trait, mental immunity, ignores all illusion controls. Titan Starfall heavy armor, divine equipment, level LV20 profession, mage, defense 12,000, wisdom 5,000, special trait, triggers Starfall retaliation upon being hit, dealing physical damage equal to twice its wisdom. It includes the Magma Fission shoulder pads that restore 5 HP per second and the Weaver's Void Belt that expands capacity 1,000-fold without weight, along with the Dragon Scale bone-cutting leggings that grant immunity to slow effects and the Starwalker boots that increase evasion by 30 while walking on air. The defense has reached a truly insane dimension. Next, he needed to gather the 5 hardest to collect accessories. Eternal Magic Energy Necklace, all attributes 10, all skill cooldowns reduced by 50. Eye of Destruction Ring, magic, critical hit rate 50, critical damage 200. Even more outrageous is the Void Space Ring, which comes with a forbidden spell, absolute defense, when activated immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Time Stagnation Bracelet, wisdom 5,000, casting speed increased by 100, ignores interruptions during casting. Twilight of the Gods Bracelet, strength 5,000, has a 1 chance to trigger instant death when attacking directly, reducing a boss's maximum health by 20 as true damage. Equip. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Boom. A pillar of red light shot up into the sky. His original gear was instantly replaced. Dark red heavy armor flowed with magma-like fire patterns, and in his hand, he held a long staff ignited with heavenly flames. At this moment, Jiang Feng emanated a sense of destructive pressure that seemed too immense for even space to bear. The already outrageous attributes surged again, amplified by the full-level divine gear's percentage boosts and high fixed values, leading to a violent expansion. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling a terrifying power between his fingers, as if he could easily crush stars. No wonder those major guilds go all out to monopolize boss fights. The enhancement from divine gear is indeed ruthless. This level 20 divine gear alone, with the enhancements from accessories and weaponry, had already boosted Jiang Feng's magical damage by over 100,000, surpassing 1 million in magical damage. In terms of overall attributes, each individual stat increased by at least 5,000 or even up to 50,000 points. While this might seem trivial compared to Jiang Feng's stats for other players, it was a significant enhancement. Eek! At this moment, the dragon girl flew over and circled around Jiang Feng twice. The little creature clearly sensed that her master had become even more formidable and happily rubbed against his cheek. Just as Jiang Feng was about to find a hapless victim to test the power of his new gear, a blinding crimson notification box suddenly popped up in the center of his vision. Ding! Your level has reached LV30. System permissions are being unlocked. The forbidden term you previously inquired about, Pangus Marrow, has been unlocked. Jiang Feng raised his brow, the casual demeanor on his face instantly vanishing. The clue for the second-class advancement had finally arrived. Hint: Ancient War Titan exclusive second-class advancement task has been triggered. Divine Bone Restructuring. Task objective: go to the underground abyss of Dongjiang City and find the lost Pangus Marrow. Severe warning: this area has been heavily fortified by the Abyss Sect Skin Peeler and is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a full 100-member second-class team to proceed. Abyss Sect Skin Peeler. Jiang Feng smacked his lips, recalling a news article he had seen online yesterday. The third defense line of the EC had fallen, and it seemed that this group of heretics was behind it. What are they now encroaching on my mission? Jiang Feng sneered, slamming the fearsome Doomsday Heavenly Fire Staff down onto the ground like a hammer, creating a web of cracks around him. Since they have crossed paths, he might as well uproot these anti-human scourges. In his life, he has never sought to cultivate benevolence, only to love killing and arson. Jiang Feng raised his hand to close the glaring warning panel, glancing towards the horizon in the direction of the abyss with a calm tone that concealed a chilling, murderous intent. Dragon Girl, let's go. I have something for you to do. The fourth defense line of the East Sea. Smoke obscured the starry sky, and the scorched earth stretched endlessly. Inside the command center, Vice Commander Zhao Xianghan's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his sidearm to his temple. The third defense line had fallen, and tens of thousands of soldiers had turned to flesh and mud. The battle flag of the Abyss Sect had already been planted on the hillside 10 kilometers away. He felt they could no longer hold the line. Bang! A dull thud. The command room's door was kicked in. Li Yin, covered in blood, strode in and flipped Zhao Xianghan to the ground with a backhanded move, his sidearm skidding across the floor. Coward! Li Yin looked down from above, his voice chilling and piercing. Tens of thousands of brothers are sacrificing their lives on the front lines, and you, the commander, are here seeking death. How cheap is death? A soldier dying in battle is called martyrdom. Li Yin drew his battle knife. Your death here is merely a... Li Yin turned around and shouted at the assembled officers outside the door. Relay my orders. Dismiss Zhao Xianghan from all military positions. From now on, I will take command of the fourth defense line. I am called Mad Dog, and the troops I lead will bite off a piece of flesh from the Abyss Sect, even if it means death. This defense line today shall not retreat a single step without stepping over our corpses. The cold wind howled. 50,000 defenders unsheathed their swords in silence, their killing intent soaring into the skies. They knew very well that this was the final battle. 15 minutes later, the ground began to tremble in front of the trenches. Thick, black, demonic energy surged from the horizon. The Abyss Sect Skin Peeler army was pressing forward. The three leading heretic commanders rode on level 90 Abyss Bone Dragons, holding high a human skin totem, exuding eerie red light. That red light was the aura of the quest item Jiang Feng needed. Li Yin raised his battle knife, just about to issue the charge command, when the clouds above suddenly split open without warning. There was no magical warning of any kind. High above, a domineering dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire East Sea battle zone. The sound waves transformed into tangible shock waves that swept through. The three Abyss Bone Dragons, which had been flaunting their power just a second ago, instantly became weak. They directly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm. Not just the Bone Dragons, even the national guardian dragon beasts worshipped behind the fourth defense line of the Dragon Kingdom were now lying on the ground, whimpering. Everyone instinctively looked up. A colossal dragon engulfed in golden red flames tore through the void and descended. Its body blotted out the sky, and its scales shimmered with ancient destructive laws. On the back of the giant dragon stood a tall figure. He wore dark red Starfall heavy armor and wielded a staff ignited with heavenly flames. The mere pressure emanating from him severely twisted the very fabric of space on the battlefield. Jiang Feng gazed down at the densely packed army of monsters below, his gaze locking directly onto the totem held by the three commanders. He had found it. Jiang Feng leaped off the dragon girl's back. From a height of 100 meters without a parachute, he simply free fell. He even felt too lazy to use any cushioning skills. With a body density built from 100,000 points of vitality, he had already become a true human-shaped nuclear bomb. Boom. The moment Jiang Feng's feet touched the ground, the laws of physics simply ceased to function. The ground within 100 meters around his landing point sank several meters. The terrifying shockwave transformed into a rolling earth dragon, instantly turning hundreds of abyss monsters into a mist of blood. Purely physical transcendence was the most fatal. Li Yan and the 50,000 defenders were left dumbfounded. Just a landing strike had wiped out a horde of high-level magical creatures. The skin peeler leader barely steadied himself, filled with anger and horror as he pointed at the pit, shouting, "Which ancient creature from the Dragon Kingdom are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Abyss sect? Today I'll make you." His words were cut off. Feng raised the Doomsday Heavenly Fire Staff in his hand. He despised villains who spoke too much before dying. He was merely here to gather materials. True explosive flame. At the tip of the staff, a blinding azure white light suddenly magnified. No incantation, no magic circle. 1,000,000-level magical damage amplified by the Divine Gear's triple area and power enhancements, as well as the true damage characteristic. This basic skill had been forcefully wielded to create the effect of a forbidden spell, cleansing the battlefield. The blinding white light illuminated the night like daylight. A gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose at the center of the Abyss sect's army. The absolute high temperature instantly evaporated the 100,000 heretical army. Level 100 leaders. Abyssal bone dragons. Not even a complete corpse was left, they were directly vaporized. The terrifying shockwave wildly spread in all directions as Li Yan shouted hoarsely and ducked down. The defense barrier of the front line flickered violently under the impact of the residual wave, almost shattering on the spot. After the brilliance dissipated, the entire area fell into silence. There was no sign of an army ahead, no slopes remained. All that could be seen was a bottomless glazed basin. The 100,000 troops had been swept away by a single blow. Feng stepped onto the warm crystalline ground, walking to the center of the basin. A fragment of bone exuding an ancient aura quietly hovered in midair. Under such a devastating strike, it bore not a single scratch. Truly a relic of the celestial gods. Feng reached out to grasp the bone fragment. Obtain task item Pangu spinal fluid fragment. Parsing second turn super hidden mission clues. Parsing complete. Please head to Kunlun Ruins, Nameless Immortal's cave to accept the final trial. Feng stored the bone fragment and turned to walk towards the spiraling dragon maiden in midair. Senior. Li Yan finally came to his senses and rushed out of the trench, shouting loudly. Junior Dragon Kingdom warrior Li Yan, thank you for saving the defense line, Senior. May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior? Feng paused and glanced at him. The dark red mask obscured his expression, revealing only a pair of calm, deep eyes. I have never cultivated kindness in my life, only loved killing and arson. It's best to remain hidden and keep my name away from fame. He did not reply and flashed back onto the Dragon Maiden's back. The Dragon Maiden's wings flapped fiercely, tearing through space, and the man and dragon directly vanished into the chaotic void. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Li Yan looked at the scorched earth basin spanning tens of kilometers, trembling with excitement. Such power. A single person can form an army. This is insane. Li Yan's voice was hoarse. He suddenly recalled that spell's initiation, the overwhelming sense of pressure, and wondered if it was the same person who soloed the Hell Dungeon yesterday. But Li Yan felt it couldn't be. In merely a few days, that newcomer had grown to such an extent. This growth rate was simply outrageous. It wasn't even the same dimension. What surprised him was that these two great figures were indeed one and the same. Shortly after, within half a day, a highly classified top-secret report was placed directly on the round table of the Dragon Kingdom's highest command. The third defense line of the East Sea has been recaptured. The 100,000 abyssal army has been completely annihilated. 3 level 100 heretical leaders have been slain. All of this took less than 10 seconds. The attacker, a mysterious powerhouse suspected of wielding an ancient destructive dragon. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were utterly shaken. In the large conference room, silence reigned, and soon all the generals stood up in unison. The destructive power exhibited by this unknown being was simply a dimensional strike, easily overpowering the current national guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. This person aids our Dragon Kingdom 9 times out of 10, is a descendant of Long Han. Good, well done. This group deserved to be crushed by our greatest power. Find him. Spare no effort to recruit him. The Supreme Commander decisively stated, and the order was instantly dispatched to all secret departments across the nation. The news spread like wildfire, and the domestic internet went completely crazy. What the hell? Such a difficult heretical powerhouse instantly turned to ashes. Our Dragon Kingdom possesses such tremendous strength. This is the foundation of our Huaxia. What abyssal sect? In front of this great figure, it doesn't even count as a fart. This great figure. Absolutely the one who soloed the Hell Dungeon. This wave directly defies the heavens. It turns the tide. Glory to Ardesia. A strong sense of national pride swept through the nation like wildfire. The figure of this mysterious powerhouse was directly elevated to the altar of the Dragon Kingdom's faith. Many had seen strong individuals, but few had encountered someone with such formidable strength capable of annihilating such powerful enemies with a single strike. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Feng, who had caused a nationwide earthquake, had already landed steadily on the frigid peak of the Kunlun Mountains. The biting wind was accompanied by a snowstorm. An ancient, dilapidated bronze door was firmly embedded deep within the glacier. Prompt, you have discovered the nameless immortal's cave. Jiang Feng pushed the door open with one hand, and the heavy rumbling echoed through the snowy mountain. What awaited him inside would be the second-turn assessment that could transform him into an ancient deity. However, the aura of the laws wafting from deep within the cave felt strangely familiar. Who exactly is this immortal? Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Stepping into the cave, he was met with an overwhelming chill. At first, Jiang Feng thought that this immortal who left behind relics must possess some extraordinary abilities, and he held a measure of respect typical of a Huaxia Jr. Suddenly, a fierce shadow lunged out from the darkness. It was a celestial beast covered in thunderous scales with 3 eyes. Level LV-80 Lord level. The celestial beast let out a deafening roar, its sharp claws lunging directly at Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng remained still. He didn't even lift the staff in his hand. Boom. As the claws of the celestial beast touched the dark red heavy armor on Jiang Feng's body, the dormant ancient bloodline energy within him suddenly erupted. No skills were employed. It was purely the upper-tier bloodline combined with an abnormal passive recoil. Awoo! The LV-80 celestial beast howled in pain as if it had been struck heat-in by a dump truck, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Thunderous scales shattered all around, and it spat out golden blood, heavily injured and on the brink of death. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. Is this celestial beast serious? I didn't even use any strength. Please spare me, esteemed guest. An old but panicked voice came from deep within the cave. Following this, several ethereal figures clad in ancient Taoist robes appeared. Such a scene was simply too surreal. Yet having traversed through time and witnessed such extraordinary occurrences, Jiang Feng naturally found it familiar. The leading elder with white hair stumbled forward, sweating profusely at the sight of the injured celestial beast. He turned to Jiang Feng and bowed deeply, his attitude humbled to the extreme. Your presence graces this humble abode, illuminating our humble dwelling. This beast has been blind to charge at you, and its death is not to be mourned. Jiang Feng looked at the group of terrified immortals before him. He suddenly realized that with his current overpowering attributes, he had already far surpassed these immortals by more than 1 or 2 realms. In his eyes, they could at most be considered mortals with some spellcasting abilities. Jiang Feng stowed away his staff and slightly cupped his hands. Junior Jiang Feng, I mean no offense. I come here solely to seek a second-turn opportunity. I hope seniors can bear with me. Jiang Feng remained courteous, as these were indeed immortals of reality, having lived for hundreds of years, or even longer. As long as they did not deliberately act ostentatiously, he was more than willing to coexist peacefully with them, treating them as friends. The elder trembled, all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. The cultivation world had always revered the strong, viewing the weak as ants. This unparalleled powerhouse, capable of crushing celestial beasts with a wave of his hand, was actually speaking to him about Huaxia etiquette. You've truly humbled this old man. The elder, excited, had his beard trembling, and his attitude became even more respectful. This old man is surnamed Jiang, a descendant of the Flame Emperor from 5,000 years ago named Kunlun. This mountain was established in my name back then. Jiang Feng nodded. It turned out that this world was no different from his past life. It had simply evolved into an era of universal awakening. Elder Jiang, I wish to enter the final trial. Jiang Feng got straight to the point. Jiang Kunlun quickly led the way, guiding Jiang Feng deep into the cave. There lay an ancient eye of the Bagua formation, emitting a ghostly blue light. Young friend, this eye shares the same origin as the external magic tower, yet it can directly connect to the supreme rule space of the demon realm. Only here can you be assured of safety. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. After all, this old immortal was a descendant of the first ancestor, possessing remarkable understanding. Listening to his advice was not a mistake. Jiang Kunlun's expression grew serious. But young friend, remember, after completing your job transition, you must leave quickly. Do not let curiosity get the better of you regarding what lies inside. Why? Jiang Feng asked. Jiang Kunlun smiled wryly. That is a world within a world. Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Han Wu both ventured in. The waters inside are far too deep. Jiang Feng's heart trembled. Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu had not perished. It turned out they had teamed up to challenge a high-dimensional dungeon. This realization opened his mind completely. Surely this world would have occurrences beyond his imagination. Thank you for the information. Jiang Feng stepped into the eye of the formation. Buzz. The scene before him was instantly torn apart, as if he had fallen into an infinite starry sky. Countless ancient laws manifested as tangible chains weaving through the void. Ding. Detected Pangu's essence. The second transition task for the ancient war titan has been submitted. Bloodline reconstruction in progress. A violent energy surged through his entire body. At that moment, Jiang Feng's 100,000 points of physique were crazily compressed and refined, his bones glowing with a brilliant dark golden hue. Congratulations. Second transition completed. Your profession has advanced to Ancient Star Tyrant. Gained exclusive domain Tyrant's Divine Realm. Upon activation, all hostile targets within the domain have their attributes forcibly reduced by 50, no exceptions. Gained 5000 free attribute points to allocate. All attributes significantly increased. Just as Jiang Feng was preparing to examine the surging attributes, a chilling whisper suddenly echoed from the depths of the starry sky. A line of deep red warnings flashed on his retina. Extreme danger warning. Detected that you are at the edge of the Divine Court ruins. Current area minimum entry level LV9000. An indescribable entity is approaching. Please evacuate immediately. 90,000 level. Jiang Feng looked at the newly unlocked panel. His eyelids twitched violently. Even with his attribute points, facing the dimensional suppression of such a high level would be pure folly. Excuse me, I shall take my leave. Jiang Feng showed no hesitation and decisively activated the exit command. Before a giant hand capable of crushing planets could reach out from the depths of the stars, he transformed into a flash of light and swiftly departed. Landing back on the blue stone slab of the Immortals Cave, Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Second transition completed. Level cap unlocked to LV70. He looked down at his hands, now covered with a layer of dark golden divine patterns, and chuckled softly. Jiang Feng turned around and strode out of the eye of the Bagua formation. The oppressive presence of the 90,000 level beings lingered behind him, but he paid it no mind. Now in the blue star, he was already striking down dimensions, yet since there were higher peaks beyond this realm, it ignited a fervor deep within him. As long as his health pool was thick enough, even gods could be slain. Outside the formation, Jiang Kunlun and a dozen other immortals held their breath, not daring to exhale. When Jiang Feng stepped out of the formation, his expression was calm as water surrounded by dark golden star divine patterns, the aura of the ancient star tyrant surging wildly. Jiang Kunlun, seeing Jiang Feng's demeanor, was so astonished that his beard trembled, bowing even lower. Young friend, your temperament is truly defiant of the heavens. Back when Emperor Qin and the two emperors Yin and Huang entered that space, they emerged with faces of astonishment, needing days to regain their composure. Yet you have returned to clarity in an instant. My Waxia's younger generation has truly produced a peerless prodigy. The surrounding immortals nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Jiang Feng akin to that of a humanoid monster. For thousands of years, Waxia's bloodline had not seen such a fierce individual. Jiang Feng slightly nodded, his tone calm. Elder Jiang, you overestimate me. I simply know when to be sensible. If I cannot win, I will flee, and I won't engage in pointless probing. Jiang Kunlun quickly stepped aside to lead the way, inviting Jiang Feng into the inner chamber. The place was adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, thick spiritual energy condensed into white mist rolling beneath his feet. After taking a seat, Jiang Kunlun lifted a teacup and revealed the secret of their stay. We remain at Kunlun solely to guide the Huaxia bloodline. The dangers of the otherworldly space are immense. We need Huaxia to produce 10,000 level transmuters before we can lay down the burden of guidance and follow our ancestors to that realm for cultivation. Is entry only permitted at level 10,000? The framework has opened up. It seems that place is truly where the gods clash. He did not ask further. The disparity in levels was too vast, and further inquiry was pointless. His primary goal now was to make money and increase his attributes. After the pleasantries, Jiang Feng declined the immortals' invitations to stay and directly stepped out of the immortal. Standing atop the Kunlun snow mountain, the cold wind howled around him. Jiang Feng directly opened the built-in communication panel of the system. The monetization plan officially commenced. He found the ID of Yin Yu Yao and casually sent a message. 3,000 pieces of equipment, at least purple epic, at most divine red gear. Can you handle it? Within 3 seconds, the communication box flashed wildly, as if possessed. Yin Yu Yao sent a voice request with the highest authority, and Jiang Feng accepted the call. Big shot. Are you kidding me? 3,000 pieces. Does it really include divine red gear? Yin Yu Yao's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Jiang Feng was too lazy to waste words, flipping over 10 system screenshots. The screen was instantly filled with dense purple epics and red divine lights. On the other end of the communicator fell into a profound silence. After a full half-minute, Yin Yu Yao's hurried and heavy breathing finally came through. Big shot. Give me 10 minutes. This deal is too massive. Our guild alone cannot handle it. I will gather the high levels of the 9 major trading companies to pool resources. Please, whatever you do, do not put it on the trading platform. Jiang Feng turned off the microphone and closed his eyes. At the same time, in the upper levels of the Yinyu Tower Guild headquarters in Dongjiang City, the high-ranking officials of the Merchant Association stared intently at the equipment list projected before them, their eyes nearly bulging out. Such a level of strategic resource could completely rewrite the history of the Huaxiao War Zone. Moreover, there were also over a dozen true character equipment pieces within. What is true character equipment? It is the finest gear that can be brought into the real world. The entire conference room instantly fell into madness. Countless frenzied fund adjustment orders were issued like snowflakes. 10 minutes later, Yin Yuyao reconnected with Jiang Feng. Her voice was already dry and strained, yet it exuded extreme excitement. Boss, our 9 major merchant associations have drained all of our liquid assets, mortgaged 83rd level main cities, and raised a total of 35 trillion gold coins. But this is still 30% short of your total equipment valuation. Jiang Feng gazed at the vast snowy mountains, his tone casual. Make up the difference with physical items. I also need clues for job changes, hidden maps, and so on, and the rarity must be top tier. Yin Yuyao gritted her teeth and directly presented the guild's ultimate secret weapon. I have 2 super hidden job scrolls that cannot be cracked. One is the Archer class Underworld Sniper, and the other is the Priest class Life Seeker. This is the top tier foundation that our several guilds have paid with our lives. Deal. Execute the highest confidentiality contract with the system. Jiang Feng declared decisively. It must be said that once this contract is shared with Jiang Feng, others will no longer be able to use it. Just this one system rule for magic domain is quite reasonable. His father Jiang Zhangwo was a struggling archer, outputting barely enough to deal with small monsters, just to supplement the family finances. His mother Lu Tsuelon hadn't even registered an account yet. These 2 hidden job scrolls would completely solve his parents' survival and development issues. Jiang Feng thought about preparing a set of suitable job equipment for his parents to help them improve their combat power. As a family, they rise and fall together. Now that he has gained strength, he naturally wants to pull his parents along to become stronger, fulfilling the saying, when one attains the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. A dazzling golden light flashed, and 35 trillion gold coins were instantly credited, while 2 scrolls radiating ancient waves quietly lay in the corner of his backpack. Jiang Feng was in high spirits. This wealth could rival that of a nation, enough for him to dominate any resource point with monetary power for a long time to come. Having settled the trivial matters of reality, he immediately switched back to his own attributes panel. The second job transfer was completed, and the level limit was broken, with the system rewarding him with 50,000 points of free attributes. In addition, 2 exclusive passive skills for the second job transfer appeared on the panel. 2 dark, golden passive skills quietly hovered in the center of his vision. Ancient Combat Technique, All Laws Unite. Effect integrates all combat skills mastered into one. All attacks forcibly deal true damage equal to the sum of strength wisdom, ignoring any defenses and law shields. Trait: when the enemy has a shield, the attack instantly shatters 80 of their shield limit and reduces their life recovery effect by 80. Passive: melee normal attacks trigger 12 times true damage and grant a super high attack speed bonus. Ranged magical attacks trigger 5 times true damage. All Laws Overlord, Eternal Immortality. Effect: the higher the character's physical attributes, the stronger the percentage damage reduction, rebound damage ratio, and percentage defense bonus. Combining offense and defense, growing stronger the more one fights. Jiang Feng read the skill description, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, this is the ultimate core for melee mages. In the past, when he struck enemies with a staff, it was purely reliant on his absurd stats. Now, with All Laws Unite, the combined total of strength wisdom reached over 70,000, allowing melee attacks to multiply damage by 12. Moreover, it dealt over 9 million true damage. No cooldown, no consumption. A single normal attack could directly drain the health of a world boss of the same level. Of course, Jiang Feng had over 40,000 agility, making his flying speed and movement speed extraordinary. Once in close range, he had an attack speed of 444 times per second, capable of leaving enemies questioning their existence. Furthermore, the advancement brought about by the second job transfer was not just skills, but a leap in the level of life. Jiang Feng glanced at his total panel and found that his base attributes had been significantly raised by 15. ID: Qing Feng Hidden. Job: Ancient Star Tyrant. Level: LV 30. Title: Hell Conqueror. All attributes 5. Health: 12779115 12779115. Defense: 250000. Magic points: 40592236 40592236. Magic damage: 12100000. Physical damage: 10700000. Attack speed: 444 times second. Attributes: Physique: 127791. Wisdom: 405924. Strength: 358402. Agility: 44458. Luck: 640115. Allocatable attributes: 5000 points. Backpack 3. 50 trillion gold. Reputation 305000. Since melee gains are so high, survival must be maximized. Zhang Feng's thoughts were extremely clear. Currently his wisdom and strength combined exceeded 70,000 and his firepower was overflowing. Once his physique reached 3000, he would supplement agility and his attributes would be perfect. He decisively summoned the 50,000 points of free attributes rewarded by the second job transfer and allocated them all to physique. Attribute allocation completed. Physique 1277911777791. Defense 255582355582 including 15 increase and divine equipment bonus. Health 127791017777910. The sound of bones raging echoed within him. A layer of dark golden divine patterns flickered on Zhang Feng's skin, then quickly receded. Over 170,000 in health, 350,000 in defense. Combined with the damage reduction effect of all laws overlord, he could stand still and let 100 mages bombard him for an entire day without breaking his nearly 3,000 points of automatic health recovery per second. Once my physique surpasses 300, I will raise my agility. Zhang Feng secretly planned. In the underlying logic of this world, 100 points of agility equate to 1x attack speed. Once attack speed is increased combined with the 12 times true damage from normal attacks, he would become an invulnerable meat grinder. Just as Zhang Feng contemplated where to level up, the dragon girl, perched on his shoulder, suddenly straightened up. Yav. The little loli excitedly pointed at the void behind Kunlun Mountain, her big eyes shining with ancient dragon-shaped runes. Ding. Your pet ancient dragon vein has generated a bloodline resonance. Discovered unique hidden map Ancient Dragonfall Abyss LV50. This area evolved from the site of ancient dragon falls where all monsters are boss level with an extremely high danger factor. Do you wish to proceed? A level 50 map with all boss monsters. Zhang Feng was delighted. What kind of dangerous area is this? This is clearly a customized attribute ATM by the system for him. This is still a dungeon map hidden in the real world which offers even greater rewards than local dungeons in the game. After he collects the good things from this place, he can move on to even higher level maps where levels in the hundreds or even thousands are a small matter. Let's go, Dragon Girl. The Dragon Maiden's double wings suddenly spread wide, instantly transforming into the form of an ancient giant dragon. Zhang Feng leaped onto the dragon's back, tearing through space, and plunged headfirst into the gray-white space rift. As he descended, a dense aura of death and the overwhelming might of the dragon rushed toward him. Under the dim sky, the massive Dragon Bone Mountain range stretched endlessly, with dark red magma rolling and flowing between the cracks. The moment he landed, the lava ground ahead exploded with a thunderous roar. In the next second, it felt as if he had entered another world. This was the map of the real world. In reality, Zhang Feng could not be found, but he was able to move in this alternate world. Suddenly, a sub-dragon monster covered in bone spines roared out, bringing forth a rain of fire. Abyssal Subdragon Guard. Level LV50 Elite Boss. Health 1. 5 million. Attack 60000. Skill Dragonborn Resilience Defense increased by 300. An elite monster at level 50 with over 1 million health. In the outside world, it would definitely require a full team of 100 top-tier players grinding for 3 hours just to take it down. Moreover, these top-tier teams would need to be high-level and coordinate with each other to slowly take it down. Zhang Feng stood still, raising the Doomsday Flame Staff with ease. Just in time to test my range damage. He unleashed a quick spell Fireball. A spark of fire flashed at his fingertips, and the passive skill, Everything Returns to 1, was instantly triggered. The originally orange-eared fireball transformed into a blinding azure light, carrying 5 times the actual damage, striking the Subdragon Guard's chest at an absurd speed. Boom. The proud armor of the Subdragon Guard instantly crumbled into dust. 75 million. Actual damage. A large portion of this monster's body evaporated instantly, its health bar plummeting, letting out a mournful wail as it fell to the ground. Zhang Feng stepped forward, gripping the staff with both hands, and smashed down onto the Subdragon Guard's remaining head. Melee triggered. 12 times actual damage. 9 million. Actual damage overflowed severely with a crunching sound of shattered bones. The Subdragon Guard's head burst open like a ripe watermelon. Ding. Killed the LV50 Abyssal Subdragon Guard, gaining a massive amount of experience. Having killed an elite boss in a higher tier, he received free attribute points, 6,500 points. 6,500 points. Zhang Feng's eyes instantly turned fiery hot. Killing 100 ordinary monsters outside was nothing compared to smashing the head of an elite monster here. Truly, it was like killing a chicken to slaughter a dragon, and who else could do it? Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng raised his staff and rode the dragon into the clouds, resembling a deity of slaughter actively charging into the depths of the bone forest. Within just 5 minutes, 10 Abyssal Subdragon Guards were continuously smashed into meat paste. All were taken down with a single melee strike. With high agility, the staff swung through the air, executing the kills with remarkable precision. Congratulations. Level increased to LV43. Due to the ancient profession characteristic of the Star Tyrant, each level gained 1,500 attribute points. Gained 19500 attributes. Cumulatively gained free attribute points 84500 points. Including talent plunder rewards, this visibly rampant speed of becoming stronger made Jiang Feng's blood boil. Previously, after grinding for 6 or 7 hours, he only plundered 2 million attribute points. This time, just killing 10 monsters directly yielded over 80,000 points. Next, he needed to strive for daily earnings to level up, gradually progressing from 7 to 8 million to tens of millions, or even higher. Only then would he be safe enough. One must also say that the experience points for monsters here are truly high. Similarly, if he killed 10 ordinary level 50 elite monsters, reaching level 35 would be impressive, but this time, he jumped up 13 levels. It was simply amazing. However, just as he smashed the 11th Subdragon Guard, the Dragon Bone Mountain range beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The surrounding lava pools began to flood into the ground. An overwhelming pressure, suffocating to behold, surged from the very bottom of the abyss. A terrifying black dragon, over 100 meters long, tore through the layers of rock, soaring into the sky. It was covered in dark purple crystalline scales, its eyes burning with the cold flames of the abyss. Abyssal Dragon King, Unique Hidden Lord. Level LV60. Health 12 million. Attack 1800000. Defense 30000. Shield Abyssal Law Barrier 10 million health. Characteristic Self-Destruct at death causes 200 of maximum health as destructive physical damage. The Dragon King roared in a deafening fury. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a jet of pitch-black dragon breath infused with the power of laws straight at Jiang Feng. How flashy! Jiang Feng couldn't even be bothered to dodge, advancing instead. With his knees slightly bent, he pushed off the ground, causing the earth to collapse. He surged upward against the flow of the dragon breath. With all laws dominating body activated, the dragon breath, capable of melting steel, struck him, yet only resulted in a series of damage numbers below 3 digits. Purely a scratch. This pathetic damage was quickly healed by his high automatic regeneration. Jiang Feng transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, instantly appearing above the Abyssal Dragon King's massive head. The Doomsday Flame Staff was raised high, over 700,000 power and wisdom raging within him. All laws returned to 1. The staff came crashing down on the crystalline scales atop the Abyssal Dragon King's head. Crack! The multi-million level Absolute Shield triggered its passive upon contact with the staff, shattering 80 instantly. Following that, 12 times actual damage poured unreservedly into the Abyssal Dragon King's skull. 9 million. Actual damage. 36 million. Critical hit added, influenced by Ring of Destructions, magical critical rate 50, critical damage 200. With an extremely high agility, in an instant at a terrifying speed, the boss was directly obliterated. Jiang Feng didn't even have time to swing a second attack before the battle ended. The Abyssal Dragon King's wail got caught in its throat, its lengthy health bar instantly emptied. Boom! The dying Abyssal Dragon King's eyes suddenly lit up with blinding blood light, the abyssal energy within it completely going berserk. Its massive body rapidly expanded. Self-destruct. 2,400 million level destructive physical damage erupted instantly. The raging energy storm flattened the Dragon Bone Mountain range within a 3-kilometer radius. A massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky, obscuring the abyssal heavens. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Jiang Feng stood firmly at the center of the scorched crater. There wasn't a single scratch on his dark, gold-heavy armor. With a terrifying health of 7 million and an additional 3,500 defense under the high damage reduction of all laws dominating body, this 24 million physical damage apocalypse self-destruct only caused him to lose 5,000 health. In just 16 or 17 seconds, his powerful life recovery ability quickly restored Jiang Feng's health. This was under the condition of only 1700 constitution attributes. If his constitution were higher, the damage reduction would be even greater. Ding. Killed. The LV60 Abyssal Dragon King experience points surged. Level increased to 45, gained 3,000 attribute points to allocate. Due to the impact of super profession characteristics, 1,500 points per level triggered Pangu Slaughter. Having killed a lord in a higher tier, gained free attribute points 200 points. A series of slaughters finally arrived at the most satisfying moment of reckoning. Jiang Feng glanced at the panel log. The previous 10 Abyss Dragon Guards plus 1 Abyss Dragon King allowed him to accumulate a massive amount of attribute points in a very short time. With a total of 8,450 points already accumulated, along with the 300 points gained from leveling up twice after defeating the Abyss Dragon King, and an additional 200 points from defeating a higher tier boss. In total, he had 109500 free attribute points. Without any hesitation, Jiang Feng focused his mind and allocated all of these points to his Constitution attribute. The moment the points were allocated, a dull, thunderous sound erupted within his body. His dark, golden bones emitted a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache as muscle fibers were torn apart and instantly reformed, increasing his bonus density to an inhuman level. Allocation complete. Constitution 177791287291. Defense 355582 574582 boosted by divine equipment and titles. Health 17779115 28729115. Approaching 300,000 in Constitution. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, and the compressed air between his fingers produced a sharp, explosive sound. At this moment, even if he stood there and let a large siege cannon of the same level bombard him, his health would regenerate faster than he lost it. He had become an absolute tank among his peers. His gaze returned to the debris-strewn bottom of the meteorite crater. After the self-destruction of the Abyss Dragon King, a dazzling array of loot was left behind. Jiang Feng took a glance and saw a total of 5 pieces of equipment. With the support of an outrageous luck value of 6400, the monster drops had been forcibly upgraded in quality. One piece was a blood-red divine grade gauntlet, another was a jet black ancient grade chest armor, and the remaining 3 were all epic grade accessories glowing with purple light. Jiang Feng checked the attributes. They were merely ordinary high-quality items, unable to match the red divine equipment he was currently wearing. He simply clicked to collect them all and stuffed them into his bag. He planned to package them up and give them to Yin Yuyao for gold coins. If they didn't have the financial power to buy them, he could just list them on the trading market. They were in demand, so he needn't worry about no one wanting them. And the stuff that spawns every day must be worth the GDP of an entire country for a year, Jiang Feng said as he brushed off the dust from his hands. However, he thought about it and realized that this was the GDP of a country in his past life. In this world, a country's output might be far more than just this. Money, once it surpasses a certain limit, truly becomes just a string of numbers. This statement was completely accurate, just like what Old Ma said in his past life. He looked up at the gray-white sky. A level 45 was neither high nor low. The efficiency of farming monsters today was extremely high. He could definitely push through to level 70 and unlock the 3rd-class advancement. Just as Jiang Feng was about to summon the Dragon Girl and head to the next leveling area, a sudden change occurred. The abyssal base that had originally calmed down collapsed without warning. The surrounding lava surged and instantly solidifying into black, dead stone, and the gravity in the entire space suddenly increased by hundreds of times. The system's alert transformed into a piercing crimson warning box flashing frantically on Jiang Feng's retina. Extreme danger warning. Serious overflow of player luck value detected, forcibly triggering the world laws of the ancient dragon abyss. The ancient seal has been loosened. Inside is an indescribable ancient abyssal ancestor. Its power is extremely terrifying and carries remnants of divine court laws. Do you wish to immediately completely lift the seal? Note, this operation is highly likely to result in the player being cursed and killed by a powerful creature, with death losses being 10 times that of normal death effects. The dragon girl in midair let out an anxious low growl. Her massive dragon body suddenly descended firmly, blocking Jiang Feng in front, her vertical pupils fixated on the cracking fissure in the ground. This was a primal instinct born from her superior bloodline. The thing below could threaten her life. Jiang Feng glanced at the warning box. Cursed to be killed. He laughed out loud. As long as this system dared to display the health bar, even if it was the Heavenly King today, it would have to spit out the attribute points. Lift it, Jiang Feng decisively chose. Boom. The moment he confirmed, the Dragon Bone mountain range within a 10-mile radius beneath him was completely shattered. A bone claw hundreds of meters long ruthlessly tore through the crust. Immediately after, a massive skeletal dragon large enough to block out the sun crawled out from the depths of the abyss. Its skeletal gaps were filled with viscous black substance, and the surrounding space appeared to be riddled with fine black cracks under the pressure of its immense aura. Ancient Bone Tyrant Abyss Dragon Ancestor Forbidden Seal, level LV 80 health, 80 million physical magic attack power, 150 defense, 100 trait, Divine Court Residual Realm. Immune to 99 of magic and physical damage within its own domain. Trait Undying and Unyielding. When receiving a fatal blow, forcibly exempted from death, retaining 1 health point, and entering an absolute invincibility state for 10 seconds. 80 million health. Dual resistances exceeding 1 million plus 99% damage immunity, and absolute health lock. If this monster's stats were posted on the forum, it would absolutely drive all the guilds in the Huaxiao battle zone to despair. This was not meant for players at the current stage, it was purely a plot mechanism monster designed to stall progress. The Abyss Dragon Ancestor's hollow eye sockets ignited with two green flames of souls. It lowered its head, opening its massive mouth capable of swallowing mountains, preparing to unleash its abyss breath. Jiang Feng had no intention of giving it the opportunity to strike. With over 40,000 agility points bursting forth, he bent his legs slightly and propelled himself forward. The black basalt beneath his feet vaporized into powder. Pure speed broke the sound barrier, leaving a series of sonic boom clouds in the air. In less than a tenth of a second, Jiang Feng's figure directly appeared above the massive skull of the Abyss Dragon Ancestor, holding the staff upside down. His blood surged like mercury, and the combined power and wisdom of 700,000 instantly converged at the tip of the staff. Today I will send you to the afterlife. Jiang Feng expressionlessly uttered a single word: kill. The Doomsday Fire Staff transformed into a dark red afterimage and struck fiercely at the crown of the Abyss Dragon Ancestor. 12 times real damage. Ignoring all damage mitigation mechanisms, disregarding all armor and shields. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the abyss. A series of crimson damage numbers dripping with blood quickly floated upward from the head of the Abyss Dragon Ancestor. 18 million. Real damage. Damage severely overflowed. Affected by the Tyrant's divine domain, all attributes of all hostile targets within the domain are forcibly reduced by 50, cannot be exempted. 18 million. 18 million. 72 million. Real damage. Crit damage affected by the Ring of Destructions, I-200 crit damage, is 400. In this brief moment, less than 1 second, the system imposed undying and unyielding health lock mechanism on the Abyss Dragon Ancestor had no chance to trigger. The underlying health lock code was violently torn apart by absolute real damage. Jiang Feng never expected that true damage could counter such an overpowered skill of the boss. The breath of the Abyss Dragon Ancestor choked in its throat, and its massive body froze within a second. Then starting from its skull, it began to disintegrate, turning into a rain of gray-white bone ash that floated down. The battle was over. It took less than a second. It was simply terrifying. Ding. Overlevel kill of LV-80 Forbidden Seal Creature. Experience points massively overflowed. Your level has increased by 10 levels. Current level LV-55. Affected by the characteristics of his super hidden profession, he gained 1500 attribute points to destroy. By crossing great realms to slay forbidden creatures, he forcibly deprived the world's origin. Free attribute points gained 200,000 points. Jiang Feng landed steadily, gazing at the skyrocketing numbers on the panel, exclaiming in astonishment. Combined with the 15,000 points from leveling up, he instantly amassed a total of 215,000 attribute points. This wave was simply a massive win, completely beyond the normal understanding of leveling up. For ordinary professions, each level grants only 5 attribute points. Even within the full attribute system, the increase is quite limited. Even slightly stronger advanced professions yield no more than around 10 points per level, at most just a few tens of points. Hidden professions, no matter how rare, typically only achieve a little over 100 points at level 1. Top-tier hidden professions that can surpass 300 points are extremely rare. Yet Jiang Feng, receiving 1,500 attribute points per level, stood at the pinnacle belonging to the most elite super hidden professions. This was merely the basic gain from leveling up, a mere fraction for him. The true explosive growth of his power came from the forced plunder of his talent. For each monster killed, he could earn thousands, or even tens of thousands of attribute points, with increasingly exaggerated gains as he progressed. It must be noted that the difficulty of leveling up later on is already immense, and the efficiency of gaining massive attributes from monster kills is simply incomparable. This growth rate is terrifying. What concerned Jiang Feng even more were the 2 orbs of light hovering where the ashes dissipated ahead. There were no scattered purple or golden lights. One orb radiated a swirling 7-colored brilliance, while the other exuded an ancient vast aura of the ancestral dragon. Jiang Feng stepped forward, reaching out with one hand to grasp the orb of colorful light. The system's notification sound unexpectedly carried a slight electric tremor. Ding! Due to the influence of extreme luck, a transformation of the origin has occurred in the Forbidden Drop. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the world's only equipment, a level 1 colorful supreme artifact. Jiang Feng opened his palm, revealing a staff forged entirely from pure stardust, with a miniature black hole embedded at its tip, quietly resting in his hand. Upon acquiring it, the surrounding space emitted a mournful cry, as it could not bear its weight. Staff of Cosmic Ruin. Quality level 1 colorful supreme, 7-colored supreme, unique in the entire server. Wearing requirements: level LV-50, a basic intelligence, 300 basic strength, 300. Basic attributes. All attributes forcibly increased 100 points. Magical attack power 1000000. Physical attack power 8000000. Artifact trait 1 Dimension Crush. All your attacks completely ignore the target's realm defenses, forcibly converting 100 of panel damage into real damage. Artifact trait 2 Tyrant's Law. The default attack range of normal attacks is expanded to a radius of 100 meters with each basic attack considered as casting a forbidden spell. Artifact trait 3 Artifact Immortal. This equipment cannot drop, cannot be destroyed, and ignores any laws of deprivation. Jiang Feng looked at the panel, his eyes brightening. All attributes plus 100,000. Basic magical attack plus 10 million. 8 million physical attack power. In this era where everyone is struggling over 1,000 or 2,000 attack power, this weapon is truly a cheat. In comparison, the gap is 1,000 times. Jiang Feng understood while holding the staff, if he unleashed a basic attack in the center of Dongjiang City, just based on this forbidden spell level area effect, it would be enough to cause a catastrophic disaster. Without the slightest hesitation, he stored the Doomsday Flame Staff in his backpack and directly equipped the Staff of Cosmic Ruin. Although the first artifact trait overlaps with the Ancient Star Tyrant's Profession effect, both dealing real damage, the true core enhancement of this equipment lies in the second trait. It may seem unremarkable, but it directly elevates the attack range to a terrifying level. A 10-meter radius is merely over 300 square meters, while a 100-meter radius spans over 30,000 square meters, equivalent to the coverage area of nearly 100 square meter office buildings from his past life. With just one normal attack, he could sweep the entire area. It was simply a nuclear explosion. The moment the staff was acquired, a layer of 7-colored divine light spread along Jiang Feng's right arm, enveloping his entire body, perfectly merging with the dark golden divine patterns on his surface. He casually called up the attribute panel. ID Qing Feng Hidden. Profession Ancient Star Tyrant. Level LV 55. Title Hell Conqueror. All attributes 5. Health 38729110 38729110. Defense 780000. Magic 5059240 5059240. Magical damage 11520000. Physical damage 938000. Attack speed 1444 times second. Attributes: Constitution 387291. Intelligence 505924. Strength 458402. Agility 144458. Luck 740115. Distributable attributes 215000. This attribute is quite overwhelming. Jiang Feng closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. Overall, this wave of drops was quite rewarding. Notably, this supreme artifact has already surpassed the red quality divine equipment and weapons. In this world, although the magic domain system once announced such hidden qualities that surpassed divine equipment, no one had truly obtained it. Equipment ranges from level 1 to level 7 in color, with each increase in color level enhancing the attributes. Subsequently, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining orb of light containing dragon aura on the ground. Ancient Ancestral Dragon Reverse Scale. Quality Mythical Unique Special Consumable. Effect exclusively for pureblood dragon clans to consume. After use, forcibly complete one ultimate bloodline leap, unlocking all ancestral dragon inheritances. As soon as Jiang Feng saw the panel information, the dragon girl in midair had already shrunk her form, transforming into a golden light diving down. She circled anxiously around Jiang Feng's wrist. Her big watery eyes fixated on the reverse scale, and she was nearly drooling with excitement. Yet due to the master-servant contract, she restrained herself from snatching it, only able to convey desperate hints with her pitiful gaze. Look at your aspirations. Jiang Feng chuckled, casually tossing the reverse scale over. Don't worry, it was meant for you all along. Yay! The dragon girl cheered, opening her little mouth to swallow the reverse scale in midair. The dazzling golden light instantly enveloped her. The massive phantom of the ancient giant dragon quickly reshaped in the light. A terrifying pressure of high-level bloodline radiated outward, causing the hard basalt beneath to crack into pieces. As the golden light faded, the dragon girl did not revert to the appearance of a little Lolita, but transformed into a palm-sized glassy golden dragon. Her level skyrocketed to LV 50. Yet the high-level ancestral dragon pressure she emanated was even stronger by 3 points than the previously encountered level 80 Forbidden Abyss dragon. Immediately, this young ancestral dragon, possessing world-destroying power, made an action utterly unbefitting of its status. It flew in front of Jiang Feng and gently bit his index finger, playfully gnawing with its tiny milk teeth. Then it coiled its body around Jiang Feng's wrist, resembling a pure gold bracelet. With its small head adorned with tender dragon horns, it rubbed against the palm of Jiang Feng's hand. It even emitted a purring sound like a kitten, its face full of the dependency that comes after a hearty meal. Jiang Feng looked at the lively creature on his wrist and couldn't help but shake his hand, both amused and exasperated. He simply couldn't shake it off what clung on tightly. He then summoned the attribute panel of the Dragon Girl. Name Dragon Girl. Level LV50. Attribute Strength 585000, Wisdom 590000, Constitution 750000, Agility 480000. Traits: Origin of the Ancient Ancestral Dragon. Devouring the Ancient Ancestral Dragon's reverse scale completes the ultimate bloodline leap, greatly surpassing the growth multiplier for all attributes. Attributes increase geometrically upon leveling up, immune to all dragon suppression and mental control. Skill 1. Transformation. Ancestral Dragon Ascendancy Evolution. Can transform into the true form of the Ancient Ancestral Dragon. Flight speed 2000. Ignores all flight bans, restrictions, and spatial confinement laws. During flight, all damage increases by 100. Automatically forms an Ancestral Dragon domain, slowing enemies by 50. Skill 2. Ancestral Dragon Breath. Burning the Myriad Realms Evolution. Super AoE with no dead angles. The true fire of the Ancestral Dragon covers the heavens and earth. Enemies within range suffer magical damage 20 times extreme fire damage with Undis. The purity of this bloodline is absurdly off the charts. Feng pondered in awe after reviewing. Ordinary giant dragons could never possess such monstrous attribute values. Previously, it was extremely difficult for her to level up even once, but after devouring the treasure, her level directly surged to 50. Not only that, but all attributes skyrocketed 100-fold, nearly matching the attribute levels he had frantically amassed over the past few days, rendering her combat power terrifying. This pure dimensional suppression combined with his aura enhancement sent his combat power soaring. Since your combat power is sufficient, my output environment will be even more comfortable. Feng withdrew his gaze and opened the attribute panel. He dumped the 21500 points of free attributes he had just plundered entirely into agility. The moment the points were allocated, his bones did not emit a muffled sound. Instead, a sense of extreme ethereality surged through him. The flow of time around him seemed to slow down. He could see the trajectory of the wind blowing over the rocks and the dust floating in the air with crystal clarity. Points allocated. Agility 1444583594558. Movement speed greatly increased. Nerve reaction speed has crossed the threshold. Base attack speed 1444 hit second, 3595 hit second. In 1 second, 3,595 basic attacks. Feng held the Staff of Cosmic Ruin and casually waved it forward. He didn't even exert any force, yet over 3,000 afterimages overlapped together. The space ahead was directly pulled out into a pitch-black vacuum crack. The attack speed and range have overflowed. This wave is undoubtedly a win. Feng waved the staff, whimsically very satisfied with the current power and output frequency. Just as he was preparing to exit this abyss, the pitch-black sky suddenly erupted with a colorful aurora that spanned the cosmos. The system's grand notification, accompanied by a slight electric tremor, directly ignored the map's suppression. It resounded explosively in the minds of all players across the server. World announcement: the path of greatness competes, the laws tremble. Congratulations to the mysterious player ID hidden for triggering the taboo law and obtaining the first one-color treasure level artifact in the entire server, Staff of Cosmic Ruin. The divine weapon has appeared, and the grand age has begun. World announcement: the path of greatness competes. Repeated dozens of times. A banner with red background and gold letters scrolled wildly at the top of the server channel. Feng usually couldn't be bothered to check the chat channel, but this was after all the first one-color super divine equipment. He was a bit curious about the outside reaction and casually opened the regional channel. In the next second, the information flow on the light curtain was directly brushed into afterimages. One-color treasure. I haven't even seen purple equipment, and someone has already dropped the 7-color divine equipment. Big shot. I want to cling to your thigh. I can warm your bed and bring my own food, and I can also act as a lucky charm. Is this even a drop that a person can achieve? This broken game must have insider trading. Insider trading. Nonsense. This is definitely a solo hunt against a level 100 taboo existence. Does the big shot need accessories? I'm going to kneel right here. The Savage Lion Guild announces this person is our public recruitment target, offering a hefty reward of 500 million for the big shot's information. Providing clues will reward tens of millions. Can the Savage Lion's foolish bird open its mind a bit? 500 million to buy information on a one-color treasure. A single basic attack from the big shot could obliterate your guild's base. Countless people in the channel were in a frenzy, shocked, and the heat was completely off the charts. At the same time, in the command center of the 4th defense line of the EC, General Li Yan, known as the Mad Dog, stared at the colorful aurora in the sky, which had yet to disperse, as he squeezed the steel cup in his hand into a ball of iron. Is this the same person who instantaneously killed countless heretics and dealt with the 3rd and 4th defense lines? Li Yan took a deep breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just seconds ago they annihilated 100,000 heretic troops, and now they've turned around and smashed a taboo existence to obtain a one-color treasure. This is simply insane. Do they really treat these vicious supermaps as their backyard? Constantly restocking. He abruptly turned his head and yelled at the intelligence officer. Immediately investigate. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground in Dongjiang City, we must identify this invincible powerhouse before the noble families do. Remember, keep a low profile as low as the dirt. Beneath the abyss, Jiang Feng looked at the factions clamoring to buy coordinates in the channel and chuckled disdainfully. Just as he was about to close the panel, a private communication channel lit up, signaling a high-priority encrypted request. Sender Yin Yuyao. Jiang Feng connected the communication. On the other side, Yin Yuyao's voice came through, trembling despite her efforts to suppress it. Big shot. That one-color treasure was your doing, right? What else could it be? Is there a second one in the entire server? Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Congratulations on reaching the top of the server. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Yin Yuyao began the highest level of commercial flattery, then cautiously shifted the topic, probing carefully. Big shot, those 3,000 pieces of divine equipment you traded to us before should also be something you spent some time accumulating, right? She genuinely believed this. Even a person as strong as this could not possibly produce 3,000 high-tier divine items in a single day. The only explanation was that this big shot had been quietly developing and chose today to clear out their stock. You think too much. Jiang Feng had no intention of leaving her any illusions and directly exposed the truth. There are too many monsters today, and my backpack simply can't hold any more. The communicator fell into a dead silence. After a full 5 seconds, a gasp of shock came from Yin Yuyao, as if her CPU was about to overheat. One day. Boss, are you saying that you produced enough equipment in one day to bankrupt the 9 major guilds? Yes. Jiang Feng casually tapped the end of his staff against the basalt ground, nonchalantly adding another strike. By the way, just to inform you, at this time tomorrow there should be another batch of goods of similar scale. Right, but the level will be a bit higher and the quality will only increase, not decrease. Can you handle that? If not, I can list it on the whole server's trading market. No? Living ancestor, please don't. Yin Yuyao's voice instantly rose an octave, revealing her uncontrollable fear. Boss, the impact this batch of goods has on the market is terrifying. Originally, she had rallied the 9 major guilds to desperately acquire this batch of goods, intending to monopolize the market. She thought this was the accumulation of years of hidden power from a reclusive boss, and all she needed was to play a hunger marketing game for a quick profit. But if Jiang Feng could produce 3,000 divine armors every day, the monopoly would be nothing but a joke. 3,000 divine armors flooding the market would directly trigger a financial tsunami around Dongjiang City. Yin Yuyao spoke quickly, fearing that Jiang Feng would accidentally list them. If you throw out another 3,000 pieces tomorrow, the server's economic system will truly collapse on the spot. Things are valuable when they are scarce. If divine armors become common goods, the 30 trillion she invested in the guild would be wasted. Yin Yuyao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, not daring to offend Jiang Feng at all. She knew very well that someone capable of such an extraordinary output must possess strength far beyond all the guilds. She couldn't even imagine that Jiang Feng's luck value was not some 5-digit number, but an outrageous 744,000. Can't eat anymore. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. I really can't eat anymore, boss, not a drop left. Yin Yuyao forced a smile, her voice dry as if she had swallowed sand. The liquidity of the 9 major guilds has been drained, and we definitely can't gather another 30 trillion within 24 hours. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and grasped the economic limits of this world. As his luck value continued to soar, the equipment he would produce in the future would only become more extraordinary. Simply hoarding gold coins would soon turn into a pile of useless numbers. Then let's change the game. Jiang Feng looked at the swirling ashes in the sky, bartering. In real life, Secret Realm quotas, limited edition, hidden class scrolls, high-level breakthrough materials. As long as you can provide these tangible resources, I'll supply you with as many divine armors as you need. Hearing this, Yin Yuyao not only did not resist, but felt invigorated. The boss wanted resources instead of money, indicating that these guilds still had value to be utilized. Boss, think bigger. The conventional trading markets can't accommodate your stature anymore. Yin Yuyao immediately revealed her trump card. In reality, there is a circle formed by the top families and presidents of super guilds across the country, called the Tianshu Secret Society. The secret society does not accept gold coins, but only recognizes points. 100 million gold coins can be exchanged for 1 point. The treasures inside are all confidential and not accessible to the public. I happen to have a black card quota that I can transfer to you free of charge. By giving away this quota, Yin Yuyao could ensure that her guild firmly clung to this top player in the entire server. This investment was a guaranteed profit. Okay, Jiang Feng agreed readily. Hearing Jiang Feng's positive tone, Yin Yuyao's eyes twinkled, and she boldly proposed. Boss, since the equipment market is saturated, you really don't need to stubbornly pursue divine armors. Your output efficiency is equivalent to hundreds of top teams across the country. Oh, why not switch tracks to farm class change materials? She quickly pulled up market data. Right now, a large number of players are stuck at the second transition threshold, and the drop rate for class change materials is extremely low, making them absolute hard currency. This item is in short supply, and the market can consume whatever you produce instantly. Jiang Feng paused for a moment while tapping his staff. Indeed, he relied on his extraordinary attributes to push through monsters, never considering the cost-effectiveness of commercial monetization. He simply sold whatever he dropped. That's a good idea. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Once my wealth value is adequate, I'll be able to purchase resources from the Tianshu secret society whenever I want. Hearing the casualness in Jiang Feng's words, Yin Yuyao quickly interjected. No, boss. With your incredible strength, farming for second transition materials is a waste of your talents. The price of third transition materials is dozens of times that of second transition ones. Instead of wasting time, it's better to skip to higher tiers. Jiang Feng smiled gently. Regarding money-making strategies, the leaders of these guilds indeed had some tricks up their sleeves. Since that's the case, then I might as well go for fourth transition materials. Oh, wouldn't that be even more profitable, eh? Fourth transition corresponds to level 120. This is currently the highest tier threshold accessible to human powerhouses on Blue Star. Yin Yuyao gasped sharply, her tone suddenly becoming extremely serious. Fourth transition materials are indeed top-tier, highly profitable products. Prices are stable, and they are always in short supply. But their drop mechanism is extremely harsh, a nightmare for unlucky players. When defeating level 120 monsters, a player's luck value must exceed 5.0 points to have a very small chance of triggering a drop. She immediately reported an industry legend. There was once an ultra-speed rogue who stacked his luck to just over 50,000 with a full set of ancient jewelry. He scavenged for a day on the fourth transition map, picking up 28 materials, and directly made a killing on a few small targets. Boss, if you can reach 50,000 luck, farming for fourth transition materials will definitely yield huge profits. 50,000 luck. Jiang Feng glanced at his glaring luck value of 740115 on his page. While others struggled to gather a baseline of 50,000 through hard work, his 74,000 luck value made it simply a matter of stocking up. This luck explosion rate would be beyond imagination. Understood, it'll go this time. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, revealing no details. Yin Yuyao was overjoyed and quickly sent a series of coordinates. Boss, this is the coordinate for the level 120 dangerous map, Fallen God Wasteland, which is rich in fourth transition core materials, divine crystals. There are dense monsters there. It's practically a harvesting ground tailored for you. After hanging up, Jiang Feng glanced at the coordinates, then at the nearby square, and focused his thoughts. The glimmering golden dragon coiled around his wrist instantly unraveled, shooting straight into the sky. Blinding golden light burst forth. A roar of the ancestral dragon that shattered the clouds echoed through the heavens as the dragon maiden revealed her true form, an ancient ancestral dragon over 100 meters long. The glassy scales reflected a heart-stopping divine glow, and the pure pressure of a superior being poured down like a torrential rain, completely enveloping the entire main city. In the square below, tens of thousands of players were collectively petrified. The trading area, which had been buzzing with noise, fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze was glued to the ancient giant dragon in the sky that blocked out the sun. What the hell? Is that a player's mount? Is he insane? The main city enforces a strict aerial ban. How did he even ascend? My level 80 knight character just suffered the tremor debuff. Every skill turned black. Look, the dragon's back bears a rider. That's the domain of the primordial dragon, a force rooted in ancient primordial essence. To subdue such a sovereign draconic ancestor as a mount, this power is utterly preposterous. Countless players frantically snapped screenshots and hurled identification spells skyward. The next instant, every interface flashed a uniform crimson warning: in target's combat power exceeds detection threshold. Insufficient authorization. Target's ID concealed. Jiang Feng stood upright at the dragon's head, hands clasped behind his back. Knees dark red starfall heavy armor shimmered with iridescent light, while the celestial collapsed staff, radiating a dazzling seven-hued aura, hung prominently at his waist. The sheer oppressive weight of 100,000 points across all attributes coalesced into a tangible aura. Non-AE probing spell wave that dared approach shattered instantly upon contact with that overwhelming presence. Let's go. Jiang Feng lightly tapped the dragon's horn. With a thunderous beat of her wings, the dragon maiden unleashed the unassailable majesty of the primordial dragon. The air ruptured violently, detonating a colossal white shockwave cloud mid-sky. Her immense form tore through the sound barrier, carving a brilliant golden contrail across the heavens before vanishing in an eye blink. and the main city's plaza fell into absolute silence for 3 full minutes, then erupted in a deafening roof-shattering roar. High above, gale force winds howled. In with agility capped at 48000 and a 20-fold speed multiplier, the dragon maiden traversed continents spanning millions of miles as effortlessly as strolling through a garden. Within 10 minutes, the landscape transformed abruptly. In the azure sky, drowned beneath a blood-red canopy of storm clouds, the earth split open into countless chasms. In 100-meter ruined divine statues lay half-buried in black sand, exuding profound desolation. This was the perilous level 120 zone, the fallen deity wastelands. In deformed monstrosities, each radiating high-tier low essence, prowled the periphery. Such creatures, or even one transplanted outside, would trigger a Tier 1 metropolis defense crisis. In the dragon maiden folded her wings and executed a flawless descent, landing precisely upon the wind-eroded stone platform at the wasteland's heart. Feng leapt down cleanly, his armored boots crushing the black sand beneath. And almost simultaneously, dozens of crimson eyes ignited in unison within the surrounding blood-hued mist. Heavy footsteps advanced like war drums. Corrupted Divine Punisher 4th tier, elite in level LV. 120 in HP, 110 in physical attack, 2500 in defense, 200. A terrifying stat sheet exceeding 11 million HP. These numbers alone would shatter the Dowheart of China's top-tier fully assembled 3rd-tier raid teams. And to defeat, even one required rotating tank specialists, and painstakingly grinding it down over dozens of minutes. Feng casually raised the Celestial Collapse staff. Ni's monstrous luck stat, 74000, had long been starved for action. And he lifted his hand. No incantation, no targeting necessary. With the nonchalance of swatting a fly, he delivered a single basic attack. And Despot's Edict activated. Na sphere of devastation, 3 square kilometers wide, imploded instantly. Blinding 7-hued light cascaded like an inverted Milky Way, swallowing the entire stone platform whole. In space itself shrieked under the pressure of multi-million-point arcane damage. A dense swarm of crimson numerals soared skyward into 3143824. True damage. Affected by Despot's divine domain. All hostile targets suffer mandatory 50 reduction to all stats, non-negatable. N. 925759296. True damage. Enhanced by the Ring of Destruction Sigh. Critical damage increased by 200, total critical multiplier 400. N. All 57 Divine Punishers, each boasting over 10 million HP, failed even to emit a final cry before vaporizing entirely within the 7-hued radiance. Coins rained down in profusion, intermixed with 3 sacred diamond-shaped crystals glowing with divine luminescence. N. Acquired gold when acquired 4th tier core material divine essence crystals. 3 in Feng's level surged upward rapidly. Level 56, level 57, level 58. Ni's ascension accelerated like a rocket, blisteringly swift. Meanwhile, those 4th tier core artifacts, coveted by the 9 grand guilds auctioned at astronomical prices, now littered the ground like common cabbages. One basic attack had triggered a nuclear-scale detonation across 3 square kilometers. In this clearing, efficiency defied all martial ethics. At the periphery, a dozen divine punishers, barely escaping the blast radius, stood utterly stupefied. Their intellect, exceeding level 100, rendered them too wise to engage mechanics. They instantly purged all aggro and fled outright, launching a desperate flight for survival. And you've come this far. Why run? Feng stomped hard on the ground. In 35,000 agility exploded outward. Over 100 afterimages tore across space as he crossed 3 to 4 kilometers in a single second, blocking the fleeing horde Hedon. His current velocity surpassed that of ordinary players by a factor of 3594. And this was before activating void walking, a technique granting 5-fold speed amplification. Once engaged, his movement would exceed 10 kilometers per second in an instant. He swung the staff again, and boom, and the swiftest elites disintegrated into crimson mist midair. And above, the dragon maiden refused to be outshone. She reared her head and roared, her palm-sized form swelling into 100-meter colossus in seconds. In primordial dragon's breath, scorching all realms activated. Golden true dragon fire blotted out the sky, expanding outward as a furious ring of flame, engulfing kilometers in an instant. Intense heat melted the earth into roiling lakes of magma, and dozens of 4th-tier abominations hiding in ruins never even glimpsed daylight. They were reduced to ash in an instant. The system notification in Feng's mind briefly stuttered, ending. You have slain a level 120 corrupted divine punisher beyond your tier. Massive experience bonus awarded. And you leveled up. Level increased to LV 59, LV 60. In 5 levels gained in one relentless surge. 7500 profession-specific attribute points were immediately granted. And then came the talent's brutally direct ultimate reward in infinite rank Pangu Slaughter, triggered. Massive tier gap breach detected, forcibly seizing 500 free attribute points. In infinite rank Pangu Slaughter, triggered, in. A torrent of notifications flooded the screen, dizzying in its intensity. Feng glanced at his attribute panel. In this single onslaught, his own solo takedowns of dozens of level 120 elites, plus the Dragon Maiden's cleanup of lesser foes, netted him a staggering 29000 free attribute points. In 2,900,000. In this figure transcended mere absurdity. It was as if he straddled the very apex of Blue Planet's combat hierarchy and defecated upon cosmic balance itself. Every motion now subtly bent world lines and destabilized fundamental equilibrium. Feng drew a slow breath and strode toward the battlefield's center to collect the spoils. His own basic attack had yielded only 3 crystals. Yet when he turned, he saw 10 divine essence crystals floating densely within the epicenter of the Dragon Maiden's inferno. Moreover, at the very heart of that blaze lay an ancient parchment-like scroll pulsing with primordial resin. Divine Relic Treasure Map, Ancient Level. Effect produces treasures far beyond the high-level treasure maps available in the shop, guaranteed to unearth secret treasures of ancient dark gold quality or above. Feng smiled faintly. He looked up, and the Dragon Maiden in midair quickly shrank to the size of a palm, transforming into a streak of golden light that zipped into his embrace. The little dragon raised its head, its 2 jade-like horns gently nudging Feng's chin. It emitted a purring sound like a kitten, its tail wagging so vigorously it nearly left an afterimage. That little expression was filled with 4 big characters seeking praise. Feng casually opened the pet panel for a glance. Luck 2000000. A full 200 points of luck. No wonder your drop rate is so insane, Feng said, somewhat amused. With his own staggering luck of 740,000, he actually had to step back a bit in front of this little girl. He reached out and pinched the Dragon Maiden's soft cheek, smiling, well done. From now on, the task of sourcing supplies will be entirely yours. The Dragon Maiden's big eyes instantly sparkled, excitedly flipping twice in midair. In her innocent mind, as long as she could help her master, it was the greatest joy. The warm interaction between the master and pet felt extremely out of place in this perilous fourth-turn hell. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away at the edge of the wasteland, behind a half-collapsed wall of ruins, 8 high-level players clad in 110-level epic gear with guild prefixes above their heads were huddled tightly in a black sand pit. Each of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They were the level 100 expedition team of the country's top guild, Battle Soul Hall. The team leader swallowed hard, pointing at the distant bubbling lava lake, his voice trembling like a sieve. Guys, am I hallucinating? That nuclear explosion radius. Was it a mage's normal attack? A normal attack with a range of 30,000 square meters? The chief mage beside him gripped his staff tightly, his hands shaking. Captain, look at that mount. Golden light ancestral dragon's pressure. That's the big shot who just took off from the main city, disregarding the no-flee zone. And the staff in his hand glowing with 7 colors. It's the only one of its kind in the entire server. This is definitely the first to clear the forbidden boss today, the living ancestor that will set off a server-wide explosion. Everyone exchanged glances, fear and deep-seated jealousy flooding their eyes. To clear this fourth-turn map, they had been on edge at every step. Even pulling a small monster required extensive tactical planning and an exhausting cycle of skills. Yet here came the big shot, casually clearing 30,000 square meters with just a normal attack. A sneeze from the mount pet permanently altered the terrain of the map. This was no ordinary grind for loot. This was a high-dimensional being coming down to clear out cyber trash. Did we just record that scene? The captain's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and asked. We did. Absolutely high-definition panoramic footage. The team members nodded quickly. Send it out. The captain waved his hand fiercely. We may never have the chance to cling to such a big leg in our lifetime, but this first-hand information will definitely sell for a fortune. Just 5 minutes later, the first-line news sections, the official forums of the Magic Domain, and the world channels across the server all went down. A video titled Dimensional Strike, the treasure boss single-handedly flattening the fourth-turn wasteland, exploded across the entire internet like a deep-water bomb. Holy shit, the ancient ancestral dragon has descended. A 10 million health fourth-turn divine punisher killed in an instant. A normal attack that directly caused a nuclear explosion over 30,000 square meters, and the officials call that a mage. The mage players collectively broke down. Okay. This monster-killing efficiency is simply invincible. This guy is treating the level 124th turn treacherous map like a market going crazy for loot. Countless high-level players in the forum were wailing in despair. Top executives from major guilds across the country stared at the screen, filled with 8-digit real damage, plunging into deep self-doubt. Their CPUs were smoking. What does this mean? Such power has completely shattered the existing game mechanics, a dimension unattainable by human strength. At the same time, in Kyoto, within the highest military command center, a dark blue holographic screen floated in midair, continuously replaying a shocking video. Golden light tore through the sky and seven-colored divine radiance swept across 30,000 square meters of wasteland. The 10 million health fourth-turn magic creatures didn't even let out a bubble before being reduced to ashes. General Mad Dog Li Yin stared at the boiling lava lake on the screen, breathing heavily like an ox. Bang! He slammed his fist down, creating a terrifying pit in the special alloy table. This is what true dimensional strike looks like. Li Yin's eyes were bloodshot, his voice so excited it was almost cracking. Holding the treasure-shattered star, he could stabilize the world with a normal attack. If such a living ancestor could be recruited into the military, what bullshit abyss crisis? What frontline heretics? They could all be dismissed. General. Behind him, a major intelligence officer stood at attention, speaking rapidly. The coordinates shown in the video are at the 120 level Fallen God Wasteland. This mysterious big shot just finished a run, and he is very likely still on the spot. Should we go online immediately to recruit him? Of course. Li Yin cursed with a laugh, straightening up, abruptly grabbing the encrypted wristband on the table. I thought of that long ago. Immediately inform the military soul squad to log in and head over right now. Remember, even if we get killed by the aftermath of the big shot's normal attack, you must come back with a smile on your face. The outside world had already been stirred into a frenzy by this video, with countless guilds vying to latch onto the thickest thigh of the entire server. As the storm's epicenter, Feng stood contentedly deep within the Fallen God Wasteland. He gently stroked the smooth horns of the Dragon Maiden while glancing at the system notifications still lingering on his panel. 2,975,500 free attribute points. This staggering wealth was enough to make players worldwide burn out their CPUs collectively. Feng's expression remained calm as he focused his thoughts and unhesitatingly split this massive number of points, investing half into the strength and luck panels. Attribute allocation complete. Strength 458,402, 236,5902. Physical attack power 9. 38,015. 10 million. Attribute allocation complete. Luck 740115, 174015. Attribute allocation complete. Feng casually clenched his fist, and a thunderous crack echoed from his bones. Strength has broken through the million mark. Now, even without dealing actual damage, with just the sheer power of a normal attack, he could easily batter a level 100 lord into submission. In contrast, he would owe Feng several digits worth of damage. As for luck, just casually stacking up 2 million to avoid being overshadowed by the Dragon Maiden's insane drop rate. His strength surged again, reaching a terrifying new height. Feng turned and took out the ancient-level divine relic treasure map from his backpack. The patterns on the map flowed like rippling water, ultimately settling into a flickering purple point of light. Feng glanced at the coordinates and raised an eyebrow. This is interesting. The coordinates of this divine treasure were surprisingly located within a level 150. Across all of China, players capable of completing a fourth-turn profession at level 120 belonged to the near elite, let alone a level 150 absolute forbidden area that had never been tread upon. However, he was not in a hurry to dig for treasures just yet. Dragon Maiden. Feng put away the treasure map, patting the little golden dragon's head. You stay here and continue to farm four-turn materials and gather more treasure maps. When I log in next time, we can go dig together. As soon as the words "next time I log in" were spoken, the Dragon Maiden's tail, which had been wagging in excitement, instantly froze midair. She tilted her small head, her big eyes filled with grievance. Her small hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothes as she murmured softly, If only I could be in the same world as my master." Feng looked down at her, his gaze unconsciously softening. After swallowing the reverse scale of the ancestral dragon, this girl not only experienced a surge in her level, but her mind also gradually matured. Once only focused on eating, she now harbored such delicate thoughts. Now that we are in an era of universal magic realms where high-level items can manifest in reality, bringing her back to his world is no longer a mere fantasy. All right. Feng's voice softened. When that day truly comes, you can do whatever you wish. The dragon girl blinked, a blush spreading across her small face, mustering the courage to look up at him. I don't want to be a prodigy, nor do I desire wealth. I just want to be with my master forever, never to part. She spoke earnestly, her golden pupils shining brightly. Feng felt a warmth in his heart as he gently ruffled her hair. He didn't say much, merely turning and stepping forward. Boom. With a burst of 350 agility, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The dragon girl was momentarily stunned, and before she could feel disappointed, a wild wind swept through, and Feng landed back in front of her. In his palm lay a small yellow flower found amidst the rubble. Though unremarkable, it was the only sign of life remaining in this desolate land he had swept clean. Here you go. He stepped forward, gently placing the little wildflower beside her glistening dragon horn, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against her temples. It suits you very well. The dragon girl froze, her heart racing almost to the point of explosion. It turned out her master hadn't just walked away, he had deliberately sought a flower for her. In the next moment, she could no longer contain herself, rising on her toes to leap into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, her small face buried in his chest, her voice filled with deep reliance. Master. Jiang Feng gently returned her embrace, whispering, "Stay here and wait for me. Ooh, I will be back soon." As soon as the words left his mouth, he transformed into a beam of white light and logged off amidst the astonished gazes of numerous players. The dragon girl looked at the spot where Jiang Feng had disappeared, her previously aggrieved little face instantly turning frosty. The small yellow flower atop her head was fiercely protected by her primal power. Her petite body soared into the air, the dazzling golden light tearing apart the scarlet clouds. The true form of the ancient ancestral dragon, measuring 100 meters in length, descended with terrifying pressure once again. The dragon girl opened her massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of intense golden flames. The newly spawned dozen or so fourth-turn divine punishment emissaries were completely engulfed by the sea of flames before they could even take a step. The real burning damage stacked upon them, and their millions of health points were cleared in just 2 seconds. The ground turned into boiling magma due to the extreme heat, and a plethora of crystals and precious materials littered the ground. Dozens of kilometers away, the onlooking streamers and bystanders were left dumbfounded, leaving this ancient ancestral dragon in the fourth-turn map to farm goods. This expert is simply on a rampage. How terrifying. Just then several beams of light dashed from the sky, crashing heavily onto the surrounding black sand. The leader, clad in military battle armor, was none other than the military's mad dog, General Li Yan. Behind him followed the fully armed Soul Squad, all above level 120. As soon as Li Yan steadied himself, he was met with a wave of terrifying hot air. He looked up just in time to witness the dragon girl whip her tail. Smack! 3 fourth-turn lords were directly severed in half. The overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon caused all the 100-level military experts present to tremble in their legs. Li Yan's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of the staff-wielding expert. The dragon girl in midair sensed the presence of humans approaching, her enormous golden dragon eyes locking onto Li Yan. Her gaze was filled with fury, showing no trace of the slightest gentleness she had when facing Jiang Feng. Li Yan's heart raced. He knew very well that anyone daring to draw a weapon would not escape being turned to ash by this dragon. He quickly sheathed his knife, spreading his hands wide and shouting, "Dragon God, we come representing the military with no ill intent. We just wish to wait for your master to log in for a visit and exchange ideas." The dragon girl let out a huff of breath laced with sparks, completely uninterested in these weak humans turning to dash deeper into the wasteland to continue farming. The vice captain wiped away cold sweat, asking in a low voice, "General, should we just wait here?" Li Yan stood tall, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the distant golden dragon. "Wait. Even if it takes 10 days or half a month, we must wait. Everyone stay put. No one is allowed to step into the magma." In the real-world Dongjiang City, Jiang Feng collected his graduation certificate and walked slowly across the school plaza. In the rest area ahead, a group of newly awakened high school seniors sat in a circle, gazing with admiration at the young man in the center. The man wore a silver swordsman badge on his chest, already approaching the third-turn level. Newcomers don't think that just because you've awakened you can walk all over others. The young man crossed his legs, exuding a hint of arrogance from someone who had been there before. In the magic realm, talent is one thing, but brains are even more important. I've been struggling in the magic realm for 2 years, and am about to reach the 3rd turn. Follow me and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. No matter how strong the enemies are, it'll take you down together. The surrounding students gasped in awe, their eyes filled with longing. Jiang Feng stuffed his hands in his pockets and merely cast a faint glance before continuing on his way. He knew well that all this fervor and yearning still lingered in the ordinary people's understanding of power. To him, who had already crossed the threshold of the mundane and could shake the abyss, this was merely youthful vigor, fresh and vibrant. He only wished to settle his family as soon as possible while steadily increasing his strength. His mind was already at peace, indifferent to the discussions around him. The young man was speaking passionately when he noticed Jiang Feng walking past without glancing aside, not even pausing for a moment, which surprised him somewhat. The surrounding students also turned their heads, curiously sizing up this extraordinary peer. Jiang Feng's steps paused slightly, but he did not turn back. Despite being of fresh graduate age, his silhouette radiated a tranquility and depth that seemed at odds with his years, resembling an elder who had seen the world. In his view, these young people filled with enthusiasm for power and the future were strikingly similar to his. They were still fervently excited about the third turn the defense line and promises, while the path he had walked, the abysses he had seen, and the power he held had long surpassed their understanding. It was neither arrogance nor aloofness, it was simply that the worlds they inhabited had become entirely different. The excitement and heart of these youths were evident to him, yet they stirred not a ripple within him. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and continued walking steadily. The gazes and discussions behind him were gently cast aside like dust brushed away by the wind, leaving no trace. An hour later, Jiang Feng returned to the old neighborhood. After receiving his graduation certificate, he planned to take his parents away and move to the most central city in Huaxia. Downstairs, an ant was sitting on a stool cracking melon seeds, just about to greet him. A dozen pitch-black armored floating vehicles emblazoned with the Tianshu emblem silently rolled in, blocking the passage. The car door swung open and 30 awakened individuals, all dressed in standardized military uniforms, and at least level 70, stepped out, in succession, forming two neat rows at the entrance of the hallway. The leading man in black quickly stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Feng. "Mr. Jiang, the Tianshu Special Operations Team has arrived, as ordered, and the dedicated transport channel is ready." The old woman trembled, scattering sunflower seeds everywhere. The spectacle before her left her frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and led everyone upstairs. At home, Zhang Jiangguo and Loot Slaughter were sorting vegetables, while their childhood friend, the chubby Li, sat on the sofa playing on his phone. As the front door swung open, 30 high-level awakened individuals with a heavy aura flooded in, instantly filling the house with an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Jiangguo dropped the vegetable leaves in his hand, his voice trembling. "Xiao Feng, did you cause trouble outside?" "No." Jiang Feng's tone was calm. "I received a commission in the demon realm, and the other party gifted me a house. I'm here to help you move." "Move? Where to?" Loot Slaughter looked bewildered. The two elders and the chubby boy were momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. "You'll know when we get there." Jiang Feng did not elaborate. The privileges of the Tianshu Black Card were just that straightforward. The chubby boy was secretly shocked, clearly seeing that these men in black were adorned in expensive purple gear, some even in pink gear. Having high-level awakened individuals serve as escort guards was truly astonishing. Within 10 minutes, their belongings were neatly packed. Jiang Feng led his parents onto the hovering armored vehicle, and after a slight spatial fluctuation, the cabin door slowly opened. Zhang Jiangguo stepped onto the high-density spiritual energy alloy floor, feeling his legs subtly lift. Loot Slaughter tightly grasped her son's arm, her eyes filled with disbelief. Behind them, the chubby boy was even more flabbergasted, completely stunned by the scene before him. A massive translucent energy dome enveloped over 100 estates, with top military-grade plasma air defense arrays and abyss energy detection towers deployed in the periphery. This was no ordinary residential area, it was clearly a war fortress as solid as a rock. Even the air had undergone multiple purifications, and the concentration of spiritual energy particles was nearly tangible, refreshing one's spirit with a deep breath. This place was the core forbidden zone of the Huaxia capital, Tianshu Longyuan. Jiang Feng walked ahead, glancing at the defense system, capable of effortlessly defeating level 100 monsters, nodding slightly. Only by settling his family here could he truly feel at ease. Given the rapid surge in his current attributes, revealing his identity was only a matter of time. With such top-notch security, even in the face of the strongest alien attack, he could protect his family. Moreover, the living privileges that came with the Black Card were the most secure way for him to engage with the Tianshu secret society in the future. Dozens of awakened individuals above level 70 swiftly went to work, and soon the luggage was moved into the main building. Zhang Jiangguo swallowed hard, his voice still trembling. "Xiao Feng, how much does this place cost?" "No money required, it was a gift." Jiang Feng's tone was flat, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. The chubby boy broke into a cold sweat, nearly unable to stand. A gift? This was Tianshu Longyuan. Countless war god level figures and top financial magnates struggled to set foot here. Just a single tile's worth could ensure a common person's livelihood. Such an unimaginable scene made the chubby boy truly grasp what it meant for the fantastical to intersect with reality. At that moment, an elderly man in a tang suit strolled along the tree-lined path, his steps light, his aura restrained, yet exuding a significant pressure, clearly a powerhouse above level 100. Loot Slaughter was startled and quickly tugged at Zhang Jiangguo. "Old man, isn't that teacher Zhang Chonglin, who played the emperor for many years?" Zhang Chonglin stopped scrutinizing Jiang Feng and the others and raised an eyebrow slightly. He belonged to a special military department stationed along the Abyss defense line for years and had only recently returned to Longyuan for rest. Acting was a thing of the past. By chance, he had abandoned the arts for the military and dedicated himself to the defense line. New neighbors. Longyuan hasn't had new residents in 3 years. This place is hard to enter even with money. The security system is directly connected to the military. Zhang Chonglin smiled at Jiang Feng. To live here one must either have outstanding military achievements or possess immense privileges. The young brother seems quite unfamiliar. I am Jiang Feng, newly arrived. He nodded slightly, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Jiang Feng did not intentionally exude pressure, but his physique and soul, forged from millions of points in five-dimensional attributes, had already transcended the mundane. He simply stood there quietly, his back straight, a natural aura of gravity and majesty emanating. Zhang Chenglin's heart tightened suddenly. This young man was certainly not simple. Zhang Jiangguo watched in astonishment, seeing his son, whom he had watched grow up, remain so composed before such a national treasure-level figure, not losing in momentum at all. At that moment, a gentle sound of footsteps approached. A woman in an ankle-length dress walked over gracefully, her beauty breathtaking, her natural elegance unadorned by makeup. Even the surrounding turbulent spiritual particles seemed exceptionally docile in her presence. The chubby boy gasped. She was one of the leaders of the 9 major business associations in the country, a core member of the Tianshu secret society, a true figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Teacher Zhang. The woman first greeted Zhang Chonglin, then her gaze fell on Jiang Feng, her expression carrying a hint of curiosity and restraint. I apologize for the intrusion. Zhang Jiangguo and Lu Zuolan felt increasingly awkward. Such a person, who only appeared in the news, would come knocking and carry herself so modestly. The woman looked at Jiang Feng, her tone carrying a hint of testing. Today I heard there was a new resident holding a black card moving in, and your aura reminds me of a very important friend of mine from the demon realm. She was Yin Yuyao from the demon realm. The moment she learned of the changes in Lanjuan's permissions, she had rushed over to verify her bold speculation. Jiang Feng understood her meaning at a glance. In the early stages he might have concealed it a bit. But now he had soloed a level 124 turn forbidden zone. The power of a single strike could sweep across 1,000 meters, and he had long surpassed the stage of deliberate concealment. It's me, Jiang Feng replied calmly. I will log in tomorrow, and I will provide you with the 4-turn materials. Yin Yuyo's body trembled slightly, looking at him in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Indeed it was him. This seemingly newly adult young man was the invincible ancestor who had single-handedly flattened the 4-turn wasteland, causing a seismic shift throughout the entire server. What made her even more uneasy was Jiang Feng's unrestrained composure. What level of absolute power must one possess to have such a confidence that felt like dimensional oppression? Zhang Chonglin, who had navigated the military and political circles for most of his life, sensed something amiss in the air with just a glance. These two young people were definitely up to something. Haha, today's youth truly surpasses one generation after another. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily and tactfully took 2 steps back. I have military affairs to attend to, so I won't disturb your reunion. Before leaving he gave Jiang Feng a knowing look that seemed to say, I understand everything. Zhang Jiangguo has now completely realized the situation. He grabbed Lu Qilin's arm and said, Old lady, there are still some things at home that aren't sorted out. Let's head inside first. Lu Zuolan, confused, replied, What things? Didn't Xiao Feng say there are people from Tianshu helping to tidy up? Jiang Jiangguo insisted, Just go inside when I say so, stop worrying like a third wheel. Jiang Jiangguo shot a glance and firmly pulled his wife into the main building. Meanwhile the chubby Li, who wide-eyed, didn't quite grasp what was happening and was casually lifted by Jiang Jiangguo. Fatty, you come along to check out your room. Li, who though bewildered, sensed the subtle atmosphere and quickly followed, glancing back, 3 times excitement written all over his face. The courtyard fell silent, leaving only Jiang Feng and Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing casual. It was a demeanor characterized by an absolute calmness that only top-tier powerhouses possess, stripped of all flashy effects. Without a hint of ostentation, he exuded a pressure akin to a dimensional suppression. Jiang Shuyan looked at him, unconsciously lightening her breath. You. They both spoke simultaneously and then instinctively fell silent. Jiang Shuyan's ears turned slightly red as she broke the awkwardness. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Jiang Shuyun, with Shu meaning to stretch and Yun referring to all living beings. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, his voice calm. I am Jiang Feng, with Jiang meaning rivers and lakes. Jiang Shuyun was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. I thought it was the same surname as mine, as in ginger. The night breeze brushed through the courtyard, causing the spiritual plants to shimmer softly, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. What were you about to say earlier? Jiang Shuyan blinked and asked tentatively. Oh, it was nothing. I was actually going to ask for your name, Jiang Feng replied casually. It's quite a coincidence that our pronunciations are the same. Jiang Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Having mingled in the unpredictable business world for a long time, Jiang Feng's calm and transparent demeanor made her feel particularly comfortable. While they were chatting, Jiang Shuyan's gaze shifted to the second-floor window of the main building. Jiang Feng turned around and saw 3 heads quickly retreat behind the curtains. With his enhanced perception, Jiang Feng could clearly hear the suppressed breaths of his parents and Li Hu like drums beating in his ears. He smiled and shook his head. "Are you free tonight?" Jiang Shuyan took the opportunity to invite him. "Come over to my house, and we can finalize the details of tomorrow's deal." "Sure," Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. Even though he was used to being a lone wolf, a little interaction with a high-level environment wouldn't hurt. Back inside, the elderly couple and Li Hu were sitting upright staring blankly at the unturned television. "Xiaofeng, who exactly is that girl?" Lu Zuelon couldn't hold back any longer. "A business partner, someone I met in the demon realm," Jiang Feng casually replied as he pulled out a chair. The next half hour welcomed him to an interrogation. Jiang Feng only mentioned that he was lucky in the game, having secured a hidden profession trading high-level materials for this house. He kept silent about his ability to single-handedly defeat tens of thousands of demons, not wanting to worry his parents. Li Hu's eyes sparkled as he jumped up from the sofa, saying, "Brother Feng, I knew you were no ordinary person. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you point. I'll fight, no questions asked." Jiang Feng glanced at him. Li Hu, having played together since childhood, was straightforward and reliable. As he expanded his influence in the future, he indeed needed a trustworthy younger brother like him. "All right, let's connect tomorrow when we log in," Jiang Feng said casually. At 7:30 in the evening, he stepped into the No. 6 Manor in District 8. Jiang Shuyan had changed into a beige home dress, losing some of her aloofness and gaining a touch of gentleness. Jiang's parents warmly welcomed him. When Jiang's father shook Jiang Feng's hand, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This young man had no trace of energy fluctuations, yet the aura of profound depth reminded him of the country's top marshals he had met in the army. The elderly couple, highly perceptive, excused themselves for a walk, leaving the space for the two of them. On the second-floor terrace, Jiang Shuyan got straight to the point, pulling up a top-secret projection. But this wave of demon upheaval is not that simple. Jiang Feng lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. "Is it the abyssal cult's doing?" "The skin peeler cult is merely a front." Jiang Shuyan's gaze turned cold. "The Tianshu Secret Society is investigating thoroughly and has found that several major Western powers have secretly formed an alliance, colluding with the Abyssal Lords to deplete the advanced combat power of Huaxia. If it weren't for your decisive strike, the international narrative would have gone wild, undermining the Huaxia defense line tomorrow." Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. The notions of Western alliances and abyssal conspiracies were nothing but jokes in the face of absolute numerical superiority. "Then what do you think I should do?" Jiang Feng replied indifferently, his tone calm. But he wasn't genuinely seeking guidance. Instead, he intended to test the vision and perspective of this business queen. Jiang Shuyan instantly straightened her posture, her gaze sharp and determined. "Your combat strength is already at the pinnacle of this era. You absolutely cannot join any forces and be bound by their rules. The resources you produce daily could rival the national treasury. You can fully utilize the channels of the Tianshu Secret Society to establish a core military group that only answers to you becoming a power unto yourself." She looked directly at Jiang Feng, her tone resolute. "I will handle logistics, sales, and resource exchanges. You need a major steward, and I am the most suitable candidate across the entire realm." Jiang Feng smiled. That was direct and decisive. This was far more beneficial to him than detrimental. He had no intention of depending on any forces. Even if he had considerations for the future, he firmly believed that with his strength, he could clear all obstacles. As for Jiang Shuyun, he had a clear positioning in his mind. She was a long-term, reliable trading partner. After all, the amount of resources he held was astonishing, and he needed to firmly secure a stable top-tier channel to efficiently monetize. "All right, let's have a pleasant collaboration." Jiang Feng raised his teacup. Pleasant collaboration. A hint of uncontainable joy flashed in Jiang Shuyan's eyes. On the outskirts of the fallen god wasteland, the high temperature of the magma lake continued to scorch the black sand. Li Yin stood straight, his shoulders covered in ashes. For a full 8 hours, he and his elite team had endured this weight without even blinking. An aide hurriedly approached, lowering his voice. "General, urgent telegram from the capital. A mysterious big shot just moved into Tianshu Long Garden, confirmed personally by General Zhang Chonglin. This person's aura is unfathomable, and we should pay our respects as soon as possible." Li Yin frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "No matter how high the rank of the person in Long Garden, at most they are just a national-level talent. Our focus should be on this one in front of us. He is the living ancestor who can wipe out the wasteland with a single blow. These are two different matters. We can visit Long Garden in a couple of days, but for now everyone stay put and keep a close watch on this dragon." Li Yin didn't connect the two individuals in his mind. In his subconscious, a being capable of riding an ancient ancestral dragon and triggering nuclear explosions from 30,000 meters must be a hidden monster that has been around for a century. How could they possibly stay at Tianshu Long Garden? In the real world, at the Tianshu Dragon Courtyard Zone 8, Manor No. 12. After dinner, Jiang Feng locked the bedroom door. He activated the wristband, and a blue stream of data swept through his pupils flickering with white light. Welcome back to the demon realm. Meanwhile, his physical body in the real world also vanished. As soon as Zhang Feng landed, a storm of chaotic electronic sounds surged in his mind. Ding! You have achieved a cross-level kill on the LV-120 mutated Punisher, triggering infinite-level Pangu Massacre. A continuous barrage of system alerts filled the air with metallic reverberations. Zhang Feng looked up, exclaiming in surprise. The once rugged and uneven ruins of the fallen gods had now been scraped clean to a depth of 3 feet. The dark red terrain within 100 kilometers had transformed into a smooth mirror-like glass basin. Such efficiency in clearing the area would bring tears to capitalists. In midair, a 100-meter-long ancient dragon let out a loud snort. The golden flames it casually expelled twisted the void around it. Sensing Zhang Feng's aura, the massive dragon shrank suddenly. In an instant, it transformed into a palm-sized figure dashing straight into Zhang Feng's embrace. Master, you finally came. I missed you so much. Not far away, Li Yin, who had been on duty for 8 hours, stared at this scene in disbelief. Just a moment ago, it was the awe-inspiring ancient dragon. The next second, it turned into a cuddly creature diving into its master's arms. This absurd contrast made Li Yan's respect for Zhang Feng soar to new heights. Giggling, the dragon girl nuzzled Zhang Feng's neck. With both hands raised, she held a dazzling crystal that sparkled with 7 colors, tilting her little head with a proud expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." Zhang Feng smiled as he rubbed her dragon horn, casually opening the system backpack. Upon closer inspection, even his heart skipped a beat. 4-turn core material divine crystals, 5,200 pieces. Ancient level divine relic treasure maps, 1,800 pieces. Gold 1. 3 billion. Just by idling for over 8 hours. Under the influence of 2 million luck points, the dragon girl treated this 4-turn battlefield as her endless mine. She managed to turn the absurdly high drop rate which others would fight over into a wholesale price. Even more shocking was the unallocated free attribute points accumulated on Zhang Feng's panel. A total of 300 million points. Following the old practice, 50 million points were allocated to Constitution, Wisdom, Agility, and Strength. The remaining 100 million points were all invested into luck. Additionally, with his level raised to 70 and the system's compensation of 10 class-specific attribute points, he allocated all 7500 points to luck. He opened the character panel. ID Qing Feng, hidden profession, ancient starry tyrant, level LV70, title, Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5. Health 503879110 503879110 defense 100 million mana 50505940 50505940 magic damage 1. 5 billion. Physical damage 1. 5 billion attack speed 503594 times second. Attributes Constitution 50387291 Wisdom 50505924 Strength 52365902 Agility 50359458 Luck 1098151115. Such a powerful attribute panel made Zhang Feng very satisfied. At this rate, even the stones by the roadside would probably drop divine gear when he went out. After finishing his allocations, a dozen figures strode towards him across the scorched earth. Leading the pack, Li Yin was clad in military armor. He stopped at a safe distance, standing at attention and saluting with an exceptionally standard military gesture. Mr. Zhang, Deputy Commander Li Yin of the East River Defense Line, has been waiting here for a long time. The entire military soul team behind Li Yin stood at attention. Their movements were synchronized, and their eyes revealed unmasked fervor and worship. General, you are too polite, Zhang Feng replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. After waiting for 8 hours, is there something urgent? Seeing this legendary figure being so approachable, Li Yan's tense heart relaxed significantly. He lowered his posture and got straight to the point. The military has no ill intentions. The highest command in the capital has unanimously approved your appointment as the highest guest of the Huaxia nation. Fearing that Zhang Feng would refuse, Li Yin spoke rapidly. You will have absolute freedom. No clocking and no military discipline constraints. We only hope that if Huaxia faces a national crisis in the future, you can lend a helping hand at your discretion. Additionally, the National Treasury is willing to open its doors, eager to acquire high-level resources from you with conditions entirely at your discretion. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. Having drained the liquidity of the 9 major trading firms yesterday, the current volume of goods was indeed outrageous. The entry of the national machinery would perfectly fill the funding gap. Moreover, an unrestrained title of highest guest would save countless troubles. All right, we are all for Huaxia. I accept this guest title. Zhang Feng nodded decisively. He opened his backpack. Trading supplies is also fine. However, I have quite a bit on hand. How much can you manage to take? Li Yin rubbed his hands together, feeling both excited and a bit awkward. He hadn't closed his eyes for 8 hours witnessing the dragon girl's terrifying efficiency in monster hunting, and after a long while he finally said, with my current highest authority, I can only take a maximum of 1,000 4-turn divine crystals. That's good to hear. Jiang Feng didn't even blink, initiating the trade and directly transferring 1,000 crystals. Looking at the heavy strategic resources in his backpack, Li Yin was so excited that his hands were trembling. This could directly create 1,000 top-tier 4-turn powerhouses. Jiang Feng's pricing was also fair at 10 million per piece, while the market price was normally around 12 to 13 million, even peaking at 18 million. Thank you, sir. The military is always at your service and looks forward to further cooperation. Li Yin saluted again, leading his team back with a full load. After they left, Jiang Feng pulled up the communication panel, took a screenshot of the remaining 4,200 crystals and 1,800 treasure maps, and sent it directly to Jiang Shuyun. In the real world at the Tianshu Dragon Courtyard, Jiang Shuyun was wearing a silk nightgown, holding a goblet, and contemplating the layout of the upcoming trading conference. Ding dong. A special alert sound rang out. She opened the screen. The moment her gaze fell on that string of numbers, her entire being froze. Her finger twitched violently, almost crushing the expensive goblet worth several $1,000s. Red wine splattered all over her, but she didn't even care to wipe it off. 4,200 crystals, 1,800 ancient treasure maps. Jiang Shuyun felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Did he just hack the system code of the demon realm? In the entire Huaxiao war zone, there were less than 10,000 4-turn players. To snatch a single divine crystal top, guilds could engage in bloody battles involving thousands of players. Now Jiang Feng was treating these things like cabbages, laying them out in front of her. She took a deep breath, forcibly calming her racing heart, and quickly dialed the voice call. Jiang Feng, you are simply too amazing. Her voice carried an uncontainable tremor. She was so astonished that she couldn't even manage a polite sir, and directly called out his full name. Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone. I just gave the military 1,000 pieces. Can your guild handle the rest? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Shuyun took several deep breaths and quickly calculated, we can't handle that. I suggest you sell it at the headquarters of the Reality Secret Society in the capital, but it will take at least a few days to digest this batch. If you are willing to lower the price a bit, the turnover speed can be much faster. As the leader of a top-tier guild, her mind worked quickly, and she immediately provided a solution. If you need money urgently, I can use Tianshu's overseas secret channels to transfer this batch of goods to the international market. Jiang Shuyun paused for a moment, her tone becoming more intimate. By the way, I've seen that the military has hired you as a national guest official. We're all on the same side. Oh, I will definitely handle this properly for you without you having to worry about a thing. Jiang Feng looked at the scorched earth beneath him and casually replied, the export is not a problem. But I have a rule. Go ahead. If we sell to those foreigners, it must be at 3 times the current international premium. Not a single cent less, otherwise we won't discuss it. Jiang Feng's tone was flat. Jiang Shuyun stood there stunned. 3 times the exorbitant price. This idea is simply brilliant. The top guilds abroad have already been bloodied in their rush for the 4th trans. This is clearly meant to forcibly drain the high-end combat power of the major Western empires, forcing them to pay with national fortune. Jiang Shuyun was so excited, she almost jumped up, laughing out loud. Got it. We need to use more goods to completely strip the Western empires bare. After finishing his instructions, Jiang Feng casually indicated that this was just an appetizer and more goods would be shipped tomorrow, with quantities only increasing. Jiang Shuyun repeatedly assured him, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Feng turned to look at the dragon girl suspended in midair. I need to log off for a while. You stay here and keep the connection. They'll be back shortly, and we can optimize our output. Upon hearing this, the dragon girl's golden eyes instantly filled with grievance. She twisted her small hands together, her voice muffled. Master, do you have another dragon out there? Jiang Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he stepped forward and rubbed her dragon horn. Don't add unnecessary drama. I'm going back to handle some real-world matters. After briefly comforting her, Jiang Feng pulled up the system panel, transformed into a beam of white light, and directly exited the demon realm. In the real-world Tianshu Dragon Garden, the living room was filled with the aroma of tea, and several exquisite empty teacups were still placed on the rosewood table. Jiang's mother, Lu Tsolan, sat nervously on the sofa, gripping the edge of her clothes, feeling uneasy. Seeing Jiang Feng push the door open, Lu Tsolan hurried to meet him. Xiao Feng, you finally came out. A few important figures just visited, and a general named Li Yin just left. Your dad and I were afraid of saying something wrong and offending them. Jiang Feng helped his mother sit down and spoke gently. Mom, relax, just be yourself. They came to visit us because of our family's standing. Even if you say something wrong, they wouldn't dare to get angry. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsolan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Jiangguo pulled Jiang Feng to the balcony and lowered his voice. Xiao Feng, what's going on exactly? Why are military officials looking for us? Jiang Feng leaned against the balcony railing and spoke truthfully. I took on a mission yesterday and conveniently eliminated 100,000 aberrant demons. To commend me, the state granted me the title of National Guest Official. Jiang Jiangguo felt a buzzing in his head. National Guest Official. These 4 words carry enough weight to be written into textbooks. That is a position standing at the very top of the pyramid in China. He opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Jiang Feng took out 2 scrolls and a black card from his spatial storage and handed them to his father. Dad, these are 2 top-tier hidden job scrolls, Nether Sniper and Life Supplicant. This card holds authorization for 10 trillion gold coins. You and Mom can use it to buy the most advanced login device. The rest can be kept as pocket money. We moved here to ensure you both can develop comfortably in the demon realm. Looking at the scrolls radiating with light and hearing the astronomical figure of 10 trillion, Jiang Jiangguo's hands trembled as if he were sifting through grain. He had worked hard for most of his life and had never seen such a divine scene. His son not only grew up, but had transformed into a heavenly dragon, completely shattering his worldview built over decades. In the afternoon, Jiang Feng went out for a stroll to the depths of the neighborhood to the Tianshu Secret Society headquarters. It was a massive diamond-shaped building suspended half a meter above the ground, enveloped by a light blue energy shield at all times. As the top extraordinary trading venue in the country, the entry barrier here was extremely high, only recognizing core elites. Jiang Feng submitted his black card and smoothly entered the circular auction hall. Just as he found a spot to sit down, a young man dressed in a high-end ceremonial robe approached him. Brother Imlin Zixuan, the son of the president of Tianlin Guild. You look unfamiliar. Did you just move in? The man's attitude was quite polite. Jiang Feng nodded briefly. Lin Zixuan was very friendly and enthusiastically introduced the auction items and various unwritten rules of the venue. At that moment, the auctioneer on stage struck the wooden hammer. The first auction item, the True Word Treasure Heart Protector Jade. Enhanced by high-dimensional laws, it can be brought into reality to withstand a single fatal blow. The starting price is 100 points. The rule here is that 100 million gold coins equal 1 point. Adding to the 10 trillion transferred to his father and the proceeds from selling 1,000 divine crystals to Li Yin, Jiang Feng casually glanced at his account balance. With prior accumulation plus these recent transactions, he now had a total of 102.5 trillion gold coins, which converts to 102.5 million points. Jiang Feng maintained an indifferent expression and directly raised his paddle 1,000 points. The entire venue fell into silence. Several representatives from large guilds who were about to raise their paddles froze in midair, awkwardly retracted. What a surprise. A tenfold increase in the first bid. Who plays like this without any regard for the rules? Lin Zixuan beside him was slightly shocked. As a top-tier guild's heir, he was quite wealthy, but the nonchalant way the other party bid made him realize that this person was definitely not simple. For the next half an hour, this high-end auction turned into Jiang Feng's personal grocery shopping show. Undying Ember 1,500 points. Spiritual Cleansing Liquid 2,000 points. A total of 10 top-tier True Word treasures. Jiang Feng didn't even blink, relying solely on his financial power to seize 6 of them. The ancient tortoise shell from a millennium ago, known as the dark gold of antiquity, possesses attributes that significantly enhance physical defense, making it nearly impervious to common weaponry. It automatically triggers a protective barrier that can withstand a full-force strike from a 100-level powerhouse. Prolonged wear strengthens bones and extends life, stabilizing one's cultivation. It boasts a formidable resistance to malevolent forces, curses, and mental disturbances. This treasure, a relic of the ancient tortoise, is an exceptionally rare protective gem formed through the passage of time. A burly man in black armor in the front row suddenly stood up and declared in a deep voice, "The Mad Lion Guild bids 400 points. Jiang Feng remained calm, simply raising his card and stating 1,000 points. The burly man's expression froze and his mouth twitched. His points were already limited, and 1,000 points exceeded his psychological threshold. Continuing to bid would only lead to embarrassment. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly sit back down, completely giving up on the auction. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from the VIP box on the second floor. "I am Zhang Chonglin, bidding 1,200 points. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he glanced in the direction of the box, his expression still calm, before raising his card again. 2,000 points. The air instantly froze for 2 seconds. The next moment, Zhang Changlin's hearty laughter came from upstairs. "So it's you, young friend Jiang. Never mind this item, I shall not contest, it's yours." The wooden hammer fell heavily. Jiang Feng went up to settle the payment, took the ancient tortoise shell, and directly walked up to the second floor, pushing open the door to the box. Once inside, without saying a word, he placed the ancient tortoise shell on the coffee table in front of Zhang Chonglin. "Old Zhang, this item is of little use to me, so I'll give it to you." Jiang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. "In the future, I hope you can take good care of my parents living in Longyuan." Zhang Chonglin looked at the ancient tortoise shell on the table, waves of astonishment crashing in his heart. This truly was a rare treasure of immense value, and this young man simply gave it away without even a frown. Good lad. Generous and straightforward. Zhang Chonglin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. This favor I'll remember in my heart. Your parents live in Long Yuan with me around. They will surely be safe and sound. Jiang Feng was aware that while such treasures were viewed as precious by others, acquiring them was not a difficult task for him. With his daily earnings comparable to the GDP of an entire country from his past life, if he truly tasked Jiang Shuyan to gather items, dozens of them would be easy to obtain. Instead, he preferred to forge connections in Long Yuan to pave a smoother path for his parents' future. Furthermore, the ancient tortoise shell offered only slightly more effect than the heart protector jade, not truly a top-tier treasure. If he genuinely wished to enhance his parents' combat capabilities, he ultimately needed to focus on strengthening their inherent attributes, as external items were merely supplementary. Returning to the first floor, the auction had entered the final phase of free consignment. Jiang Feng strode up to the consignment counter, directly throwing up 4,204 turn divine crystals and 1,500 ancient treasure maps. He only kept 300 treasure maps for himself, intending to gradually explore them later to see what could be unearthed. When the large screen lit up with that absurd list of items, the entire auction hall fell into a silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Immediately after, countless noble figures collectively gasped in astonishment, their disbelief echoing throughout the hall. Bang! Lin Zixuan suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him. Over 4,000 four-turn crystals. 1,500 ancient treasure maps. This is not an auction. It's practically selling treasures by the pound. A few business tycoons in the front row had bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily, as if they were wind instruments. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, the window of the second-floor box was abruptly pushed open. Zhang Chonglin leaned halfway out, his voice booming like a bell. Everyone, the batch of goods that young friend Jiang has presented is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. I, Zhang Chonglin, am willing to vouch for him with the military's credibility. The crowd erupted in an uproar, fully aware of the weight of military credibility. Zhang Chonglin's actions undoubtedly tied his reputation to Jiang Feng's. No one knew that Zhang Chonglin understood the situation clearly. Jiang Feng could casually offer an ancient dark gold-level ancient tortoise shell. His generosity was not typical of a common scion, and there must be remarkable backing behind him. Moreover, Jiang Feng was willing to entrust his family to him, showing sincerity on the surface. His public guarantee served two purposes: to repay a favor and to announce to others that he had formed a connection with this remarkably promising young man, thereby consolidating his position within Long Yuan and the military. Besides having witnessed Jiang Feng's strength and financial prowess firsthand, it was only beneficial to cultivate a relationship with such a person. With this military bigwig's endorsement, the hall erupted into chaos. The profound silence lasted only 3 seconds. In the front row, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly moved, leaping from his chair with an agility that surpassed even the professional bodyguards beside him. His eyes reddened with urgency and seriousness as he shouted, "Mr. Jiang, I, Su Jingshuan, will personally take responsibility for this batch of goods, offering a premium of 1.5 times the highest market price." The crowd collectively gasped, their scalps tingling as discussions erupted instantaneously. The name Su Jingxian was unfamiliar to most, but the few heavyweights in the core circle instantly changed their expressions. This old man was a legendary figure from a hidden lineage rarely seen in public. Everyone quickly understood that the Su family had genuinely recognized the value of this batch of treasures and intended to invest heavily to expand their own resources and cultivate elite members of their clan. Jiang Feng's wristband buzzed. He glanced at the screen to find a message from Jiang Shiyun. "This is a big client. I helped you connect with their background is quite deep." Jiang Feng immediately understood that Jiang Shuyun had found someone for him in advance. This woman truly was a significant figure in finance, having efficiently arranged matters for him without drawing attention, saving him considerable effort. "All right, deal." Jiang Feng nodded decisively. There was no haggling. A few minutes later, the transaction was finalized. The system settlement panel flashed rapidly across Jiang Feng's retina. Deducting 4,200 four-turn divine crystals, 1,500 ancient treasure maps, deposited 14.34 million points equivalent to 14.34 trillion gold coins, current account balance 15.36 trillion gold coins. Lin Zixuan stood dumbfounded beside him, utterly bewildered. He swallowed hard, initially thinking Jiang Feng was merely a well-off young master. To his surprise, that was far from the truth. This was someone who could stir the entire situation. Selling thousands of core crystals like they were cabbages was simply too shocking. "Brother Jiang, no Lord." Lin Zixuan lowered his posture considerably, handing over his golden card business card. "In the future, in the imperial capital, if you need any errands or assistance, just let me know. The Tianlin Chamber of Commerce is at your service." No need to be polite. Jiang Feng casually took the business card. He happened to need to establish an information network in reality, and Lin Zixuan, being a clean background scion who understood propriety, might prove useful in the future. Leaving the Tianshu secret meeting, Jiang Feng leisurely returned to No. 12 Manor. As soon as he entered, he saw his parents watching the billion-dollar holographic television in the living room. Jiang Feng walked over to the coffee table and laid out several treasures he had just acquired. "Dad, Mom, take these three." He picked up the indestructible fire seed, glowing with red light, and the spiritual energy, cleansing liquid. These two can cleanse the tendons and marrow, stabilizing the foundation. When used together with the hidden profession scrolls I gave you, the awakening effect will be even better. He then handed the heart protection jade to his mother Lu Tzulan. This jade can be taken into reality and will save your life once in a critical danger. Keep it close. In his past life, Jiang Feng was an orphan and had never experienced the warmth of family. In this life, his parents worked hard and saved every penny to support his education, living a frugal life, and he kept this kindness in his heart. Now that he had sufficient strength, he naturally wanted his family to be safe in any perilous situation, ensuring their absolute safety. Zhang Jiangguo looked at the treasures brimming with spiritual energy on the table. His lips quivered a bit, unable to speak, only giving his son's shoulder a firm pat. After settling his parents, Jiang Feng was about to head upstairs when his wristband vibrated. It was a communication from his childhood friend Li Hu. "Brother Feng, I checked the internal forum of the Long Yuan, and the equipment prices are outrageous. With my meager savings, I probably can't even handle minor monsters outside." Li Hu casually complained, not expecting anyone to help him. Jiang Feng didn't say much and directly raised his hand to initiate a transfer. "Ding. You have transferred to the account." Li Hu 5 gold coins, 5 billion. The other end of the line fell silent instantly. In the next second, the fat guy's scream exploded. "What the hell? Brother Feng, how much is this?" 50 small targets. He was completely stunned. The Jiang Feng in his memory was still that ordinary student, but now his spending made him question life. "Go to the Tianshu Chamber of Commerce and get the best pink outfit. Also prepare high-level potions to level up." Jiang Feng spoke calmly. "You are my friend Jiang Feng, so you can't be shabby." Li Hu's voice trembled with excitement. In a brief moment, it felt like fate had been rewritten. "Brother Feng, I understand now. You can rest assured I won't let you down." After hanging up, Jiang Feng walked into his bedroom and lay on the bed. He pressed a button on his wristband to log in, and a stream of azure light instantly enveloped him. With a flash of white light, Jiang Feng re-entered the demonic realm. The blood clouds above the fallen god wasteland continued to roll, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. The dragon girl, who was idling in midair, let out a crisp dragon roar upon seeing him. She instantly shrank, her massive form into a beam of golden light, landing steadily on Jiang Feng's shoulder, rubbing her little head against his cheek, with a pitiful expression as if seeking affection. "Alright, stop being cute. Let's get down to business." Jiang Feng casually patted her dragon horn. He opened his backpack, where 300 ancient grade divine relic treasure maps lay quietly. He had already harvested enough wool from the wasteland. Now, it was time to test the value of these maps. He locked his gaze on the coordinates. Level 150 Death, Forbidden Zone, God Burial Abyss. "Let's go." Jiang Feng didn't even summon a mount and directly activated Void Walking. With a 5-fold speed boost, he blended into the spatial folds, covering 10 miles in a single step. The dragon girl gasped in amazement. Her master had become stronger again. She also wanted to continue evolving, hoping Jiang Feng would help her, yet she felt shy to say it directly. Jiang Feng saw through her thoughts at a glance, and calmly said, "I will help you continue to advance later." The dragon girl felt a surge of gratitude in her heart. In less than half an hour, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. There was no sky here, only an inverted black deep sea. The ground was covered with sprawling massive fissures, each of which spewed annihilation winds that could easily tear apart a fourth-turn powerhouse. There was simply no space for ordinary monsters to survive here. Wandering about were void spirits infected by divine curses. This place was an absolute life-forbidden zone that no one dared to tread in the Huaxiao War Zone. Jiang Feng stood firmly at the edge of a protruding cliff, ignoring the piercing howl of the winds next to him. With a flick of his mind, the first divine relic treasure map shattered in his palm. Locating coordinates. Location successful. Your current luck value is 1018151115 points. Triggered ultimate miracle critical hit. Digging successful. With the crisp sound of the system prompt, the void in front of him was forcefully torn apart. A dazzling 7-colored beam of light shot into the sky, directly cleaving a massive gap in the black deep sea above. A multifaceted crystal pulsating like a heart slowly emerged. Obtained item: Ancient Divine Source. 7-color treasure effect. After fusion, permanently increases base attributes in 5 dimensions by 1 points. Gains the absolute trait, immunity to all laws, ignoring all control and instant death judgments from levels below itself. Limitations: only usable by professions of 3rd turn and above. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. this was an outright profit. Randomly digging a map actually increased all attributes by 10 million. And it also came with absolute immunity to control. This strength was simply unreasonable. Although it required level 70 and completion of the third job transfer to use, he had already reached level 70, and the third transfer was within reach. If he could smoothly dig out the third transfer token for his profession this time, it would be absolutely perfect. Jiang Feng's actions didn't stop as he decisively tore apart the second and third treasure maps. Seven-colored brilliance exploded one after another, and the crisp system prompts rang in his ears. This experience of zero-cost purchasing was extremely enjoyable. Ding. Digging successful obtained item Chaos Pearl, 3-colored quality, 7-colored treasure. Jiang Feng glanced at its attributes. This item would be of little use if hatched, but for high-level pets, it was definitely an experience booster that The pet system in the demonic realm was extremely flexible. Surplus high-level pet eggs and source items could easily be used to forcibly nurture the main battle pet. Open wide, let me give you a great supplement. Jiang Feng casually tossed the glowing Chaos Pearl into the air. The dragon girl circling in midair swallowed it whole. The brilliant golden beam instantly pierced through the black deep sea, and the dragon girl let out a resounding dragon roar that shattered the void. Her already terrifying aura underwent an unimaginable transformation. Thanks to her early crazy monster hunting, she had already reached level 70. Now by devouring the 3-colored treasure, she directly completed her second ultimate transformation, breaking the system's level limits. Her form rapidly switched between a 100-meter true body and a petite shape, ultimately landing steadily on Jiang Feng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to open her attribute panel, his eyelids jumping suddenly. Name Dragon Girl, level LV70, attribute strength 8, wisdom 0, constitution 8, 0, agility 0, luck 4, 40 million. The sum of the 5-dimensional attributes reaches 80 million. After the ultimate leap of her bloodline, the Dragon Maiden's skills underwent a comprehensive transformation, gaining 2 powerful new abilities that skyrocketed her combat power. Jiang Feng studied the panel intently. Trait Primordial Ancestor Dragon Source, completing the leap by devouring the Ancestor Dragon's reverse scale, and the Eye of Chaos grants permanent immunity to Dragon Clan suppression, mental control, and all negative states, with skill damage increased by 100. Skill 1. The Ancestor Dragon commands the heavens. 10,000 dragons accompany transformation. Transform into the Primordial Ancestor Dragon, with flight speed increased by 50, ignoring all restrictions on flight and ceiling. The domain of 10,000 dragons unfolds, slowing enemies by 80 and reducing their attack by 40, causing a loss of health and mana each second, while allies gain 50 to all attributes. Skill 2. Ancestor Dragon burns the heavens. 10,000 calamities extinguish. Transformation, a large-scale, all-encompassing AoE dealing 50 times magic fire damage and inflicting an indispersible true burn. Directly destroys shields, heals, resurrects, and grants invincibility, sealing 80 of recovery ability for 120 seconds. Skill 3. Ancestor Dragon's Blessing. All methods return to origin. Transformation passive, 95 damage reduction, immunity to control attacks, ignore defense, reduce damage, and resurrect, immobilizing enemies upon hit. Active grants the owner 8 seconds of absolute protection, immune to fatal damage, and control, fully reflecting damage, while adding true damage with a cooldown of 360 seconds. Skill 4. Primordial Dragon Might. 10,000 years of growth, new passive. With each level gained, all attributes increase by 10 million, and resistance to all elements increases by 20, resilience, slow resistance, and damage reduction each increase by 3. Skill 5. Master of 10,000 Dragons. Dominance of the Dragon Domain. New ultimate skill. Transform into the Dragon of 10,000 Dragons with all attributes surging by 50 times. Skill effects doubled, capable of devouring enemy Dragon-type power. For health recovery, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown of 4 hours. Truly a pet of the ancient level, this growth speed would leave any hidden class player feeling despondent. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. With these outrageous skills and such a terrifying panel, the Dragon Maiden's combat power had completely transcended dimensions. Even a non-lucky player would likely perish on the spot. After confirming the pet status, Jiang Feng simply turned off the anonymous option on the panel. He publicly displayed his ID. He needed fame now. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the greater his fame, the louder his reputation would become. When he needed to convert the mountain of surplus resources in his hands into cash, merchants from all over the world would rush to deliver money to him. With the addition of 100 million points of absurd luck, the already high-yield ancient treasure maps had completely turned into Jiang Feng's exclusive wholesale market for blind boxes. The worst guaranteed items were god-level red equipment, and the rainbow items were dropping like they were worthless. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, continuing to tear apart the blueprints. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Feng for successfully digging up the crown of the Abyss Lord, 1 rainbow treasure, in an unknown restricted area. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Feng for successfully digging up the Tome of Time's Annihilation, 1 rainbow treasure, in an unknown restricted area. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Feng for successfully digging up the Star Disk of All Realms, 1 rainbow treasure, in an unknown restricted area. The glaring crimson notifications flooded the world channel, refreshing dozens, even hundreds of times. All players in the server paused their actions, staring blankly at the chat channel. Does anyone understand? Someone pinch me. Who is Feng? Is the rainbow treasure now a stagnant item at a street stall? That's a rainbow treasure. An unparalleled treasure that only exists in legends 10 times stronger than red equipment. Consecutive appearances of treasures. With this drop rate, he must have sacrificed the entire server's lifespan to modify the underlying data. This is absolutely a cheat. Quickly report. 4 decades Huaxia has opened servers, and not a single rainbow treasure has appeared. Why does he have so many appearing all at once? Yesterday I spent 300 billion on treasure maps, losing everything. This big shot casually digs up the absolute worst, and gets the only 1 rainbow treasure in the entire district. Is there any justice left in the world? The world channel instantly erupted. Such a scene was unheard of even for veteran players from top guilds. It was simply absurd beyond reason. In a high-level leveling area of Dongjiang City, the elite team of the Mad Lion Guild halted all actions. The president, looking at the flood of announcements in the channel, slammed his giant sword into the ground, his mind blank, completely questioning his life. At the headquarters of the Celestial Secret Society, Jiang Shiyun, who was calculating the accounts, felt her heart skip a beat upon seeing the district-wide broadcast. She had thought that Jiang Feng selling over 4,000 Fortune crystals was already the limit. Now it seemed that the man was single-handedly challenging the resource laws of the entire world. Jiang Shiyun finally realized what kind of terrifying existence she had encountered. This is no ordinary big shot. He is clearly a walking super treasure factory. Jiang Feng toyed with several treasures in his hand, resting his chin on one hand in deep thought. Crown of the Abyss Lord, location, headgear, quality, 1 rainbow level rainbow treasure, unique in the server, equipment requirements, level LV70, class ruler warrior tank, all basic attributes, already met basic attributes, all attributes, 480 defense, 480 treasure, trait 1, abyssal pressure. Reduces all enemy attributes by 30, a skill damage reduced by 50, treasure trait 2, authority of the ruler. All summoned creatures and servants double in power, immune to control, treasure trait 3. Indestructible treasure, cannot drop, cannot be destroyed, ignores laws of deprivation. Tome of Time's Annihilation, location, weapon, artifact, quality, 1 rainbow, level rainbow treasure, unique in the server, equipment requirements, level LV70, class, mage, sorcerer, summoner, wisdom, 3500, already met basic attributes, all attributes, 400, magical attack, power, 400, cooldown reduction, 40, treasure, trait 1. Time freeze. Active ability to freeze the surrounding space for 3 seconds, allowing free. Jiang Feng opened his inventory, his gaze landing on the newly forged World Star Disk. Accessories are notoriously difficult to drop, with a much lower probability than weapons and armor. To unearth such a tier of colorful treasures, one relies entirely on an outrageous luck value exceeding 100 million. Jiang Feng seamlessly donned the Star Disk. A crisp system notification chimed, and his overall attributes surged once more. This was the 13th piece of equipment he possessed. With a single thought, he activated the Star Disk's ability, World Traversal. Whoosh! Jiang Feng's figure vanished from the spot, without even 1/100th of a second's delay, instantly appearing on another black peak 10 miles away. Distance was entirely under his control, with no casting time or wind-up, fully maximizing mobility. This accessory is quite convenient. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He continued to check the other loot in his bag. In a corner lay a newly dropped level 70 colorful treasure staff, the stats indeed surpassing his level 50 staff of universe destruction. Yet Jiang Feng ultimately chose not to switch equipment. He no longer lacked the trivial damage increase on his panel. What he truly needed was a wide area clearing and an extraordinarily efficient monster farming speed. Moreover, the staff of universe destruction's built-in ability, Tyrant's Law, could turn every basic attack into a forbidden spell, its practical value far exceeding that of ordinary high-tier treasures. Immediately a series of crisp notifications sounded. Ding. Obtained item Star Shatterer leggings. Ding. Obtained item Void Law Crystal X1 enhancement material for treasures. Jiang Feng maintained a calm expression. The god-level red equipment that countless top guilds outside were frantically snatching up was in his eyes merely an unnecessary common item. The Void Law Crystal still held some value set aside for future synthesis into a level 100 treasure. Jiang Feng did not pause, continuing to tear apart the ancient treasure maps in his hands. He dug up over 20 in one go, accumulating several colorful treasures, while the rest were a pile of premium materials, yet he had not seen a single treasure of tier 2 or higher. Jiang Feng simply became too lazy to inspect them closely, planning to count them all after finishing the digging. However, when he tore apart the 200th treasure map, the black rock cliff beneath him suddenly began to shake violently. The treasure map in his hand did not trigger the colorful light column as before, but transformed into a stream of pure black light shooting directly into the immeasurable abyss below. Warning: your luck value has exceeded the current space's tolerance limit. Digging has triggered the seal at the bottom of the god's grave abyss. Hint: you have unearthed an unknown ancient god tomb. In an instant, heaven and earth violently flipped. The dark chasm below was brutally torn apart by a gigantic hand covered in the stains of corpses. An aura of terror surpassing level 150, accompanied by ancient whispers, surged forth from the depths of the abyss. A shattered massive bronze coffin floated into the air, its lid dripping with dark golden divine blood, exuding a sense of destruction. The system scan completed in an instant, and an extremely dangerous blood-red panel appeared before him. Name: Ancient Fallen Deity, Song Yuan Weakened. Level LV 150 Divine Boss. Health 12001. 2 billion. Defense 200,000, 200 million. Skill 1 I Divine Punishment Domain ignores resistance, forcibly reduces enemy health by 10 every second. Skill 2 Annihilation Starfall Group Ultra Strong AoE summons void stars to crash down, causing immense true damage. Skill 3 Wrath of the Heavens Ultimate Skill detonates divine fragments, forcibly slays all beings below level 300 within sight. The pressure of a level 150 divine boss poured down the force field of high-dimensional rules, instantly crushing the surrounding boulders to dust. An ancient and authoritative voice reverberated throughout the entire forbidden land. Sleeping for 30,000 years. Song Yuan's voice carried an extreme disdain. Insect who dares to disturb my slumber. Jiang Feng stood at the cliff's edge, looking down at the bronze coffin, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Not even half an inch did he budge. A surge of extreme excitement welled up in his eyes as he beheld the ultimate fat sheep. Clutching the staff swirling with colorful light, Jiang Feng laughed aloud. Deity. As long as you reveal your health bar, you're nothing but a pure ATM. He raised his staff, his tone utterly nonchalant. No more sleeping, get up and drop gold coins. There were no complicated incantations or state skills activated. Jiang Feng swiftly executed the simplest basic attack. This strike, boosted by Jiang Feng's own attributes exceeding 100 million, triggered the passive ability All Laws Return to 1, amplifying true damage through the total force and intelligence multiplier, while also stacking the 100 damage ignoring defense characteristic of a colorful treasure artifact. With an astonishing attack speed of 500,000 per second, this strike surpassed the visual capture limit of the magic domain system, leaving not even a wisp of shadow in the void. Boom! Bang! Rumble! A sound of extreme muffled explosion erupted. That bronze coffin, representing the highest dimension of the current server, along with the ancient god Song Yuan still trying to show off inside, was obliterated in an instant the moment it came into contact with the staff's attack judgment. 246892384. True damage. Affected by the tyrant's domain, all attributes forcibly reduced by 50, no exemptions. 98756959296. True damage. Triggered critical hit due to the influence of the Eye of Destruction ring. 246892384. 246892384. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions in red damage values surged forth like a tsunami. Not even a scream had the ancient deity claimed to be immortal through the ages managed to utter before being blasted into countless motes of light. What divine punishment domain? What ultimate skill? Before the absolute violent numerical repression and true damage, the underlying code of the system was instantly deemed null. Among the myriad paths of the world, I alone delight in slaying gods and exterminating immortals. Ding. You have successfully killed Ancient Fallen Deity, Song Yuan, LV150. Triggered the unique infinite talent Pangu Slaughter. Congratulations, forcibly plundered 2,000, 2 million free attribute points. Hint: your level has reached the current job transfer limit. Experience points temporarily stored. The storm calmed, and all things returned to deathly silence. Even the boss's ultimate move, Wrath of the Heavens, capable of detonating divine fragments and forcibly slaying all beings below level 300, had not triggered at all. It was evident that Jiang Feng's power had long surpassed the rules. No matter how terrifying the move, it lacked the ability to even activate before him. Or rather, he could no longer be considered an ordinary being. His class origin allowed him to break through the confines of the life tier, becoming an almost divine ancient pseudo-deity. The lingering might of the staff's swing had yet to fade. The space within 100 miles trembled violently as large swathes of the world shattered into nothingness. Even the perilous time turbulence was forcibly repelled by this overwhelming force. According to the system rules, any being caught in the time turbulence would be eternally exiled, never to find relief. Yet Zhang Feng stood his ground, not a single corner of his clothes ruffled. His terrifyingly abnormal attributes exempted him from any pull of the time turbulence. 3 seconds later, the void forcibly healed. The ground was littered with exquisite spoils radiating a dazzling light bright enough to blind. Zhang Feng strolled forward and picked up the ancient token at the center, thick and archaic. Obtained item: Ancient Star Tyrant's third transition token. Not bad, it really dropped directly. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. He had thought that this key item for the job transition breakthrough would require excavating thousands of times to uncover, yet unexpectedly, it had led to a boss encounter dropping directly upon defeat. He then placed it in his backpack. Zhang Feng picked up the spirit stone beside it, surrounded by mysterious. Obtained item: Ancient Refining God Essence, level 70. Effect: can forcibly elevate the specified weapon of the wearer to level 70, significantly enhancing basic attributes while retaining original characteristics. This one is also not bad. Zhang Feng immediately crushed the essence. A brilliant divine light surged into the staff in his palm, enveloping it in a dazzling halo. The wear level of the Staff of Cosmic Destruction instantaneously soared to level 70. He glanced at the Staff of Cosmic Destruction. Quality 1, colorful divine treasure, unique across the server. Wear requirement: level 70. Requirement met. Basic attributes: all attributes 450,000 points. Magical attack power 500,000. Physical attack power 450,000. Divine treasure trait 1, O-dimensional crushing. Your attacks completely ignore the target's realm defense, forcibly converting 100 of panel damage into true damage. Divine treasure trait 2, Tyrant's Law. Normal attack range is automatically expanded to a radius of 100 meters, with each basic attack treated as casting a forbidden spell. Divine treasure trait 3, Divine treasure immortality. This equipment cannot be dropped or destroyed and ignores any rules of deprivation. The damage from magic and physical attacks both surged by nearly 50 million. This is the terrifying aspect of equipment automatically evolving with its level. Not only that, Zhang Feng's own attributes also slightly improved. While the increase was not exaggerated, the reasoning was simple: if a character can undergo a job transition, so too can the weapon. According to the rules of the Magic Realm system, equipment above level 100 will automatically evolve with the level. It can be said that even a top-tier player at level 99 would be easily crushed by a level 100 player wearing ordinary gear. Once Zhang Feng elevates this staff to level 100, it will undergo a true qualitative transformation. Zhang Feng glanced at the follow-up details of the third transition task. System prompt: Third transition trial, ultimate goal. Map: high dimension, level 200 area, land of the fallen god of sorrow. Coordinates: x927 3 y1466 8 oz71 2. Task description: kill the ancient fallen deity Yuan. Complete form: seize its core divine fragment and submit it to the third transition altar to complete the regular third transition, unlocking the corresponding high-level occupation system. Special prompt: this trial has a small probability of triggering the divine legacy hidden condition. The so-called divine legacy refers to the residual source inheritance of the fallen deity. Once triggered, it allows one to skip the usual third transition and directly awaken a super hidden profession far beyond the norm, at which point the attributes and skill system will undergo a complete reconstruction. So that's how it is. The opponent he had just defeated was merely a weakened doppelganger. The matter of the job transition had already been put on the agenda. Zhang Feng felt a surge of anticipation within. He was eager to see just how far his potential limit could be raised after completing this third transition. Zhang Feng stored the fragment of the token and activated the Myriad Realm Star Plate once more. His figure flickered rapidly between various coordinates in the God Burial Abyss, transforming into a relentless treasure-hunting machine continuously sweeping the area. With his no-CD teleportation, the remaining 100 ancient treasure maps were quickly excavated as if autumn winds were sweeping away leaves. Half an hour later, the looting was completed. Zhang Feng opened his backpack to count the spoils: a total of 106 pieces of 1 color level weapons and jewelry, 2 pieces of 2 color level exquisite divine treasures, along with 50 red items, and a large pile of divine materials for weapon upgrades and jewelry crafting. He had no intention of selling any of these red items or treasures. He planned to keep them all and take them home for his parents and the chubby Li Hu. However, there was a small problem. The initial warehouse's 100 slots had long been stuffed to capacity. The system prompted that expanding a slot would cost 200 gold coins. Zhang Feng glanced at his account balance, which was so long it was hard to count the zeros, and his tone was extremely flat. Directly expand by 100 million slots. Ding. Deducting 2,000 gold coins, 2 billion. Your warehouse has been successfully expanded to 1,000 slots. He spent 2 billion gold coins without a flicker of his eyes, focusing on a lavish approach with no regard for humanity. Jiang Feng nonchalantly placed all the high-tier divine treasures and various materials into the boundless private warehouse. After completing all this, he clapped his hands and looked up towards the endless depths of the abyss. Level 200 map, let's go. Just as he was about to set off towards the land of the fallen god of sorrow, the communication channel suddenly flickered with light and message notifications popped up one after another. Jiang Feng casually opened the message panel. Li Yan's message popped up first. Mr. Jiang, the higher-ups have discussed it. The title of National Guest Elder no longer matches your current strength and contributions. They plan to promote you further, granting you the highest authority to access confidential information and coordinate across battle zones. The merit you established this time is immense. Huaxia will not shortchange its own people. In Li Yan's eyes, Jiang Feng's growth could no longer be described as rapid. The speed of his ascent could only be termed terrifying. Jiang Feng clearly understood that the commotion he had caused this time was indeed monumental. The game had been open for nearly 40 years, yet not a single color-grade equipment had ever appeared. Yet today, over 100 pieces had emerged through his hands. It was only natural for Huaxia's high-ranking officials to take such notice. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm as he sent a voice message. No need for the privileges. I am a citizen of Huaxia. I will naturally take action when required. No need to trouble yourselves with anything else. Inside the military district camp, Li Yan slapped the alloy table with joy. This was exactly the response he wanted. The other party was not greedy for power, nor did he seek trouble, yet possessed unmatched strength. He was simply a national treasure forged from pure gold. Immediately after the communication from Zhang Chonglin came through, the old general adopted a very humble tone, probing for 2 replacement pieces of equipment from Jiang Feng. Without saying a word, Jiang Feng directly selected 10 idle top-tier red gear from the warehouse, along with 3 rare treasures, and sent them all together. No need for money, I just want to make a friend of the old Zhang. If there are any shortcomings in the future, I hope you will bear with me, old Zhang. On the other end, Zhang Chonglin opened the email. Gazing at the row of dazzling and intimidating divine-level equipment, and seeing the top-tier colored gear that even veterans who had stepped into the demon realm for 20 years had never seen, the old man gasped in shock. How could this be the younger generation to be feared? Such a lavish and unrestrained strength and demeanor were far beyond even those seasoned warriors in the military. He repeatedly declined, but Jiang Feng was determined and sincere. Zhang Chonglin also understood that Jiang Feng was not lacking in money. Bringing up the purchase again would only create distance, so he felt guilty and ultimately accepted it. The old general immediately patted his chest and promised that the Jiang family's matters were his Zhang family's matters. This time he was clearly in debt for a huge favor. Then Jiang Shuyun sent a text message. She informed that all channels for selling at 3 times the overseas price had been opened, and from now on all decisions regarding the sale of any equipment or treasures would be made solely by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng simply replied with one word, good. Despite being just one word, Jiang Shuyun on the other end was still filled with shock. Those rare treasures, even more precious than divine artifacts, seemed to be produced in bulk by Jiang Feng. What kind of terrifying drop rate and incredible luck was this, and what kind of overwhelming strength did it symbolize? Finally, there was a voice message from Li Hu. The chubby man's voice was trembling, clearly having guessed that the Qing Feng, crazily spamming the world channel, was none other than Jiang Feng himself. Brother Feng, was that system announcement about the hundreds of treasures really you? Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone, patiently saying, don't be so startled, just take the money and upgrade quickly. By the way, take my parents along to level up. If your parents have time, they can join the team too. Think of it as a spring outing to relax. There's no need to push too hard. Li Hu was even more shocked to hear this. While others fought top-tier monsters and bosses at the brink of life and death, with careful tactical cooperation, Brother Feng made it sound as easy as a spring outing. This nonchalant arrogance could only belong to Jiang Feng. He quickly agreed, taking it all upon himself, and would log off to arrange it shortly. Jiang Feng didn't say much. He transferred another 40 trillion to Li Hu, urging him to spend freely without being stingy, and to let him know if it wasn't enough. Jiang Feng then transferred 15 billion each to his parents' accounts, totaling 30 billion. To him, this amount was just a trifling sum given away casually. He reminded his parents once again not to be frugal in the game, as this game was the future trend, and they should just... His parents looked at the long string of numbers, having long lost any concept of the amount. While others toiled all day in the game for barely any earnings, their sons' astronomical figures seemed like a joke. Not even the heavens pass could compare to such exaggeration. After finishing his instructions, Jiang Feng directly hung up the communication, took a step forward, and instantly vanished from the spot. The surrounding space restructured in an instant. In the level 200 area, the place of the fallen celestial, the sky was completely collapsed with countless shattered star remains hanging in the void. Directly ahead, a towering shadow clad in dark gold divine armor loomed over the center of the star remains, surrounded by death laws that were thick as substance. Ancient fallen deity Sang Yuan, complete form, level LV 200 divine, level major BOSS, health points 100 billion, defense 1150 5 billion. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, the towering shadow suddenly opened its eyes. It recognized the staff in Zhang Feng's hand, which was tainted with the aura of a clone. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from Zhang Feng, which boasted over 100 million attributes, the ancient deity's aura instantly crumbled. Its massive body quickly shrank down to the size of an ordinary person. Sang Yuan knelt on one knee in the void, trembling voice, saying, "The ancient inheritor, you have won. I am willing to offer my soul and become your contracted servant. I have lived for 30,000 years and know all the rules of this world." Zhang Feng looked down at him coldly. "I don't keep idle people. Your combat power is insufficient." The dragon maiden coiled around Zhang Feng's shoulder, giving a disdainful roar. In terms of bloodline and potential, this outdated wild god wasn't even worthy to be her snack. Sang Yuan quickly raised his head, desperation in his eyes. "I know of a more advanced class change method. I also know the ultimate secret of the divine and demonic war from 30,000 years ago. As long as you keep me, I can allow your combat power to multiply dozens of times after your third class change." Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, seeming to show some interest. At that moment, when Zhang Feng's aura paused slightly, the fierce light in Can Yuan's lowered eyes surged. "Die Yuan!" Boom! The divine fragment in Sang Yuan's chest exploded on the spot. It transformed into a black light of annihilation that pierced through eternity, heading straight for Zhang Feng's face. This was his ultimate trump card that he fought desperately to survive during the divine and demonic war. Ignoring distance, ignoring defense, and absolute kill mechanism. The dragon maiden let out a furious roar, transforming into her 100-meter form to block in front. However, the black light was too fast, directly sending the dragon maiden flying dozens of miles, crashing heavily through 3 mountains. The black light slammed into Zhang Feng's chest without any hindrance. The destructive energy poured out wildly, collapsing the surrounding 10th-meter space entirely. Sang Yuan laughed maniacally, his expression twisted. This attack would make even a level 10 deity regret their life on the spot. A mere human who hadn't even reached the third-class change was undoubtedly doomed. However, as the light faded, Zhang Feng stood with one hand in his pocket, not even wrinkling the corner of his clothes. Over his head, a glaring red number floated lazily, 154. Can Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, as if witnessing the universe restart. That was his trump card, burning all his divine fragments for a self-detonation to kill. It was also thanks to this vicious move that he survived the catastrophic war of 30,000 years ago. But now this finishing move. Could it be that even this human who hadn't even reached the third-class change could not break his defenses? What? Is this the secret of the divine and demonic war? Zhang Feng casually brushed off his chest and said lightly, "It seems you weren't anything special back then, not even enough to tickle me." Before his words fell, the staff of cosmic destruction pointed out carelessly. A wave of true annihilation rippled out. Dense clusters of red true damage numbers erupted wildly. Can Yuan's body disintegrated inch by inch in extreme fear and existential doubt, instantly turning to ashes. Ding. Killed ancient fallen deity, Sang Yuan, complete form. Plundered free attribute points, 2,000 points. 20 million. A dazzlingly bright sphere of light exploded at the spot. Zhang Feng approached to pick it up. It was a crystal inscribed with spatial laws and divine runes. Divine heritage, ancient sovereign divine fragment, ultimate proof of third-class change, quality, 1 colored supreme, type ultimate proof of third-class change, core divine fragment effect, carries the residual divine power of the ancient sovereign, breaking through the shackles of realm, immune to all divine level suppression and rule-based instant kills, all attributes increase geometrically, unlocking exclusive sovereign powers. Remarks, the highest source left over from the era of the gods, the only proof of ultimate ascension to the third class. Zhang Feng exerted all 5 fingers, directly crushing the divine stone. The violent essence of the divine Tao surged up his arm and flooded into his body. A painful sound of reorganization echoed through his bones as his meridians were forcibly expanded. This abrupt transformation that forcefully elevated his life dimension lasted only for half a breath. Immediately after, an indescribable sense of clarity swept through his limbs and bones. With a single thought, he could shatter the heavens. With a single breath, he could stabilize the world. At this moment, Zhang Feng had become an existence capable of freely manipulating the laws of the universe. Hidden determination trigger successful. You have completed the third transition. Your occupational attribute skills are fully reconstructed. The level cap has been broken. Currently level 70 can surpass the original level limit, opening up to level 120. Third transition occupational characteristics activated. Every level gained permanently increases all attributes by 200 points. Jiang Feng called up his new occupational panel. Occupation Ancient Master of Stars World Class Exclusive Divine Skill 1 Unity of the Universe Transformation Effect Attacks forcibly add true damage equal to the sum of Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility. Melee normal attacks trigger 20 times true damage. Ranged attacks trigger 10 times true damage. Ignoring all laws, invincible and locking health mechanisms. Exclusive Divine Skill 2 Divine Titan Indestructible Transformation Effect based on Constitution attributes gain absolute damage immunity, currently 99. 9. All damage taken is fully rebounded as true damage. Immune to all instant death judgments and soul control. Exclusive Divine Skill 3 Ancient Divine Descent Star Burst New Effect Draw upon the ancient essence into the body. Once activated, all attributes are forcibly doubled by 20 times. Last for 6 hours. Cooldown time 4 hours. Looking at these three unreasonable and tyrannical skills, Jiang Feng's eyes instantly brightened. As soon as the ultimate skill was activated, all attributes soared 20-fold. With this punch, he could easily shatter an entire planet. He immediately opened his attribute panel, and to his astonishment, all attributes had doubled. ID Jiang Feng Occupation Ancient Master of Stars World Class Level LV 70 Title Hell Conqueror All Attributes 5 Health 1 billion Magic 1 billion Defense 200 million Physical Damage 300 million Magic Damage 300 million Attack Speed 1 million times Second Movement Speed 1 million times that of an ordinary person. Constitution 100 million Intelligence 100 million Strength 100 million Agility 100 million Luck 200 million Allocatable Attribute Points 25 million Gold in Bag 1. 5 trillion including 4,204th Transition Divine Crystals sold to the head of the Su family, Su Jingxuan, and 1,500 Ancient Divine Relic Treasure Maps proceeds. Such explosive attributes were simply terrifying. Having just completed the third transition, and already being this powerful, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, in the future unstoppable. Not to mention being a 1,000-level powerhouse, even against 10th sand level existences. Jiang Feng was confident he could fight. Turning off the attribute panel, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the spoils on the ground. Among a pile of red gear and materials, an ancient ring radiating for strange glows was quietly floating there. Jiang Feng's pupils suddenly brightened. The ring of the fallen god of the master of the firmament, quality 4-color Supreme Treasure Rainbow. Supreme Treasure, the only one in the entire server wearing requirement level LV 70, all attributes exceeding 10 million. Base attributes, all attributes 200 points. Supreme Treasure Feature 1 Body of the Sovereign. The wearer's all base attributes are additionally increased by 30. Supreme Treasure Feature 2 Law of Certain Death. All your attacks have a critical hit probability, fixed at 100. Supreme Treasure Feature 3 Divine Level Destruction. Critical hit damage permanently increased by 800. Supreme Treasure Feature 4 Immortal Treasure. Cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, ignores the law of deprivation. 4-color Supreme Treasure. Jiang Feng hesitated not, and put on the ring. Under the effect of the all attributes 30 bonus, his already over 1 billion 5-dimensional attributes underwent a second nuclear explosion-like frenzy of expansion. Now his combat power had already entered an extremely exaggerated level. Meanwhile, the sky outside had completely turned crimson. The highest specification announcement in the entire server. Congratulations to player Jiang Feng for successfully killing the complete form of the divine being, obtaining the first 4-color supreme treasure in the entire server. The ring of the fallen god of the master of the firmament. The highest specification announcement in the entire server. Continuous 15 times of blood red scrolling screen practically caused the world channel system framework to crash. After several seconds of silence, the entire server's chat box exploded. 4-color supreme treasure. Am I blind? This game has been open for decades and has never even had a 1-color treasure, yet he pulls out a 4-color. All attributes with percentage increase 100 critical hit plus 800 critical damage. Is this panel filled out by the planner with his feet? Is the official going to manage this? This cheat is too blatant. Quickly delete your account for safety, family. This big shot could flatten Donjiang City with just a fart. The complete form of the divine being was killed solo, and our guild is still grouping to farm mutated wild boars. Is this the dimensionality reduction strike between humans and gods? Please give me the coordinates of the great master Jiang Feng. I am willing to be a dog, the kind that can guard the door. The players fell into extreme madness and despair. Such values completely out of the same dimension rubbed their original game knowledge into the ground and stomped on it. At the same time, In Kyoto, at the highest military command of Huaxia. Inside the core conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it could almost drip water. All present were national-level powerhouses above level 100, each wearing military stars, their auras restrained like a deep abyss. The man sitting in the main seat was named Xiao Zhenjiang, dressed in a sharp Zhongshan suit, without any military insignia. He was currently the #1 on the Huaxia combat power list, globally recognized as the ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, the big screen was frozen on the blood-red announcement from the World Channel. A military district commander gulped hard, breaking the silence. "Commander, this Jing Feng, no Jiang Qiking's growth rate is simply outrageous. I am worried that the Abyss Demon Lord in the real world will notice him and cross dimensions to eliminate this seedling at all costs." Xiao Zhenjiang picked up his teacup, gently blew the floating tea leaves, and slowly took a sip. He set down the teacup and scanned the crowd with a calm gaze. His voice was steady and powerful, with a piercing sense of urgency. "You need to awaken from your understanding. The complete form of the divine being, I wouldn't dare to say I can come out unscathed." Not only did he kill it solo, but he also conveniently obtained a 4-color supreme treasure. This has long surpassed the realm of genius. Xiao Zhenjiang stood up, his deep gaze fixed on the blurred ID figure on the big screen. He raised his hand to adjust the collar of his Zhongshan suit, his tone exuding extreme certainty. "If the Abyss Demon Lord dares to seek him out, the ones who should be fleeing are those demons." On the other side of the blue star, in the highest strategic center of the Lighthouse Nation, a massive holographic screen was displaying the crimson announcements of the Demon Realm World Channel in a continuous loop. King Feng's single kill of a level 200 complete deity and the acquisition of 4 legendary treasures dominated the entire page. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, almost suffocating. Supreme Commander Wilson's forehead throbbed with veins as he slammed his fist onto the alloy conference table, creating a horrifying deep dent. "Have we confirmed King Feng's true identity?" He glanced around, his gaze sharp and piercing. The intelligence officer wiped his cold sweat, frantically trembling as he reported, "The opponent possesses extremely high privileges. Huaxia has directly implemented a physical-level absolute lockdown, and our people cannot infiltrate at all." Wilson gritted his teeth. The Lighthouse Nation had maintained its position as the world's dominant power for decades, relying on the number of top awakeners and resource monopolies. Now, with Huaxia suddenly producing such a monster with a significant combat power gap, it was tantamount to overturning the table. "Immediately contact the Western European Allied Forces, the German Federation, Fusang, and Goryeo." Wilson issued the order fiercely. "Initiate the highest-level resource embargo plan, block all transnational dungeon trading channels, and raise the tariff barriers to their maximum. We must completely cut off Huaxia's reserves of awakeners from the bottom up." The countries that usually followed the Lighthouse Nation's lead had already convened a remote video conference at this moment, all expressing their intent to follow suit. Even the so-called neutral federations chose to feign ignorance. A net of encirclement against Huaxia was swiftly drawn. Just then the conference room door swung open violently, and the economic commander rushed in flustered. "Commander, the sanction order has not been issued yet, but Su Jingxuan, the head of the Su family, has already dumped a large batch of 4th-turn divine crystals on the international black market. The quantity is in the thousands." Wilson's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. "We will take all of this batch. No matter the cost, we will secure it all." "But," the economic commander stuttered, "he is asking 10 times the international market price." 10 times? Why doesn't he just rob us outright?" Wilson nearly jumped up. "The people from Britain and France have already rushed to make contact with the funds. Commander, we have over 60,000 awakeners stuck at the 4th turn, all urgently needing this batch of materials to break through, and we can no longer afford to delay." The economic commander swallowed hard, revealing the harsh reality. Without this batch of goods, they won't be able to break through in the next 2 years. And on the Huaxia side, with this foundation, they could produce 4th-turn legions at any time. Wilson's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. Buying would lead to a massive outflow from the national treasury, making them completely resentful. Not buying would soon result in our high-level combat power being completely outpaced by Britain and France, jeopardizing our position as the world's superpower. Buy? Let's take it all at his price. Wilson squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. The sanction order was stillborn. Just as they were preparing to suppress firmly, they now had to humbly send money. This feeling of being pressed down and bled dry left all the senior officers present feeling utterly defeated. At the same time, the news reached Huaxiao, and the entire network fell into unprecedented frenzy. The hot search rankings on major domestic and international forums were entirely dominated by the same event. Who understands this family? The Su family played this beautifully. They severely pinched the foreigners with a tenfold premium, treating all arrogance truly satisfying. I heard that the Lighthouse Nation raised the price to 15 times just to snatch it from other countries. Haha, this is hilarious. These people are always sanctioning this, and that yet they ended up being the biggest fools. I just saw the news, and the head of the Su family, Su Jingshuan, personally stated that this batch of goods is not from the Su family's reserves at all, but rather scattered goods casually tossed out by the great Qingfeng, and the Su family merely acted as a buyer. What the hell, who exactly is this great Qingfeng? With just one person's strength, he sustains an entire country's fourth-turn combat power. My goodness, you don't even know who the great Qingfeng is. He just killed the legendary treasures and defeated a level 200 complete deity. It's common knowledge domestically, and you actually didn't know. Don't search for it, I just try to get close to him in the game, but he directly set the whole server to refuse messages. Hundreds of top guilds are lined up with sky-high checks, and they can't even catch a whiff of the great man's exhaust. Of course, people like him aren't bothered by your trifling amounts. General Zhang Chonglin has personally endorsed him. This is our Wuxia's only dimensional level support. The public's admiration for Jiang Feng soared to near religious levels at this moment. Such a grand occasion had not been seen in decades, with reverence akin to that of the founding emperors of Huaxia. Major media outlets were flooded with reports about Qingfeng, and online forums even opened dedicated sections for the wind god. At this moment in the demon realm, at the site of the fallen celestial wrath, Jiang Feng was completely unaware of this, and could not fathom that he had already been elevated to the status of a deity in the real world. He had just finished sorting through the mountains of treasures in his backpack, preparing to push for level 120, when Zhang Shuyan's cross-channel communication popped up. Jiang Feng, have you seen the trending news in reality? Su Jingshuan's 15-fold premium sale to the international black market has left the higher-ups of the Lighthouse Nation with nothing left to their names. Zhang Shuyan's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. This Su guy even publicly stated that the goods were obtained from you. Your name has completely spread across the internet, and now everyone knows. I really didn't know, I was busy just now, Jiang Feng replied flatly. Su Jingxian is much better at business than I am. I thought a threefold premium was already the limit. Compared to him, I'm merely the most conservative one. He casually responded. On the other end of the communication, Zhang Shuyan's laughter rang out bright and clear, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. The majority of funds from domestic chambers of commerce have already been secured. If you still have stock, the domestic market can completely absorb it. As long as it makes money. He'll just stock up a bit more. If the domestic market can't consume it all, he'll send it abroad to exchange for resources. For Jiang Feng, now money was merely a string of numbers. What was truly useful was the absolute voice derived from monopolization. Jiang Feng knew very well that as long as his production capacity was sufficient, pushing for the great rejuvenation of Huaxia would not be a problem at all. But what was most pressing for him now was to kill more monsters and enhance his attributes, continually improving himself. After all, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Jiang Shuyan spoke rapidly, throwing out a heavy proposal. If you still have the energy, I suggest you directly go for the 5th turn starshine crystals. 5th turn? Yes. Currently, the top combat powers of various countries around the world are actually stuck at the peak of the 4th turn. Jiang Shuyan explained in detail. Many high-level players have clearly reached level 200, yet they cannot clear the 5th turn quest at level 180 because they can't obtain the starshine crystals. The maps where the crystals drop are all forbidden areas above level 180. The attributes of the monsters are extremely abnormal, and the drop rates are appallingly low. Even if dozens of level 200 players band together to fight, they might not find even one in a month. At 7:00, the update for the 300-level Demon Lord with a staggering drop rate goes live. She paused for a moment and announced the starting price for a 5-turn crystal is 50 trillion gold coins. The black market is even more ruthless, daring to ask for 200 trillion for each. A 5-turn powerhouse can control a nation's luck. Whoever possesses the crystal holds all the power. She added, if you don't make this money, someone else will. Set the price sky high and don't let the black market profit from the difference. 200 trillion for each crystal. Jiang Feng quickly calculated in his mind. 10 times that would be 200 trillion, 20 times 400 trillion. Even the Tian Shu Secret Society's points could buy him a lot of good stuff. He needed to realize the weight of this crystal. Jiang Feng immediately said, all right, I will stock up. He cut off the communication. Jiang Feng activated the all-world star disk, instantly arriving at the 5-turn crystal map. He left the dragon girl there to grind monsters and continuously produce materials. He used another teleportation, heading straight for the 5-turn material production area. The demand for 4-turn materials was immense, and 5-turn ones were strategic resources globally. Both sides began working simultaneously, harvesting comprehensively. The space distorted. Jiang Feng landed in a desolate bone field that was perpetually shrouded in darkness. This was a public area in the high-dimensional magic realm, a top-tier map that required level 180 or above to enter. Groups of decayed berserk demons roamed the edges with levels as high as 265. Jiang Feng waved his hand, directly killing a dozen of them. The surrounding terrain was instantly shattered. Ding! You have killed a LV-265 Decayed Berserk Demon. Experience points greatly increased. You leveled up. LV-75, LV-76, LV-77. He shot up rapidly, leveling up 7 times in a row. The Diligent Grade trait activated, granting a 25 experience boost for monster kills. The occupational trait triggered, adding 200 to all attributes per level, totaling 1 per million across 7 levels. Following that, his talent for violence was unleashed. Triggered infinite level Pangu Loot Slaughter. The level span is vast, stealing 600 free attribute points. Triggered infinite level Pangu Loot Slaughter. He instantaneously killed 18 LV-265 monsters, netting a total of 8 million attribute points. Combined with the 25 million in his bag, he had a total of 8 million attribute points. Jiang Feng poured all of it into luck. Luck value 8 billion 2 billion. After killing a full circle, he didn't even see a shadow of a crystal. The drop rate in this outer area was exceedingly ridiculous. He was unwilling to waste time, and immediately stepped forward, heading deeper into the core area. Brother, wait up. A voice called out from the side. A young swordsman in a silver-white sword robe emerged from behind a boulder. His ID read AO Jianling Yun level 204, exuding the heavy aura of a pinnacle forturn. Seeing the brutal signs of battle on the ground, he was taken aback, thinking that Jiang Feng had to exert his utmost effort, unleashing all his skills just to clear this batch of monsters. He had no idea that Jiang Feng had simply dispatched the entire group of 265 level monsters with a casual basic attack. Looking at your equipment, you must be here for the crystals too. AO Jianling Yun's tone was still polite. It's impossible to grind in this place alone. Further in is the 300 level monster zone. Oh, just drawing one would wipe out a team. I'm also from Huaxiao, why not team up? Well, split the materials. Those who dared to wander alone in cross-server maps were certainly top experts domestically. AO Jianling Yun was looking for a stable teammate. No need. Jiang Feng decisively rejected the offer. I'm used to being solo, but teaming up is too slow. After finishing, he showed no signs of stopping, his figure flashing directly into the 300 level core area, shrouded in a black mist of loss. AO Jianling Yun stood there completely dumbfounded. Are today's youth really this fierce? The 300 level core area, even the main force of the Lighthouse Nation, would peel away layers upon entering. That's a place where even I, a 204 level Wild Battle King, wouldn't dare to venture without a team. This kid looks like he's only level 77. He charged in headstrong like that. After mixing in the magic realm for decades, it was the first time he had seen such reckless gameplay. He shook his head, preparing to continue testing his luck in the outer areas. 10 seconds later, an eye-searing dark red system announcement exploded in the cross-server area. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng has successfully killed the LV-300 boss Abyss Disaster Demon General. Drop reward: LV-300 Godly Red Armor Abyss Disaster Robe X1. 5-turn core material Starlight Crystal X1. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng has successfully killed the LV-300 boss Disaster Demon Lord. Drop reward: LV-300 Red Armor Demon Lord Boots X1. Rare Divine Object Void Lost Spirit Stone X1. The announcements were not just one or two, but cascaded like a waterfall, flooding the screen with over a dozen messages. Standing at the edge of the map, AO Jianling Yun stared intently at the system announcements, his eyes widening, his mind blank. Qing Feng. That ID. Wasn't it the young man he had just brushed past who looked to be in his early 20s? He suddenly remembered that the young man's level panel was only 77, yet he dared to venture into the 300 level core danger zone. He wasn't crazy, he simply hadn't realized the other party's strength. AO Jianling Yun's scalp prickled, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He quickly took out his communicator, his fingers trembling as he dialed the private number of military bigwig Zhang Chonglin. Big uncle, I just encountered a big shot. His voice trembled. It's the Qing Feng boss who lives right. He's only level 77, yet he single-handedly killed several 300 level bosses, and the server-wide announcement has gone haywire. On the other end, Zhang Chonglin's laughter was hearty, yet filled with understanding. You mean him? That kid has more than just that ability. The resources and combat power in his hands are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Don't offend him. AO Jianling Yun silently hung up, feeling his cheeks burn. He had thought that being level 204 and ranking in the top 10 in combat power domestically was already impressive, even considering whether to team up with the other party. But now it seemed that his little abilities were nothing compared to the presence of the Qing Feng boss. He had thought he was a top expert, but today he realized what it meant, that there's always a higher mountain. His pride was crushed into dust without him even noticing. Meanwhile, within the 300 level core area, Jiang Feng was immersed in the thrill of acquisition. Under the terrifying amplification of the ancient sovereign divine graces and Lord of the Sky magic ring, His colossal 570 million in four-dimensional attributes had transformed into an unreasonable nuclear weapon. With a casual basic attack, Tyrant's domain occupational trait triggered, forcing all targets within 100 meters to have their attributes reduced by 50. Lord of the Sky Ring trait triggered, guaranteeing a 100 critical hit, adding 10 times critical damage. Return to the Universe exclusive Divine Skill 1 transformation triggered, forcing attacks to add the total of four-dimensional attributes, with melee basic attacks triggering 20 times real damage. The 300-level Abyss Demon, with over 1 trillion in health, couldn't even let out a complete scream. A series of suffocating blood-red numbers floated on Jiang Feng's retina: 2280542444534. Real damage. With both Tyrant's domain and the Divine Fallen Ring providing dual boosts, all hostile targets in the domain had their attributes forcibly reduced by 50, experienced 100 critical hits, 10 times critical damage, and could not evade. In just 5 minutes, Jiang Feng's backpack accumulated over 30 Starshine crystals, which had skyrocketed in price on the market, while his free attribute points surged by over 80 million. Allocate points all into luck. Maximize the drop rate. Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. From 200 million to 400 million. It was as if he had entered the battlefield not to fight, but to stock up. The drop rate in the core map was significantly higher than that of the outskirts. Essentially, for every 3 monsters slain, a Starshine crystal would inevitably drop. Void Rule Spirit Stones and various 300-level red gear were strewn all over the ground, occasionally yielding a piece or two of colored equipment. This was the most terrifying map Jiang Feng had ever encountered in terms of drop rates. It was no wonder that the monsters here were exceptionally powerful. Only top-tier national teams dared to venture into this area. A slightly higher drop rate seemed only reasonable. With Jiang Feng's 400 million luck attribute, it drastically enhanced the drop rate to an unreasonable level. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper, the air around him suddenly stagnated. The swirling black mist of rules was forcibly torn apart as hundreds of beams of teleportation light crashed down around him. Over 100 top-tier players, all above level 200, materialized, encircling him tightly. Looking at the ID prefixes above their heads, they were all from the Fusang Kingdom and the Goryeo Kingdom. At the forefront was a Fusang Sword Saint ID, Qinya Xiu, E-level 215. He crushed a scroll with a flick of his hand, and a crimson translucent barrier instantly enveloped a radius of 5 miles. System warning. The current area has been sealed off by player Qinya Xiu, E, using the forbidden item, War Blood Realm. Red name PK mode has been forcibly activated. This area cannot use return scrolls, nor can players forcibly log off. Jiang Feng halted, casually resting his staff on the ground, quietly observing the group. Qinya Xiu drew his long sword, pointing its tip directly at Jiang Feng, his expression radiating extreme arrogance. "You foolish pig, hand over the Starshine crystals on you now. This core production area is the territory of our Eastern Alliance. How dare you come here? Your actions now constitute illegal trespassing, and we have the right to judge you." A Goryeo mage beside him sneered, "Can't you understand human speech? We have already obtained the joint permission of the leader of the Lighthouse Nation. If you don't hand over your items today, we'll reduce you back to level 0, and your ashes will be scattered." In cross-server maps, it has always been survival of the fittest. This group relied on their numerical superiority of over 100 top experts, along with the forbidden item, sealing the space firmly, believing Jiang Feng was nothing but meat on the chopping board today, unable to escape. However, Jiang Feng did not even raise his eyelids. "Are you done speaking?" His voice was icy, devoid of any ripples. "Are you eager for reincarnation?" Qinya Xiu's face turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, utterly arrogant. "Everyone focus all your firepower and turn him to dust." Hundreds of top-tier foreign players simultaneously unleashed their powers, weaving a storm of forbidden spells and sword auras into a meteoric shower raining down upon Jiang Feng in the center. This terrifying firepower was enough to instantly annihilate any fully equipped team of level 200. Jiang Feng did not dodge, nor did he even activate the most basic magic shield. He simply felt that after becoming the Ancient Star Master, he had yet to test his damage ceiling. "Then let me use the blood of you mosquitoes to test the power of my cannon." With a thought, Jiang Feng directly activated his ultimate exclusive divine skill of the third transfer. Ancient God Descent Star Burst, activated. Boom. A terrifying power originating from the ancient source instantly surged through his body. Jiang Feng's 5-dimensional attributes, which were originally in the hundreds of millions, were forcibly multiplied by 20 times. The already distorted panel now completely devolved into a long string of illogical astronomical. Physique 2. 8 billion 20 times. Intelligence 2. 8 billion 20 times. Strength 3 billion 20 times. Agility 2. 8 billion 20 times. Luck 8 billion 20 times. Then he gripped the Universe Destruction Staff, with one hand facing the myriad skills, casually performed a basic attack. It was merely an ordinary basic attack. But combined with the weapon's characteristics and the class passive unity of the universe, it triggered 20 times true damage on close combat attacks. Furthermore, with the weapon feature, basic attack equals forbidden spell, and the Tyrant's Law with a forcing of a 0 square meter attack range combined with the class passive unity of the universe, the close combat basic attack directly triggered 20 times true damage. Buzz, a black destructive halo exhibiting absolute vacuum state, expanded silently outward from Jiang Feng as the center. Time and space appeared weaker than a piece of tissue paper in front of this halo. No sword aura, no forbidden spells, no invincible shields could trigger the judgment mechanism upon touching the black light. They were forcibly erased. 4561084890680. True damage rule shatter 4 trillion. Still, who can withstand this? Over 100 arrogant foreign experts had no time to change their expressions as their bodies and souls vaporized in an instant. The so-called absolutely unbreakable forbidden item, War Blood Realm, shattered like a low-quality glass dome exploding into dust. A clean and neat screen-clearing kill sweeping away everything within a 100-meter radius, clearing all monsters in an area of nearly 30,000 square meters, causing dozens of starshine crystals, a large amount of divine gear, and a few pieces of colored gear to drop simultaneously. The entire cross-server world chat instantly fell into silence. Soon after, Bloodred system kill announcements frantically occupied the view of every player. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng successfully killed the top expert of the Fusang Kingdom, Xinya Xiu-yi, in the cross-server area. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng successfully killed the top mage of the Goryeo Kingdom, Min Shursun, in the cross-server area. Over 100 consecutive Bloodred announcements dyed the world channel crimson. Those foreign tyrants famous internationally became cold numbers flashing briefly on Jiang Feng's achievement board. The domestic chat channels exploded, and all players fell into a frenzy. What the hell? Is Feng Lao going on a killing spree? So many foreign experts were actually slaughtered by him. Oh my, what a relief. These foreign trash usually rely on the lighthouse nations backing arrogantly clearing public areas, but today they've finally hit a wall. Let's see if they dare to bully our countrymen again. The boss is awesome. Is it possible that over 100 people were all defeated in one move? The power of Feng Lao is truly requesting battlefield footage. Who managed to capture images? I really want to see just how explosive Feng just combat power is. Normally relying on the support of the Lighthouse Nation, they often clear the battlefield and guard the corpses in cross-server battles, but today they were directly vaporized by the great Master Qing Feng. They left not even a scrap behind, a pure dimensional suppression. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly in front of the Huaxiao region again. This round was an overwhelming victory. Feng Shen YYDS. Worship the #1 ruler of the... It's alright. I just entered the demon domain a few days ago, and this damage is barely acceptable. The ground was littered with loot emanating a dizzying array of colors. The lifelong savings of over 100 top-tier foreign players were all here. Jiang Feng waved his hand, receiving everything in one go. Obtained LV 200 Divine Red Gear X 134 pieces. Obtained Dark Gold Ancient Equipment X 412 pieces. Obtained Tian Song Yun Run Xinya Xiu-yi Exclusive Divine Artifact Prototype Physical Attack 8. 2 million Armor Penetration 40. Obtained Minghua Zhejiang Min Shushuan Exclusive Divine Grade Magic Attack 9. 4 million Fire Damage 50. Obtained 5-turn Core Material Starshine Crystal X5. Obtained Void Law Spirit Crystal X16. The crystals and spirit stones are still somewhat useful, so we'll keep them for now. The Starshine Crystal is now a global strategic resource perfect for future domestic and foreign trades. The Void Law Spirit Crystal can strengthen Divine Grade and multicolored treasures, and the more of this the better. After all, his level is increasing rapidly, and he might need a lot later to avoid grinding it out last minute. As for the piles of red gear and dark gold equipment, their attributes are too low, they just take up space in the bag, so we'll deal with them later. Ding! Jiang Shuyun's communication suddenly cut in, her tone unexpectedly urgent, and shocked Jiang Feng. Did you just wipe out the top combat power teams of Fuso and Goryeo in the cross-server area? Clearly Jiang Shuyun was flustered because she had already seen the server-wide announcement of Jiang Feng defeating over 100 foreign players in one move, and her emotions were still unsettled. Yeah, a bunch of ignorant fools insisted that this map was their territory. If so, their territory is way too large, so I just cleared them out casually. Jiang Feng spoke casually, absent-mindedly fiddling with the newly dropped crystals. Oh. Jiang Shuyun was momentarily stunned, then she couldn't help but laugh bitterly, finally regaining her composure. They are not ordinary players at all. Xinya Xiu-yi represents the military and core forces of Fuso, while Min Shushuan is a key figure in Goryeo's largest financial conglomerate. Moreover, they have the support of the Lighthouse Nation behind them. Especially after reaching level 200, the cost of dying is tremendous, at least losing 10 levels. Plus, with your outrageous luck attribute, they must have lost quite a bit of equipment this time, right? Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, I picked up over 100 pieces of red gear, more than 400 pieces of dark gold gear, but they aren't very useful. Only a few materials and crystals are somewhat useful. Jiang Shuyan's heart jolted, and she exclaimed in astonishment, goodness, with that move you've directly severed nearly a decade's worth of high-end combat power between the two countries. Is that so? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, his expression unfazed. In his heart, he shook his head secretly. If these people were considered top-tier combat power, then his own foundational attributes reaching billions, and over 200 billion after unleashing a big move, would be mere decoration. A bunch of extremely arrogant fellows, they brought this upon themselves. Who can they blame? Indeed, before absolute numerical pressure, any international power or combat power gap is nothing. After hanging up the communication, a tender and clear voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Master, are you in danger? I sense that you used your source power. It was the Dragon Maiden. The ancient dragon bloodline connection allowed her to communicate across map boundaries. I'm fine, just a few small tadpoles. Jiang Feng responded gently. How's it going on your side? The monsters in the fallen godways are quite weak. I just breathed some fire and they're gone. The Dragon Maiden's tone was filled with excitement. By the way, Master, I just found a strange stone on an elite monster. It's shiny. Jiang Feng's eyes popped up a link to the item. Ancient Awakening Pearl quality mythical level effect. When used on a pet with ancient bloodline, there is a minuscule chance to awaken a top-level exclusive talent. Description: take a gamble, a bike turns into a motorcycle. In most cases, it's just a pretty stone. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this before. At the Tianshu secret auction house, a piece was traded for over 100 points, valued at around 10 billion gold. This item circulates quite a bit in the market, but the despairingly low awakening probability has caused countless wealthy players to go bankrupt trying to obtain it, ending up with nothing. But our luck value is just unreasonable. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers casually, instructing, just use it. At 1800, the update is punctual. Ever since his third transition, Jiang Feng inexplicably gained some perception. This endless devouring is indeed a cosmic level law supported by stellar origins, making ordinary hidden levels merely dust in its presence. In terms of profession, it was the same. Starting from the War Titan of the first transition, he charged upward, stepping on the ancient level, a world-class profession. For his parents, the Life Seeker and Underworld Sniper seem impressive, but they are actually just between SSS level and ancient level, barely qualifying as quasi-ancient. After some contemplation, Jiang Feng directly sorted out the clearest hierarchy in his mind: infinite level, exclusive to Jiang Feng, star level, cosmic law level, ancient level, world class, ultimate combat power, quasi-ancient level, SSS level, A rank, S rank, F rank, C rank. This ranking is his absolute understanding. His infinite level is unparalleled, capable of grinding the system rules into the ground. The star level relies on cosmic origins, even more hardcore than the ancient level of ultimate combat power. As for those regular SSS levels, they are mere juniors in front of these three. Interesting. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling quite good. The dragon girl clearly had not yet realized the value of this talent, her voice a bit dazed. Master, what is this exclusive divine skill? Is it powerful? This isn't a divine skill, it's an exclusive talent, Jiang Feng patiently explained. This is an exclusive talent that allows you to take off from where you stand. From today onwards, any red or dark gold gear you defeat, as long as it's not a supreme grade, you don't need to save for me. Just treat it like candy and eat it. Really? That's great. Time to eat and grow stronger. I will definitely become powerful quickly to protect my master. The dragon girl cheered. Don't celebrate too soon. Jiang Feng looked up at the dark sky of the cross server zone, his gaze becoming profound. After my third transition, I've had a premonition. That 900 level divine court ruin, and that gaze crossing dimensions. There is a force watching me. We cannot be complacent. The real danger is still far away. Understood. I will go and level up quickly. The communication was cut off. Immediately, Jiang Feng's retina flashed with system prompts. Your pet dragon girl has devoured LV-120 red gear, ruined battle armor. All attributes, 3,000 points. Your pet dragon girl has devoured a LV-120 dark gold sword. Strength attribute, 1,500 points. Your pet dragon girl has devoured the rare skill book, Frost Storm. Magic damage, 3,000 points. This little girl is truly serious about eating. Jiang Feng smiled. Although the attributes gained from devouring are far less brutal than his Pangu slaughter looking across the entire world, it remains a divine skill that would make all major countries envious. After pondering, Jiang Feng opened his communication list and called his childhood friend Li Hu. Brother Feng, I'm currently taking my uncle and aunt through a dungeon. Li Hu's excited voice came through. Hold on a moment, help me with something. Jiang Feng got straight to the point. Go to the trading house of the Tianshu Secret Society and help me bulk buy an item called Ancient Awakening Pearl. That thing, I've heard it's extremely expensive, over 10 billion each. It's a bottomless pit. Money is not an issue. Jiang Feng made a quick transfer operation. Ding. Your account has received 100 trillion gold coins. Holy crap. A sound of something heavy hitting the ground was heard from the other end of the line. It was clear that Li Hu was so shocked he sat down abruptly. Brother Feng, did you just rob the national treasury of the demon domain? Don't be so surprised. As long as the price isn't ridiculous, buy as many awakening pearls as you can find in the market. If it's not enough, let me know. Jiang Feng casually instructed. Also, the Tian Shu Secret Society requires permission. I just sent you a black card, check it out. You can count on me, Brother Feng. Li Hu repeatedly assured. Then he couldn't help but excitedly report. By the way, brother, uncle, and aunt are currently killing it. With the funds you provided earlier, we ruthlessly bought them god-tier equipment, and just a few hours later, they've already progressed from the novice village to level 60 dungeons. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and directly opened his backpack, activating the one-click filtering function. He packed all over 100 pieces of red gear and over 400 pieces of ancient dark gold gear that had just dropped from external players, along with a few pieces of colorful treasures below level 100. Ding. Email sent successfully. Attachment LV100 Colorful Treasure Celestial Guardian Shield X1, LV90 God Tier Red Gear Starlight Priest Robe X1, LV100 God Tier Red Jewelry Set X3. I just sent it over. Once you reach the required level, switch to these sufficiently decent equipment. Jiang Feng's tone was very casual, as if he was sending not a treasure that could trigger a bloodbath across the server, but simply some unwanted old clothes, a clear dimensional suppression. This is a colorful treasure. Li Hu's voice trembled wildly. Take it and wear it. Level them up while helping me buy items. Brother Feng, are you not afraid he'll run away with these things? Li Hu swallowed hard teasingly. If you really had that courage, you wouldn't have been begging for mercy when you provoked the upperclassmen in junior high, clinging to their legs and yelling for me to run first. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, teasing him back. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, and Li Hu's voice carried a hint of barely detectable emotion. Brother Feng, thank you. I'm entrusting my life to you. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Feng redirected his gaze to the depths of the core map, shrouded in black mist of loss. With the trivial matters taken care of, it was time to continue raising his limits. He tightened his grip on the staff of cosmic destruction, stepping forward directly into the densest area of level 300 monsters. In a 100-meter radius, he unleashed a forbidden spell combined with the absolute suppression of the tyrant's divine domain. Where Jiang Feng passed, abyssal monsters vaporized in chunks. Ding. Defeated a level 300 abyssal demon tyrant. Triggered talent infinite level Pangu Slaughter. Plundered 200 free attribute point. Obtained 5 transition core materials star crystal X2. LV 300 God Tier Red Gear Abyssal Demon Blade X1. Ding. Defeated a level 305 Underworld Bone Dragon. Triggered talent infinite level Pangu Slaughter. Plundered 200 free attribute points. In an instant, Jiang Feng's level broke through the 90 level barrier. This leveling speed can no longer be described as exaggerated. If global players found out, they would surely envy him to madness. It's worth noting that even for a third transition, leveling from 70 to 71 requires grinding several thousand monsters of the same level. The higher the level, the more terrifying the experience required. Forums had already calculated that for level 89 to reach level 90, a normal player would need to defeat at least 40 to 50,000 monsters of the same level. Only Jiang Feng, by continuously defeating level 300 monsters, could level up at such an astonishing rate. In the core cross-server zone, it was a scene of devastation. Jiang Feng glanced at his backpack, his fingers gliding over the list of spoils on his retina, a playful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. This time he had cleared a total of 187 level 300 monsters, a resounding harvest. Loot list: 52 pieces of level 300 red gear, 23 pieces of colorful treasures, 98 star crystals. On-time updates. Void Law Spirit Crystals, 128 pieces. Plundered free attribute points, 374 million. Gold coins, 500 million. The backpack is overflowing with red equipment materials and spirit crystals, but not a single piece of 2-color treasure is seen. However, this place is a holy land for materials, so it's normal not to have any drops. Jiang Feng's mind stirred slightly. Attribute points all allocated to luck. Point allocation complete. Luck value 400 million, 700 million. At this moment, the laws of fortune in the unseen realm were thoroughly trampled beneath his feet. This allocation of points is still aimed at increasing the drop rate. His combat power and damage are already maximized, and only the luck attribute remains his most crucial pursuit. The more luck attributes, the better. The higher the attribute points, the more absurd the subsequent drop rates, hidden quest triggers, and equipment drop probabilities become. As for the monster corpses beneath his feet, they are all the remnants that other players couldn't chew through or clear out. Seeing that the monsters have not respawned, Feng moved on, striding deeper into the map. Using the characteristic 2 interdimensional travel from the Myriad Realm star plate, which allows instant teleportation to any explored coordinates. After a moment of teleportation, Feng directly landed in the core area of the map. Surrounded by utter silence, not a blade of grass grows. The dark ground is engraved with intricate abyssal patterns, and at the center lies an enormous sacrificial pit. This is clearly the boss spawn point, but the pit is empty. Feng glanced at his own equipment. Though he possesses a piece of 4-color treasure and several 1-color treasures, the remaining pile of divine grade red equipment simply cannot keep pace with the current rhythm. He must acquire some powerful equipment with strong characteristics, otherwise it would be a disservice to his infinite level talent and extremely high luck value. He originally came with the intent to sweep the goods, specifically targeting the boss to see if he could luck out on some good drops. However, after wandering around this cross-server core area, not only was there no trace of the BOSS, but he couldn't even sense a hint of its presence. This is just too abnormal. Opening the system manual, he input his current coordinates for inquiry. The information was instantly returned. The regional overlord is not dead. Not dead, but not in its lair. Could it be that it's gone to have tea with the neighbors? Red tea or green tea? The only explanation is that it was taken away and ambushed by someone else. Feng immediately activated void walking. His body lifted off the ground, instantly vanishing into the folds of space. His movement speed surged 5-fold. Consuming 50 points of magic per second is negligible compared to his current 10 billion mana pool. The reason he didn't activate the instant teleportation of the Myriad Realm star plate is that moving at full speed allows him to overlook the land, and his vision is far broader than that of teleportation. He stood above the clouds, looking down upon this desolate land. In the distance, hundreds of miles away, flames soared into the sky. Dense beams of spell light wove together into a vast net, relentlessly bombarding a central target. It is a group of players clad in dark red divine armor surrounding a beast that resembles a mountain, taking turns to unleash their attacks. Their tactics are extremely tight, with the front lines tanking damage and the back lines outputting their defense holding steady. Feng narrowed his eyes, zooming in his view. The guild emblem above this group is a blood-dripping battle axe. Nordic War God Federation. Before awakening, Feng had seen information about this group on the forums. They are the most elite team in the Nordic region, all reckless maniacs when it comes to fighting. They specifically target tough nuts that other countries can't crack. When commanders from various nations encounter difficult wild BOSSES, they often have to pay exorbitant prices to hire them. Today, this group sneaked into the cross-server area, bringing the core boss to the wilderness. Without a doubt, they intend to keep it all for themselves. Feng casually threw out a probing spell. Desolate Void Devourer, Forbidden Seal, level LV, 300 health, 90, approximately 720 billion, 800 billion physical defense, 10 billion spell defense, 9 billion attack, 24 billion skills, Void Annihilation, Spacetime Collapse, Absolute Silence, All Laws, Forbidden Domain Devour. Good heavens, another Forbidden Seal level boss. In Magic Domain, the level limits of bosses are extremely strict. From ordinary Lord level to elite boss level, then to Hell Strengthen level, each tier is more twisted than the last. The Forbidden Seal level means ancient sealed creatures naturally immune to most conventional damage and possesses unreasonable special law mechanisms. Above that is the Divine level, where attributes break through the system limits. Feng touched the Cosmic Destruction Staff in his hand. When he killed the 80-level Abyss Dragon Ancestor, it was also a Forbidden Seal level. Now this 300-level Behemoth's drop rate will be even more insane. For this, Feng is quite excited, his gaze sparkling as he looks at this boss. On the battlefield below, the Nordic team consists of 24 players working in perfect harmony. Ranger Hans swiftly retreated after shooting an arrow, his peripheral vision inadvertently sweeping the sky. Although Feng is in a concealed state, the intuition of a high-level ranger still made him sense something was off. "Captain, there's someone in the sky," Hans shouted in the team channel. The captain, Olaf, standing at the forefront with a shield taller than a person, braced himself against a sweeping attack from the BOSS, feeling a surge of blood. "Keep it up, someone has discovered we are ambushing," Olaf coldly commanded while administering potions. They spent a fortune to buy the sealing scrolls, and the entire team ground for a day and a night just to reduce the boss's health by 10%. The potions they used were also exorbitantly priced, and various disposable items were thrown in without reservation, making the overall investment quite hefty. If this news got out, it would definitely attract a frenzy of top guilds from other countries. If in the end someone intercepts them midway, the losses would be worth at least half a country's wealth. Olaf's mind raced, and he decisively ordered Hans go negotiate. "Give him 10 billion. No, let's broaden our perspective, directly offer him 100 billion gold as a hush payment. Let him take the money and leave. Make sure to remember his ID. If he dares to take the money and turn against us, we will cross-server hunt him down and make him pay back 100-fold. Understood. Hans immediately broke away from the combat sequence, unfurled his wings of wind, and sped towards the sky. Just as he elevated his height, he collided head-on with a figure in black. Hans clearly saw the unshielded ID above the figure, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single syllable. Jiang Feng completely ignored him, teleporting away instantly. Hans was left bewildered in midair, looking around. The next moment, a thunderbolt struck in his mind, leaving his scalp completely numb. That ID is Qing Feng, the very one who just flooded the world channel, defeating hundreds of elite fighters from the Eastern Alliance in a single move. Captain, bad news. It's Qing Feng, Hans shouted in the team channel, his voice breaking. Olaf was swinging his giant axe furiously when he shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? We're fighting. Hurry back to output. The defense is about to be breached by the boss." Just as the words fell, a tall figure stepped through the void, appearing directly above the boss's massive head. Jiang Feng did not even glance at the sweating Olaf below. Instead, he looked down from his elevated position at the forbidden giant beast. In cross-server battlefields, there has never been a rule that the first to see it owns it. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, yet it clearly cut through the deafening roar of the battlefield. With a single hand, I can battle 3,000 empires pushing through 13 continents. Here, strength is the only rule. Whoever has the ability to kill the ownership will belong to them. Olaf looked up, his heart clenching violently. In midair, Jiang Feng had already raised his staff. No incantation was needed, no casting time required. Tyrant's domain, he declared, exploding into existence. Within 100 miles, space instantly stagnated, and all creatures had their attributes forcibly reduced by 50 by the system. Immediately after, Jiang Feng unleashed a basic attack. With an attack speed of 1 per million per second, it was fully charged. In the air, countless afterimages filled the space, moving so fast they broke the sound barrier, causing the air to buzz and rattle. Each strike dealt real damage accumulated from the four-dimensional attributes, causing the boss to grimace in pain. Each hit guaranteed a tenfold critical strike, the red damage numbers flashing so bright they were dizzying. No matter how thick the boss's defenses or how perverse its skills against this attack speed, it was all in vain. Unable to hit or defend, it was pinned down and beaten mercilessly, not even given a chance to retaliate. 228054244534. Real damage. Tyrant's domain plus Doomed Demon Ring double enhancement. All enemy attributes within the domain forcibly reduced by 50. Critical strike at 100 and tenfold critical damage with no way to evade. 228054244534. Real damage tenfold critical. 228054244534. 1 second. The entire process took less than a second. That forbidden giant beast, which had been bombarded for a day and night by 24 of the world's top experts, had barely lost 10 of its health. With 720 billion health, the boss's lengthy health bar was cleared in an instant, evaporating away. The BOSS, massive as a mountain, shattered, directly exploding into a sky full of colorful lights like meteors crashing down with a thunderous roar, leaving not a trace behind. A one-hit kill. A thorough one-hit kill. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. The 24 elite members of the Nordic War God Federation all froze in place, maintaining the posture of casting from the previous second. There were no common scenes of cursing or accusations of monster stealing, only extreme awkwardness and a deep-rooted fear lingered in the air. Olaf's mouth hung open, feeling as though the divine battle axe in his hand weighed as heavy as a mountain. His mind was blank. After his team had fought tooth and nail for a day and night, this person had cleared the boss in a single glance, without even seeing the skill effects. What kind of divine combat power is this? It turns out we were just wasting our time before. This person isn't even a player, he's just a data hacking wall disguised as a player. Bribe. Olaf felt like slapping himself twice. Spending 1 trillion gold coins to buy off someone of this caliber. Was he trying to make his whole team die even faster? Following that, the world channel was met with the second ultimate tsunami of the day. Countless blood-red server-wide announcements forced their way onto the screen. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for the first kill of the LV-300 Forbidden Seal boss, Desolate Void Devourer. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for the cross-server first kill of a forbidden creature, earning world prestige of 80 billion. What the hell? Is Feng Lao going insane? Not even a second of rest. He just defeated the top-tier team of Fusong and Goryo, and then immediately crushed the LV-300 Forbidden boss. This combat power is outrageous. Good heavens. A genius who appears once in a decade. Qing Feng is definitely a Ancient Millennium hacking monster. Stop talking about other things. That's a Forbidden Seal boss. A ruthless character immune to conventional damage. How did he break its defenses in just 1 second? Who exactly is Qing Feng? Is he the ultimate weapon hidden by the national team? How come there was no news of him before? Please let Feng Lao be a person. Can you leave some room for other players? This plot is more absurd than a novel. Ooh, I can't believe it's real. Jiang Feng paid no mind to the frenzied barrage in the world channel, gently landing as he lowered his staff. With 780 million extraordinary luck activated, the loot on the ground piled up like a mountain, the colorful radiance blinding his eyes. This drop was simply overwhelming. Ding. Killed the LV-300 Forbidden Seal BOSS Desolate Void Devourer, leveling up to LV-91. Ding. Level up to LV-92. Ding. Level up to LV-94. Ding. Level up to LV-95. Triggered Ancient Star Dominator Career Trait, gaining an additional 200 attribute rewards per level, accumulating 1 million total attribute bonuses. Triggered Infinite Level Pangu Plunder. Forcibly plundering free attribute points, 3500 points. The system notifications came in rapid succession, and the power within Jiang Feng surged like a raging river, yet his expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on the dazzling loot. The 24 elite members of the Nordic War God Federation beside him had their throats moving up and down frantically, fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white, and their lips twitching uncontrollably. This was the forbidden boss they had risked their lives to fight for a day and night, barely chipping away 10 of its health. The immense wealth that should have belonged to them was snatched away midway. Watching someone else casually pick it up, the heart-wrenching feeling was more painful than being hit directly by the boss. If it weren't for this Qing Feng giant suddenly appearing, this wealth that could change the foundation of a nation would have been theirs. Jiang Feng completely ignored the envious crowd strolling into the center of the light pillar. The system firmly locked the ownership in his hands, and no one could take it away. Others could only pick up these items after the time limit exceeded 4 hours. Ding. Picked up the 5th turn token Star Crystal X4. Olaf's eyelids twitched violently, his throat rolled like it had a motor. Star crystals. Strategic materials traded outside for 20 trillion each. They might not even gather one after clearing 3 295 level dungeons, and this big shot bent down and picked up 4. Ding. Picked up the 5th turn token Star Crystal X13. Ding. Acquired 27 Xingyao crystals as a 5-turn token. When the notification sounded, several members of the Nordic team went weak-kneed, nearly collapsing to the ground. 44 Xingyao crystals piled together, their brilliance so blinding they dared not look directly. Their Dao hearts had been shattered to dust by the repeated chimes. Only then did they grasp what it meant to be outclassed, what despair a dimensional downshift strike could bring. Then the system chimed again. Ding. Obtained 66 Void Law Spirit crystals. 66 spirit crystals glowing with a faint azure light rose into the air and slipped automatically into Jiang Feng's backpack. These were the core materials for strengthening divine grade equipment and multicolored supreme treasures. One alone could send top guilds into a frenzy. Now they were spawning in mass as if worthless. The Nordic members watched with reddened eyes, jealousy burning within them. Ding. Obtained a 1-color supreme treasure, Jietian Yulei battle boots. Jiang Feng bent to pick up a pair of boots etched with thunder patterns. Item Jietian Yulei battle boots. Quality 1-color supreme treasure. Requirement LV95, usable by all classes. Base stats 18000 to all attributes, movement speed 800. Special effect 1, Treading Void. Ignores terrain restrictions and slow effects. Allows free traversal of the void with no mana cost. Special effect 2, Subduing Thunder. When enduring 4th or 5th level heavenly thunder tribulations, forcibly reduces 80 of true tribulation damage and grants immunity to all lightning-based control effects. Description: imbued with the primordial power of an ancient thunder god, a life-saving divine garment. For high-level class, changes rare beyond seeking. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he slipped the boots onto his feet. He knew full well the boots' value. The rules of Moyu were merciless. The more defiant a hidden vocation, the more terrifying the heavenly thunder tribulation encountered during a class change. Countless prodigies with SS grade talent clutching their transfer tokens had fallen to the 4th and 5th level tribulations. The power of heavenly thunder was boundless. Those struck not only lost dozens of levels in an instant, but any supreme gear that dropped was utterly annihilated by tribulation energy, leaving no chance of recovery. After all, no one dared enter zones where tribulations erupted. The residual force of the laws there could instantly slay any life that approached. Many brilliant talents unable to pass the tribulation were reduced to mediocrity or even perished and dissolved their Dao. Especially Jiang Feng's world-class vocation Taigu Xingqian Juzai, the heavenly thunder it triggered would surely be absurdly powerful. With these boots cutting 80 of tribulation damage, they were a godsend. Even with Jiang Feng's attributes already near invincible, the boots added another lock to an already secure safe, ensuring absolute stability. Great one. Aalafu could not contain himself. Rubbing his hands, he approached with a sycophantic smile. Could you let a few of us take a look? If the stats suit, we'll pay handsomely. Oh, price is negotiable. Hans and the others nodded, desire almost overflowing from their eyes. They were ravenous with envy, even a mere glimpse at the attributes would sate them. Jiang Feng paid them no heed. The moment the boots were on, a savage current ran up his legs and through his body. His movement speed surged instantly. Pale lightning shimmered beneath his feet. With a single step, he was already thousands of zhang away. Turning back, lightning still roiled and dragonki coiled around him, and in an instant he had returned. He bent to pick up a necklace threaded with time-space patterns. The moment it rested in his palm, ripples of light danced along the chain, and the system chimed. Ding. Obtained a 3-color supreme treasure, Shikong Yuan Lu Chain. Item Shikong Yuan Lu Chain. Quality 3-color supreme treasure. Requirement LV95, usable by all classes. Base stats 345000 to all attributes, max mana 100. Special effect 1, unending source. Skill mana cost reduced by 90, skill cooldowns forcibly reduced by 80. Special effect 2, temporal anchor. When struck by a control skill, 70 chance to trigger temporal immunity, negating that control and reflecting it back to the caster, 10-second cooldown. Description: imbued with the essence of time and space, an endurance masterpiece for mages that greatly enhances sustained combat capability. Jiang Feng thought to himself that it was only so-so. Jiang Feng arched an eyebrow, not taking it very seriously. A 90 mana cost reduction and 80 cooldown reduction meant little to him. He hardly relied on skills. Simple auto attacks could crush every target across more than 30,000 square meters. A 70 control immunity with a 10-second cooldown was mediocre. Only the 3-color rarity was acceptable. Later he could use materials to re-roll effects until something superior surfaced. Thinking that he still fastened the chain around his neck, it felt featherlight, not burdensome at all. Immediately a dark gold dragon robe floating in midair caught his eye. The robe was woven entirely from dark gold threads. The ancient progenitor dragon motif sprang to life, the scales gleaming with cold metallic luster. A majestic imperial pressure struck his face. The chest plate itself was a supreme treasure. Ding. Obtained a 5-color supreme treasure, Taigu Huanyu D Longpao mage exclusive. Item Taigu Huanyu D Longpao. Quality 5-color supreme treasure. Requirement LV95, Maginly. Base stats 900 to all attributes, max HP 200, defense 0. Special effect 1, Imperial Domination. Immune to all control mental attacks and rule suppression below taboo level. Against targets of lower level, slows movement, hampers skill speed, shatters morale, drastically restricting combat strength, and after 30 seconds reduces all attributes to 0. Special effect 2, Dragon Body Immortality. When struck, reflects 1800 true damage and reduces incoming damage by 60. On the third attack, becomes completely immune to all damage. Special effect 3, Ancestral Dragon's Blessing. Any offensive action, normal attack, or magic skill has a 55 chance to trigger Ancestral Dragon's Roar, dealing an additional 10-fold magic damage with no cooldown or cost, and it can trigger consecutively. Description: an imperial grade battle armor left by the Ancestral Dragon, blending mage offense with warrior defense. The ultimate gear for a melee mage. Jiang Feng scanned the robe's stats, his eyes flickered, and he casually donned it. Even his usual composure could not deny it. This 5-color supreme treasure was truly top tier. Striking in appearance, maxed in attributes, and perfectly suited to his vocation, it was a windfall. In an instant the imperial pressure exploded like a tsunami, and the surrounding void faintly echoed with ancient dragon calls. Jiang Feng's aura surged to a more overbearing sovereign edge, entered his fierce bearing, as if a supreme divine emperor had arrived. The dark gold robe hugged his form, outlining a statuesque silhouette. With every breath, Dragonki swirled his prestige sword, and even the air seemed to bow before him. From afar, Aolifu and Hans were forced back 3 steps by the aura, their eyes reddened with envy as they muttered, This is impossible." At 1300, it updated right on time. Olaf's eyes were almost popping out as he gasped. In the 40 to 50 years since the opening of the demon domain, not to mention a 7-color treasure, not even a single 1-color item has ever been dropped. And he, on the other hand, is dropping 1-color, 3-color, and 5-color items like they're going out of style. The drop rate is too insane. Hans' face went pale, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Captain, a month ago, we spent a day and night using all our trump cards, just barely managing to take down a level 295 Forbidden Sealed boss. In the end, we only got 4 pieces of shabby red gear, and they weren't even top tier. We barely got 3-star crystals. This level 300 boss is only 5 levels higher. How could the drop rate possibly be 1,000 times worse?" He swallowed hard, staring at the dazzling array of equipment scattered on the ground, feeling his worldview shatter. Moreover, he didn't drop even a single red item. The minimum start is 1 color. This is completely illogical. It makes no sense at all. "I got it. I finally figured it out." Olaf suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes wide open, as if he had a sudden realization. It must be that the luck attribute of the great master Qin Feng is ridiculously high. Otherwise, how could so many colorful items drop? It has to be an extraordinarily high luck rating that maxed out the drop rate. How much luck would that take? Hant's eyes glazed over, staring intently in Jiang Feng's direction. 20 million. I think it's much more. Olaf frowned deeply, his tone solemn. At least 50 million as a baseline. Otherwise, it would be impossible to drop such divine gear that transcends multiple dimensions. Hearing their captain's analysis, the members of the Nordic team were completely stunned, frozen in place. Hans shook his head crazily, his voice breaking slightly. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. If there really are 50 million free attribute points, what kind of lunatic would put them all into luck? Not adding defense nor health, you'd shatter from just a casual bump in this map. As a top-tier ranger, my luck attribute is only around 6 to 700,000. They had guessed the beginning correctly, but they were far from the conclusion. 50 million in luck points left them shocked, their scalps tingling and unable to accept, but in reality, Jiang Feng's base luck value had long skyrocketed to 780 million. This didn't even account for the terrifying all-attribute bonuses brought by the recently donned 3-color and 5-color. For Jiang Feng, killing a level 300 monster granted him 2 million attribute points. Casually slaying dozens would amass him 10 billion luck, which was merely a matter of lifting a finger. The loot collection phase continued. 2 glaring single-color beams of light and 1 even more brilliant dual-color stream automatically flew into his backpack. 1-color Starfall Divine Crown LV95 base attributes, all attributes 1. 8 million. Special Effect 1, Starlight Protection. Magic damage reduction forcibly increased by 20, immune to all low-level blindness and mental interference. Special Effect 2, Falling Stars. When hit, there is a 10 chance to summon a meteor from beyond to strike the target area, dealing true damage based on magical damage, 500. 1-color Void Belt LV95 base attributes, all attributes 1. 6 million. Special Effect 1, The Void Seed. Expands backpack slot limit by 1 million, resets personal weight to 0. Special Effect 2, Extreme Evasion. 15 chance to forcibly evade any form of physical and magical attacks. 2-color Calamity Ring LV95 base attributes, all attributes 13. 5 million. Special Effect 1, A Bloodthirsty Calamity. Every attack forcibly attaches 20 life, drain, ignoring enemy healing reductions and shields. Special Effect 2, Brutal Strike. Critical damage increases by an additional 300, overflow damage automatically converts into true shields. Jiang Feng glanced at his panel, casually donning the 3 pieces of equipment. The ring at the back is decent, the lifesteal and crit damage are barely usable. The belt and hat are a bit lackluster, I'll just wear them as extras for now. If the Nordic team heard this, they would likely be so furious they'd spit blood, what they sought after desperately as treasures Jiang Feng merely regarded as extras. Jiang Feng keenly noticed that when the luck attribute overflowed beyond a certain threshold, the system's drop mechanism triggered a non-redundant completion mechanism. The 3 pieces of equipment that just dropped perfectly filled the empty slots for his head, waist, and ring. Jiang Feng glanced at his equipment panel. Currently, he was only missing the shoulder pads, leg armor, and 2 bracelets. As long as he filled these 5 slots, the entire set of divine gear would be complete. He wasn't in a hurry. With his extremely high luck attribute, top treasures would eventually drop. There was no need. The real dilemma was never whether or not there would be drops, but rather to take the best and discard the mediocre. He looked down on ordinary colorful equipment. Only the top attributes and effects that matched his talents were worthy of his divine gear. After all, for Jiang Feng, obtaining equipment was easy, but finding true treasures that could elevate his combat power to the next level was the only challenge at hand. Jiang Feng opened his attribute panel and directly dumped the 35 million attribute points earned from killing the level 300 forbidden boss into the luck column. The already explosive luck attribute was pushing the numbers off the panel. With the terrifying bonuses from the 6 pieces of 7-color treasures he was wearing, his attributes directly broke through the ceiling. Combat power was unmatched, drop rates maxed out, dominating the server, and he could kill enemies with a single strike. ID Qing Feng Profession Ancient World Class Star Master 3rd Transition Profession traits activated. Each level up permanently increases all attributes by 0 points. Level LV 95 attribute bonus, all attributes 35, based on equipment, accessories, weapons, titles, etc. Health 33 billion, magic 22 billion, defense 5, 2 billion, physical damage 3, 3 billion, magic damage 3, 3 billion, constitution 1, 1 billion, wisdom 1, 1 billion, strength 1, 1 billion, agility 1, 1 billion, luck 1, 8 billion, allocable attribute points 0, backpack, gold 1, 4 trillion, talent Pangu Loot Slaughter, infinite level, killing enemy units, forcibly robs, free attribute points based on the target's level and strength. The stronger with no upper limit on attributes. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. B grade, killing monsters, grants 25 experience. Skills exclusive, divine skill 1, Universe Unification Transformation Effect Attack, forcibly attaches true damage equal to the sum of strength, wisdom, constitution, agility. Melee normal attacks trigger 20 times true damage. Ranged attacks trigger 10 times true damage. Ignore all rules, invincibility, and health locking mechanisms. Exclusive Divine Skill 2 Divine Body Dominance Indestructible Transformation Effect based on Constitution Attribute gains absolute damage immunity, currently 99. 9. All damage taken is fully reflected as true damage. Immune to all instant death judgments and soul control. Exclusive Divine Skill 3 Ancient Divine Descent Star Fury New Effect calls upon the ancient source to infuse the body. Once activated, all attributes forcibly double for 20 times. Last for 6 hours. Cooldown time 4 hours. Equipment 7 pieces Universe Destruction Staff 1 color level 70 Starfall. Divine Crown 1 color level 95 Ancient Universe Emperor Dragon Robe 5 color level 95 Lava Rift Shoulder Pads Divine Equipment level 20 Void Belt 1 color level 95 Dragon Scale Bone Leggings Divine Equipment level 20 Cataclysm Thunder War Boots 1 color level 95 Accessories 5 pieces Time and Space Source Flow Chain 3 color level 95 Time Stasis Bracelet Divine Equipment level 20 Twilight Bracelet Divine Equipment Level 20 Lord of the Firmaments Divine Calamity Ring 4 color Level 70 Calamity Ring 2 color Level 95 Special Accessory 1 piece Universe Star Disc 1 color Level 70. Afterward, Jiang Feng looked at the inventory of 2 materials. Starlight Crystals 2 13 pieces Void Law Spirit Crystals 3 51 pieces. He swaggered deeper into the desolate bone plains under the gaze of the Nordic team. Jiang Feng did not forget the main objective of this journey. To sprint to level 120 and complete the 4th transfer. Along the way, he planned to gather some supplies. Upon reaching level 100, he would directly use the materials to forge an entire set of enhanced gear. His whole body was surrounded by a dazzling aura of 5 colors, with even the red gear almost completely replaced. Ignoring the group from Northern Europe, Jiang Feng strode purposefully towards the deepest part of the desolate bone plains. The remaining Northern European elite could only stare wide-eyed, their hearts filled with anxiety, yet they dared not move an inch. Further ahead lay an absolute dead zone that no one had dared to tread in the decades since Demon Domain had opened. Watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, Hans swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Captain, should we sneak in too? Just to follow behind the big shot for a sip of soup?" Smack. Olaf swung back with a hefty slap. "Are you tired of living? That outer boss almost wiped out our entire village, and you want to go deliver yourself as a gift now? You've got top-tier equipment burning a hole in your bag, and you are rushing off to do charity." Hans covered his head, feeling wronged, and curling up like a quail. Olaf gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his voice, shouting at Jiang Feng's back, "Big shot, please wait." He took off like a meat mountain, running after him. His large face contorted into a flattering smile. "Big shot, can you spare us a bit of soup while you feast? How about selling us a few of your unwanted scraps?" Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks and glanced at him. "I can sell, but according to the black market rules, ITLL, be 10 times the price." In the case of Su Jingxian from the Tianshu Secret Society, encountering such a monopolistic situation would have resulted in a 30-fold markup without question. Jiang Feng found this to be quite reasonable. Upon hearing 10 times, Olaf not only didn't panic, but instead let out a long sigh of relief. Recently, news had spread like wildfire about the Lighthouse Nation spending 15 times the exorbitant price to purchase 4th transfer materials. 10 times for unprecedented gear. It was simply a bloodbath of profit. "Buy. We must buy even if we have to sell the house." Olaf nodded his head vigorously like a pile driver. "What parts do you need?" Jiang Feng asked casually. Olaf's mouth twitched at this. The way he said it was like a vendor at a market selling cabbage, just pick and choose. He steeled himself and replied, "Big shot, our team focuses on heavy armor. We're short on high defense tower shields, heavy armor, and a giant axe for breaking defenses. What do you think?" Jiang Feng swept his mind across his backpack, casually tossing out 4 pieces of 1-colored level 80 heavy armor with poor attributes like discarding trash. Plus 2 1-colored level 80 giant axes. 1-colored armor base price is 10 trillion each, 4 pieces total 40 trillion. Weapons double, so 2 pieces 40 trillion, making it a total of 80 trillion. Jiang Feng said it lightly, as if he were buying 2 fried dough sticks, 10 times markup, a total of 800 trillion gold coins. No bargaining, no credit. Upon hearing this price, Olaf felt his scalp tingle. The Northern European Federation was quite wealthy, but their liquid funds had been drained dry in the hunt for this level 300 boss. Cash. They truly couldn't come up with that much. "Big shot. We can gather at most 650 trillion in cash." Olaf was sweating profusely and began frantically pulling out his aces. "How about using hard currency to settle the debt?" In the blink of an eye, a pile of exquisite items glowing with arcane light piled up at Jiang Feng's feet. 10 SSS grade hidden job scrolls. For ancient mystery tokens, you should know these things are in high demand. Plus 2 passes for the level 220 Hell Dungeon and 1 level 200 Attribute Mystery Ticket. In order to get a few pieces of gear, Olaf had basically stripped his guild bare. Jiang Feng glanced over. These items barely counted as a stopgap. In 2 days after he leveled up, he would feel annoyed to have them crowding his inventory. Deal. Jiang Feng waved his hand, sweeping away all the items on the ground and casually trading over those few pieces of mediocre gear. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and dived into the depths of the restricted area without looking back. Olaf trembled as he picked up this set of one-colored gear and immediately donned it. Boom. The aura exploded on the spot. Like a volcanic eruption, the surrounding space crackled under the pressure. Hans and the others stared, dumbfounded, drool almost spilling from their mouths. Holy crap, Captain. This is incredible. With this battle power, if we encounter that forbidden boss again, we definitely wouldn't be beaten so badly. Olaf clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging data within him. But in his heart, there was not a shred of joy, only a lingering unease. Looking in the direction Jiang Feng had disappeared, his voice dried up. Just casually tossing out a few unwanted items can make me stronger across dimensions. Just what kind of monster is this Qing Feng? Meanwhile, in the Fusang Kingdom at the main city of Demon Domain, a blinding white light flashed from the resurrection spring, and a broken body crashed onto the stone slab. Qinya Shui lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. His level had dropped by over 10 levels, and all his dazzling top-tier equipment had been completely lost. Now he was left with only a set of system gray cloth to cover himself. In the Goryeo Kingdom at the resurrection point of Yun, Yumain City, Min Shihun crawled out of the spring, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth chattering. A passing player recognized him at a glance and exclaimed, "Holy crap, that's the Mage Emperor Shihun. What is he doing at the resurrection point? His level has dropped by 200. Oh Lord Liyun, his national artifact, the Mirror River Staff, has been dropped." News spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the channels of both countries and the live streaming networks. Hundreds of millions of players flooded into the forums with screens filled with shocking broadcast footage. Not just these 2 big shots, but over 100 of the most formidable experts representing the peak power of both countries were now sitting in a row soaking in this spiritual spring. Quick check the world announcement. That player from China with the ID Qing Feng soloed the level 300 for. He just wiped out our top-tier team, and now he's off to chop down a forbidden deity without even catching his breath. You should know that Qinya Shui, the sword saint of Fusang, has dominated the eastern seas for 6 years as the strongest hidden profession, his swift blade unmatched. Anyone who had crossed blades with him had perished before even catching a glimpse of the true form of his 8-fingered divine blade. Such a terrifying powerhouse unexpectedly slain by a Chinese named Qing Feng. If it weren't for the world announcement laid out before them, I wouldn't dare believe it even if I died. What kind of game is this? Just delete the account. This year marked the 60th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm. Since the laws were reconstructed 30 years ago, the Earth's Pangu fused with an unknown higher dimensional power, thoroughly rewriting the foundational rules of Blue Star, allowing humanity to step into the demon domain, awakening their respective talents, and embarking on the path of the extraordinary. Since then, national wars have erupted globally every year, with countries clashing fiercely over resources in the demon domain and living space. In the past, Fusang and Goryeo tightly clung to the Lighthouse Nation, relying on vast resources to build up their strength, brazenly dominating cross-server maps, and even daring to humiliate Chinese players to their faces. But today, the shadow of fear towards China had sunk deep into the hearts of all players from both countries, becoming inextricable. In the live streams of Goryeo and Fusang, they were already drowned in overwhelming bullet comments, the screens filled with the wails of despair and hopelessness, devoid of any trace of their former arrogance. A non-human monster like this has emerged from China. With his leveling speed, even the first-generation ancestors would have to call him Grandpa? What's the point of a national war? He can take us out from half a map with a single attack, and our main city is left in ruins. Just surrender. Even being cannon fodder for this hacker seems unworthy. This battle alone, setting aside the divine gear that exploded and the experience lost, had broken the backbone of the high-end combat power of both countries. The national luck had at least regressed by 5 years. In the world of the demon domain, within a hidden advanced virtual space known as the Free Lighthouse Conference Hall, by a cold metal round table, Chiba Shuichi slumped in his chair like a pile of mud, his gaze vacant, the esteemed demeanor of a once lofty swordsman shattered beyond repair. His hands trembled even while holding the teacup. It was evident that he had been psychologically scarred by the individual known by the ID Qing Feng, completely succumbing to a fear of the Chinese. Min Shishuan paced anxiously nearby, his eyes filled with madness born from terror. Revenge. I want him dead. He slammed his fist on the table. Even if it means wagering the nation's fate, we must eliminate him before the national war. Chiba Shuichi had a bitter expression, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with sand. Revenge. Are you going to sacrifice your head for that? His damage output in a single second surpasses the combined damage inflicted by both our guilds throughout our lifetimes, by tens of thousands of times. The fate of the Lighthouse Nation has run its course. That one from China is the true father of Blue Star. Chiba Shuichi smiled wretchedly in despair. Let's just concede. If we kneel and seek peace now, perhaps we can still preserve our main city from being flattened. Impossible. Min Shirshuan shrieked in a voice that cracked. I refuse to believe there's a god in this world without weaknesses. Just as he finished speaking, the data above the conference hall suddenly twisted violently. The holographic projection of Wilson, the supreme commander of the Lighthouse Nation, thundered down to the main seat. With his blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked down at the two like a hawk surveying its prey. Two complete fools. Wilson began with a scathing remark. The trillions of resources fed to you by the Lighthouse Nation each year, and this is the performance you return to me. Hundreds of top-tier experts were killed like dogs by a mere junior from China who just awakened a few days ago. Pure utter waste. Chiba Shuichi and Min Shixin's faces turned a deep shade of purple, yet they dared not utter a single word in protest. Wilson leaned over the table, his immense aura pressing down on the two. Listen closely. I am issuing the highest command now, unconditional execution. Take your most trusted confidants to the North Border Abyss and contact the upper echelons of the Abyss Demon Clan. Upon hearing this, Chiba Shuichi's eyes nearly bulged out. Min Shirshuan was frozen in shock. The Abyss Demon Clan. That was the sworn enemy responsible for the slaughter of 60 of humanity's population and the onset of the Great Cataclysm. Commander. Chiba Shuichi's voice trembled. This is a crime against humanity. How can we become traitors to our own kind? Min Shirshuan also swallowed hard. If this leaks, our families will be nailed to the pillar of human shame for generations, and we will be scorned. Put away your ridiculous pretenses of morality. Wilson replied with a chilling laugh. In history, only the winners who survive have the right to write it. As long as we can use the Abyss Blade to drain the national fortunes of China and dismember that boy named Feng into pieces. The game of Blue Star is still controlled by me. Make sure the job is done well. If you mess it up tomorrow, I will cut off your supply of relief food and throw your accounts of embezzlement into the Blue Star Council. At that time, I guarantee you'll have to line up just to die. With that, the holographic projection dissipated into light particles. Inside the conference hall, the silence was so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. Chiba Shuichi slumped back into his chair, painfully tugging at his hair, his eyes filled with an inner battle. Min Shirshuan stood in the shadows, his initial fears slowly replaced by a venomous desperation. He walked over and patted Chiba Shuichi's shoulder. Stop pretending to be a saint. Min Shixin's voice dripped with cold resentment. We've been trampled on, and you still care who handed the knife. What are you still hesitating for? Do you dare defy Wilson's command? Min Shirshuan gritted his teeth, madness glimmering in his eyes. They exited the demon domain, returning to the real world. The wind and snow whipped like knives as the two trudged through the heavy snowfall, stepping deeply and shallowly. This is the frozen demon abyss, the most terrifyingly cold place in the North Border. Over 20 years ago, the Abyss Demon Clan was defeated by humanity's ancestors and retreated here, marking this place as an absolute forbidden zone. The temperature here hovers around -100 degrees Celsius year-round. A normal person who steps inside would instantly freeze into an ice sculpture. At the end of the blizzard, a throne made of 10,000 tons of black ice stood tall. The Abyss Demon Emperor Ball sat on the black ice throne. His massive frame was shrouded in darkness, with only two fiery red flames flickering eerily in his eye sockets. Min Shirshuan fell to his knees on the icy surface with a thud, his knees shattering the ice layer. Esteemed Demon Emperor, a terrifying anomaly has appeared in China. Get lost. A voice as cold as ice pierced deep into their souls. Ball couldn't even be bothered to move a finger. A violent torrent of chaotic laws instantly tore through the void, smashing into the chests of the two. Bang! The two flew back like kites with cut strings hurtling thousands of kilometers away, blood spraying uncontrollably. Their health bars evaporated by 99%, nearly killing them on the spot. After all, this is the real world. To die here means truly dying. Do you think this emperor is a stepping stone? Bal's voice was filled with unabashed brutality. Do you really think this pathetic scheme of using a knife from someone else will work on me? The two scrambled out of the snow pit, not daring to make a sound, fleeing in a state of utter disarray. Beside the throne, a black-robed general of the demon clan knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the player from China named Feng. According to our investigations in the demon domain, his talent and profession are absolutely no lower than world class, and he may even have reached the star level. This emperor is well aware. Bal's gaze was somber. Then what about our plan? Send orders to the front lines, retreat the entire army. seal off all entrances to the frozen demon abyss, and enter a period of hiding and recuperation. Ball commanded coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. The demon general beside him suddenly raised his head, his face filled with horror. Retreat. 60 years ago the abyss descended and humanity became food. Until 30 years ago the laws were restructured and humanity awakened to counterattack. Now to retreat is to declare that the demon clan's invasion over the past 60 years has been a complete failure. Your Majesty, if we retreat, what will happen to our clan's dignity? If your life is lost, what dignity is worth anything? Ball interrupted sternly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Even a level 300 Void Devourer can be evaporated by him in a second. Such a cross-dimensional monster, whoever goes will die. The Abyss Demon Clan has reached a point where preserving their lives is paramount. Zhang Feng used the Multiverse Star Disk to teleport directly to the 310 level monster zone, Despair Bone Sea. On the desolate plain paved with bones, a sickly green poison mist pervaded the air. Groups of 10-meter-tall skeletal beasts roamed around. There's more than enough. I like this cash machine. Zhang Feng raised the staff of universe destruction, casually delivering a basic attack. Boom. A full 30,000 square meters of void collapsed on the spot, engulfing the densely packed monster swarm in a torrent of destruction, carrying 20 times real damage. 17. 6 billion. The densely packed, terrifying numbers surged like a blood-red waterfall into the sky. Under such unreasonable numerical oppression, over 100 level 310 bone behemoths had no chance to even scream before evaporating into dust. Ding. Killed a LV-310 despairing bone behemoth, gained a massive amount of experience points, talent bonus 25. Gained free attribute points too. 3 million. The system notification sounded like a piercing buzz. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to look closely, his mind was filled only with the surging experience and attribute points. Killing a monster grants too. 3 million free attribute points. This upgrade speed was exhilarating. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-95. LV-9. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-99. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-100. Congratulations on triggering the class feature 2.0 to all attributes per level, a total of 1 million attribute points gained. Golden light flashed as Zhang Feng stepped into the 100 level threshold. At this moment, the glimmering loot on the ground almost blinded him. Before Zhang Feng with his max luck red gear was completely absent, and the ground was filled with double-colored exquisite treasures. Starshine crystals and Void Lost Spirit crystals also dropped in dozens. Currently, Starshine crystals, 254 pieces, Void Lost Spirit crystals, 410 pieces material for enhancing treasures. It seems that the higher the level of the map, the more abundant the drop rate of Lost Spirit crystals. Zhang Feng murmured softly, casually pulling out a few top-tier 2 color gear from his bag, directly filling in the missing shoulder pads, leg guards, and 2 bracelet slots. 2 color destruction shoulder pads, LV-95 basic attributes 14. For million to all. Effect 1 destruction barrier reduces 40 of damage taken when attacked and reflects 30 of the damage. Effect 2 disaster blessing when health is below 30, triggers invincibility for 3 seconds, cooldown 180 seconds. 2 color ancient leg guards, LV-95 basic attributes 19. 5 million to all. Effect 1 ancient rush increases movement speed by 200 with a 50 chance to deal additional trample damage when attacking. Effect 2 Earth Vein Resilience permanently increases maximum health by 50 and is immune to all slowing and immobilizing effects. 2 color star crushing bracelet, LV-95 basic attributes 10 million to all attributes. Effect 1 Star Crushing combo. Each attack has a 35 chance to trigger a double hit, dealing 80 of normal attack damage. Effect 2 Starfall Armor Break ignores 40 of the enemy's defense when attacking with double effect. 2 color Demon Devouring bracelet, LV-95 basic attributes 15. 6 million to all attributes. Effect 1 A Demon Devouring Spirit restores 20 of health and mana after killing a target with double effect against Elite's boss. Effect 2 Demonic Flame Burn adds continuous demonic flame damage to attacks, losing 5 of maximum health per second for 5 seconds. With the full color gear in place, his attributes surged once again. But what truly excited him was the new feature unlocked at level 100, Star Level Enhancement System. As long as one consumes Void Lost Spirit crystals, they can enhance their equipment to a star level. For instance, enhancing Universe Destruction Staff 5 times would result in Universe Destruction Staff 5 stars. The most outrageous part of this star enhancement rule is that for every small part under each major category of equipment, they must all reach the corresponding star level simultaneously to trigger the full attribute bonuses of that set, and the benefits from the 3 major categories can stack. 5 stars 40 to all attributes, 10 stars 1x, to all attributes 20 stars 2x, to all attributes 30 stars 5x, to all attributes 40 stars 10x, to all attributes 70 stars 25x, to all attributes 90 stars 50x, to all attributes 100 stars 80x, to all attributes. Moreover, the quality of the equipment breaks through the 7-color limit, automatically upgrading to chaotic black gold chaotic treasure. Feng deliberately brought up his panel to check his 3 major categories of equipment, which had not yet met the triggering conditions for any star level set bonuses. Equipment category 7 items, star level not unified. Accessory category 5 items, star level not unified. Special category 1 item, star level not yet enhanced. Feng's frown instantly relaxed as he suddenly understood the mechanics behind it. This is just like the enhancement set mechanism in online games. Calculating this way for the 3 sets of equipment, accessories, and specials, as long as all 13 pieces of equipment are enhanced to 100 stars, it can trigger 3 times the 80x bonus to all attributes, and when combined that equals a total of 240 times the increase in all attributes. Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This star-level enhancement system was indeed outrageously beyond imagination. What made him even more excited was that regardless of the quality of the 7-color equipment, as long as it was enhanced to 100 stars, it could automatically upgrade to a chaotic treasure. Chaotic treasure. Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a brilliant thought instantly forming in his mind. He immediately locked his gaze on the only special equipment on his body, the universal star disc. There was only this one special slot. This means that as long as the star disc is enhanced, it can be directly deemed as a full set of stars, instantly gaining the full attribute increase from the set. 11 stars to 20 stars consumes 3 spirit stones, success probability 85. 21 stars to 40 stars consumes 5 spirit stones, success probability 65. 41 stars to 70 stars consumes 7 spirit stones, success probability 45. 71 stars to 100 stars consumes 10 spirit stones, success probability 25. Each enhancement will determine the basic success probability based on the current star level range. If successful, the star level increases by 1. If a critical strike occurs, the single star level increase is capped at the maximum for the current range. If enhancement fails, the star level directly falls back to the minimum of the current range. Feng glanced at the enhancement rules and understood everything in his heart. Currently, the price of the Void Lost Spirit Stones in the domestic black market is about 100 million gold coins each. The reason they aren't sold at sky-high prices is simply because these items can only be used to enhance colored grade treasures. At present, the overall environment of Magic Domain is such that most top players have never even seen a colored equipment. Since there is no demand, spirit stones can only hang in the trading hall as obscure materials. Once the main forces start to produce colored gear, these items will definitely be hyped up to sky-high prices. Feng focused his mind and took a glance at his backpack. After clearing the field along with the goods stored by the Dragon Maiden, while on autoplay, he had a total of 410 Void Lost Spirit Stones. Enough to splurge for a while. Summoning the enhancement furnace, Feng decisively tossed in the only special equipment piece, the Wanjie Star Disc, and inserted the spirit stones. Ding! 1 spirit stone consumed. Enhancement successful. Triggered a critical strike. Wanjie Star Disc upgraded to 10 stars. Triggered set effect, all attributes 100. Feng raised an eyebrow. With nearly 1.8 billion luck points, the hidden bonus is simply outrageous. The first enhancement directly triggered a full star critical hit, which was quite stable. While others relied on luck for enhancements, he was purely raising the upper limit of the system. Continue smashing. Consumed 3 spirit crystals. Enhancement successful. Triggered a critical hit. The universal star plate was upgraded to 20 stars. He clicked twice in the range of 21 to 40 stars. The first click was a normal star upgrade, and the second click burst forth with golden light. Triggered a critical hit. The universal star plate was upgraded to 40 stars. A smile curled at the corner of Feng's mouth. If the wealthy individuals outside who had spent their fortunes on equipment saw this drop rate, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. In the range of 41 to 70 stars, he used 3 times. The third spirit crystal fell directly, maxing out the range. For the supreme range of 71 to 100 stars, he only clicked 5 times. He had only consumed 85 Void Lost Spirit Crystals. If it were a person with low luck attributes, who knows how astronomical a number they would have to spend to fully enhance the equipment to 100 stars. Ding! Triggered a critical hit. The universal star plate was upgraded to 100 stars. Triggered ultimate set effect, all attributes 80 times. Equipment quality broke through the 7-color limit, automatically upgrading to Chaos Treasure, Chaos Black Gold. Boom. In the backpack, the star plate, originally radiating a colorful aura, instantly transformed into a deep, mysterious black gold color. The surface was surrounded by chaotic energy from the dawn of the universe. Looking at it felt as if one's soul might be forcefully stripped away. Open the attributes. Universal Star Plate 100 stars position special quality chaos treasure, the only one in the entire server wearing requirements level LV 100 profession, all profession compatible, all attributes, 12 billion special trait 1, great cosmos travel. Ignoring any dimensional and universe barriers can instantly teleport to any coordinates in the myriad realms and high-dimensional territories. Not limited to the Demon Domain world special trait 2, Blood Rebirth. Revives in full state when receiving a fatal blow with no negative penalties. Cooldown CD of 3 months naturally refreshed. Special trait 3, Eternal Treasure. Cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, ignores law deprivation. Special trait 4, Chaos Star Source. Immune to all mental control and soul destruction. Special trait 5, Full Map Vision. After unlocking can fully view all hidden information on the Demon Domain maps. Requires level 120 and 4th transition to unlock. He consumed only a few enhancement stones directly reaching 100 full stars and became the first chaos treasure in the entire server. This was a huge profit. Just this one piece of equipment added a base of 12 billion to all attributes. When summed up in 5 dimensions, it totals 60 billion. To put it in perspective, when he killed a level 310 elite monster, it only granted him 3 million free attribute points. This star plate was equivalent to grinding down over 26,000 monsters. Continue. Zhang Feng did not stop at all, pouring the remaining 12 pieces of colorful gear into the enhancement sequence. With the support of his extraordinary luck, in less than 10 minutes, all 13 pieces of equipment were glowing with the chaotic black gold light. He only consumed a total of 325 Void Lost Spirit Crystals. Just as he used up the last Spirit Crystal in his hand, the entire set of equipment was directly smashed to 100 full stars. And all of this was due to Zhang Feng fully equipping the Chaos Treasure's 100-star accessories, which caused his luck attribute to soar to a terrifying 11040 billion points. With 8 billion base luck, adding 12 billion from accessory bonuses, and then multiplying by 80 times for the 100-star amplification, he arrived at this outrageous figure. Because of this, most of the time, he only needed to smash once to trigger a critical hit, allowing each piece of colorful gear to be promoted to 100 stars, completing the thorough evolution into a chaos treasure. This is the terrifying power of attributes pushed to the extreme. Any so-called probability will directly transform into 100 in the face of absolute panels. 13 pieces of equipment radiated light in a weave, and Zhang Feng took a simple glance at this batch, collectively promoted to Chaos Black Gold treasures. Armor and weapons totaled 7 pieces: World Destruction Staff Fallen, Star Divine, Crown Ancient Universe, Emperor, Dragon Robe Fallen, Shoulder Guards Void Belt, Ancient Protector, Leggings, Heavenly Thunder Battle Boots. Accessories totaled 5 pieces: Time and Space Flow, Chain Shattered Star Bracelet, Demon Biting Bracelet, Dominion Ring of the Sky, Lord Disaster Ring. After breaking through the Chaos level, these 12 pieces of equipment had all attributes skyrocketing to a terrifying level exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, each piece of equipment awakened extremely perverse top-tier attribute combinations: absolutely invincible high-dimensional damage immunity, causal rebound, true penetration, law shield, and a total of 60 entries. Each of the 12 chaos treasures carried 5 top-tier effects with attack and defense, sustainability, law causality, and spatio-temporal existence, maximized, truly armed to the teeth, invincible wherever they went. After equipping everything, Zhang Feng directly opened his personal panel. ID Ching Feng Profession, Ancient Star Sovereign World Class, Level LV 100 additional bonus, all attributes 240 times. Each of the 3 major sets triggered the 100-star full effect, stacking in effect health 56230 billion after amplification 1. 349 trillion magic 25430 billion after amplification, 610 billion defense, 4078 billion after amplification, 97 billion physical damage, 57500 billion after amplification, 138 billion magic damage, 610 billion after amplification, 146 billion critical damage, 49 times absolute critical hit, movement speed 46 times, 4-dimensional attributes, body agility, strength, intelligence, 1597 billion after amplification, 38 billion luck, 1604 billion after amplification, 38 billion. Allocatable attribute points 0. The attributes were utterly distorted. This panel was no longer a dimensional crush. It was completely overturning the table. Each of the 3 major sets triggered the ultimate amplification of 100 stars, all attributes 80 times, stacking up to a terrifying total of 240 times. Zhang Feng casually closed the panel. With about 300 to 400 spirit crystals, I could guarantee to smash out a full set of 13 chaos treasures. He quickly calculated a figure in his mind. This was only the most conservative estimate. Now that his luck attribute was as high as 38 billion, the success rate had become terrifyingly close to the extreme, almost guaranteeing a 100 success on the first try as long as he smashed he could trigger a critical hit on any piece of colorful gear, promoting it to a chaos treasure. At this efficiency, 338 spirit crystals were just enough to gather a complete set of chaos treasures. If he used this batch of spirit crystals to tailor a 100-star chaos divine equipment for his parents and childhood friend Li, who they would instantly stand firmly at the top of the blue star pyramid, becoming truly unshakable top-tier existences. God-level equipment can manifest 100 into the real world. Even if stronger alien races invade from beyond the abyss in the future, with this invincible panel his parents could stroll through the market without a care. Jiang Feng was never a soft-hearted person. Li, who was the only childhood friend who sincerely treated him after his reincarnation, and his parents were his only weaknesses and reverse scales in this world. Giving them the strongest equipment was not charity, but a means of ensuring two unbetrayable backers for himself in this chaotic world. Moreover, with his current strength, several sets of chaos treasures were just a breeze. Using these resources to exchange for absolute loyalty was an incredibly worthwhile deal. Strengthening Li Hu's power also meant having a more reliable bodyguard by his parents' side, as well as someone he could trust to follow orders. As for money, to him it was even less significant. A mere flick of his finger could yield trillions, so it was nothing. Furthermore, Li, who would unconditionally trust and obey him, such a person would only bring more benefits to Jiang Feng. As for others, not to mention chaos treasures, Jiang Feng wouldn't even bother to glance at them. His mood instantly lightened considerably. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng casually opened the friends list and sent a message to Li Hu. When searching for the ancient awakening pearl, stop by the trading hall to buy as many void lost spirit crystals as possible. Li Hu almost replied in an instant, Brother Feng, why buy this worthless stone? No one is touching it in the market. Holding it. Jiang Feng answered succinctly, once the first grade equipment is released, this thing will definitely become a highly sought after strategic resource. The demand will explode and the price will skyrocket. Understood. I'll arrange it right away and buy it all up. Upon hearing there was work to do, Li Hu's enthusiasm instantly surged. Jiang Feng glanced at the backpack, and the void lost spirit crystal had already hit 0. It seemed that not only did he need to push for the 4th transition, but he also had to gather more of this stuff. At least enough to assemble 3 sets of chaos treasures, and then send them all to Fat Hu. Let his parents wear the best chaos divine armor in the game. With this thought, Jiang Feng directly activated the Great Qian Traversal, and his figure flickered before vanishing from the spot. This trip was specifically to find the Dragon Maiden to get supplies. To smash the chaos treasures, both base materials and spirit crystals were needed, and surely the Dragon Maiden had no shortage of equipment templates. She might even drop quite a few spirit crystals. Of course, the other party might have already amassed a huge pile of 4th transition divine crystals by now. He left decisively unaware that at the very moment he reinforced the first chaos treasure, the entire server of Magic Domain, as well as the real world, had already erupted into chaos. Boom. In the real world, the originally clear skies of Blue Star were suddenly torn apart by countless bolts of black and gold thunder. A massive chaos star disk projection blotted out the sky, casting a shadow over the entire globe. That terrifying pressure, seemingly from a higher dimensional universe, made all living beings on Earth tremble in their souls. Meanwhile, within the game Magic Domain, the Crimson World announcement brutalized the screen. Server announcement: congratulations to the player, Qing Feng, from the Huaxiao region for successfully crafting the first full star, 100 stars equipment in the server, which has been upgraded to a chaos treasure. System notification: the dimensional law limit has been broken. System notification: the Magic Domain world has completed a 10 deep evolution. The drop rates for all players have been moderately increased. System notification: with the world energy tier leap and ecological reconstruction, the original level limit of the 3000 level area has been lifted. The current world can refresh terrifying monsters of up to 8,000 level from the ancient world. All players should be cautious of exploration risks. 30 consecutive deafening announcements hit the minds of players worldwide like 30 heavy hammers. The World Chat channel first experienced a deathly silence, then erupted into a tsunami-like frenzy. Chaos treasure. What kind of divine grade is this? Is it something above 1st grade or 7th grade? Could you use a little common sense upstairs? The system said it broke the dimensional law limit. This is a taboo divine item that transcends 7th grade. 100 stars enhancement. Where did he get so many materials? I've been playing this game and haven't even touched 1st grade equipment. I only drool over red gear on the leaderboard. How did that divine player suddenly get to 100 stars? What kind of outrageous success rate is that? Damn it. Below divine gear, everything is capped at 10 stars, and each star level has a progress bar. Failing once could cost you your pants. I spent a fortune on enhancing a 10-star pink gear. How did he achieve 100 stars? What the hell? This isn't just luck, it's as if he pressed the system's probability into the ground and rubbed it. Brothers, focus on the key point. Boss Qing Feng is amazing. With his own strength, he caused the world to evolve and even gave the entire server a benefit of increased drop rates. I'm stuffed from this wave of benefits. I bow to Boss Ching Feng's adoptive father. Am I the only one who feels scared? The magic domain can now spawn 8,000 level monsters. In the past, a 3,000 level boss could destroy a city at will. If an 8,000 level one appears, will blue stars simply cease to exist? The sky is falling, but Boss Ching Feng is holding it up. We just need to cling to his coattails. At this moment, on the outskirts of the desolate Bone Plains, Zhang Chonglin chopped off the head of a 285 level awkward monster with a single strike, but his mad blade froze midair. Next to him, Jiang Shuyun, who was directing the team's movements, had even forgotten her chant. Both of them simultaneously looked up, staring intently at the black and gold star disk projection in the sky that seemed to crush the entire dimension. Zhang Changlin's eyes nearly bulged out and his hand holding the blade trembled. Jiang girl, I'm not seeing things right. 100 stars. You're not mistaken. Jiang Shuyun took a deep breath, her full chest heaving violently. She stared at the world announcement that was scrolling madly, smiling wryly. Not only is it 100 stars, but it also breaks the fundamental laws as a chaos treasure. This young master truly doesn't regard the system at all. How? How did he do it? Zhang Chonglin swallowed a dry gulp, his voice hoarse. As the pinnacle of Wuxia's combat power, he knew too well how deep the waters of enhancement were. Among the billions of players worldwide, many go bankrupt trying to obtain even 10 stars, let alone reaching the edge of first-grade equipment. Yet Jiang Feng not only obtained colored gear, but also pushed it directly to 100 stars. This was a purely unreasonable dimensional strike. Not only that, Jiang Shuyun's gaze was complex, but a hint of fiery madness burned deep in her eyes. Do you understand what the world energy tier leap in the system announcement means, as well as those 8,000 level ancient monsters? Zhang Chonglin was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something, remaining silent as he waited for her to. Young Master Jiang's strength has long surpassed the limits of the current server, forcing the system to raise the upper limit of the entire world. Jiang Shuyun lowered her voice, speaking with utmost certainty. Old Zhang, I dare say that this person's stage will no longer be limited to suppressing a few clowns on Blue Star. Deep in the star domain, there are those terrifying existences from higher dimensional realms that will be the prey. This area, which usually terrifies ordinary players, was surprisingly quiet at this moment. The black and gold thunder rolled in the sky, and the pressure descended, causing the fierce monsters nearby to not even dare to move, all lying on the ground feigning death. The four elders from the Li and Zhang families, who were team hunting monsters, all stopped their actions. Jiang Jiangguo still held the red longbow in his hand, and the low-quality cigarette clamped in his mouth was already half burnt. A burning ash fell on his arm, yet he was completely oblivious, showing no reaction at all. He truly didn't understand the specific mechanisms of the game, but looking at the commotion in the sky and hearing the nearly frenzied screams of players around him, he realized that his son had definitely stirred up a huge storm. Old Jiang. Li He's father Li Daqiang opened his mouth, taking a long time to squeeze out a sentence. You've given birth to a divine being. Suilon, you don't understand. Wang Mei, who had been immersed in forums for a long time, suddenly grabbed Lu Qilin's hand, her voice trembling. Right now, don't even mention chaos treasures. Even the most ordinary colored gear, not a single one has been crafted by the tens of billions of players combined. Your little Feng not only obtained colored gear, but also enhanced it to 100 stars. This isn't just luck, it's as if the ancestor Pangu himself descended to feed him with a spoon. Lu Suilon was taken aback, unable to snap out of it for quite a while. She looked up at the celestial image of a star disk in the sky that seemed to threaten the collapse of the blue star, awkwardly chuckling twice before muttering, "This child has always had good luck since childhood." The plain and unadorned words carried a hint of effortless Versailles style. Li Daqiang and Wang Mei exchanged glances, falling into silence. In their hearts, they were as clear as a mirror. Their current glory was entirely reliant on their son, Li Hu, who had greatly benefited from Jiang Feng's extraordinary luck. If it weren't for the fact that Li Hu and Jiang Feng grew up together, they wouldn't have even known where the threshold of the Tianshu Long Garden lay. During this time, the forums and world channels were already filled with memes about Jiang Feng. Some said, Qing Feng is the system's biological father, others claimed the GM personally came down to help level up, and some bluntly stated, there is only one true god in the entire server, and we are all just his NPCs. Moreover, some even composed rhymes. While others grind for survival, Brother Feng grinds like he's shopping. While others enhance at the risk of their lives, Brother Feng enhances, as if confirming a point. With every meme, they understood the couple's shock doubled. It was only at this moment, gazing at the bizarre phenomena, that they fully realized how tightly their family had latched onto a cosmic-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Supreme Military Command, in the vast holographic war room, one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately slow. The first powerhouse of the human race, the Supreme Commander, Xiao Zhenjiang, stood with his hands clasped behind. With the highest insignia upon his shoulders, he stood tall, like a sword, intensely staring at the glaring black and gold announcement on the holographic screen. On his usually ironclad face, an unprecedented gravity was evident. Even the dust can conceal the sparks of stars, the ordinary can still nurture legends. I just didn't expect that this spark of China would burn so wildly and ferociously. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was deep, yet carried an irresistible authority. Immediately retrieve the energy fluctuation data of the celestial phenomena. This intensity of law pressure absolutely does not belong to the existing dimensions of the blue star. The chief of staff beside him was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Commander, do you mean? The Abyssal Demon Clan just withdrew their troops, and now this incident occurs. Do you really think those Abyssal scum are afraid of our iron defense? Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping the entire room like a torch, each word deliberate. They are afraid of him. He pointed forcefully at the screen, jabbing at the two characters, Qing Feng, with conviction. Not just the Demon Clan. The system has announced the emergence of an 8,000-level ancient monster, and the world ecology is beginning to be restructured. Such unreasonable fluctuations of power will inevitably attract the attention of higher dimensions beyond the star domain. The time left for China to prepare is already short. Xiao Zhenjiang raised his hand to adjust his military uniform collar, his tone calm and resolute. I must personally meet this ancient millennium prodigy. To single-handedly annihilate an army of 100,000 abyssal demons and force back the Demon Clan is a heroic feat that could save the nation. Now that such a shocking commotion has arisen, he absolutely must meet Jiang Feng in person. This level of dimensional nuclear weapon must be disclosed face-to-face for it to be secure. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in the extreme cold snow pit of the winter demon abyss. Bang! Bang! Two blood-soaked, disheveled figures exploded out of the snow, struggling to climb out. It was none other than Qinya Xiui and Min Shixuan, who had been swatted away by the Demon King Ball like a cough, cough, cough. Min Shixuan, the core of the Goryeo Chaebol, spat blood, his face as pale as paper. A protective heart mirror on his chest, radiating a sacred glow, shattered into powder with a cracked sound. On my myth-level life-saving substitute has shattered. Min Shixuan screamed in despair, only to find the red text that appeared, nearly causing him to faint. Warning: the substitute mechanism has been triggered. All attributes will permanently drop by 30. Permanent drop by 30. In this slow-paced martial era, this is worse than killing him. Beside him, Qinya Xiui was equally miserable, his arm broken. Although he didn't lose attributes, he was extreme. The two had just begun to be grateful for having saved their lives, when suddenly the heavens shifted in hue. Black and gold thunder ripped through the sky of the frigid land, and the terrifying pressure of the laws forced both men to collapse in the snow, unable to move. What happened? Both men were horrified, quickly logging into Moyu to check the situation. As soon as they logged on, a screen filled with Crimson World announcements slammed into their faces. Sight snapped back to the demon domain deep within the desolate bone plane. Amid the raging space-time turbulence, Jiang Feng invoked Dakian Chuanzhou, Great Thousand Traversal, and stepped from the void, landing precisely at the coordinates where Long Nu had been idling. For 100-mile radius, not a blade of grass remained. The ground was littered with the carcasses of fourth-tier elite demonic beasts. The air was thick with an acrid burning tang, obvious proof that a brutal one-sided slaughter had just occurred. Master! The taiga zulong that had sprawled 100 meters atop the bone mountain, upon sensing Jiang Feng's aura, flashed golden light, and immediately condensed into a palm-sized glazed golden dragon, leaping joyfully into Jiang Feng's arms. Long Nu nuzzled the palm of Jiang Feng's hand affectionately, then, as if seeking praise, stepped back half a pace and opened her maw with a rushing cascade. Tons of spoils poured out like an overturned waterfall of refuse, instantly turning the ground into a mountain of treasures shimmering with light. Jiang Feng cast a glance and could not help but smile. Over 200 scarlet god-tier pieces of gear. More than 5,000 fourth-tier core materials. Divine attribute crystals. What pleased Jiang Feng most was the pile of crystals in the corner that glowed with the aura of void laws. Over 700 void law spirit crystals. Well done. Jiang Feng ruffled Long Nu's head, praising her without reserve. Those 700-plus spirit crystals were nothing short of a godsend. With the additional 400-plus reserves Li Hu had snapped up at the exchange for next to nothing, he now had well over 1,000 in hand. With his terrifying near-certainty success rate, that would be enough to craft for his parents each a full-server top-tier Hundun Divine set. 3 sets in total could directly max out all attributes by 240 times. No idle chatter. Jiang Feng swept all the materials into his pack. He summoned the enhancement furnace and launched into a frenzied bulk upgrading spree. Ding, ding, ding. The extreme critical notifications erupted in a barrage like a machine gun. God-tier gear was born in batches, assembly line upgrades proceeding until every piece had become black gold Hundun equipment. Enhancement successful. Extreme critical triggered. Equipment upgraded to 100 stars. Ultimate set effect triggered. Automatically ascended to Hundun Jibao Chaos Treasure. In a matter of moments, Jiang Feng had consumed 1014 Void Law crystals. 3 complete sets, 39 universal pieces in total, he forcibly hammered into flowing black gold Hundun Jibao. With this unabashed batch deification, the Demon Domain World Channel suffered a collapse unseen since the server's opening decades ago. Server announcement: congratulations to Huaxiao region player Qing Feng for successfully crafting a 100-star perfect piece and ascending it to Hundun Jibao Chaos Treasure. Server announcement: congratulations to Huaxiao region player Qing Feng. One piece triggered the global notice 30 times in succession. 39 pieces caused the announcements to flood the screen 1170 times. The crimson notification text fell like a blood-red waterfall, searing into every player's gaze worldwide for over half an hour. The entire world went utterly mad. The Huaxiao region chat was shredded, scrolling so fast that even top assassins could not keep up. Holy! Over 1,000 announcements. My eyes are going blind. Is Qing Feng's Godfather restocking? Godfather. Need a pendant. One that shouts 666. He'll take whatever red gear you discard. I'm stunned. I sold everything and can't even touch a dark gold weapon, yet the big shot is wholesaling Hundun Jibao like cabbage. Overseas scum, look clearly. This is Waxia's face. If you disagree, keep it to yourself. Overseas servers first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into hysterical cries of collapse. Fusang channel, this is definitely a bug. Strongly protesting. The Qin players must be cheap. Rearman Lianbang channel, my god. My father's treasured family relic is only epic purple, and he alone made 39 Hundun Jibao. This game might as well be wiped and restarted. Dengtagua channel, what the FK? Is this a private server? I suggest we surrender to Huaxiao outright. Qing Feng alone could wipe our entire server. Gali channel, quickly check the genealogy. Qing Feng's ancestors must have Gali blood. Amid a commotion capable of shattering everyone's worldview, Jiang Feng's expression remained calm as he shut down the raucous world channel. He casually pulled up long news attribute panel. During that idle period, thanks to the high experience of the 4th tier map, Long Nu rocketed up 15 levels in one go, reaching LV 85. Name: Long Nu. Level LV 85. Primary attributes 150000. Luck 200000. This does not yet count the covert terrifying surge granted by her star grade talent Wujin Tunchi Endless Devour, which lets her chew and absorb the scattered god tier gear like snacks, invisibly inflating her panel. At this growth rate, soon ordinary high-tier fiends will not even be enough to fill your teeth, Jiang Feng said, withdrawing his gaze. His own level remained at LV 100, but his allocable attribute points had been exhausted. To continue plundering attributes without restraint, a 4th tier breakthrough could not be delayed. Jiang Feng opened the map and fixed his eyes on a level 400 forbidden undeveloped region. The Wujin lay high, endless lightning sea. Before departing, Jiang Feng opened his friends list. He bundled up a large cache of 4th and 5th tier core materials and handed them to Jiang Shuyan. The single note read stabilized the market. To Jiang Feng, he was the ultimate egoist and a solitary wolf who moved alone. He possessed the talent of infinite plunder. Each extra monster slain made him stronger. Wasting time on bargaining auctions or operations would be a waste of life. Training Jiang Shuyun, a woman with a top-tier commercial mind, as his exclusive steward to fully manage the conversion between game and real-world wealth was the most efficient choice. Leave professional matters to the professionals. He only needed to supply the absolute power capable of overturning every rule. Then Jiang Feng openly hussed chat window. He dropped the 3 black gold flowing, awe-inspiring Hundun Jibao sets directly into the trade slot. Fatty, split these 3 sets between you and our parents and put them on immediately. Li Hu replied almost instantly, breathless with shock. Brother Feng, is this the thing that just spammed the whole server? 3 full-star sets. My legs are going weak. If I wear these out, I'll be chased and mobbed by the entire server. Jiang Feng's expression was indifferent as he typed, these sets can also manifest in the real world. Stay low-key most of the time, but if anyone dares offend you, crush them without mercy. Remember, wearing them, there is no counterkill. Only your unilateral slaughter. His parents and siblings must stand atop an absolute immovable pyramid of safety. Not out of sentimental excess, but because his people must never be manipulated for their weakness. This was his bottom line and his coldly rational calculation. Having given his orders, Jiang Feng closed communications, indifferent to Li Hu's excited responses. As expected, a final well-measured message popped up from Li Hu. Brother Feng, I understand. They'll bask in your light, but never show off or cause trouble. I know my limits. Jiang Feng glanced, his fingers flicked, and he replied coolly, "Don't get cocky. If trouble happens, I won't indulge you." There was no ferocity in his words, only a brief reprimand enough to set the rule. He activated the Dakian Xuansua that accompanied his Chaos Black Gold Edition Wanjie 10,000 World Star Disc, and his form blurred where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the Wujin Lei High. Ahead, purple thunder churned. The storm clouds hung so low they seemed to press down, and the space between was twisted into fine wrinkles. Lightning as thick as water barrels writhed like maddened serpents, tearing and weaving through the void, the air heavy with the sharp scent of ozone. This was the absolute forbidden zone for level 400 monsters. An ordinary player stepping in half a pace would be instantly vaporized by the roaming arcs. Jiang Feng stepped forward with a blank expression, treading upon the thunderstorm. Boom! As he entered the thunder sea less than 100 steps ahead, the thunder pool erupted violently, and hundreds of giant beasts over 30 meters long surged out of the waters. A system prompt instantly flashed on his retina. Name: Purple Cloud Thunder Beast, level LV 400, Purgatory, Enhanced Health 1. 2 trillion skills: Purple Extreme, Frenzied Thunder, Annihilation, Thunderstorm, Absolute Paralysis. In the Demon Realm, the level classification is extremely rigorous. Above ordinary monsters are the Elite Boss. Above the Elite are the Purgatory Enhanced level. This level does not carry the boss prefix, yet is significantly stronger than Elite of the same tier, infinitely approaching the Lord level boss. The boss hierarchy ranges from low to high: Lord level Hidden BOSS, Unique Hidden BOSS, Forbidden Sealed BOSS, Divine level Boss, World level Domain, God level Boss, Top World level. In the Demon Realm, stronger than the Domain God level boss is the Law level Existence, Star level. The Demon Emperor Ball, who descended upon Blue Star 60 years ago, belongs to this tier. Although not extremely rare across the server, it firmly stands among the upper echelons of combat power, infinitely approaching the pinnacle. Only those legendary experts who remain hidden in the deep mountains can contend with it. In the early years, when humanity just transitioned from the technological era of Blue Star to the era of universal awakening, the Huaxia Empire faced the brink of extermination. It was Xiao Zhenjiang who stood up and forcefully repelled the Demon Emperor Ball, preserving the foundation of Huaxia. It is precisely for this reason that humanity was able to rebuild their homeland from that catastrophe, gradually restoring the nation's strength. To this day, awakening schools are spread across the nation, marking the official beginning of the martial arts era, where the populace practices martial arts, and martial arts halls abound with social order well maintained. At this moment, hundreds of level 400 high-tier magic creatures, boasting a terrifying health pool in the trillions, charged at Jiang Feng, enshrouded in annihilating thunderous light. Such a spectacle would annihilate any top-tier guild's 100-man team in an instant. Their real combat power has long surpassed that of a level 300 Forbidden Sealed boss. With hundreds surrounding him, it was clearly a crushing scenario. Jiang Feng's gaze was icy, his expression unperturbed. He raised his hand, lifting the Staff of Cosmic Collapse, and waved it effortlessly. A perfectly ordinary basic attack. Centered around Jiang Feng, an area of 30,000 square meters collapsed violently, and the rubble and thunderlight were instantly swallowed. Tyrant's Law was triggered. The normal attack expanded to a 100-meter range, treated as a forbidden spell unleashed. Dimensional Crush was triggered. Ignoring all realm defenses, damage was fully converted to real damage. In the next second, a dense array of crimson damage erupted above the thunder sea, dazzling to the eyes. 148960 trillion. 20 times real damage, Cosmic Unity. 49 times critical hit, Absolute Critical. 148960 trillion. 148960 trillion. A torrent of numbers flooded the battlefield, each figure crushing everything in its path. The Purple Cloud Thunder Beast's trillion health bar was insufficient to even register. In an instant of full-screen massacre, all the Thunder Beasts didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized into nothingness by real damage. By numerical calculation, these monsters owed Jiang Feng 148958 trillion life points upon death. If it weren't for the strict linear unlocking of high-tier maps in the Demon Realm, requiring the destruction of the current map source to teleport, Jiang Feng would have directly flown to level 3000 or level 5000 to farm monsters. Why waste time here with these small fry? Ding. You have killed a LV 400 Purple Cloud Thunder Beast, gaining a massive amount of experience. Ding. Talent Pangu Loot Slaughter triggered, forcibly acquiring 28 million free attribute points. Total settlement: killed 256 monsters, gained 2 billion free attribute points. As the crisp prompt sound fell, the loot on the ground piled up into a mountain of divine light. Jiang Feng's terrifying luck directly activated a mindless explosion of gear. Acquired 4-color equipment, 678 pieces. Acquired Void Law Spirit Crystals, 1350. Acquired 5th Transfer Proof Star Glimmer Crystals, 752. Acquired 6th Transfer Proof Moon Soul Crystals, 180. Items that others may not even get in several lifetimes appeared in Zhang Feng's hands like pebbles by the roadside. Even the 6th transfer tokens far exceeding the current map level were dropped directly. Fortunately, his pet's quality had long surpassed SSS level, entering the quasi-ancient level with automatic full-screen loot. Otherwise, just picking up equipment piece by piece would drive Zhang Feng mad. When he killed Qin Yashui and Min Shishuan, picking up the loot was troublesome and easy to miss. Thus, every time he logged in, Zhang Feng made sure to have the Dragon Girl by his side. Moreover, after he logged off, the Dragon Girl could still grind experience, gather materials, and drop equipment for him. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Girl's main body had already reached ancient level, the pinnacle of world-level combat power, and had awakened a star-level talent with her quality capped at quasi-star level. In the future, Zhang Feng planned to further enhance the Dragon Girl, making her strong enough to farm top-tier monsters at several thousand, or even 10,000 levels, and even stronger boss. He had not forgotten the chilling whispers in the 9s of a 0-level Divine Court ruins, nor the gaze that crossed dimensions. A terrifying power had been watching him in the shadows. Zhang Feng extremely detested this feeling of being spied upon. He must thoroughly suppress the fear within him and grow stronger. Immediately, Zhang Feng glanced at his nearly bursting backpack, directly opened the system panel, and spent 200 trillion gold coins to expand it with one click. Originally only 1 billion and 200 slots, the backpack instantly soared to 10 billion and 1 billion slots. This was no longer a backpack, it was clearly a giant multinational warehouse he carried with him. A massive influx of experience entered his body, leveling up with bursts of golden light. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 101. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 102. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 115. This exhilarating level-up sensation could only be felt by Zhang Feng himself, so exhilarating it was utterly addictive. Only a step away from reaching level 120 for the 4th transfer. To level up 15 levels in a single map was simply absurd. At this moment, from deep within the Thunder Sea, a purple glowing diamond core slowly emerged. It was the source of this level 400 map. Zhang Feng understood that as long as he destroyed it, he could unlock higher-tier maps. He casually waved again, delivering another unremarkable basic attack. Crack. The source shattered in response. System prompt: you have destroyed the LV 400 Endless Thunder Sea map. Source meeting the unlocking conditions, unlocking LV 401 LV 500 area permissions. Zhang Feng's figure flickered and Great Thousand Shuttling was instantly activated. In the next moment, he stood in the center of the level 500 map Silent Death Wasteland. Beneath his feet lay a gray-white desolate ground, and over 100 level 500 boss monsters howled as they charged at him. Zhang Feng lightly pressed down his staff and unleashed another basic attack. 148960 trillion. 20 times real damage cosmic unity, 49 times critical hit absolute critical, 148960 trillion. 148960 trillion. The cataclysmic torrent of damage swept across, obliterating everything in an instant. Ding. You have slain a LV 500 Bone Duke, earning a substantial amount of experience points. Total settlement: a cumulative total of 310 monsters slain, acquiring 2 billion free attribute points. Picked up 753 pieces of colorful quality equipment. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 116. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 117. Congratulations. Player level has risen to LV 120. Warning: you have reached the current realm's upper limit, level 120. Please complete the 4th transfer, Reforged Divine Body, as soon as possible. Zhang Feng glanced at the prompt and casually dismissed it. The 4th transfer, Thunder Tribulation, is formidable. He is already at the ancient world level, and after the 4th transfer, he might break through the occupational system and ascend to the cosmic law level. To be safe, he needs to push his attribute points to the extreme. After all, his attributes have long exceeded the rules, so there's no rush for the 4th transfer. He should first unlock the level 5000 map. In the following hours, the high-level area of the demon realm was completely thrown into chaos. Zhang Feng transformed into a killing machine, sweeping through the level 600 map. No matter how strong the monster, no matter how rare the hidden BOSS, he just needed to do a simple attack. One hit, and they were gone. Behind him, the essence of the maps shattered one after another. Level 700, level 1000, level 2000. He pushed straight through to the LV 5000 Ancient Star Ruins map. When the last LV 5000 hell-enhanced monster turned to ashes, Zhang Feng finally stopped. He stood on the shattered stones of the Star Ruins, opened his backpack, and began to settle accounts. The supplies in his backpack had become terrifyingly abundant. The measurement unit was nearly about to be calculated in stars. He had dropped over 16,000 pieces of colorful treasures. Chaos Black Gold equipment was absurdly dropped with a low probability of 108 pieces. Transition tokens from the 5th to the 13th transfers totaled over 26000. Void Law spiritual crystals over 100,000 pieces. Various god-level forging and alchemical materials exceeded 1,000,000 pieces. A flash of golden light, and the dragon girl leaped out of the pet space, landing on Jiang Feng's shoulder. She skillfully activated full-screen auto-pickup, her little face filled with excitement. Master, you are amazing. The dragon girl stared wide-eyed with golden vertical pupils at the high-level remains scattered around, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Jiang Feng's. Here, take this and get to work, Jiang Feng said flatly as he casually tossed out a pile of supplies. Inside were vast amounts of equipment that were temporarily unusable, along with high-level lightning attribute crystals dropped while defeating the LV-4800 Thunder Prison Sky Beast. These crystals were already outdated for him, at most useful for synthesizing colorful equipment. Right now, he only dealt with colorful treasures. Of the equipment dropped, this time a good 70 were at the 6-color and 7-color levels. In total, there were over 8,000 lightning crystals and 1,200 pieces of treasures from 1 color to 6 colors. The dragon girl cheered and opened her small mouth, activating her star-level talent, Endless Devouring. Those diamond lightning crystals infused with violent thunder power were swallowed by her like chewing jelly beans. The 1,200 pieces of colorful treasures flowed into her mouth like a flood. As she devoured, layers of deep purple lightning patterns emerged on the dragon girl's body, her aura skyrocketing, becoming more and more terrifying. Jiang Feng watched a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having consumed so much advanced lightning energy, this dragon had developed a strong resistance to the lightning law. Soon the 4th transfer, Thunder Tribulation, would arrive. This ancient ancestral dragon would undoubtedly be the perfect lightning rod. Then Jiang Feng pulled up the combat record, heading straight for the single monster yield on the level 5000 map. Slaying a LV-5000 hell-enhanced monster triggered Pangu Loot Slaughter, plundering 2 billion free attribute points. Just from this map, he had amassed a whopping 69.4 billion attribute points. Efficiency is decent, Jiang Feng said flatly, completely unperturbed. The LV-5000 hell-enhanced monster had a health pool of up to 300 trillion, yet before his 14 trillion true damage, it was as fragile as a piece of thin paper. Moreover, he was clad in 13 pieces of chaos black gold armor, boasting 65 god-level special effects, 10 of which were top-tier life-saving effects that were undeniably unbeatable: absolute invincibility, blood rebirth, and causal evasion. He stood still, and even if a 10th sand-level powerhouse unleashed their full force, they could not break his defense. Jiang Feng closed the combat record, his gaze locking on the attribute panel's distribution bar. Having completed 47 high-level maps, he had accumulated 18 trillion free attributes. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly invested all 18 trillion attribute points into basic luck. Allocation complete. Basic luck 160. billion 18. 16 trillion. The ultimate set effect of 3 sets of chaos black gold armor erupted and went into effect at this moment. 16 trillion luck points, with a terrifying amplification of 240 times across all attributes, instantly transformed into a string of astronomical numbers capable of crashing the server. 22 trillion. This absurd panel data was completely fixed before Jiang Feng's eyes. Ding. System prompt: you have met the conditions to unlock access to the LV-5000 and 1 LV-6000 area. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes calm. For him, unlocking the authority posed no difficulty. He initially planned to immediately head out to deal with the 4th transfer Thunder, but gazing at the rapidly soaring attributes on the panel, he inexplicably felt a sense of addiction to farming. He wanted to see just how far the attribute data of the demon realm could go. With a shift in his form, Jiang Feng stepped directly into the LV-6000 restricted area. Boom. With a casual basic attack, the myriad gods and demons were instantly vaporized, and the world fell silent in an instant. Pangu Loot Slaughter operated wildly, slashing another 32 trillion attribute points. This time, he did not add luck. All points were allocated to the 4 dimensions: physique, agility, strength, and intelligence, each surging by 80 billion. With a 240-fold amplification about to take effect, all attributes surged to 230 trillion. Loot settlement. Jiang Feng bent down to pick up the black gold light orb on the ground. Chaos black gold armor, 11 pieces dropped. The deeper he ventured, the higher the drop rates became. As for whether there were stronger equipment above chaos black gold, just keep killing. Continue. The moment he finished speaking, the LV-7000 map shattered. Another 16 trillion attribute points were acquired, along with a wild drop of 23 pieces of chaos black gold armor. Jiang Feng's expression was emotionless as he crushed the essence of the map beneath his feet, directly stepping into the peak of combat power in the demon realm, LV-8000 cosmic boundary. As Jiang Feng trampled the world rules without a care outside the demon realm, the announcements had already exploded completely. Hundreds of thousands of colorful treasures notifications were like an endless blood-red waterfall firmly pinned on the retinas of all players in the server. Playing Snakeskin, huh? This game should just be renamed Legend of Qing Feng. How many items have dropped? Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Even if we stripped all the NPCs in the entire server, we couldn't gather this many. This guy is really impressive. Others are dropping Chaos Black Gold gear like it's mandatory, and here I am wearing my head as defense. Ordinary players were driven mad by the announcement, while the upper echelons of various guilds were staring at another area unlocking, prompt breaking out in cold sweats. Level 400 is unlocked. Level 5000. What the hell, even level 7000 can be worn. Is this really a player? Is this a living demon king conducting a physical reckoning on the server? In the real world, at the strategic command center of the Lighthouse Nation, Commander Wilson slumped in his leather chair, staring intensely at the data on the large screen, his expensive cigar dropping onto his lap and burning a hole without him noticing. Just a moment ago, he had been plotting to join forces with multiple countries to secretly target Qing Feng in the game, trying to undermine China's foundation. At this moment, Wilson felt a chill run down his spine. This is not a genius. This is a walking human weapon. Contact China. Immediately. Wilson slammed the table, his voice hoarse, no matter the cost, by a few pieces of Chaos Black Gold. A minute later, the diplomatic officer rushed back in a cold sweat, his face ashen. Commander, we received a response from China. What did they say? How much do they want? The officer swallowed hard. China said that the great figure Qing Feng is very busy and they couldn't get in touch, but what? China said we've done too many bad things, and even if they reached Qing Feng, he probably wouldn't be willing to trade with us. And then our special line was directly cut off and blacklisted. Wilson's face turned ashen, a surge of blood rising in his throat, feeling so frustrated that he couldn't even utter a harsh word. In this invisible confrontation, China had completely won. The scene shifted back to the LV-90 outdoor map, the Dark Rift. Li Hu was leading Zhang Jiangguo and Lu Solan at the entrance of the valley, strolling leisurely, just like a middle-aged tourist group on an outing. The elderly couple was wearing the 100-star Chaos Black Gold gear that Zhang Feng had just discarded. To keep a low profile, Li Hu used a high-level invisibility scroll, suppressing the world-destroying visual effects, making it look like two new player whiteboard outfits in dull gray. Zhang Jiangguo shook his arms and grinned. This outfit is lightweight, and its attributes are too strong. I can't even count the numbers on the panel. The base attributes are so high, combined with a 240-fold increase, won't I just walk sideways? Li Hu was full of pride, thumping his chest and shouting, Uncle, Brother Feng is incredible. There's no one like him in the whole server. The treatment Brother Feng provides, no one in the entire server can compare. You two just stand here, let the monsters nibble at you, they won't be able to touch you. Even if the monsters surround you, they can't break your defense. Brother Feng said with him around, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Just then a Crimson System announcement blared across the sky again. Server announcement: congratulations to the player Qing Feng from the China region for destroying the source of the LV-7000 map. Li Hu became even more proud, pointing at the sky. Look, Brother Feng is restocking in the sky again. Lu Solan stared at the announcement on the screen, her eyes crinkling with laughter, her tone full of uncontainable pride as she chuckled. This unfortunate kid can make such a big fuss over a game. It's quite a commotion. I wonder if he's eating on time. He's been so busy grinding maps every day. I hope he doesn't tire himself out. Saying this, she turned to Li Hu beside her and reminded, Tiger, when you log off later, remember to tell him to eat some meat. Don't just focus on playing the game. Okay. Li Hu had seen the screenshot data before. Just this outfit alone, let alone wild monsters, even if the top 10 guilds in the server teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against a sneeze from this elderly couple. Just as they were talking, a fierce wind blew from the front. Boom. A LV-90 boss shadow frenzy lion the size of a small mountain appeared before the three, bringing a foul wind. Before Li Hu could draw his sword, a team of players in purple gear rushed out behind. Leading them was the vice president of the Baishengangui, Quangren, with a face full of muscles, wielding an epic grade greatsword, exuding a fierce aura. Old man, are you blind? This boss is claimed by our Baishengangui. Get lost. Quangren hurled insults at Zhang Jiangguo. Li Hu's gaze turned cold. Without a word, his massive frame stepped across to block the elderly couple. Everything has its order. The monster appeared in front of us, and you say you claim it. Li Hu gripped the hilt of his sword, his aura menacing. A pauper in whiteboard gear dares to bare his teeth. Quangren sneered, activating the warrior's core skill charge. Then let's die together with the monster and return to the city. The greatsword whistled through the air, tearing it apart, aimed directly at, instantly killing the three. These guild members were used to bullying others, clearing areas, and killing were as common as eating and drinking. Seeing that the opponent was truly attacking, Zhang Jiangguo's temper flared. He usually endured at the factory, but here in the game, he wouldn't hold back. Instinctively, he raised the novice wooden sword in his hand to block. Clang. The greatsword struck hard against Jiang Jiangwo's thin shoulder. An extremely glaring crimson number floated up. 0. Quangren was stunned. An epic greatsword hitting a whiteboard outfit, no damage. Without giving him time to think, the top-tier effect of the Chaos Black Gold gear, All Laws Overlord Causal Shockwave, fully revealed its fangs at that moment. Boom! There were no fancy spells or light effects, only the pure numerical oppression that defied reason. A destructive shockwave erupted from Jiang Jiangwo, centered on him like a nuclear explosion spreading outwards. The elite members of the Beishan Gongui, along with the arrogant Vice President Quangren, were vaporized the moment they came into contact with the light wave. Even their screams were obliterated. The unfortunate BOSS Shadow Frenzy Lion, which had just opened its mouth to roar, instantly had its health bar cleared and was reduced to ashes in the aftermath. But that wasn't the end. The violent shockwave continued unabated, crashing against the sheer cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Crack! The space emitted a painful cracking sound. The entire Dark Rift map was torn apart by this unreasonable backlash force. The ground collapsed, revealing a pitch-black void, with black dimensional rifts spreading like a spider web, directly exposing the underlying black data streams of zeros and ones. Warning: this map's underlying logic has been severely impacted. The system is on the brink of collapse and emergency repairs are underway. The cold system alarm echoed across the skies of Dongjiang City. A conventional dungeon map that had been formed for decades was directly shattered by an old man's instinctive block. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the massive data stream finally managed to patch the canyon back together, regrowing flowers and trees. Li Hu maintained his posture with the sword drawn, staring at the completely flattened wasteland before him, his calves twitching wildly and his grip on the sword trembling. Jiang Jiangwo looked at the novice wooden sword in his hand, which hadn't even lost a splinter, and swallowed hard. This outfit has some serious recoil. Lu Solan was patting her chest, still shaken. This unfortunate kid, what kind of scary thing did he give us? Almost gave me a heart attack. At the top of the Tianshu Dragon Garden in the Star Observation Pavilion, Zhang Chonglin sat on his eaten wood chair, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. The tea had long gone cold, yet he remained oblivious. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the crimson data chaos still lingered in the skies above Dongjiang City. The blood-red light from the server-wide announcement flickered every few seconds, turning the night into a blood-soaked day. A 7,000-level map source. This kid intends to strip the magic realm bare. Zhang Chonglin swallowed hard, his voice parched. Jiang Shuyun stood beside him, holding a tactical tablet, displaying the frantic data of the funding chains of the 9 major trading associations that had suddenly collapsed. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves of shock within her heart. Old Zhang Feng just sent me another transaction list. I'll handle it as he wishes. Jiang Shuyun tried her best to keep her voice steady. 100,000 treasures below the 5-color level and 30,000 low-tier void rule spirit crystals. He said he was tired of carrying them in his backpack and asked me to dispose of them at will. With a snap, the porcelain teacup in Zhang Changlin's hand shattered. The tea mixed with shards pierced into his palm, yet he seemed utterly unaware, rising abruptly. Disposing of them at will. Over 100,000 pieces of colorful treasures. If those old geezers in the West knew this was the junk he threw out, they'd probably vomit blood on the spot. Zhang Chonglin paced back and forth, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He stopped, turned to Jiang Shuyun, and his tone suddenly became solemn. Shuyun, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Jiang Shuyun immediately stood up straight, her expression grave. Whatever could make this military pillar act so seriously must be a matter of great importance. Tomorrow Commander Xiao will personally come to the Dragon Garden. Zhang Chonglin lowered his voice. Jiang Shuyun gasped. Commander Xiao Zhenjiang, the strongest warrior of the Huaxia human race, a living totem who suppressed the Abyssal Demon Emperor for 60 years alone. He actually wants to visit Jiang Feng in person. Not only that, but Commander Xiao is coming this time fully prepared with sincerity, Zhang Chonglin hinted meaningfully. But the situation in the world is ever-changing. Jiang Feng, this child, has undeniable strength. Yet he completely neglects mundane matters. Zhang Chonglin took a couple of steps closer, lowering his voice further. The fact that he entrusted you with such a vast resource network shows his trust in you. Mr. Jiang is in need of a supportive partner who understands him. Jiang Shuyun was no fool. She could easily discern the hints of persuasion and matchmaking in Zhang Changlin's words. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her gaze remained resolute. Rest assured, old Jiang. Jiang Shuyun slightly bowed, her demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. I, Jiang Shuyun, know my place. Wherever Jiang Feng points, I will follow. Whoever dares to block his path, I will crush them with gold coins first. Good. With your words I can rest easy. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily, then his expression turned cold. Since he wants to clear the inventory, let's give him a fierce show. Let's bleed those white-skinned pigs dry. 20 minutes later, in the dark web at the highest specification virtual round table conference room. More than a dozen holographic projections sat around the black round table. Each person here controlled the economic lifeline and military logistics of a major region. Commander Wilson of the Lighthouse Nation sat at the head, his face dark enough to drip water. Everyone, you've all seen the anomalies from Huaxia. Wilson's voice was hoarse. That player named Feng has already shattered the system balance. We cannot sit idly by. The representative from the Fusang Nation spoke tremblingly. Commander, but we really can't compete. Forget about direct confrontation. Even if we deployed our entire military, we would be as fragile as paper before Feng. Fool. Who said we need to fight? Wilson cursed angrily. We will buy with resources. A batch of mysterious goods has flowed out from Huaxia, and regardless of the cost, we must acquire them. Just then the system alert in the conference room suddenly sounded. Warning: unknown authority, forcibly connecting to the meeting. The holographic projection flickered, and Jiang Shuyun's proud figure appeared right in the center of the round table. Dressed in an appropriate black professional outfit, she surveyed the dignitaries from various countries with an air of authority. Jiang Shuyun, a member of the Tianshu Secret Society. Wilson slammed the table and stood up. Who allowed you to come in? Jiang Shuyun didn't even glance at him, waving her hand. To keep it short, my boss is in a good mood today and intends to do some charity. Here's a batch of discarded little trinkets. Would any of you be interested? The representatives from various countries looked down, their eyes nearly popping out. The list contained nothing but first and second color treasures. A total of 100,000 pieces. There were also piles of 4th, 5th turn tokens beside it. Even 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th turns. All the way to the 13th turn, everything was included. The various rare treasures were simply too numerous to count. The conference room instantly fell into a deathly silence, leaving only heavy breathing. They had poured hundreds of trillions in funds, yet hadn't been able to procure even a single first-color treasure. And now Jiang Shuyun had thrown 100,000 pieces at their faces like she was discarding garbage. Gulps. Wilson swallowed hard, his previously arrogant demeanor completely dissipated, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Ms. Jiang, is this really true? That Feng is willing to sell these to us. Don't get it wrong. Jiang Shuyun sneered, pulling over a chair to sit down, crossing her legs. These are merely worthless scraps that my boss doesn't want. Selling them to you is merely providing you with a meal. Do you want them? If not, I'll toss them to the dogs in the abyss. Arrogant. Conceited. This was rubbing the pride of the Western nations into the dirt. Yet in the conference room, not a single person dared to get angry. Faced with such a level of resource temptation, dignity meant nothing. We want them. The representative from Korea was the first to crack. The Great Han region is willing to offer 200 trillion gold coins. We'll take 2,000 pieces of colorful treasures. 200 trillion. Jiang Shuyun scoffed. That's like giving a beggar a dime. Gold coins are the least valuable paper in my possession right now. Mr. Jiang has already circulated massive amounts of equipment domestically. That's internal trade for Huaxia people, and not even on the same level as you foreign forces. Even if you wanted to compare, your 200 trillion doesn't even cover the tip. She stood up, placing her hands on the table, her gaze razor-sharp as it sliced through everyone's faces. Listen clearly to the rules. For this transaction, no gold coins. I want your shares of control over the core main city in the magic domain. I want permanent mining rights for level and above real secret realms. And I also want priority scheduling rights for all inter-region teleportation arrays. Every condition put forth by Jiang Shuyun strikes at the very lifeblood of the Western powers. The heavenly materials and treasures produced in the secret realm, along with enhancement resources, are strategic hard currency that cannot be bought even with wealth. Holding on to them equates to mastering the key to universal evolution. The god-level red equipment within the game is exceedingly rare, and treasures with the true prefix are even harder to come by, often commanding astronomical prices. Even backed by the towering figure of Feng, Jiang Shuyun is well aware of the domestic elite situation. One must forge their own strength. Relying solely on others for sustenance is not the way to a robust populace. The more game main cities one controls, the broader the exploration territory becomes, thus naturally elevating the nation's fortunes. As for the priority scheduling rights of the inter-region teleportation array, that is an absolute lifeline. This essentially monopolizes the logistics hubs and military mobility networks of the entire server. Resources can be swiftly allocated and armies can encircle in an instant. Grasping this trump card means holding the very destiny of the game in one's hands. The conference room fell into silence for a full minute. Jiang Shuyun, you're robbing us outright. Wilson slammed the table, the veins on his neck bulging. Such harsh and humiliating conditions will never be signed by the Lighthouse Nation. Take care, we won't see you off. Jiang Shuyun didn't even lift her eyelids, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Mr. Jiang's goods have never lacked buyers. Guess what would the Abyss Demon Clan be willing to trade a few main cities for these colorful armors? At this, the representative from Goryo broke down. The great Goryo will sign. As long as we get some colorful armors, our shares in the main cities of the demon realm will be delivered immediately. Fusang will sign too. The alliance's defense line instantly collapsed. Everyone was well aware. The equipment monopolized by the Demon King Ball would only make the Abyss clan stronger. In the real world, they would face a catastrophic threat. Signing these conditions would significantly boost their combat power. However, it would also mean surrendering more initiative. Wilson looked at the few who flipped sides in quick succession, nearly grinding his teeth. He knew better than anyone. Once the equipment gap widened, the Lighthouse Nation's hegemonic status would be utterly unsustainable. Deal. Wilson felt all his strength drained, slumping back in his chair. In this smokeless gamble, Huaxia had won magnificently. As soon as the news broke, domestic forums, major streaming platforms, and the Magic Domain World Channel erupted. Damn, this wave of harvesting foreign devils feels exhilarating. Fortune's turn. These fellows have their day of capitulation. What kind of cheat does Lord Feng have? 10,000 pieces of colorful armor are like tossing out garbage. The trading hall has gone mad. Colorful armors are being priced like cabbage. Lord Feng is leading the charge. The vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association directly posted with a frenzied tone, "This is a dimensional strike." It forcibly elevated Huaxia's combat strength by 2 eras. Feng is a living deity. In the eye of the storm, Jiang Shuyun looked at her assets and permissions skyrocketing in her account, a cold and alluring smile curving her lips. She understood Jiang Feng too well. This person was a lone wolf who never adhered to worldly constraints. What she needed to do was weave a vast net of interest for him, becoming the sharpest blade in his hand. The scene shifted back to Magic Domain. Level 8000 Extreme Zone, Cosmic Boundary. Jiang Feng paused his steps and directly opened his panel. The 16 trillion free attribute points he obtained from sweeping through the 7,000 level forbidden area were all poured into his 4 dimensions. Attribute allocation completed. Basic 4 dimensions body agility, strength, intelligence, 50 trillion. Chaos Black Gold Set 240x enhancement effect 1200 trillion. A terrifying power capable of shattering high-dimensional laws surged wildly within him. Jiang Feng glanced around. Half a day passed, yet not a single monster had spawned. It was strangely abnormal. In this level 8000 extreme map, not even half a monster was present. Only a dead silence of the starry sky remained. At the end of the starlight sat an old man in a linen robe. IDG Schwanza. The old man had no health bar, his aura concealed to the extreme, resembling an ordinary meteorite in the starry sky. You have arrived. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze weathered much faster than I anticipated. Jiang Feng held the universe destruction staff tightly, eyebrows raised slightly. Who are you? I am Ji Xuanzi, the 73rd descendant of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. The old man slowly stood up. No health bar, neither a monster nor an NPC. He was merely a pure ancient will. Similar to the previous descendant of the Flame Emperor, Jiang Kunlun. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, so long that I have forgotten the years. What does the senior seek from me? Jiang Feng's tone was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. You are the chosen one. Ji Xuanzi stroked his beard. Cross this line, and you will be able to tear apart the underlying laws of Magic Domain. Once you reach level 10,000, Jiang Kunlun and I will achieve our merit and ascend to the higher realms. Jiang Kunlun also mentioned the world within a world. What exactly lies there? Why have the ruthless characters throughout history vanished without a trace after entering? Ji Xuanzi looked up at the deep void, sighing lightly. I know little, only that the laws there are 1,000 times stronger than those of Blue Star and Magic Domain. They were all captivated by a prophecy. What prophecy? Jiang Feng calmly pressed on. Kunlun's peak, the path to heaven revealed, undying and unextinguished, the myriad realms pay homage. Ji Xuanzi spoke each word powerfully. The first emperor sacrificed the terracotta army to forge a one-way passage. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone neither soft nor hard. Senior, you haven't even grasped what that place looks like yet. You say, I am the chosen one. And you still ask me to protect the descendants of Yin and Huang. Where does this confidence come from? Ji Xuanzi did not get angry. Instead, he smiled, exuding a touch of a mystic certainty. It's based on destiny. It also relates to the cataclysm that occurred 12,000 years ago. Have you heard of Nuwa mending the sky? Jiang Feng fell silent. Mythologies are not fabricated. 12,000 years ago, a meteor from beyond struck the boundary of Buzhou Mountain. The Milky Way overflowed, and the Great Flood nearly wiped out humanity. The mending of stones was to repair the high-dimensional rift that was breached. Ji Xuanzi's gaze was piercing, fixed intensely on Jiang Feng. Before the two emperors Yin and Huang ascended, they received a divine dream. When the Abyss descended and Magic Domain digitalized Blue Star, Ji Xuanzi continued, there would be an anomaly capable of shattering all laws that would descend into the world. That person is the next mender of the sky. Therefore I wait here solely to guide you. Before he finished speaking, Ji Zuan's figure shattered into countless golden star lights, slowly drifting towards the sky. Go venture into the realm of 10,000. Go witness the true starry sky. Moments later, the old man completely vanished, leaving the surroundings once again in silence. Jiang Feng stood in place, stroking his chin. He simply wanted to rely on his infinite plundering talent to quietly be a bystander, stacking attributes until the universe exploded, ensuring his parents led a stable life. He couldn't care less about how the world turned out. Yet these ancestors from thousands of years ago insisted on forcefully assigning him a task, even placing the heavy mantle of a savior upon him. They even brought up Nuwa mending the sky. Don't be too outrageous. I'm just an emotionless monster slaying. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. What does he have to do with being a healer of the heavens, saving the world? Don't be ridiculous. He never possessed that self-righteous, saintly sentiment. His purpose in entering the demon realm was simply to grind monsters, acquire equipment, and stack attributes to the point of breaking through realms, all while safely protecting his family. As for the myriad worlds gathering, those who wish to compete can go ahead. Just don't bother him, don't annoy him. However, upon a second thought, there were 4 words in Ji Xian's prophecy that piqued his interest. Immortal and indestructible. This is not something that can be achieved merely by reaching the maximum level with damage immunity. Immortality often implies the unreasonable high-dimensional loss. Jiang Feng casually opened the system panel and searched the entire Warzone forum for path to ascend and immortal and indestructible. The page refreshed, filled only with recruitment posts from guilds devoid of any useful information. He stopped hesitating and directly activated the remote virtual communication in Demon Realm. Light and shadow twisted, and a holographic conference room instantly took shape. The projections of Jiang Shuyun and Zhang Chonglin gradually coalesced on either side of the long table. This was multidimensional communication, disregarding maps and transcending regions with no distance barriers. Mr. Jiang, have you finished handling matters over there? Jiang Shuyun sat upright, her expression efficient. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and went straight to the point. Have you heard of the prophecy immortal and indestructible myriad worlds gathering? Jiang Shuyun furrowed her brow in thought for a few seconds before decisively shaking her head. The Tianshu intelligence database has no relevant records. It sounds like an incantation for opening an ancient secret realm. However, across from her, Zhang Chonglin paused while holding his teacup. This military big shot squinted his eyes and recalled for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. Now that you mention it, I have a bit of an impression. Years ago, someone strange posted on the domestic forum mentioning those 16 words. Old Zhang knows. Jiang Feng asked flatly, could you please send me a link to take a look? Zhang Chonglin didn't waste time on pleasantries and immediately used the highest military authority to dig out that long-buried dead link from the bottom-level database, directly pushing it to Jiang Feng's panel. By the way, he casually mentioned something important. Oh, right, Xiao Feng, Commander Xiao's schedule has been set. He will personally visit you at Tianshu Long Yuan tomorrow at noon. The only 7th transformation 400-level powerhouse in Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang. Alright, got it. Jiang Feng responded nonchalantly and cut off the communication. He had long anticipated that with his current strength, meeting some high-ranking individuals was only a matter of time. Both Zhang Chonglin and Jiang Shuyun understood that Jiang Feng was about to soar. Even the leaders at the top of the capital would personally come to visit. What an honor, what weight that carried. Jiang Feng did not dwell on it further, his gaze settling on that old forum link. The post's data was pitifully scarce with fewer than 10 replies, yet it had been viewed thousands of times. The poster's ID Zarich. The signature conveyed a strange adolescent sense of weariness. Last chief of the star skeleton race. The main text was not long, directly breaking down those 16-character prophecies. At the peak of Kunlun, the path to ascend appears. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain lies a physical passage to a higher dimensional world, which is the true starry sky behind the world. Immortal and indestructible myriad worlds gathering. Treading this path allows for a complete transformation, gaining the power of eternal immortality, where all planes and races in the universe must kneel and submit. To prevent rebuttals, this Zarich even added a simple and blunt summary at the end: walking this path, invincible immortal ruler of all worlds. You from Blue Star, the powerful ones have never returned, merely seeking longevity and supreme power. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his fingers sliding across the screen. In the replies below, it was like a large-scale cyber-mocking scene. The second floor, I am the peak, oh there's still the star skeleton race. I'm a wild Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. Dude, have you read too much web literature? I suggest turning left at the door to the mental health department. The third floor keyboard immortal descends. I Uchiha Zhao C can testify that the poster is right, because he still owes me $5 for internet fees from yesterday. The fourth floor magic girl strongman, could you at least make your story a bit more coherent? Right now there are hardly any 7th transformations in the entire server. Do you really think you can talk about being the boss of the entire universe? There's no need for that. If it were a normal person being berated so ruthlessly by keyboard warriors, they would have already exploded in anger. But this poster remained unusually calm. He directly opened up a merciless output on the 5th floor, throwing out a complete set of dimensional systems that human powerhouses wouldn't even dare to imagine. Your understanding is too limited. The so-called hidden professions and SSS-level talents are merely entry-level standards for scavengers at the bottom of the cosmic scale. The true talent and profession hierarchy is regular F to SSS level. Above that are the quasi-ancient level, the ultimate combat power of the world, star level, cosmic laws realm master level, masters of planes, Tao source level, source power void level, masters of the void, and the supreme level, supreme of all heavens, reaching the unlimited level of the non-duality power. Jiang Feng's fingertips paused. He glanced at the 4 large characters on his panel, Pangu Loot Slaughter. And clearly even this Zaraj, who spoke endlessly about high-dimensional theories, had never touched this super-specification ceiling that belonged solely to him. Jiang Feng continued to scroll down. The poster's revelations were still ongoing. The 7-colored divine artifacts you regard as treasures are merely transitional goods. The true treasure hierarchy includes chaos treasures, chaos black, gold Hongmeng treasures, mysterious purple chaos gold yuan sure treasures, colorless sacred light, and ultimately the infinite treasure source of all paths. Let's also talk about the levels you hold sacred. Zaraj's words radiated supreme disdain. 4th transformation, level 120. 5th transformation, level 180. 6th transformation, level 260. All the way to 11th transformation, level 960. 12th transformation, level 980. 13th transformation, level 990. Only upon reaching level 999 can one be considered a pseudo-god capable of condensing a divine personality within. Cross that threshold and reach level 1000, and one can merge divine personalities and become a true god. The reply section remained silent for a few days at this level. Then a netizen named Specializing in Bragging sarcastically left a message. Seeing you type with such conviction, I'm almost moved. Big Chief, why don't you talk about what prehistoric civilization looked like 12,000 years ago that made you so grand? The poster Zaraj's last reply lingered from 5 years ago. That passage of text was long, each word carrying a weight of silence and desolation that transcended millennia. That was a star region filled with gods in contention radiant to the extreme. Every infant born there had no so-called beginner stage. Upon birth, they possessed the power of level 780 and the 10th transformation. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Born with the 10th transformation. This starting point was indeed unreasonably high. Unfortunately, a calamity destroyed all of this. In Zaraj's words, there was a despair that could not be dispelled. A massive comet carrying the laws of destruction crashed down. That comet is what you currently connect to as the demon realm space. In the violent collision, all high-dimensional deities fell, and the prehistoric star region suffered a fatal dimensional degradation, directly regressing to a primitive blue star that could not even be considered level 1. Laws collapsed, the world lost order, and later generations could no longer possess such extraordinary power. Among your ancestors, those truly prodigious individuals did not perish. They stepped into a higher world solely in pursuit of the path to longevity. And I remained behind. In truth, with my strength, I could have swept through the demon realm and crushed Blue Star long ago. Yet I endured for 10,000 years doing nothing just to wait for one person. A being capable of mending the rift between realms and harboring higher dimensional powers, the Sky Repairer. Long ago Nuwa spared my life, and I live to repay this kindness. Once the debt of gratitude is paid, I shall dissolve into the world and vanish forever. The post ends here. No one else replied, treating it as a confession from a seasoned case of over-the-top fantasy. Jiang Feng stood within the desolate map of the cosmic boundary, surrounded by utter silence. The worldview, equipment levels, and challenges revealed in the post matched the hidden information in his system. It was confirmed. The other party was an ancient monster who had lived for 10,000 years hidden in some corner of Blue Star or the Demon Realm. Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly as he reached out to activate the input box beneath the floating screen. Without probing, without small talk, he directly typed a line: "You are all looking for the Sky Repairer. I will say it plainly, I am the Sky Repairer." Click to send. 1 second. 2 seconds. The data stream before him erupted violently, swirling madly. The starry backdrop of the cosmic boundary was torn apart by an invisible hand, and the spatial barrier emitted a piercing sound of shattering. There was no system announcement, no special effect for monster response. A dry gray figure crashed through the base code of the level 8000 map with a thunderous boom right before Jiang Feng. The old man was covered in gray-brown rock scales without equipment or weapons. Even Jiang Feng's probing technique, which could see through all laws, failed to reveal his name and health bar. But as soon as he stood still, the chaotic black gold armor on Jiang Feng erupted in dazzling black light, triggering the absolute defense of 240 times amplification, crazily resisting the high-dimensional pressure exuded by the old man. "Did you just reply to the post?" The old man's voice was hoarse and dry, and his deep-set eyes locked onto Jiang Feng, with flickering blue flames dancing within. "The internet speed is pretty fast." Jiang Feng flipped his wrist, reversing the grip on the staff of cosmic ruin. Without extra precautions, he readied an attack that could deal damage measured in units of Beijing, all in a split second. Zeralug paid no mind to his indifference. He stepped forward tremulously, his gaze greedy and fervent, scanning Jiang Feng's entire being like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. The foundation of the ancient Star Master. Know your aura is far beyond that. He suddenly looked up, his rocky old face twisting into an almost manic smile. "It can't be wrong. Only beings that completely break free from conventional constraints can repair the heavens. After 12,000 years, I've finally waited for this." Jiang Feng looked at the old man's fervent demeanor, which seemed ready to rush forward and cling to him, and spoke with a tone as calm as water. "I have posted just to confirm its authenticity. I want to take this job. I'll find someone else." Zeralug was utterly dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected Jiang Feng to refuse. His withered arms flailed wildly, his tone urgent to the point of losing composure. "You don't understand. That is the road to heaven. It is the strongest passage in all realms. As long as you come with me, my Star Skeleton clan will exhaust our last resources to help you skip all job transitions and challenges, directly reaching the peak." He grew increasingly excited as he shouted, his voice exploding in the starry sky. "No matter how massive your data is now, you are still merely a mortal trapped in this dimension. Follow me on the journey, instantly condensing your divine persona, merging with the laws, stepping into heaven and becoming a deity. Directly level up to 1,000 and reach the pinnacle of all realms. Skip all constraints and become a deity at max level directly. This temptation is enough to make any leaderboard powerhouse kneel and bow down on the spot." But what about Jiang Feng? He remained expressionless, even somewhat cold-blooded. He lifted his eyelids, slightly coldly scrutinizing the ancient relic of 10,000 years. "Click to receive and become a deity directly. The condition is to go fill that higher dimensional rift, right? This is your destiny. It is also the only way out." Zeralug howled. "Not going." Jiang Feng simply uttered 2 words, clear and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Zeralug's eyes widened in shock, the blue flames in his gaze instantly freezing. "Why? That is the might of the great gathering of all realms. How many seek it in vain? Since it's an unknown passage, entering could lead to losing contact." Jiang Feng turned around, casually clicking on the teleport coordinates of the cosmic star, played his tone flat. "The pancake drawing is quite smooth. But since I'm already a deity in body, if I can't return, who will take care of my parents?" He slightly tilted his head, glancing at the completely petrified Zeralug. "Also stay honestly in your cave. If you bother me with this kind of nonsense again, I'll take your divine persona and sell it for coins." Jiang Feng turned and left. In the silent starry sky, only the 10,000-year-old leader of the Star Skeleton clan remained. Jiang Feng did not cross that line to tear apart the foundational laws of the demon realm, nor did he heed Zeralug's impassioned speech about repairing the heavens. The reason was simple. Who knows if crossing realms would trigger a chain reaction? What if it brings unpredictable disasters to Blue Star? He did not wish to be any savior, nor did he want to bring catastrophic troubles to his family. More importantly, Jiang Feng's attributes had reached an incredibly terrifying level. His spiritual perception was keen to the extreme. He sensed intuitively that something was off about Zeralug. His mouth spoke of all beings, yet the greed in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Until Jiang Feng's figure completely disappeared, Zeralug's godly transcendent demeanor instantly crumbled, his withered face twisting like old tree bark. In his blue-hued eye sockets, vengeful flames ignited. A lowly dimensional ant who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. The old monster's bony fingers crushed the nearby meteorite, the sound grating like sandpaper. "What nonsense, Sky Repairer. After 12,000 years I've been guarding this broken place, my body, withering, my laws dissipating. Finally a perfect vessel arrives, and he dares to refuse." This was his true purpose. The so-called guiding passage was merely a guise. As long as Jiang Feng showed even a hint of relaxation, he would immediately strike, ruthlessly draining Jiang Feng's soul aperture and directly occupying this unparalleled body with infinite potential, thereby regaining the pinnacle of all realms. But he never expected that Jiang Feng was not susceptible to his schemes at all, not interested in repairing the heavens. "Want to take care of your parents?" Zeralug laughed sinisterly, his rock-like scales trembling violently. "So filial, huh?" Zeralug roared fiercely, blue flames raging in his eyes. "Then I'll send your family to hell to reunite. When you see your parents die in front of you, I want to see if you can remain so calm." Boom. The high-dimensional laws tore apart the space. Zeralug transformed into a gray light following the remnants of causality on Jiang Feng's body, directly heading towards the depths of the demon realm. At the same time, level 1200 map Fallen Abyss. Dark red magma churned beneath, and groups of level 1200 Abyss lords let out earth-shattering roars. Just casually picking one out could wipe out the top guilds of Blue Star hundreds of times. Yet at this moment it felt like a leisurely rural retreat. Jiang Jiangwo held a weapon that concealed its true appearance, looking like a novice wooden bow, effortlessly pulling back to full draw. Whoosh! An unadorned arrow flew forth. Boom! 500 meters ahead, more than a dozen Abyss lords, each bearing tens of trillions of HP, were blown to ash on the spot. Not a shard of bone remained. Holy uncle! Li Hu, trailing behind to pick up the coin, shouted until his voice cracked, flattering wildly. Lu Tsuelon, twiddling a wooden staff, boredly cast a healing spell on herself. Old man, take it easy. You cleared all the monsters. I have nowhere to use my skills. Li Hu chuckled and hurried to explain. Aunt Yu and Uncle's Hundun Heijin said, your 4 stats are all at the Zhao level. Don't even mention level 1200 maps. In-game maps in the thousands you could stride through. We're just warming up today. Lu Tsuelon's face flushed with pleasure as she turned to Li Hu. Huzi, these monsters give tons of experience. You'll level up fast. Why not bring your parents to train? Fenger's gear must have spare pieces. At those words, Li Hu jumped in fright, hands flailing like a rattle. Annie, stop. Absolutely not. His face sobered at once. Brother Feng gave me everything without complaint. He even helped me gather the Hundun treasures. I'm just riding his coattails. I know my own limits. He paused, unusually lucid. If I started dragging the whole clan here to fleece rewards, that would be ungrateful. I know Brother Feng's temper. If something went wrong, he wouldn't indulge me. My comfortable life exists because I keep my head down. I mustn't cause him trouble. I understand Brother Feng's temper. If anything happens, he won't spare me. Everything I have is from being sensible. I won't give him any reason to be angry. Lu Tsuelon nodded, repeatedly, admiration written across her face. Huzi, you're sensible after all. They were chatting merrily when the sky above them shattered like a mirror. A suffocating high-dimensional pressure rolled in like a tsunami, and the seething magma of the fallen abyss froze into chunks of ice. Jiang Feng's parents. Die for me. A shrill, venomous roar tore through the heavens. A gray shadow slammed down like a meteor. Zeluoj's gaunt claw ripped the void, carrying 10,000 years of destructive law, and stabbed hard toward Jiang Jiangwo's back. Even a 5,000-level divine boss struck by that blow would collapse on the spot. Li Hu's face went white. He had no time to react. Jiang Jiangwo was still turning to speak to Lu Tsuelon, utterly unguarded. Thud! A muffled impact shook the earth as Zeluoj's talons dug into Jiang Jiangwo's back. Then, a crimson number drifted lazily above Jiang Jiangwo's head, 3,600. The air fell completely silent. Li Hu gaped, eyes nearly popping out. Lu Tsuelon froze, hand forgotten in midair. Jiang Jiangwo turned around, bewildered. Even the menacing Zeluoj hung motionless in midair, his dark blue pupils nearly bulging from his socket. He stared at his claw, then at Jiang Jiangwo's HP bar. Total health of 460 trillion, and it had dropped by only 3,600 points. There was no broken defense, not even a singed hair. More absurd still, the healing was instantaneous. The moment 3,600 vanished, it was restored the next second, the health bar unchanged. Well, what is this? Zeluoj's worldview shattered, his voice trembled. 10,000 years of high-dimensional destruction had landed on an old man from launching, and felt like a mere tickle. Jiang Jiangwo rubbed his back, frowning as he sized up the gaunt old man before him. Rocky scales modeled his body in odd sight. Huzi, why are you grinding monkeys in a level 1200 map? This old ape's temper is fierce, daring to scratch people. Jiang Jiangwo complained, not in the best mood. Uncle, this doesn't look like a wild mob. It's a scripted tough enemy. Li Hu swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Lu Tsuelon hurried over and grabbed Jiang Jiangwo's arm. Old man, are you okay? Does it hurt? Hurt my ass. Felt like a mosquito bite. Jiang Jiangwo shrugged off her hand, glaring at Zeluoj with rising anger. You old thing, dare disturb my spring outing. Tired of living. With that, he snatched up what looked like a novice's wooden bow. Actually a Hundun treasure. Didn't draw, didn't cast a skill, but used it like a club to smash it straight into Zeluoj's forehead. Zeluoj sensed danger and tried to recoil, only to find the void around him firmly locked. A supreme, irresistible law crashed down. Precisely the Hundun treasure set's innate causality shock, coupled with absolute force that grinds all before it. No, wait. I am thud. Before he finished, the bow slammed his forehead hard. A blinding scarlet number erupted, nearly bursting the whole field of view. 326 trillion. Absolute true critical strike. The horrific figure was so enormous it threatened to tear the system interface apart. The crimson flare. Zeluoj didn't even utter a proper scream. That star skeleton, seasoned for 12,000 years, imploded like a watermelon under a press and erupted into a spray of void dust. In his last moments his eye sockets gaped in disbelief and unrest. He died unable to fathom it. Jiang Feng being warped was one thing, but why was his father also absurdly unreasonable? The ashes were swept away by the wind in an instant. That's it. Jiang Jiangwo shrugged, sheathing the bow with disdain. That health bar wasn't even as thick as that red rock boar's earlier. Just a brittle monkey. No sooner had he spoken than the void at their side rippled like water. Jiang Feng stepped out striding across black gold runes of Deqian Chuanxua. He had felt the old monster tier space and immediately locked on his parents' coordinates and rushed over. On seeing his son, Jiang Jiangwo straightened and began to scold. Fenger, what kind of messy enemies have you stirred up? Learn to bring your parents to fights now. He jabbed at the little pile of ash on the ground with an exaggerated frown. If that old ape had actually scratched your father to death, wouldn't you have become an orphan? I'm tough enough, but someone else would be toast. Only because I'm in good health could I live through this. If it were another man, he'd be gone already. Seeing his father still joking, Jiang Feng's mouth quirked into a smile. He approached with a relaxed air. He had not stopped Zeluoj earlier because he knew just how broken that Hundun Heijin rig was. Dad, don't act cute after getting the benefit. With that outfit, your defense is in the hundreds of trillions, and it even returns causality damage. Don't say a lone ruined skeleton. Even if launching exploded right here, your hair wouldn't ruffle. I just wanted to use his hand to get you two moving a bit. That's called family harmony, helping one another. You brat getting more shameless by the day. Lu Tsuelon scolded with a laugh and gave Jiang Feng a playful smack on the back. Li Hu had watched the whole thing and was utterly undone. Thump. He dropped to both knees, tears welling. My lord, my adoptive father. Li Hu looked up at Jiang Feng with rapt devotion. Feng Ji. This gear is insane. A 10th old monster's dimensional strike couldn't even take a hair from uncle. From today on, I Li Hu live for Feng Ji and die as Feng Ji's ghost. Wherever you point I strike. No objections. Whose flesh rose on Jiang Feng. He strode over and gave Li Hu an unceremonious kick. Get lost, get up. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Stop performing for me, lord and adoptive father. I don't want to be Dongjue someday you stab me in the back. That cannot be. I am a loyal dog, never a backstabber. Li Hu rubbed his backside and grinned foolishly as he climbed up. Jiang Jiangwo and Lu Tsuelon watched the two goofballs and burst into laughter. In the vast cavernous fallen abyss, what had been a crisis thick with tension was somehow turned by these four into a light, comfortable family comedy. Jiang Feng glanced at the floating ashes in the air, curling his lips as he cursed that old man is just looking for trouble for no reason. Yet despite the complaints, he was fully aware, this old fellow definitely had ulterior motives. To come up and draw grand plans urging him to mend the sky, and when rejected daring to launch a sneak attack on his parents. His intentions were far from pure. But this incident also indirectly confirmed a speculation the bizarre myths of China recorded in the ancient encyclopedia of his previous life were likely all true, merely wiped clean by the cataclysm of prehistory. The so-called demon realm was simply that disastrous comet that pierced through the dimensions of the blue star. However, Jiang Feng had no interest in mending the sky at all. Even if a massive crack were to tear open in the higher dimensions, as long as it didn't hinder his ability to level up and farm monsters, nor affect his mother's trips to the market or his father's team, leveling it had nothing to do with him. Wow, Brother Feng, look. Li Hu suddenly shouted, pointing towards the sky. In the originally empty space, a glimmer of starlight was suspended, a fist-sized beast skin bag covered in dark golden magical patterns, exuding a mysterious vibe from higher dimensions. Shumi Star Skeleton Bag, a high-dimensional storage treasure containing a fragment of a broken miniature star domain. Jiang Feng stepped forward and casually grabbed the bag. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 80 trillion gold coins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 45000 void lost spirit crystals. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12000 star crystals. 13th transition, token 1800. Congratulations, host, you have obtained destruction divine fragment pseudo-divine, level 1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Primordial Supreme Treasure, Xuanzi Tai Sujima Armor, Xuanzi Mixed Gold 1. The crisp system notification sound rang out successively. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the previous hundreds of flashy items flooding the screen, each item that popped out was substantial. The quality was through the roof. Jiang Feng's fingertip moved directly, opening the attribute panel of the Xuanzi Tai Sujima Armor. Xuanzi Tai Sujima Armor quality Primordial Supreme Treasure, Xuanzi Mixed Gold, where requirement no level exempt from high-dimensional laws. Basic attributes, all attributes 1. 2 trillion primordial characteristics, 1. Xuanzi Holy Protection, damage reduction, 99. 999, remaining damage converted into a limitless shield duration, all attributes 50. Primordial characteristics 2, Mixed Gold Dominance. Immunity to high-dimensional law suppression alteration, ignoring kill instant death, and other instant kill mechanisms being hit triggers uncontrollable dominance. Primordial characteristics 3. Jima Devouring Spirit. Inflicts 3,000 true damage to demons, abyss, high-dimensional evil spirits. Primordial characteristics 4. Star Core Immortality. A fatal strike triggers 1 point blood invincibility for 3 seconds, instantly restores full status CD of 1 natural day, ignores cooldown restrictions. Primordial characteristics 5. Tai Su Transformation. Freely switch armor forms retaining all attributes. Heavy armor, increases defense. Light armor, increases speed. Mage robe, increases magic damage. Primordial characteristics 6. All laws return. Absorbs spells law energy within a kilometer, converting to the host's health and mana without limit. Primordial characteristics 7. A divine resonance. Doubles all divine effects, exempting from all low-level divine pressure. Set amplification. Collect all 7 pieces to activate all attributes 400 times, unlocking the primordial source realm. Current 17. Looking at this absurdly powerful equipment panel, Feng raised an eyebrow. The attributes of a single piece directly crushed the Chaos Black Gold armor he was wearing. However, he currently had 3 complete sets of Chaos Supreme treasures stacked with 3 major sets for an 80 times total, amounting to a 240 times increase in all attributes. If he replaced the chest armor, the set effect would instantly collapse. If only this item were one that could trigger the set effect on its own. That way he could equip it right away and gain a terrifying 400 times all attributes, along with 7 incredible effects and an additional 12 trillion all attribute enhancement. He'll wait until I have a full set. Feng showed no reluctance, raising his hand to shove this primordial supreme treasure that would make top-tier experts fight over it into his backpack. In the next second, his gaze fell upon the multifaceted crystal stone, glowing with a chilling black light. Destruction, Divine Fragment, pseudo-divine level. For the first time, Feng saw something with the words Divine Fragment in the loot. Brother Feng, what's this black It looks eerie, but it has a high-class vibe. Li Hu leaned closer to take a look, his eyes wide. Feng remained silent, directly capturing the attribute panel of the Divine Fragment and sending it to the current channel. The moment Li Hu saw it, he gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Jiang Jiangwo glanced at the panel, his brows instantly knitting into a frown, looking very serious. Lu Tzuelan was even more confused, tugging at Li Hu and asking, Tiger, what does this say? What is a 1,000 level divine body? It sounds so mysterious. Before Feng could explain, a clear yet weary sigh suddenly echoed in the vast and desolate fallen land. That is the destruction Divine Fragment, the core divine fragment of the Dark Void Devourer, Loka, whom you just defeated. As the voice fell, the void beside them twisted like rippling water, and Zhang Kunlun, clad in a plain white robe, stepped out. He cautiously scanned Jiang Jiangwo's wooden bow before respectfully bowing to Feng, his eyes filled with complexity. Elder Jiang. A flicker of surprise flashed in Feng's eyes. Jiang Kunlun nodded, looking at the bewildered Li Hu and Feng's parents, and sighed. You can consider this thing as a direct level-up job transfer certificate, a ready-made product. He turned his gaze seriously towards Feng. Refining this divine fragment allows one to skip all thresholds from 1 to 13 transitions instantly, becoming a 1,000 level max divine body, mastering the laws of destruction, and drastically increasing combat power. Directly maxed level. Li Hu exclaimed, that's amazing. Think of all the effort saved. Jiang Kunlun coldly shook his head with a sneer. Shortcuts come with a price. They sever your future. Refining someone else's divine fragment will lead to assimilation, making it impossible to condense a perfect divine fragment of one's own. He emphasized, staring intently at Feng. The most critical part is that after refining, the growth rate is directly cut by 90. Your cultivation will be stuck at this level for life, never expecting to advance. Feng's eyelids twitched fiercely. Killing a monster would normally yield 10 points of attributes, but refining this useless stone left only 1 point. Killing a top-tier boss could yield 10 billion points, but with a 90 cut, he would lose 9 billion points in absolute loss. Whoever refines this thing is a fool, picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons. Feng sneered inwardly. His Pangu Slaughter was an infinite talent with no upper limit, so long as there were enough monsters' attributes could directly explode past the cosmic boundaries. I understand. Feng nodded slightly, flipping his wrist and casually tossing the forbidden divine fragment from Jiang Kunlun's eyes into the corner of his backpack as if discarding trash. This broken stone can be thrown into the auction house later, just to fool some foreign fools. He casually decided the fate of the divine fragment. After putting away his belongings, Feng looked at Jiang Kunlun, his gaze sharp. Why are you not enjoying your retirement on Kunlun Mountain and instead come to this level 1200 abyss? Jiang Kunlun's old face flushed, and after coughing twice he replied honestly, I came here to inform you, old man. He pointed to the dissipating ashes on the ground and said solemnly, what you just defeated was not the Star Skeleton clan leader Zirig. The real Zirig was assassinated by this Morag 10,000 years ago. This old monster disguised as Xeric has been hiding in the shadows, desperately seeking a perfect vessel to seize and be reborn. I sensed the high-dimensional space being torn apart and feared you might fall into his trap, so I hurried over. As he spoke, Jiang Kunlun glanced at Jiang Zhangwo, who was beside him picking his nails with a wooden bow. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, filled with disbelief. Who would have thought? Before I arrived, this ancient monster was directly turned to ashes by your father. Jiang Kunlun was filled with shock, awe, and a hint of confusion. He truly couldn't comprehend how a Blue Star old man, who hadn't even reached level 100, could unleash such terrifying power. With a single strike, he dealt several hundred megajoules of real damage, easily dispatching a monster that even he had to be wary of. What exactly is this family? They are simply a group of incredibly deep-seated monsters. After hearing this, Jiang Feng suddenly understood. No wonder that old one was so boastful upon arrival. It turned out he was a fake, trying to seize a body. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. Jiang Feng nodded indifferently. Jiang Kunlun shook his head, his expression relaxing instantly, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Jiang Xiaoyou, I actually came to bid you farewell this time. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. Where to? The road to ascension. Jiang Kunlun's eyes revealed longing. I can sense that Ji Zuan's obsession has completely dissipated. He has already embarked on the road to ascension and entered the legendary upper realm. Our mission of guarding the bloodline here on Blue Star is also considered complete. He looked at Jiang Feng, sighing. Although you haven't reached level 10,000 yet, your strength has already surpassed the limits of this world. With you guarding at Huaxia is worry-free. I should go to the high-dimensional world and see the scenery over there. After saying this, Jiang Kunlun deeply bowed to Jiang Feng, his whole body transforming into dots of clear light, directly vanishing into the abyss. Jiang Feng gazed at the place he had disappeared from, his eyes calm and unwavering. High-dimensional world. Upper realm. Perhaps I will go in the future, or perhaps I will remain on Blue Star. But those are matters for later. Right now there are more tangible tasks to accomplish. Jiang Feng turned around to look at his parents and Li Hu. Dad, Mom, the monsters on this map have been cleared out. Huzi, you take them to switch maps and continue leveling up. Li Hu immediately straightened his back, patting his chest and assuring, Brother Feng, don't worry. I guarantee everything will be arranged clearly. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, saying no more. His level had been stuck at level 120 for quite some time. It was time to undertake the fourth transfer quest, reforging the divine body. There is no shortcut on the path to becoming stronger. He was only level 120, yet his combat power stood at the pinnacle of the demon domain. The future is unpredictable. The most urgent matter now is to complete the fourth transfer as soon as possible. With a thought, Jiang Feng directly opened the World Star plate. The black golden array patterns rapidly spread beneath his feet, and the space folded layer upon layer. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, his figure vanished into the abyss. Neutral public area, level 120, exclusive map, Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Platform. The wild wind swept the ground, and the dark clouds pressed extremely low, making it hard to breathe. For 100 miles around, the ground was blackened and frozen, with not a blade of grass growing, and even the wind carried a bone-chilling cold. In the sky, dark purple thunder spheres hung in midair, each over 100 meters wide, like pairs of cold eyes, slowly rotating, a destructive pressure, overwhelming everything. Here lies the life and death tribulation for level 120 players. The ultimate fourth transfer task: reforge the divine body. Endure it, undergo a transformation, and see your combat power soar. Fail to endure, and you will be reduced to ashes, returning everything to zero. Below the platform, high-level players from various battle zones were densely packed, a sea of heads. Some were holding precious items and recording videos solely to steal techniques to pass. More were clenching their fists, stuck at level 120, staring at the thunder platform without daring to take a single step. The fourth transfer tribulation relies on one's foundation. The president of an old guild in Huaxiao stroked his beard, his tone serious and clear. Ordinary players can only withstand one bolt of thunder with all their effort. Those who can withstand two are of top-tier caliber. If one can endure three, they are a truly formidable character, a definite strategic seed. As soon as the words fell, a sudden uproar erupted in the front of the crowd, drowning out all the noise, bold and arrogant. Everyone step aside. Let me show you how the great ancient sacred gate of Tianju easily conquers this sea of thunder. A Tianju player adorned with golden accessories swaggered onto the thunder platform, exuding boundless arrogance. His ID above his head was particularly eye-catching, a mere level 156 berserker. To ensure he could withstand the tribulation, he directly spent a fortune to buy a boundary spirit crystal. This is a rare treasure that can break through the level 120 limit. He raised his level and attributes to the maximum, believing he was sure to win, completely disregarding the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. He raised his hands high, wielding a dark golden giant axe, his body glowing red, roaring. Ancient God, grant me strength. Bring it on. Boom. The dome was instantly torn apart, and a silver lightning bolt as thick as a barrel came crashing down with unstoppable force. Crack! A deafening crack echoed as Amir's cherished dark golden giant axe was instantly cleaved to molten metal, flowing like sizzling iron water through the gaps of the thunder platform, disappearing without a trace. And that bolt of lightning showed no signs of diminishing, carrying earth-shattering might directly striking towards Amir's head. This berserker, who had just been flaunting his power a second ago, didn't even have time to let out a scream before his health bar above his head was instantly depleted like it was swept away by a violent wind. The next second his body turned to ashes, scattering in the wind, leaving not a single trace behind. There was a full second of silence below the platform, followed by an explosion of deafening laughter. Is that all? Dared to claim to conquer the thunder platform? A basic white thunder just wiped you out. Talking big turns out to be just a paper tiger. Claiming to be from the ancient sacred gate of Tianzhu, what a joke. So what if you're high level? Without foundation, you're just a clown. Players from the Tianzhu battle zone were all red-faced, heads bowed low, not daring to breathe, quietly shrinking back into the crowd, lacking the courage to argue. Before the laughter subsided, a shadow suddenly darted out. A ninja from the Fusang kingdom, his face as cold as ice, silently leaped onto the thunder platform. Without any unnecessary words, he pinched his fingers, and 3 purple high-level shield scrolls instantly shattered, enveloping his body in a thick protective barrier. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands, and several identical figures appeared out of thin air, which were his life-saving skill shadow clone. He intended to rely on this move to slip through and withstand the lightning tribulation. However, the way of heaven is ruthless. The tribulation locks the essence of the soul, rendering any tricks futile. Boom! The first bolt of thunder crashed down. The ninja from Fusang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as the 3-layered high-level shield shattered like paper. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to retreat, enduring the impact. I held on. The first bolt of thunder was withstood. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Just as a flicker of joy crossed the ninja's eyes, the dark clouds above roiled violently. The second bolt, glowing with a green hue, gave no respite and came crashing down. Bang! There was no suspense. The Fusang ninja was instantly blown to a mist of blood, dying on the spot, and the system declared failure, permanently stripping him of 1/10 of his attributes. With 2 people stepping onto the stage and 2 dying tragically, a bucket of cold water was thrown over all the players. The previously boisterous audience fell into silence, with everyone gasping in shock, and even whispers vanished. The might of the heavenly tribulation crushed all luck and arrogance. In this silence, a calm, indifferent voice slowly rang out, easily breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Step aside. The top armored knight, Austin, ranked first among the 3-turn powerhouses of the Maple Leaf Nation, slowly, holding a massive tower shield embedded with dragon crystals. The shield gleamed with a cold luster. Each step onto the lightning platform was steady and powerful, exuding an imposing aura. Taking a deep breath, Austin erupted with blinding holy light, shouting loudly, "Holy shield defense! Life bloom!" The holy light enveloped his body, the massive tower shield positioned in front of him, ready for battle. Boom! The first white lightning crashed down, striking the tower shield with sparks flying and dust billowing. Austin's feet sank into the ground, remaining unmoved. The so-called artifact-like tower shield only bore a faint charred mark, untouched and unscathed. The audience erupted in exclamations. Such fierce defense! This is the strength of a top powerhouse. Before he could catch his breath, the second bolt of green lightning followed, closely striking with unstoppable force. Austin's face turned pale as he grunted, a knee crashing heavily onto the charred ground, sending dust flying. The surface of the massive tower shield was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the luster of the dragon crystal faded slightly. His health bar plummeted below 20, teetering on the edge. But he gritted his teeth and held on, enduring this lethal blow. He did not fall, did not flinch, successfully withstanding 2 bolts of tribulation. As the thunder clouds gradually dispersed, a pure golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Austin completely. His aura surged wildly, reshaping his body through the 4th turn. He succeeded. God, he really withstood 2 bolts of heavenly thunder. A great figure is about to emerge from the Maple Leaf Nation, the future leader of the Western Battle Zone. Austin stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, proudly surveying the crowd. The Western players erupted in thunderous celebration, finally having a moment to rejoice. Just as a figure slowly walked out from the back of the crowd. The young man wore a black and gold robe, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, strolling leisurely over the charred earth toward the lightning platform. He did not hide any information. Above his head, the ID displayed 2 simple characters, instantly silencing the entire crowd. Feng. At first, only a few people near the perimeter of the lightning platform glanced at the black and gold figure indifferently, not paying much attention. After all, various people came and went on the lightning platform every day. But just that one glance caused those few to freeze, as if someone had grabbed their throats. Their eyes bulged, legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground, unable to stand. Ching! Ching! Ching Feng! A shrill cracking scream instantly tore through the din of the lightning platform, more piercing than thunder. These two characters detonated like a nuclear bomb among the densely packed crowd. The Western players who had been cheering for Austin just a second ago suddenly froze, their joyous expressions morphing into mouths agape and disbelief. They even forgot to breathe. Meanwhile, the players from Huaxia erupted after a brief silence, the roar almost shaking the sky. What the hell? It's the great Ching Feng. The adoptive father is amazing. My heavens. A true god has descended. He is still at level 120, and now he personally comes to face the fourth turn heavenly tribulation. This is a complete dimensional strike. What heavenly tribulation is even worth mentioning in front of him? In our hearts, he is a living god, an unparalleled existence that no one can match. Finally, the great man has made his move. This time, the arrogant folks from the West should finally shut their mouths. The entire area around the lightning platform was drowned in the roars of Huaxia players. The sound waves surged like a tide, shaking the dark clouds above. News traveled like wildfire, like a hurricane sweeping the globe, about the great Ching Feng, who single-handedly slaughtered a level 300 forbidden BOSS, treated colorful treasures as wholesale goods, broke through the level 400 limit and charged into the level 8000 map, yet was only at level 120. He was just about to attempt the fourth turn. The absurd information sent players worldwide into a frenzy. The core system of the Demon Domain was shocked, directly opening the highest specification exclusive live broadcast room in both the game and reality, Heavenly Dao observation platform. In the past, a quiet live room suddenly saw everyone abandon monsters, stop their tasks, and flood in like madmen. The moment the broadcast started, the number of online viewers broke 100 million. It is worth noting that 60 years ago, after the Great Catastrophe and the arrival of the Abyssal Demon Sovereign, the global population had decreased by 60%. Even so, at the moment of the broadcast, over 100 million players still surged, and simultaneously all eyes glued to the same screen. In the center of the screen above the Heavenly Punishment Lightning platform, Jiang Feng stood, donned in a black and gold robe, hands casually tucked into his pockets, standing tall like a spear. He gazed up at the surging dark thunderclouds, his face showing no signs of turmoil, as calm as if he were merely observing an ordinary storm. The live room's bullet comments had already surged like a tsunami. God, is he really Ching Feng? The monster who crushed the entire Western battle zone with his own strength is only level 120. The world has gone mad. Is he using the starter village's stats to massacre the gods? Goodness. Once he passes the heavenly tribulation, will there be any hope left for Fusan? Heavenly Thunder, hurry up and strike him dead. This is unscientific. System check if he is cheating. He must be cheating. Foreign players twisted in jealousy, their curses filling the air. But in the next moment, the bullet comments from Huaxia players turned into a torrent of steel, sweeping away all noise. Adoptive father is invincible. Qingfeng magnificent is our Huaxia. A bunch of clowns can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. My grandfather Ching Feng is the guardian deity of Huaxia. Awesome. The number of viewers in the live room skyrocketed at an unreasonable pace. 500 million, 800 million, 1, 3 billion, 1, 9 billion, 2, 8 billion. The top teams grinding in the secret realm abandoned their monsters. Merchants in the main city packed up their stalls, and even in the highest conference rooms of world leaders, everyone set aside their documents, holding their breath and fixating on the same screen. At this moment, the core system of the Demon Domain seemed to be violently impacted by terrifying data, the light screen flickering wildly. Ding! An unanticipated top-level server-wide announcement in bold blood-red letters forcibly nailed itself into the retinas of billions worldwide. Server announcement: player Ching Feng has entered the Heavenly Punishment Lightning platform. Warning: this player's attributes are severely over the limit, triggering the underlying laws of the Demon Domain. The Heavenly Tribulation system will automatically elevate. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly thunder pool completely went berserk. The originally dark purple thunderclouds turned pitch black. Deep within the clouds, blood-colored lightning surged violently, the pressure making it hard to breathe. An invisible wave of energy swept outwards from the lightning platform like a storm. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The experts below screamed in panic. But it was too late for everything. The violent aftermath instantly engulfed the front row. A dozen top-tier players at level 150 didn't even have time to scream before their height-ear shields shattered, proving utterly ineffective. Players of slightly weaker strength had their health bars completely drained, turning into white light as they returned to the main city. Merely the pressure from the formation of the Heavenly Tribulation was enough to instantaneously slay hundreds of high-tier players. Yet Jiang Feng at the center of the lightning platform didn't even raise an eyelid. Crack! The first blood-red heavenly lightning thundered down. No shield, no dodging. Jiang Feng stood there casually, allowing the thunder that could shatter mountains to strike down hard on his crown. The lightning exploded, and his black robe danced wildly. A large immunity floated leisurely above his head. Unscathed, just a mere scraping. In the real world at Dongjiang City's 4th high school, the entire classroom was dead silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. All the students stopped writing, rigidly craning their necks, staring intently at the projection on the blackboard. Don't you think this Qingfeng master's figure looks a lot like our class's grade talent Jiang Feng? A boy swallowed hard and murmured in a low voice. Come on. A classmate beside him immediately scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Jiang Feng is just a noob who only farms basic monsters. This guy is someone who can confront the heavenly Tao. If they are the same person, I'll recite this entire advanced skills manual of the demon realm verbatim right here and copy all dungeon insights 100 times. The school beauty Shin Qingmi, sitting in the front row, kept her eyes glued to the figure on the screen. Even her breathing became light. She didn't speak, but her fingertips unconsciously tightened, her heart pounding furiously in her chest. That casual stance, hands in pockets, showing no regard for the pressure of the heavenly lightning, was exactly like how he looked when he rejected her. A woman's intuition was screaming the man on the screen who made the world shudder was definitely the Jiang Feng who had turned his back on her. In the image, the heavenly tribulation seemed utterly enraged by Jiang Feng's blatant disregard. The thunder turned into a torrential downpour, continuously hammering down. The 5th bolt, the 10th bolt, the 14th bolt. When the 14th bolt, as thick as a barrel, thundered down, the terrifying shockwave not only shattered the space within the game, but also through some invisible channel directly affected the real world. On Blue Star, in the extreme cold of the northern region, the winter demon abyss. The abyss demon King Ball rose unsteadily from his throne, his crimson eyes fixated on the sky, his whole body trembling with demonic energy. The destructive high-dimensional pressure seeping in from the void made this veteran demon king, who had ruled for 60 years, feel weak in the knees, his soul trembling in fear. What level of heavenly tribulation is this? What kind of monster is this kid? How could he possibly invoke a lightning tribulation of this dimension? Ball's voice trembled uncontrollably. The former dignity of the demon king completely vanished. All troops, listen up. Abandon all surface strongholds on Blue Star. Immediately seal the gates of the demon abyss. Anyone who dares to step out will be skinned alive. His ambition to conquer Blue Star in 100 years shattered under this pressure, instantly disintegrating into nothing. A silent nightmare descended, wrapping him tightly in an endless abyss of terror from which he could not escape. No. I have persecuted the Blue Star human race for 60 years. He will never let me go. I must escape. I must flee this star domain. At the Eastern Sea Defense Line, the highest command center of Huaxia. General, the demon race has retreated. They fled back to the abyss as if they had seen a ghost. A staff officer burst into the tent, his face filled with excitement. Mad Dog, General Li Yin, looked at the distant lightning flashing in the sky, laughed towards the heavens until tears streamed down his face. Retreat. They are afraid. One person transcends the tribulation, scaring away countless demons. This is the might of our Huaxia's unyielding anchor. Just as the officer finished speaking, a sudden urgent voice came through the earpiece from the frontline scout. His expression turned serious as he leaned closer to the earpiece, listened intently, then turned to Li Yin and reported in a low voice, General. Urgent report from the frontline. The reconnaissance satellite had captured everything clearly. In the direction of the winter demon abyss, the exclusive demon ship of Demon King Ball had already set sail. The black mist wrapped around the vessel, slowly entering the abyssal rift. Moreover, the million-strong demon army on the outskirts of the abyss was completely in disarray. Each one seemed to have gone mad, retreating in chaos, their ranks crumbling, utterly disheveled. They didn't even spare a glance at the magical artifacts and supplies on the ground. This was not a retreat. This was clearly a panicked escape, running for their lives. That old Ball was truly scared out of his wits, disregarding even the dignity of a demon king. The lightning continued to pour down furiously, one bolt after another smashing onto the lightning platform. The 20th bolt, the 28th bolt, the 35th bolt. When the 35th bolt of heavenly lightning thundered down, the entire sky was dyed a apocalyptic crimson, blindingly bright. Around the heavenly punishment lightning platform, the ground had long been scorched into a bubbling lake of magma, the scorching waves of heat rushing towards them, and space fissures spread and tore apart like a black spider web, as if everything would be swallowed in the next second. In the capital Tianshu Long Garden, the military bigwig Zhang Chonglin stood alongside the head of the Chamber of Commerce Jiang Xiun atop a tower, their gazes fixated on the horizon. The sky in the real world was also shrouded in a layer of enchanting red light, echoing the phenomena in the game. This commotion has exceeded all human understanding. Zhang Chonglin slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his voice filled with ingrained reverence, speaking each word deliberately. He is not transcending the tribulation, he is taming this world. Jiang Shuyan's beautiful eyes widened, biting her red lips tightly, as the surging waves of astonishment in her heart threatened to drown her. She understood better than anyone that she was witnessing an absolute deity breaking the shackles of the heavenly Tao and ruling over the world. Time passed as seconds ticked by. In the live stream, those foreign players who had previously shouted insults at Feng and questioned his fairness were now utterly silent. The barrage had fallen into complete stillness. The 42 billion viewers worldwide, along with an endless stream of onlookers, all held their breath, watching Feng stand amidst the cataclysmic storm of lightning, strolling leisurely, as if he were not undergoing tribulation, but merely taking a walk in his own backyard. He had never drawn that staff hidden beneath his robe, a staff powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. With the Thunder Calamity battle boots, which could forcibly reduce 80 of the tribulation damage, combined with his astronomical health points and the absolute immunity from divine body, this was enough to make the heavenly tribulation that could annihilate Blue Star strike upon him without even a single force damage of one registering. Boom! The firmament suddenly fell into silence, all the thunderclouds collapsing and compressing towards the center, ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black thunderball with a diameter of over 1,000 meters suspended in midair, exuding an aura of destruction. The 49th bolt of heavenly thunder, the absolute limit of conventional tribulations. Yet this thunderball did not strike down, instead slowly twisting and expanding in midair, ultimately transforming into a towering faceless divine shadow. The divine shadow gripped a thunder spear forged from pure heavenly principles, the spear tip gleaming with cold light, locking onto Feng with an indomitable will of the world, and ruthlessly hurled down across the ocean in the conference room of the Lighthouse Nation's command. Wilson stared intensely at the faceless divine shadow on the screen, as well as the thunder spear that condensed the laws of the Tao, his pupils trembling violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his crisp military uniform. 14 already. And it's still the post-elevation heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. His voice quivered uncontrollably, utterly unable to comprehend such a level of power. If any one of them faced such a heavenly tribulation, they would have been obliterated to dust long ago. Back then, as the commander of the Lighthouse Nation, Wilson had exhausted all his cards just to barely withstand 4 bolts of heavenly thunder during his 4th transformation. As for their nation's strongest, the so-called Global War Emperor, even he could barely endure 5 bolts during his tribulation. Globally, the highest record on the 4th transformation heavenly tribulation world record list is merely. Yet now Feng not only faced the 49th bolt, but it was also a blood-colored heavenly tribulation forcibly elevated by the system capable of directly annihilating the entire plane. The horror of this last thunder spear had long exceeded the limits of human understanding. Strike him down. God, quickly deliver divine punishment and obliterate this damned heretic. Wilson gripped the tabletop tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes swirling with nearly insane jealousy and resentment. Feng was too powerful. So powerful that it left the entire Western battlefield in utter despair. Only the heavenly Tao can end this monster. In the extreme cold lands at the edge of the winter demon abyss, Min Shirhan of the Korean Chaebol, reduced to the lowest attributes, was now struggling like a stray dog, staring intently at the blood-colored anomaly in the sky. Die? You must die in this heavenly tribulation. Min Shirhan gritted his teeth, his face twisted in rage, resembling a gambler who had lost everything, making a final desperate prayer. In his view, as long as Feng died, the suffocating feeling in his heart would dissipate. Beside him, the sword saint of Fusang Qinya Xiu had been tempered into a demon by his fury, yet he remained silent at this moment. His heart was filled with overwhelming doubts. What kind of fortuitous encounters and endless opportunities had this youth from Huaxiao experienced to grow against the heavens to such a terrifying extent? Upon the heavenly punishment thunder platform, violent winds shattered the space, and the oppressive thunder laws caused the ground within 100 miles to collapse wildly. Facing the thunder spear that pierced the heavens and fell with the will of the world, Feng stood tall, not even withdrawing his hand from his pocket. That's about enough, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of him suddenly shattered. Roar! A sound that shattered the heavens seemingly from the primal chaos resonated through the world. She swelled against the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye from a palm-sized glass golden dragon into a colossal primordial ancestral dragon spanning the heavens. A towering giant dragon. What concept does that represent? Its body resembled a black gold giant vein spanning the heavens, completely obscuring the entire sky. Each dark gold dragon scale was as large as a mountain, with the surface swirling with violent thunder laws shining brilliantly. Its dragon eyes resembled 2 blood-red suns hanging in the sky, coldly surveying all things. That terrifying pressure of supremacy crushed everything in its path, even shattering space into dust. It must be that, having previously devoured 100,000 treasures and a vast number of thunder-type crystal cores made the dragon girl particularly sensitive to the heavenly tribulation thunder. Having been in Jiang Feng's pet space, she could no longer contain herself. She wanted to devour. Facing the heavenly Dao Law thunder spear that was crashing down, the towering ancestral dragon did not dodge, but instead directly opened her abyssal maw that could swallow stars and devour the sun, and swallowed the world-destroying heavenly thunder whole. Crack! A crisp sound directly shattered the souls of billions across the globe. That 49th bolt of elevated heavenly tribulation, which could easily obliterate even divine beings, was unexpectedly chewed into pieces by the dragon girl and forcefully swallowed. Boom! At the moment the heavenly tribulation entered her body, the dragon girl's immense form exploded with a nuclear-like brilliance, illuminating the heavens and earth blindingly. Ding! Pet dragon girl triggered the star-grade talent Endless Devour, devouring the elevated heavenly tribulation. Ding! Pet completed ultimate evolution, unlocking the physique ancestral dragon world destruction. Ding! Level skyrocketed to LV 780. Ding! Overall battle power surged 5,000 times. Ding! All attributes broke through to 80 billion. At this moment the dragon girl was enveloped in chaotic black gold lightning, every strand of lightning carrying the pressure of world destruction. With each breath the plane trembled. Jiang Feng glanced at the system panel, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. He hadn't expected the dragon girl to possess such strength, truly a surprise. In the next moment the system prompt echoed again. Ding! Pet Ultimate Evolution triggered a return feed. You have gained a Realm Master level exclusive divine skill, Primordial Realm Master, 10,000 Dragon. Skill effect after release, can transform into a colossal Realm Master level dragon, wielding the plane's thunder and destruction laws, immune to all attacks below Realm Master level, instantly increasing battle power by 50 times. No cooldown, no consumption. The entire world channel fell into silence for a full half-minute, and the next moment it erupted completely as messages flooded the screen. What the hell? Did he just eat the heavenly tribulation? Brother Qing Feng stood there, without even taking his hand out of his pocket, letting his pet gnaw on the fourth transformation, heavenly tribulation, like it was a snack. Does this strength directly max out? The heavenly tribulation feels like a joke in front of the boss. Who can withstand that? If the pet is this fierce, how strong must the boss himself be? Numerous astonished comments flooded the screen endlessly, as if they were about to burst the entire. Seeing Li Hu, who was confidently thumping his chest without a trace of hesitation, the elderly couple let out a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling back into their stomachs. Li Hu turned around in response, his back soaked with cold sweat, the night wind blowing against his damp clothes, clinging to his skin and making him feel utterly uncomfortable. He swallowed hard, his throat tight with dryness. Those blood-colored heavenly thunderbolts were so fierce they could tear through space. To say he wasn't anxious was simply deceiving. But he was clear in his heart that he couldn't show an ounce of fear at this critical moment. Li Hu clenched his back teeth tightly, swearing in his heart, Brother Feng, you must come back safe and sound. If anything happens to you today, I, Li Hu, will take care of your uncle and aunt. I will honor them as my own parents and ensure their well-being without a doubt. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding white light suddenly exploded on the live stream. A colossal ancestral dragon shot into the clouds, opening its abyssal mouth as if chewing on a spicy strip, and swallowed the heavenly thunder spear whole. In the blink of an eye the thunderbolts dispersed and the blood-red sky cleared completely. Li Hu's legs gave way, and with a thud he collapsed to the ground, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, what the hell? Brother Feng's pet actually swallowed the heavenly tribulation whole. This isn't a pet, it's a divine beast. A carbon-based life form simply can't do this. Zhang Jiangwo stared at the light curtain, intently rubbing his chin with his fingers, the muscles around his eyes twitching as he struggled to muster a sentence. What kind of monster did this kid raise in the game? That thunder spear looks impossibly hard. How could his pet possibly digest it? Lu Tsalan leaned closer to the virtual light curtain, her face filled with a mother's concern, frowning as she muttered, this little girl has quite an appetite. If she just gulped down such a large thunder lump, she better not get stuffed or ruin her appetite. The tension that had made it hard to breathe moments ago shattered into pieces in an instant. Li Hu sat on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and immediately grinned, getting up and patting his backside. Andy, you're just worrying for nothing. With Brother Feng's strength, let alone a heavenly tribulation, he could pull down the heavens and use it as a blanket. Come on, let's continue hunting monsters. We can't waste this top-tier divine gear. In the capital, on the top floor of the military district building, the wind howled and flags fluttered. The strongest warrior of Huaxiao, the seventh turn human totem, Xiao Zhenjiang, gripped the alloy railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the giant light curtain. A purple clay teacup beside him toppled, tea spilling all over his shoes, completely oblivious. He had long known that Jiang Feng was powerful enough to defy the gods, but he never expected Jiang Feng didn't even take his hands out of his pockets, not a wrinkle on his brow, his expression indifferent, as if the heavenly tribulation before him was just an inconsequential farce effortlessly swallowed by a mere pet. This was not a challenge to a higher level, but a descent to a lower level of blatant class oppression. Xiao Zhenjiang gazed at the light curtain, bitterly smiling and shaking his head, murmuring, "This child. The laws of the Blue Star can no longer accommodate him." Recalling his 30 years of arduous cultivation, nearly dying on multiple occasions, only managing to touch the threshold of the 7th turn. Looking again at the young man with his hands in his pockets, who had not even broken a sweat and remained completely unfazed throughout his 30 years of perseverance, seemed like a joke. The aide standing behind him gulped, daring to ask softly, "Commander, is this Qing Feng Great One's combat power, perhaps from some hidden powerhouse who has undergone years of secluded cultivation? Maybe he even knows transformation techniques, otherwise how could he be this formidable?" Xiao Zhenjiang turned sharply, his eyes darkening with a hint of cold disdain. "Secluded cultivation? Are you joking with me? He and his age combined are not even as old as your son. Oh, what are you talking about?" The aide trembled all over, his face filled with disbelief. "Huh? How is that possible? My son is over 40 and my grandson is about to awaken. You're saying?" "Yes, it's just this year's awakening ceremony, just finished a short while ago. He's only an 18-year-old high school." Xiao Zhenjiang's words struck the aide like thunder, leaving him stunned and unable to recover for a long time. At 18, possessing the power to crush 7-turn experts and treat the heavenly tribulation as nothing, this level of talent and combat power is almost impossible to find throughout the galaxy, simply unfathomable. Xiao Zhenjiang's gaze fell back onto the light curtain, commanding in a deep voice, "Send me a death order. The Supreme Command will give Jiang Feng unconditional green lights for all his actions. Whoever dares to meddle or interfere with his decisions will be treated as a traitor and executed on the spot." The aide snapped back to reality, standing at attention and saluting loudly. Yes. Across the ocean, in the headquarters conference room of Lighthouse Nation, Wilson slumped in the leather chair like a rag doll, his eyes hollow. A minute ago, he had been praying desperately for the heavenly thunder to strike Jiang Feng dead. Now his worldview had completely shattered. Jiang Feng hadn't moved a finger throughout. His expression was lazy and indifferent. The dimensional heavenly tribulation capable of annihilating a nation's fortune and crushing the abyssal demon emperor had become mere snacks for his pet, not even worthy of a glance. "Dismissed." Wilson managed to croak out the 2 hoarse words. One officer stood up reluctantly. "Commander, the 3rd Defensive Line's deployment against Huaxia. I told you to dismiss the meeting." Wilson exploded like a mad cat, with its tail stepped on, smashing his fist through the conference table, shouting hysterically, "Immediately withdraw all Huaxia's undercover agents. Stop all trade sanctions. Whoever dares to provoke that monster, I will personally strip him of his skin and send him to a military court." The room fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word. In the land of Fusang, the sword Saint Qianyeshio was staring at the livestream light curtain, his fingers tugging at his hair frantically, his face twisted in rage. He rolled and crawled out of the game, yanking a samurai sword from the wall, smashing it onto the conference table with a loud crash, shattering the glass wall and sending shards flying everywhere. The so-called revenge plan. All nonsense. If the heavenly tribulation couldn't kill Jiang Feng, then the man who couldn't even be bothered to intervene in the tribulation, his proud Iato strike, wasn't worth a fart. In the land of Goryo, Min Shihun's face turned as white as if smeared with putty. He trembled as he grabbed the encrypted communicator, yelling frantically at the family elder's dump. "Sell all overseas mining shares immediately. Convert them into gold. Go beg the Su family of Huaxia, no matter the cost, to buy the low-tier colorful armors they have. If we want to survive, we can only beg for scraps from Huaxia." Min Shihun was filled with despair and unwillingness, but he had no way out. He finally realized the harsh reality. He and Jiang Feng were simply not on the same dimension. The latter was in 100 dimensions, while he was merely a speck of dust in 1 dimension. In the Demon Realm World channel, the chat subtitles rolled by at a speed that exceeded the limits of the naked eye, causing the system's main brain to lag for a moment, forced to divert urgently. "Foster father, I bow to you. To be able to swallow even the heavenly thunder tribulation, this is the true God. My goodness, Brother Feng's pet was directly deified. 1 bite for a heavenly tribulation. Just now I was sweating for Brother Feng. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I don't deserve to question the God. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." At this moment, atop the thunder punishment platform, the storm had gradually subsided. The colossal ancestral dragon spiraled majestically through the sky, its massive form rapidly contracting. In a flash of golden light, the dragon maiden transformed back into a delicate young girl, diving into Jiang Feng's embrace. She contentedly let out a hearty burp, her lips crackling with a few arcs of purple lightning. Jiang Feng looked down, his expression still calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of relaxation or pride after the tribulation. He merely raised a hand to ruffle her hair, his tone as indifferent as if commenting on something trivial. Well done. The dragon maiden comfortably squinted, her eyes resembling a cat seeking praise. The billions watching the live broadcast were left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the ancient beast that could devour the world was now so docile in Jiang Feng's arms. What shocked them even more was that Jiang Feng maintained the same posture throughout, with his hands in his pockets, a lazy demeanor, as if what had just happened, the devouring of the heavenly tribulation, was merely a trivial farce unrelated to him. The next moment, the system's notification sounded like a torrential downpour. Ding. Congratulations to player Qing Feng for successfully transcending the fourfold ascension heavenly tribulation. The fourfold mission, Reshaped Divine Body, has been completed. Your four-dimensional attributes have achieved a boundary breakthrough. Your exclusive divine skill, Divine Body of Supremacy, has completed dimension enhancement. Jiang Feng didn't even glance at the panel, merely brushing his fingertips, scattering the myriad of complex data reports, his eyes showing no sign of disturbance. This level of breakthrough was merely a natural progression for him, with no need for even a moment's pause. After dismissing the panel, his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the void of the thunder platform, aiming directly at the edge of the sky. There, a sense of danger, instinctively repulsive even to him, was crazily coalescing. But Jiang Feng showed no concern, the corners of his lips even curling into a faint mocking arc, his eyes swirling with the confidence to crush all, dare to provoke whatever it may be, would only meet a dead end. In the real world, the four oceans of blue stars suddenly erupted into towering waves without warning. The highest level air defense alarms across the globe blared in unison, the piercing sirens tearing through every city. In Huaxiao, above Dongjiang City, the clear blue sky was violently torn apart by an invisible hand, creating a massive black gash. An enormous stream of deep blue game data surged into the real space like a celestial river. The surfaces of steel and concrete skyscrapers flickered wildly with virtual light spots. The roadside trees twisted and expanded at a visible rate, instantly transforming into the colossal corrupted trees that shaded the skies of a demonic realm. The laws of physics had completely collapsed. Dozens of tons of heavy trucks floated eerily in the air as if gravity had no hold. The ultimate fusion of the demonic realm and reality had been forcibly triggered by Jiang Feng's breakthrough. Countless ordinary people screamed as they rushed into the streets, gazing up at the sky with faces filled with despair. Deep within the endless black gash, the thunder pool churned. A towering, faceless divine shadow was slowly squeezing out, a terrifying silhouette from the sky of reality. It was the embodiment of the Tao that had just been swallowed by the dragon maiden atop the thunder punishment platform. It had no features, only the absolutely indifferent will of the world high above. Standing at the end of a higher dimension, it coldly looked down upon the small blue star. In the next moment, the faceless giant head slightly turned. The cold, hollow gaze crossed countless dimensions, imbued with the intent to annihilate all, locking onto the coordinates of the Tian Shu Long Yuan in reality. On the thunder punishment platform, Jiang Feng seemed to sense something glancing towards the direction of reality. His eyes held no trace of panic, only an overwhelming chill. He took a step forward, directly standing in the void. The fourfold reshaped divine body caused a cacophony of popping sounds within his bones like frying beans. At that moment, the exclusive divine skill, Divine Body of Supremacy, underwent its ultimate dimensional evolution. In an instant, a source of power surpassing the limits of blue stars surged wildly through his limbs and bones. Previously, the rapid increase in attributes had been suppressed and repelled by an invisible force. At this moment, the shackles of heaven and earth completely dissipated. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold arc, instantly comprehending everything. Those were the shackles of the rules at the base of heaven and earth, the so-called shackles of the Tao. Unfortunately, this layer of shackles had long been forcefully crushed by him. He stood in midair, not relying on any magic power, firmly treading upon the void. A glance allowed him to see through the fine lines of the laws of space swirling around him. The world rules that had once made countless awakened ones revere them were in his eyes merely bundles of coarse yarn. The path to becoming a god, a 1,000-level achievement, was completely flattened by his foot. Boom. In the sky where the demonic realm and reality overlapped, the towering, faceless divine shadow slowly lowered its head. Its featureless face emanated a pressure potent enough to freeze the souls of billions. A grand, emotionless voice directly exploded in the air between the two realms. Anomaly, you are quite impressive. The voice bore no joy or sorrow, infused with an innate arrogance. For countless years you are the only one to devour the heavenly tribulation with a mortal body and break the boundaries of the world. Your talent is 1 in 10,000. The Tao lightly acknowledged Jiang Feng's might. But in the next moment, the void trembled violently, its voice instantly turning chillingly cold, accompanied by an irresistible, terrifying pressure. However, you are ultimately just a creature within this cage. You must understand within the myriad realms only I can determine life and death. No matter how defiant your strength, you cannot escape my decree. Now I grant you a grace. The Dao's hollow eye sockets locked onto Jiang Feng, its tone imbued with utmost arrogance. Hand over the secret of your disregard for the laws, establish a contract, and become my agent in the mortal realm. From now on, everything you do must be reported to me. As a reward, I grant you eternal life. The enormous divine shadow slowly turned its neck, its gaze crossing countless dimensions, precisely locking onto the coordinates of Tian Shulong Yuan in Dongjiang City. Everything within that precious coordinate, along with your cultivation, will turn to ashes. A blatant threat, pressure without limits. The high and mighty Dao even regarded Jiang Feng's parents and family as the cheapest bargaining chips. In that moment, the global live broadcast and forums fell into an eerie silence. 3 short seconds later, public opinion erupted like a volcano. The bullet comments flew by so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch them, flooding the screen. Holy crap! The CPU is literally burning. The Dao has come down personally. This is the absolute ruler of both game and reality. It's over. Even if Qing Feng is ridiculously powerful, he can't possibly go against the server's mainframe. The Dao is actually offering a proposal. This treatment is off the charts. If Qing Feng agrees, he will be the veritable divine spokesperson. If it were me, I would have kneeled already. What's wrong with being the Dao's dog? One less detour of 10,000 years, and I can keep my family safe. Refusing is just foolish. Dignity is more important than life. If Qing Feng bows down, the backbone of Huaxiao will be utterly broken. The live chat instantly erupted into chaos, despair, fervor, and humiliation blending together, threatening to shatter the atmosphere of the entire Blue Star. Across the ocean, in the Supreme Command conference room of Dengtaguo Wierkson, who had been slumped in his chair like a dead dog, suddenly snapped upright. Staring at the large screen, a grotesque ecstasy erupted across his face. The advantage is ours. God has not abandoned our Zio Dengtai. Overcome with excitement, Wierkson smashed his fist, toppling the coffee on the table. He pointed at the black and gold silhouette on the screen, laughing until he doubled over. The tree that stands tallest invites the wind to break it. That brat is too arrogant. So arrogant, even the system core could not stomach it. A nearby general rubbed his hands with glee. Commander, if he refuses, the Tian Dao will surely unleash its ultimate divine punishment to annihilate him. If he agrees, a collar will be fastened about his neck, and he will never again act at will. Huaxiao's trump card is ruined. Exactly. Wierkson snarled. I want to see how this monster whom Huaxiao exalted upon a pedestal will whine and grovel before the will of the world. At the Donghai defense line in Huaxia's supreme command, the atmosphere pressed, so dense it felt tangible. With a thunderous crack, Mad Dog General Li Yin smashed the solid wooden table into splinters with a single palm. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged lion. Shameless. What damn Tian Dao? When you cannot win, you attack a man's parents. What difference is there between that and the vile demons from the abyss? Li Yin unleashed a torrent of curses. Minutes earlier, he had drunk to celebrate Jiang Feng swallowing the heavenly tribulation. Now all that remained was a deep, hollow helplessness. That was the Tian Dao, an existence that sets the laws of launching and holds absolute sway over life and death. How can human force resist heaven? Before the floor-to-ceiling window, the living totem of humanity, Xiao Zhenjiang, stood motionless and silent. He clenched his fists until the knuckles went white. Commander, what do we do now? The adjutant asked, voice trembling. Qin Shulong Yuan is right there in the capital. If the Tian Dao lashes out, the entire Jingdu will suffer. Xiao Zhenjiang drew a hard breath. His tone was iron. Issuing orders, activate the National Protection Formation. All forces of 7-turn rank and above deploy to Tianshu Lonyuan at once. But that is the Tian Dao. Even if it is the Tian Dao, if it dares harm my Huaxiao people, well, knock out a few of its teeth. Meanwhile, deep within the level 1200 fallen abyss, the ground lay littered with the carcasses of height-eared demonic beasts. Jiang Jiangguo twirled a weapon in his hand that resembled a novice's wooden bow, but was in truth a full-star chaos treasure of dreadful killing power. He tilted his head to the torn sky, his weathered face flushed red. Blasphemous trick. Jiang Jiangguo's hands itched. He wanted nothing more than to draw the string to its limit and give that ragged god shadow a literal physical exorcism. With his current Zhao-level attributes and the causality shock-kill effect, one arrow loosed would, even if it did not slay the Tian Dao, strip its skin from its bones. Yet he did not draw the bow. Hold. Do not create trouble for my son. Jiang Jiangguo forced his anger down and set the wooden bow aside. He knew the Tian Dao was targeting his son. If he exposed his strength now, he would upend his son's entire. Beside him, Li Hu gripped his iron sword until it creaked and ground his molars tight. Uncle, that whelp is being unbearable. They truly take us for soft persimmons to squeeze. Lu Tzulan, wedged between them, watched her son standing alone upon the thunder platform on the screen, her eyes rimmed red. Finger. She clutched her hem heart, filled with worry, yet daring not to make a sound. Though the family possessed power capable of challenging the world for Jiang Feng, they all tacitly chose restraint. Atop the Tianfa Leitai there was silence, an extended, aching silence. 100 billion eyes across the globe were fixed on Jiang Feng, waiting for his final answer. Surrender or annihilation. The faceless divine shadow stood in the clouds, its hollow face looking down upon the young man. To it, mortals, all had vulnerabilities. Where there is a weakness, there is leverage. Have you considered? The Tian Dao's voice returned cold with impatience. Jiang Feng slowly lifted his head, his gaze passed the Leitai, pierced the void, and struck the towering divine shadow. The right hand that had been buried in his pocket finally drew free. Consider. A smile of utter contempt curled at Jiang Feng's mouth, and a cold laugh escaped his throat. I was considering whether you deserve to take one of my blows. The instant the words fell, the void trembled violently. A staff redolent with the aura of vast destruction and its surface flowing with images of cosmic collapse appeared in his palm. A singular-hued treasure, the staff of universal ruin. It was the first weapon Jiang Feng had drawn since stepping onto the platform. He gripped the staff and pointed it unwaveringly at the faceless god shadow above. His voice was not loud, yet it was as a dagger piercing the ears of the world. Rules. I despise others laying rules upon me. Jiang Feng's gaze was utterly frigid. You threat. In an instant, a ferocious aura 1,000,000 times more brutal than the Tian Daos burst from him. Star Rampage activated. All his attributes were forcibly multiplied 20-fold. A terrifying oppression crushed the Leitai beneath his feet to fragments. Who do you think you are? Jiang Feng's black hair whipped about as his insolent voice rolled through heaven and earth, each word a thunderbolt. My fate is mine to command. Who are you to decide? Today I will sever your so-called heaven. Atop the Tianfa Leitai the gale stilled. The staff of universal ruin in Jiang Feng's hand aimed straight at the firmament. Sever heaven. The faceless shadow's empty eye sockets flared with a blinding crimson. Presumptuous insect. Since you are so stubborn, I shall level this region. The colossal divine shadow raised its right arm. Endless red chains of law gathered on the horizon, aimed at Jiang Feng, while tens of thousands of offshoot chains shot toward the coordinates of Qinshu Longyuan in Dongjiang City. A cold light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. In Star Rampage, his entire attribute set was forcibly multiplied 20-fold. His four-dimensional attributes instantly surged past 9600, Zhao 9. 6 Jing. He gripped the staff with one hand and swung it to the heavens. The trait Tyrant's Decree triggered, turning his ordinary strike into a forbidden curse. The trait Dimension Crush triggered, converting 100 of displayed damage into true damage. He had yet to awaken the Dragon Lattice counterfeed, the ancient realm lord. Myriad Dragon Incarnation, once that activated his attributes, would soar an additional 5,000-fold. Jiang Feng refused to believe otherwise. With such defiant attributes, could he not deal with a single Tian Dao? The notion was laughable. The scene itself answered. The void collapsed on a vast scale. A black rift tens of thousands of zhang long tore the heavens along the staff's trajectory. Hundreds of billions of true damage numerics rose in layered swaths. The freshly formed red law chains disintegrated into flying ash in an instant. The faceless shadow's raised right arm was grazed by the black rift and snapped clean at the root. 25. 48 Jing. The scarlet damage numerals painted viewers' retinas worldwide. The Tian Dao recoiled in pain. The world channel froze for a second before the figures began to roar across the feed. No one dared to believe it, that a limb of the Tian Dao could be broken by a single strike from a player. Outrageous. The voice of Tian Dao rang with both fury and astonishment. It was the sovereign of this world, yet an ant before its gaze had pierced its defenses. I am the world's will. I am the rule itself. Wumian shinnying roared madly. Above, the firmament rent open with a rift millions of zhang across, the very origin of launching. An inexorable tide of world force surged back into Tiando's being, its severed right arm mended in an instant, its aura climbing ever higher until it reached a previously unimaginable terrifying height, warping the very fabric of the void into collapse. Shinfa Mosh, divine punishment, erasure. Tian Dao struck its palms together with brutal force. Golden light gathered into a column of annihilation that spanned heaven and earth, burning mountains and boiling seas as it drove straight at Jiang Feng. This blow sought to obliterate body and soul alike, leaving not a trace. Attempt to erase me. Jiang Feng's thought moved, and he activated a Jizhu-level divine technique, Taigu Jieju Wanlong Incarnation. A roar that pierced dimensions exploded outward. Jiang Feng's human form vanished in an instant as dark gold radiance shattered the column's blockade. A dragon 100,000 zhang long stretched across the Tianfa Leitai, 10 times larger than the ancestral dragon before. Its black gold scales shimmered with Jizhu-level destruction and thunder laws, its combat might surging 5,000-fold in an instant. The dragon's body blotted out sky and sun so immense it spread across the globe, Its presence crushed the breath from heaven and earth. At the same time, global live streams erupted as if by quake, comment lines flooding at millions per second, voices exploding across screens. I once thought defying heaven was mere boasting. Seeing Lord Qingfeng now, I understand that defying heaven is basic craft. Tiandao is but a stepping stone. He is scrubbing the world's rules into the dust. 100 billion viewers watched Tiandao threaten their families. I braced for heartbreak, but the master simply took control. His finesse is unmatched through the ages. The Dengtan nation waited for China's trump card to fail, only for Qingfeng to turn and cut at heaven itself. The slap lands louder than Tiandao's punishment. I felt it through the screen. Good heavens, that colossus covers the whole world. Absurdly powerful. The sky darkens whether you open or close your eyes. This spectacle would frighten the bravest. Qingfeng's might is boundless. World will and rule masters are no more than buzzing flies before him. Such sovereign arrogance, where one declares one's fate, is the true mark of a supreme lord. I once thought devouring a heavenly tribulation was the pinnacle. Now I see he barely began to play. He hasn't even opened the Dragon Maiden's reverent skill, yet Tiandao is being ground into the dust. Does this power have any limit? Tiandao's pillar of destruction slammed into the dragon's spine, flames billowing across the heavens, yet the inferno left only a pale scar upon the scales before dissolving into nothing. Four dazzling white characters hovered above the dragon's head, absolute immunity. This is impossible. Fear-colored Wumian Shinning's voice for the first time. G's heel-level pressure. How can you command the power of the upper heavens? Jiang Feng gave no answer. The titanic dragon extended a claw, tearing through 10,000 layers of spatial barrier, and seized Wumian Shinning's by the throat. Tiandao thrashed, pouring forth all primordial might to resist, yet not the slightest tremor could be forced upon the dragon's talon. From the dragon's maw issued Jiang Feng's cool voice. I have long said it. My rules I determine. The claw snapped closed like a collapsing world. A terror so absolute crushed Tiandao's form to fragments. Wumian Shinning's let out a harrowing scream as its body shattered bit by bit. The worlds will crumbled under sheer uncompromising violence. Golden divine blood rained in torrents, drenching the wasteland at the border between Moyu and the mundane world. A crisp system tone rang in every ear across the globe, overlaid with the crackle of collapse. Global highest noticed player, Qingfeng, has successfully slain the Moyu Tiandao avatar. All server monster drop rates increased by 2,000. Reality Moyu fusion progress sharply accelerated. Current fusion 30. A brand new level 12,000 ultimate secret realm passage has opened. Both the real world and the Moyu world can enter freely. Alongside the notices, a blinding divine light shot skyward from Tiandao's wreckage and then descended gently before Jiang Feng. Tiandao Divine Persona, unique Hongming treasure grade, holder Qingfeng attribute bonus, all attributes permanently 1 special effect. Upon devouring the Divine Persona, one may become the Tiandao of launching Miyu, wielding the order of this world. Daily cultivation and experience are unnecessary, and personal combat power will automatically surge. Those lines struck and tore through everyone's mental defenses. In the Dengtan nation's supreme command chamber, Wiresun's eyes rolled back, and he fell rigid onto the carpet. In the depths of Lindong, Demon Emperor Bear prostrated himself and kowtowed ceaselessly toward the east. Any thought of flight utterly extinguished. He had slain Tiandao. He had crushed the rule-bearing Tiandao in his hands. In the real world, Dongjiang City 4th High School, the senior classroom was deathly silent. With Tiandao's fall, the system censorship halo over global live streams vanished completely. Jiang Feng withdrew from dragon form, returning to a youth in a black and gold robe, standing on empty air. He turned his face to the live stream camera, a refined countenance, cold eyes, not a flicker of surplus expression. In class 32 of 4th High School, screams like those at a slaughter erupted. It's him. It really is him. It's Jiang Feng. The boy who had mocked Jiang Feng as a paid booster convulsed uncontrollably. A yellow stream ran down his pant leg as he slumped trembling. He had dared to insult a god who could crush Tiandao. Other students clamped their hands over their mouths, biting their lips until they bled. Hearts full of terror, they recalled the awakening ceremony when they had mercilessly jeered at that great talent, and he had hardly cared. An elephant never heeds the cries of ants. Shen Qingni, the beauty in the first row, trembled violently, her face ashen, gasping for breath. She remembered at the Demon Tower entrance, offering like alms. Need a bait to pull monsters. He'll give you 10% of the experience, and receiving only 2 words in reply, no need. Allure. 10% of experience. That boy she had regarded as a lowly laborer could casually crush Tiandao and treat a thunder tribulation as a pet snack. Such a crushing cognitive dissonance destroyed her Dao heart. She had long harbored a suspicion that the sweeping Lord Qingfeng was most likely Jiang Feng. They say a woman's sixth sense is accurate, yet at that moment she felt only disquiet, not a shred of joy. Shen Qingni emitted a despairing cry and blacked out, collapsing onto her desk. Dongjiang City Tianshu Longyuan. Jiang Jiangguo tossed the chaotic wood bow onto the sofa, lifted his teacup, and drank deeply, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That boy is making bigger and bigger waves. Lu Tsulan patted her chest with relief. Thank heavens my finger is fierce. Li Hu knelt on the floor, pounding his head toward the screen. Honorary father. For 10,000 autumns unite the Star River. The ruins of the heavenly punishment thunder platform. Jiang Feng hovered in midair. The thunder platform beneath his feet lay utterly shattered, with the surrounding void fissures slowly closing. Ding. Successfully killed the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, triggering Pangu's plunder. Successfully seized the source of the heavenly Tao, gaining 20 trillion free attribute points. Jiang Feng's gaze was devoid of ripples. Without a moment's hesitation, he evenly divided the 20 trillion attribute points, adding 5 trillion each to physique, agility, strength, and intelligence. The panel data instantly skyrocketed. Four-dimensional attributes 10 trillion after set enhancement of 240 times 2,400 trillion. The world channel had long been overwhelmed by the barrage of messages. Billions of players globally were fixated on the golden crystal floating before Jiang Feng. A treasure-level heavenly Tao divine emblem. Goodness, this is beyond heaven. If this is refined and consumed, one could directly control the world's order. No need for cultivation, but just lying down would exponentially increase battle power. Qingfeng, my benefactor. Accept me. Just nod, and I will immediately resign to guard your door. This is the supreme throne of Blue Star. If he consumes it, he will become the only god. Qingfeng, my grandfather. My grandfather is Qingfeng. Oh, let's go? The golden light reflected on Jiang Feng's face as he casually grasped the divine emblem in his palm. He weighed it in his hands. It felt light, lacking substance. Then he flickered and descended to the ground. Dongjiang City, Tianshu Dragon Garden. The celestial phenomena in the sky rapidly dissipated. Jiang Feng stepped forward, disregarding spatial distance, and landed steadily in the backyard of the manor. Seeing his son return, Jiang Jiangguo casually tossed the chaotic wooden bow onto the lawn. Lu Tsulan rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Feng's arm and scrutinizing him closely. Finger, did you get hurt? Lu Quilin's eyes were red. Jiang Feng's cold demeanor instantly softened. It's fine, the noise was a bit loud earlier, making you worry. You little rascal, always causing such a ruckus, Jiang Jiangguo reprimanded with a stern face, though his eyes were filled with pride. Beside him, Li Hu slid over, kneeling and tightly hugging Jiang Feng's thigh, wailing. Benefactor, you even took down the heavens. That's amazing. Hurry up and cultivate that divine emblem. Once you become the heavenly lord, be sure to arrange for me to be the first divine envoy. Such an unambitious attitude. Jiang Feng disdainfully kicked him away. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard. The strongest warrior in Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang, strode in, with Li Yin and Zhang Chonglin followed closely by Jiang Shuyan. These four prominent figures, who could shake Huaxiao with a stomp, now looked at Jiang Feng with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Li Yin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Qingfeng, no, Sir Qingfeng. That is the heavenly Tao divine. As long as you consume it, Huaxiao will be completely invincible under your divine might. From now on, anyone who dares to offend Huaxiao will face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Zhenjiang stepped before Jiang Feng. This iron-blooded commander, who had faced countless battles, unexpectedly bowed, cupping his fists. Jiang Feng, I represent the highest command of Huaxia, and I implore you. Stop. Jiang Feng raised his hand, indifferently interrupting him. Xiao Zhenjiang was left stunned. Commander Xiao, Huaxia is the place that raised me. I will naturally protect it. Jiang Feng's tone was devoid of emotion. But this divine emblem I do not need. At those words, the entire venue fell silent. Zhang Changlin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a chaotic black gold-level divine emblem. The ultimate authority to control Blue Star and the demon realm, and you don't want it. Just a flawed product that encourages premature growth. Jiang Feng glanced at the golden crystal in his hand, filled with disdain. Eating it would lock my potential for this lifetime. While others see 100 billion attributes as the end, to me, it's merely an insignificant starting point. What I desire is to attain divinity through my own physical body without relying on such shortcuts. The prominent figures present gasped. To treat a chaotic black gold-level divine emblem as trash. This perspective was rubbing against their limits of comprehension. As Jiang Feng was about to stuff the trash into his backpack, suddenly a pink shadow darted out from his embrace. The dragon lady transformed into a delicate little girl, tightly clutching Jiang Feng's arm. She stared at the divine emblem with longing, nearly drooling. Hungry. The dragon lady shouted, her voice youthful and innocent. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Don't eat recklessly. This thing has too many impurities. Be careful of getting a stomachache. I want to eat. I want to eat. The dragon lady closed her eyes and acted spoiled, opening her little mouth and leaning forward. Gulp. That chaotic black gold-level divine emblem, which drove the whole world mad, was swallowed by her, as if it were a candy. The venue fell into stunned silence. Jiang Feng's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Li Hu was so shocked that his jaw nearly dislocated. Xiao Zhenjiang and Li Yin were equally dumbfounded, their minds buzzing. Before everyone could react, a burst of dazzling tin-colored divine light erupted from the Dragon Lady. Her small figure slowly ascended into the sky. The massive illusion of the ancestral dragon once again circled the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the land of Blue Star resonated with a thunderous roar, and the sky of the demon realm showered down a refreshing rain. A crisp system notification rang out in the ears of all players, deafening server-wide announcement. Player King Feng's pet dragon lady has successfully devoured the chaotic black gold-level divine emblem. The dragon lady has successfully inherited the heavenly Taoist authority, transforming into the new heavenly Tao of Blue Star and the demon realm. All attributes forcibly increased by 100 billion. Unlocking heavenly Tao privileges daily natural breathing. All attributes increase by 2 billion. Killing monsters grants a 100 increase in attributes. The panel data exploded in place. Such an outrageous leap in power was even more monstrous than her original stellar-level talent. While others worked tirelessly to grind monsters, she merely had to lie there and breathe to have her combat power soar infinitely. The Dragon Lady rolled in the air joyfully and transformed back into a little girl, landing on Jiang Feng's shoulder. She let out an extremely loud belch and rubbed her plump little belly. So delicious. Jiang Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle. This girl really has a good appetite. Lu Quillen's face was filled with pride, standing straighter. My Fenger's pet has become a deity. Our Jiang family is truly blessed. Li Hu reacted the fastest, immediately turning around and bowing wildly to the Dragon Lady. Greetings, Heavenly Tao Grandma. Please bless me with a divine artifact. Meanwhile, at the 4th High School of Dongjiang City, the classroom of Class 2 of the 3rd year was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The projection screen above the blackboard was still displaying the global live broadcast. Dozens of eyes were fixed intently on the screen, where a young man with a stern expression appeared. That was Jiang Feng, the one who was assessed as having great talent during the awakening ceremony and was ridiculed by the entire class as someone who could only serve as a laborer for the rest of his life. The male classmate who had just been loudly taunting him now looked as pale as a sheet. He gaped as if his throat was stuffed with cotton, unable to squeeze out a single word. He clutched his hair tightly with both hands, cold sweat having soaked through his school uniform long ago. The thought of having openly insulted the master of the heavenly Tao as a fool sent chills down his spine. Shun Qingni seemed drained of all strength, collapsing completely in her seat. Her once proud grade talent now appeared so laughable and cheap in this moment. Her so-called family background, her lofty charity, her coveted guaranteed admission to Jingwu University. Before Jiang Feng, even a speck of dust seemed more significant. The others did not reject the heavenly Taoist divine rank due to inability, rather it was pure disdain. They could casually raise a pet and treat the worlds well as mere snacks. Shin Qingni bit her lip so hard that blood began to flow, yet she didn't notice. The extreme regret and despair shattered her pride like a heavy hammer. She knew she had pushed away the only opportunity in her life to meet a true deity. After a full 3 seconds of stillness in the global live chat, a tsunami of messages erupted. What the hell? A pet treating the Almighty like a deity. This isn't something you dare to write in a novel. The junk that King Feng's adoptive father looks down upon is directly used to feed pets. I can't even begin to imitate such lavishness. The stat boosts from the Dragon Girl are insane. The resources that we billions of people fought for with our lives are barely enough for her to gain from a single nap. It's indeed unfair. But from today, the fist of the great Qing Feng is the only rule. Across the ocean, in the highest council hall of the Free Beacon Nation, the meeting room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping would be considered noisy. By the large mahogany table, the titans who usually held the reins of the West were slumped in their chairs, resembling frostbitten eggplants. On the massive virtual projection screen, Jiang Feng and the exquisitely carved little girl perched on his shoulder were frozen in time. This pet named Dragon Girl had just burped after devouring the chaotic black gold heavenly Tao divine rank that represented Blue Star and the demon realm, treating it like a piece of candy. Commander Wilson trembled as he held his cigar, unaware that it had burned down to his fingertips. Resistance. Sanctions. To eliminate the genius of Huaxia. At the moment the heavenly Tao image was crushed in Jiang Feng's hand, all these thoughts turned to ashes. Everyone. Wilson's voice was dry and cracking. From today, all top-secret files targeting Huaxiao will be completely destroyed. Immediately. Right now. A senior officer beside him swallowed hard. Commander, what about the hidden operatives we set up in the Far East? Withdraw all of them. Wilson sprang up as if electrocuted, roaring at the top of his lungs. Do you want to die faster? Open your eyes and look. Above Huaxiao stands Jiang Feng's pet. Targeting Huaxia. That's challenging the laws of the world. That pet can gain 1 trillion stats just by sleeping every day, Want to challenge it? Without Jiang Feng lifting a finger, even if the heavens casually send down a lightning bolt, everything would be turned to flat earth. The whole room fell silent as a grave. Immediately send a notice to Huaxia. Wilson slumped back into his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Compensate Huaxia 20-fold for the resources taken by Goryo and Fusang. Send a congratulatory telegram in my name, praising the might of the Qingfeng deity that suppresses the universe. To be a dog, one must have the awareness of being a dog. In the face of absolute dimensional suppression, this group of self-serving Westerners knelt faster than anyone else. In Dongjiang City, at the Tianqulong Garden, this super fortress where top elites of Huaxia would fight to enter now had an atmosphere that was eerily tense. Outside Manor No. 12 and Area 8 red alert lines had been drawn 3 streets away. It was not the military, it was the tycoon leaders living in Long Garden who voluntarily set them up. The once arrogant big shots now walked on tiptoes when going out, their voices barely exceeding 30 decibels. Naturally, in the neighborhood lived a living deity, and even the heavenly Tao was that person's pet, who dared to breathe loudly. They feared that a single bark from their dog might provoke that lord, leading to their family being vaporized by the system the next day. At this moment, Li Hu was swaggering outside the high-end clubhouse of Long Garden. He ran into the president of one of the top commercial associations in Dongjiang City. The president's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he rushed over, almost bowing at 90 degrees, presenting a piece of top-grade spiritual smoke. Hey brother Hu, out for a stroll. This is the freshly acquired Purple Heart tea, would you like to give it a try? Li Hu took the smoke and glanced sideways at the other man. He understood all too well what these people were after. All right, enough of this pretense. We're all neighbors, let's progress together. If you ever feel wronged outside, just report my name. My grandmother is the Almighty. If this had been said yesterday, it would have been considered madness. But today the big shots around who were eavesdropping all felt their scalps tingle with envy. A top-tier relationship holder, truly the heavenly Tao, is my grandmother. In the 12th courtyard, Jiang Feng was lying on a rocking chair, resting his eyes. The dragon girl had transformed into a little girl squatting on the lawn. Jiang Feng casually pulled out a dozen pieces of highly priced treasures from the outside world, occasionally tossing a few chaotic black gold items like they were snacks. Crunch. Snap. The dragon girl was enthusiastically gnawing on a heavenly blade of annihilation, chewing as she mumbled, "Master, being a deity is so boring. I just sneezed from an itch in my nose and accidentally flattened the Pacific Ocean tsunami while the Blue Star people are still shouting about miracles." Jiang Feng rubbed her dragon horn. "Just don't delete the map, that's all. Finish eating and get to work. Make sure to lock down the drop rates for those external servers." "Okay, boss." The dragon girl happily stuffed a robe into her mouth. Jiang Feng turned his head. On the other side of the courtyard, Xiao Zhenjiang, Li Yin, Zhang Chonglin, and Zhang Shiyun, the 4 pillars of Huaxia, stood upright, not daring to breathe. Looking at these 4 titans, Jiang Feng slowly stood up. "Since you're here, I can't let you come for nothing," Jiang Feng said in a flat tone. He raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his fingertips, and 4 strands of pale golden light leaped forth. This was a trace of secondary law origin he had casually stripped away while crushing the heavenly Tao. Jiang Feng flicked his fingers. The 4 beams of golden light shot like meteors, precisely entering the foreheads of the 4 individuals. Boom. It felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their minds. The system panel flashed wildly as a line of dark golden secret terms was permanently stamped in the attribute bar. Heavenly Tao exemption, secondary law, permanently exempt from all realm suppression and negative locking within Blue Star and the Demon Realm. Experience gained 800. When receiving fatal damage, the Heavenly Tao forcibly revives once, cooldown 12 days. In her line of sight, dark golden system notifications flickered wildly. Zhang Shuyun fixed her gaze on the words permanent exemption from realm suppression and forced resurrection once displayed on the panel. This was the ultimate life-saving trump card of the Blue Star. How many powerful beings would be envious and go mad upon seeing it? Her brain short-circuited. As a top-tier business elite, she usually calculated profits, wanting to stretch every penny. But the threat of law that Jiang Feng casually bestowed upon her ruthlessly crushed her so-called business logic into the ground. With this heavenly trump card, even if she charged into the lair of the Lighthouse Nation for negotiations alone, she could point at Wilson's nose and scold him without fear of any form of physical annihilation. She tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, swallowing hard. This is too precious. I haven't done anything. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her voice trembling, her fingertips turning white from the grip, completely devoid of the usual composure of a strong woman. Such a blessing, I truly feel unworthy. Just take it. Jiang Feng lounged on the rocking chair, not bothering to lift his eyelids. His tone was strangely flat. It was merely something he no longer needed, casually tossed to her. There was no need for her gratitude. He only required her to clean up those pesky flies outside to avoid disturbing his peace. Thank you. Zhang Shuyun clutched her clothes tightly, her eyes glistening. At this moment no one knew what she was thinking. In stark contrast to her reaction, the military side was direct and completely unreserved. The hot-tempered mad dog General Li Yin felt his legs go weak, his burly body leaning forward. Thud! His kneecap crashed heavily against the blue bricks. The brick's surface instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Zhang Chonglin quickly followed, dropping to his knees with a dull thud. Li Yin trembled violently, his eyes reddening, tears streaming down his scarred cheeks. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground, veins bulging in his neck, and shouted hoarsely, "Grace of the clear wind, divine Lord's rebirth." His voice carried a sickly fervor. "My life from now on belongs to you. Just point and he'll strike." Zhang Chonglin pressed his hands to the ground, his forehead against his palms, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. "I am willing to serve the divine Lord to the death." The military was on standby at all times. With an extra life, they could ignore realm suppression. The Huaxiao military would now charge into the cross-server battlefield, facing those foreign behemoths of levels in the hundreds strapped with explosives. This was the ultimate confidence in protecting the homeland. Xiao Zhenjiang stood at the back. This Huaxiao commander, a pinnacle expert of the 7th turn. For 50 years, he had single-handedly borne the fate of Huaxiao, walking on thin ice against the encirclement of the West and the abyss. He stared intently at the golden light flickering on the back of his hand. His gray-white hair fluttered in the night wind. Xiao Zhenjiang slowly bent his right knee. One knee touched the ground. He raised both hands, cupping his fists, lifting them high above his head. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, a mixture of emotion and relief after shedding the weight of 50 years. Huaxiao finally has a true invincible heaven. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was choked, his eyes reddening. Zhang Feng, accept this bow from an old man. This was absolute submission to the pinnacle of power, yielding to the absolute peak of strength. In the face of such overwhelming dimensional suppression, secular titles were less than worthless scrap paper. They were not kneeling before an 18-year-old student. Rather, they were kneeling before a true deity, capable of crushing the Tao with ease. Zhang Feng looked at the multitude of high-ranking figures kneeling before him, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression losing the cold hardness he showed to outsiders, replaced by a hint of relaxation. "Everyone please rise, there's no need for this." He slightly raised his right hand palm, facing outward, waving it casually. An irresistible, yet gentle force instantly spread, lightly supporting the knees of the four individuals. The four felt their legs lighten, the invisible immense force devoid of any tyranny, instead feeling like a gentle spring breeze, easing their taut bodies, causing them to stand upright involuntarily. "Taking these is not meant to make you bow and scrape." Zhang Feng withdrew his hand, his tone calm, yet warm. "My parents are getting older and prefer peace. Just take care to block out the chaotic disturbances outside." Upon hearing this, the tense nerves of the four instantly relaxed. The 18-year-old boy before them, who clearly possessed the power to crush everything, was currently dressed in loose sleepwear and speaking in a calm manner, which inexplicably provided a sense of reassurance. They no longer dared to look down or up, but instead stood tall with straight spines and deep bows, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. "Rest assured, Divine Lord. We will not disgrace our mission." After speaking, the four stepped back quietly out of the back gate, not daring to make any extra noise, yet their compliance was filled with a sense of willing acceptance compared to their previous silence. The people had left. The golden halo left behind by the shattered Tao gradually dissipated. The evening breeze swept across the lawn. Zhang Feng stood in place, suddenly frowning. From the depths of his being, an extremely intense wave suddenly erupted. This was the essence of his exclusive divine skill, divine might body, indestructible through eternities. The source of the divine might body, usually dormant within his cells, now surged with a dramatic rise in temperature. His blood flow instantly peaked, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Zhang Feng raised his right hand. Beneath the skin of his palm, black gold lightning danced wildly. The surrounding space was even burned by this power, forming tiny black cracks. A mechanical voice from the system exploded in his mind, laced with the sharp sound of electrical short-circuiting. "Warning. Host physical data severely exceeds limits. Rule conflict. Divine might body is forcefully analyzing high-dimensional essence. System attempting to redefine physical level. Analysis failed." Zhang Feng casually opened the attribute panel. The exaggerated number of 24,000 trillion in the health bar was now flashing wildly, displaying a jumble of garbled characters. He crushed the shadow of the Tao and redistributed the rules. This nonchalant action completely unsettled the ancient rules at the deepest level of the blue star. Zhang Feng gazed at the raging lightning in his hand. Having absorbed a massive amount of attribute points, this seemingly mortal body of his could no longer contain such dimensional power. Divine might body was on the verge of an ultimate breakthrough. Once he crossed this threshold, he would completely trample this broken panel underfoot, leap beyond the system's definition, and step into a realm where even rules could not be measured. The black gold lightning slowly retracted, sinking beneath his skin. The feeling of heat was forcibly suppressed. Jiang Feng shook his wrist. He knew well that this was merely a build-up before a transformation. Night had fallen. Inside the house, Jiang Zhangwo's snoring was deafening. The elderly couple had indeed worn themselves out today, dressed in full-level divine gear to hunt monsters. Li Hu was sprawled on the floor in the living room, tightly hugging a red-armored great sword, drooling as he dreamed of dominating the entire server. Outside the Longyuan Dragon Garden, 3 military transport vehicles silently started and swiftly departed from the intersection. According to Jiang Feng's orders, the military security personnel had withdrawn completely. Jiang Feng held a cup of warm water, walking up to the second-floor balcony. He casually released his divine sense, instantly covering a radius of 10 miles. The next moment he raised an eyebrow. Outside the large iron gates of the Dragon Garden, there were no armed soldiers. Instead, a group of sneaky figures appeared. Lin Jinbang, the richest man in the capital, was dressed in a deep blue silk pajamas, wearing white hotel slippers. Clutching a self-defense telescoping baton tightly in his hand. Beside him, the real estate tycoon Zhao Sihai, clad in a fur coat, stood shivering in the cold wind, his bare legs trembling uncontrollably. A good few dozen business magnates and financial tycoons controlling the lifeblood of Wuxia's economy. At this moment, they stood in 2 extremely orderly lines, patrolling back and forth along the high wall. Each movement was stiff, their expressions tense, as if they were defusing a bomb. No one dared to utter a single complaint, and even fewer dared to go home to sleep. Lin Jinbang sniffed his frozen nose and whispered to Zhao Sihai, raising his eyebrows. "Old Zhao, you go watch that intersection closely. Not even a stray dog is allowed to disturb the clear wind divine lord's sleep." Zhao Sihai tightened his fur coat and gripped his baseball bat tightly. "Understood, President Lin. This is a tremendous opportunity we have earned through 8 lifetimes of virtue. Normally, we wouldn't even be qualified to guard the divine lord's door." They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Living in the courtyard was the very ancestor who had just crushed the heavens like bugs. In the face of such an absolute pressure that defied even dimensional suppression, life and death were but a thought away for him. Being able to serve as a temporary security guard here was the most prudent and glorious way they could think of to save their lives. Jiang Feng took a sip of warm water. Looking at the ludicrously comical old men outside the wall, he shook his head in disbelief, set down the cup, turned back to his bedroom, and casually drew the curtains. The turn of the restorer. Combat power skyrocketed 1,000-fold, and the spiritual energy across the server exploded. The night breeze was slightly cool. The fundamental physical rules of Blue Star had quietly been rewritten long ago. The Tao of Heaven was forcibly crushed, and the invisible shackles pressing down on all awakened ones shattered completely. The air was thick with magical energy, so concentrated it felt like it could drip. Taking a breath filled his lungs with surging energy. Jiang Feng stood on the balcony, closing his eyes. The scorching temperature within him reached its peak. His consciousness rapidly left his body, and his gaze instantly pierced through the atmosphere, hovering in the boundless and profound starry sky. The nebula in the distance slowly rotated. The dead silence of the vacuum, the dark currents of dark matter, even the gravitational pulls of the birth and death of stars at this moment were as clear as if observing the patterns on one's palm. Before him, the system panel flickered wildly. The characters that popped up were no longer Chinese characters, but a series of garbled geometric symbols, all in an unknown language of the higher dimensional universe. He couldn't understand it, but Jiang Feng remained as steady as a rock. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He understood. He had a vague intuition that once the transformation of the godly restorer was completed, the so-called world-class and stellar-class thresholds would be shattered beneath his feet. He would completely step into a divine dimension that even the system could not define. His gaze shifted downward. On the lawn, the dragon girl, transformed into a little girl, was munching on a colorful treasure as if it were potato chips, savoring every bite. Outside the courtyard, the city's richest man, Lin Jinbang, along with a few other big shots, were patrolling in the cold wind, their eyes darkened by fatigue, as if they were thieves fearing that their noise would disturb Jiang Feng. The scene was utterly absurd, yet incredibly reasonable. Someone carefully knocked twice on the courtyard door. Outside stood Xiaojin Jiang, the commander of China. This first powerhouse, who usually commanded respect, had surprisingly changed out of his military uniform today, opting for a low-key casual outfit. His face was solemn as he entered the courtyard, not daring to lift his head toward the second-floor balcony, instead obediently moving to the edge of the lawn. Tao of Heaven, Grandma cough, Lady Dragon. Is the god's sovereign busy? The dragon girl swallowed a piece of her treat and replied, the master is daydreaming. Don't disturb him, his scent has changed, as if he has caught a whiff of some supreme delicacy. Xiaojin Jiang's heart jumped, and he kept quiet, obediently retreating to the corner, standing like a wooden post. On the second-floor balcony, Jiang Feng had indeed blocked out external perceptions completely, immersing himself in the transformation. His mental energies surged along the trajectory of touching the nebula, crazily rooting itself in a deeper dimension. The dimensional barrier between the magic realm and reality was as fragile as a layer of window paper before him. Ding! A piercing system notification sound erupted suddenly in the minds of everyone across the globe. Server-wide announcement: player Feng has reached level 180A, breaking the vast shackles, completing the 5th evolution. Job change restored, Dao source level. System detected that physical laws were forcibly interfered with, and the world fusion progress was forcibly raised to 45. A brand new ultimate high-dimensional secret realm at level 26,000 has been unlocked. Server-wide benefits triggered: blue stars, spiritual energy has revived. Spiritual energy concentration increased by 400. Everyone's base combat power has skyrocketed 13-fold. Drop rates across the server have increased 20-fold. The screen was filled with crimson announcements going wild. The world channel fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in a tsunami of celebration. What the hell? Waking up to find my combat power increased by several zeros. Feng, I bow to you. What the hell is a level 26,000 map? I'm only level 30. Am I supposed to be a toothpick for the boss? While others play games to level up by defeating monsters, Feng directly hacked the backend to change the source code. With this cheat, even the system has to bow down. Family who understands. The spiritual energy revival gifted by Grandpa Feng cured my 80-year-old grandmother's rheumatism. She just smashed the security door with one punch. Across the ocean in the Western battle zone, there was a collective silence. The leaders of various countries looked at the blood-red announcement above their heads, left only with despair devoid of hope. Sanctions. Use your heads for sanctions. One person's strength has raised the server limit. The so-called strategic balance now seems like a joke. Outside the Dragon Garden, Jiang Shuyun and Zhang Chonglin stood bathed in golden spiritual energy, clenching their fists tightly, their gazes toward Feng transformed into fervent admiration, as if they were looking at a true deity. In the manor's kitchen, the range hood buzzed loudly. Jiang Jiangwo skillfully flipped a ladle, saying, "Why is it thundering again? This brat, can't he wait to finish his meal before leveling up?" Lu Zuolan, while chopping scallions, muttered, "Who cares, our Fenger is handling big matters. Hurry up and stew the ribs, that kid tiger has an appetite like an ox." On the balcony, Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After completing the 5th evolution, the data in the level column skyrocketed crazily, finally stabilizing at LV 260. The world fusion degree approached half, and Feng became the master of this realm. He casually opened the attribute panel. The new job granted him a brand new Dao source level divine skill. All sources return to 1. The introduction was extremely simple and straightforward. Automatically fuse all low-level equipment, useless skills, and redundant items, directly purifying them into the source laws. For the first time, the strength hierarchy of the system was completely revealed before him. Above the conventional ratings were quasi-ancient as ancient world, level stellar universe, level realm master plane, level Dao source, level void master of the void, heavenly sovereign supreme of all heavens, and that unattainable infinite level limitless law. And his Pangu Slaughter was still at the infinite level, transcending the 3 realms and the 5 elements. But now the permissions had been infinitely expanded. Not only could it seize attribute points, but talents, skills, spatial environments, and even entire starry skies could be forcibly stripped away, directly transformed into pure values that doubled one's combat power. At the very bottom of the panel, his currently mastered 4 great laws were neatly listed: basic laws, space-time, physical force field; combat laws, destruction elements, divine and evil; enhancement laws, life, revival, soul, plunder, causal rebound; special laws, matter manipulation, dimensional shuttling. Looking at the long list of data, Feng curled his lip in disdain. With a thought, he directly activated all sources return to 1. In an instant, the mountains of junk items piled in his backpack, the flashy low-level skills on him, including the dozens of special effects attached to his chaotic black gold outfit, were all violently extracted and crazily compressed. The data stream that had stretched for dozens of pages collapsed to 0 in an instant. In its place was an extremely clean and minimalistic panel. All the outrageous values in the millions and billions were compressed into the most intuitive source, scale, and multiplier. The great way is the simplest. Feng felt a rush of joy. The equipment, skills, and attribute panels had all completely fused together, with all sources returned to 1. His combat power soared dozens of times in the blink of an eye. It should be noted that his current base attributes had already reached the million level. Adding the power increase, it surged thousands of times, becoming outrageously strong. He then opened his own attribute panel, only to find that countless rules and information had been completely refreshed and reconstructed. In his sight, the violent stream of data gradually calmed down. The myriad sources unification forcefully erased the redundant constraints set by the system. The dozens of pages filled with passive skills resistance attributes and special effects descriptions were all crushed and refined into a dark golden sphere the size of a fingernail. This is the primal force. Jiang Feng's mind stirred slightly, and an incredibly clean minimalist panel emerged. Ding. Myriad sources unification analysis complete. The current panel has been reconstructed. ID Qing Feng level LV-180 current maximum achieved class Sky Repairer. 5th transfer Dao source level combat power total of 4 dimensions, 40 trillion base luck, 23 trillion base, multiplier 240 treasure set, 20 universe unification, 20 stellar surge, 5,000, 10,000 dragons incarnation, 49 critical damage, 68 primal force Dao. Is simple 5,397 times. Jiang Feng calmly observed the final multiplication factor. The originally complex percentage reductions and flashy rebound effects were all violently crushed by myriad sources unification, merging into the simplest and most direct combat power. This does not mean they have completely dissipated, but rather curled up and hidden within that fingernail-sized dark golden sphere. The sphere quietly hovered at his heart, pulsating steadily with his heartbeat, each rise and fall releasing strands of primal Dao rhythm. It resembled a greedy black hole. The grade talentDiligence can make up for deficiency, which was once used to obscure others had been devoured by it. The piles of discarded materials and unused low-level skill books in his bag were all ground into powder, turning into the fuel that continued to support the rising multiplication factor. Complexity faded away and the Dao became simple. Jiang Feng thoroughly understood the underlying logic of high-dimensional power. As long as one masters a trace of primal force, even a low-level practitioner holding top-tier equipment with extreme principles can unleash incredible lethality. Defeating the strong with the weak, achieving kills across levels, there are vast uncertainties on the high-dimensional battlefield. But for Jiang Feng, uncertainty did not exist. The primal force is the lush branches and leaves, while his infinite-level talent Pangu Predator is the deep-rooted stem. Without the stem drawing massive attribute points every day, no matter how abundant the branches and leaves, it is merely a fragile castle in the air. A terrifying base combat power of 40 trillion provides the foundation, then multiplied by a constant factor of 5,397. This is not a variable, it is an unreasonable dimensional suppression. In the study on the second floor, the floor-to-ceiling window was half open and the night wind dispersed some of the stuffiness in the room. Jiang Feng sat in front of a redwood TC and a cast iron kettle was bubbling with steam. Outside the door, deliberate light footsteps were heard. Then the door was gently pushed open. The strongest practitioner of Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang, walked in. This venerable elder at the peak of the 7th transfer and revered by thousands had removed the uniform symbolizing supreme military authority and changed into a worn-out coarse cloth long gown. He did not sit in the guest chair, but walked straight to the TC, bent his back, and his knees heavily slammed onto Qing Feng. Divine Lord, I have come today to make a confession. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was hoarse. His usually thunderous voice now carried a subtle tremor that was hard to detect. Jiang Feng did not even raise his eyelids. He casually picked up the hot kettle, rinsing the purple clay teacup. The boiling water struck the cup's wall, white steam rising, his wrist steady as a mountain. 60 years ago the abyss descended. Actually, Xiao Zhenjiang stared intently at the patterns on the floor tiles, gritting his teeth, and personally dug open a festering scar hidden in his heart for 60 years. I was a coward. Just 5 words almost exhausted all of this elder's strength. Jiang Feng's hand pouring tea did not pause. The waterline remained straight, not splashing a single drop. At that time I was just an ordinary private. As the monsters slaughtered cities, the defense line collapsed at the slightest touch. With no way out, I escaped into an underground air raid shelter. There I accidentally found a fragment of the divine Dao Godhead. Xiao Zhenjiang's chest heaved violently, his gray hair already soaked with cold sweat. If I had chosen to refine it on Blue Star at that time, perhaps I could have ended that massacre decades earlier. But I was afraid. Faced with those indescribable high-dimensional demon gods, my inherent cowardice erupted. I used the power of the Godhead to forcibly strip the condensed divine body and send it to the upper world. Leaving behind a true self without any divine potential to struggle for survival on Blue Star, I exchanged it for a chance at life. The elder closed his eyes, the corners trembling slightly. For a full 60 years, he was revered as the stabilizing force of Huaxia by billions, treated as a totem of faith by countless awakened ones. Every word of praise, every medal slowly tortured his soul day and night. Only he himself knew that within this revered shell hid the soul of a timid coward. He had once thought of redemption through atonement, but the more he tried to make amends, the deeper he sank. During that period, he lived in endless torment, unable to break free, until Jiang Feng appeared, completely shattering the seemingly insurmountable source of pain. The study was deathly silent, only the sound of flowing tea could be heard. The anticipated thunderous anger or disdainful insults did not manifest. Jiang Feng picked up a cleaned purple clay cup and placed it on the low table in front of Xiao Zhenjiang. It is human nature. Jiang Feng lifted the kettle and poured amber tea, filling it 7/10 full, his tone exceedingly calm. Even ants cling to life, let alone a new recruit. Surviving is not disgraceful, dying is the true waste. No mockery, no pity, and not even a moral high ground judgment. Jiang Feng did not care what mistakes others had made in the past. He only looked at the value of the present and future. Jiang Feng lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Get up. Sit down, drink tea, and then speak the main point. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes were red. He supported himself with both hands on the ground, slowly rising, and seated himself on a nearby wooden chair. Since your divine body went to the upper world, Jiang Feng looked at him. Then tell me, why did the Abyssal Demon Emperor go to such great lengths to descend upon Blue Star back then? Xiao Zhenjiang took a deep breath. He did not touch the cup of hot tea, his expression unusually solemn. They did not come to drain Blue Star's primal source. Xiao Zhenjiang cast out a statement that could overturn humanity's 60-year understanding. Jiang Feng's hand holding the tea stopped in midair. The world believes that the invasion of the Abyssal Demon Clan is to drain Blue Star and use it as nourishment for their reproduction. Xiao Zhenjiang's speech quickened, his voice penetratingly cold, but my divine body in the upper world uncovered the truth. Those low-tier demon gods, like a bunch of fish, are not qualified, nor do they have the ability to devour Blue Star. Jiang Feng sipped the tea, a slight bitterness sliding down his throat. He stared at Xiao Zhenjiang, waiting for the biggest trump card to be revealed. Because Blue Star is not a low-level civilization at all. Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists tightly, the joints creaking. In the prehistoric myth era, this place was second only to the Great Realm. It was revered by the myriad races of the starry sky as the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The depth and prosperity here made even the upper Great Realm wary. The pinnacle of the mortal realm. The moment these 4 words were uttered, the air in the study suddenly solidified. It turned out that Blue Star was never a low-level novice village to be slaughtered at will. It was once the uncrowned king standing high above. Since it is the pinnacle of the mortal realm, why has it become this ridiculous form of leveling up by defeating monsters today? Jiang Feng set down the teacup, his gaze completely cooling. Because of a dehumanizing dimensional strike. Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly pointed to the night sky outside the window. Behind the profound darkness, it seemed that countless malicious eyes were hidden. 60 years ago, the comet that shattered the realm barrier and brought about the so-called deification was not an opportunity at all, nor was it the entrance to the abyssal passage. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. That was a weapon dropped by the upper Great Realm to forcibly sever Blue Star's mythological legacy. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Primordial supreme treasure. Colorless holy light. Xiao Zhenjiang enunciated each of these 8 words slowly. A supreme treasure even higher than the 100-star chaotic black gold. Jiang Feng had once obtained it like a blind box. It was precisely the mystical purple void demon armor dropped after slaying Zelrug. But this super weapon that directly forced a cultivation mythology planet into a deification online game was even ranked above the primordial supreme treasure. Primordial supreme treasure. They dropped this primordial supreme treasure and forcibly modified the underlying laws of this world. They shackled the true energy and Tao techniques cultivated by our ancestors into the so-called health bar and magic value. Xiao Zhenjiang spoke more fervently, his voice turning icy. They locked the path to ascension, trapping the entire Blue Star in an endless cycle of leveling up by defeating monsters. They treated us as domesticated pigs, and the Abyssal Demon Clan was merely their hunting dogs led into the pig pen to periodically cull the excess population. Jiang Feng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night wind stirred his loose clothing. In his line of sight, that pitch-black demon tower thrust into the clouds, a projection of the reality of the demon domain. Once all of humanity believed that was the only hope for becoming stronger. Now it seems it was merely an iron chain tied to a dog's neck. My divine body survived in the upper Great Realm for 60 years, crawling to the edge of the bottom layer. In the study, the aroma of tea was slightly stifled by heavy words. I have survived in the upper realm for 60 years, crawling to the edge of the bottom layer. Xiao Zhenjiang let out a bitter smile, his face full of bitterness. Over there, I truly witnessed what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. As a level 1000 god of laws, I was considered less than an ant. Xiao Zhenjiang gazed intently at the teacup, his voice tinged with despair. The people above are far too strong. Those infants born from the major forces are already dominators at the level of realm masters. As for the level 1000 divine beings that we, the awakened beings of Blue Star, look up to in the upper realm, they are merely tied with burning iron chains, not even comparable to the most wretched of slaves. Jiang Feng held the purple clay cup, his hand steady as a mountain, while pouring tea. The amber-colored tea in the cup formed a straight line, not a single drop spilled. So Jiang Feng did not raise his head, The abyssal demon emperor rushing down to the lower realm is just to seize this primordial treasure. Exactly. Xiao Zhenjiang nodded heavily. The demon race up there is merely a group of low-level bandits. Demon Emperor Balgon took a great risk to come down just to obtain this demon domain. Once refined, his combat power would instantly multiply by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. At that time, he too could leap to become a top-tier overlord. Jiang Feng chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. Multiply combat power by 1,000 or 10,000 times. Sounds quite impressive. But with his base combat power of 40 trillion and a permanent multiplier exceeding 5,000, this increase wouldn't even fill a gap. But don't worry, Divine Lord. Xiao Zhenjiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Demon Emperor Ball had already been frightened out of his wits by you abandoning even his century-old foundation and has already fled the Star region in his demon ship. He leaned forward, his tone earnest. Divine Lord, your strength is unparalleled. But before Blue Star is fully restored, I advise you not to engage in a heating clash with the upper realm. After all, that is a grand realm. Heating clash. Jiang Feng set down the teacup, letting out a scoff. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze became cold. I, Jiang Feng, never initiate trouble. But if someone thinks I am easy to bully and wants to step into my doorstep. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking ominously. I will twist off their legs along with their heads and kick them like a ball. Xiao Zhenjiang was startled by this pure killing intent, lowering his head and not daring to meet Jiang Feng's gaze. He took a deep breath and continued recounting the past. Actually, 20,000 years ago, Blue Star had a chance to escape the fate of being smashed. In that era, spiritual energy was rich, and beings like Nuwa Hui and Pangu emerged. They forcefully pushed Blue Star, this lower realm, to the brink of evolving into a grand realm. But this touched the core interests of the upper realm, becoming a thorn in the eyes of the Realm King. The Realm King high above sent people down to recruit us, wanting us to be his divine slave Star Domain. Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists, but was firmly rejected by the great goddess Nuwa. Better to shatter than to be a divine slave. The Realm King, furious and humiliated seeing Blue Star as uncontrollable, directly tossed out the demon domain, this primordial treasure. He forcefully shattered the laws of Blue Star, brutally knocking us down from the altar. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, offering the most straightforward evaluation. If you can't win, just flip the table and throw bricks. This lofty Realm King has a mindset no better than that of a petty street thug. He tapped on the table. I don't care about the fights between deities. But they shattered Blue Star, which is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl, threatening the peaceful lives of my parents. This grudge has been forged. Xiao Zhenjiang looked at Jiang Feng's calm face, feeling reassured. Divine Lord, please follow me to a place. Jiang Feng said nothing further, his mind moved. The Great Thousand traversing slightly activated. The two of them didn't even rise, and the surrounding space rippled like water. In the next second, the oppressive evening wind of the capital vanished, replaced by bone-chilling cold and howling winds. Kunlun Mountain at its peak. The perennial snow danced in the fierce wind, with temperatures dropping to below zero. The two stood on the hard icy rock. Ahead stood a gigantic bronze door. A deep and mysterious starlight seeped through the crack of the door, as if leading to another end of the universe. This is the road to ascension. Xiao Zhenjiang pointed to the fissure. It is also the passage that linked the upper world. The two seniors, Ji Xuanzi and Jiang Kunlun, walked through here. Jiang Feng shoved his hands in his pockets, staring at the starlight in the crack of the door, without saying a word. Xiao Zhenjiang continued. In fact, over the years, those who have taken this path have basically not returned. It's not that they don't want to come back, but that they lack the strength to do so. Once they go there, they are less than commoners, merely ants to be trampled upon. Jiang Feng turned his head, raising an eyebrow. Then why do so many people line up to seek death? Because of the great goddess Nuwa. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was low. Throughout history, those missing legendary emperors and brilliant minds have mostly been summoned by the great goddess Nuwa. The great goddess Nuwa did not yield in the upper realm and secretly formed a Blue Star force, needing to continuously absorb fresh blood from the lower realm to counter the Realm King. Jiang Feng listened, and two words echoed in his mind. Just this. To rely on grand promises to summon him to the high-dimensional world as a frontline worker. Dream on. With his grasp of the infinite level, Pangu Loot Slaughter, as long as there are monsters to kill, his attributes can snowball infinitely. Why leave this exceptional monster farming ground of Blue Star to start from the bottom in the upper realm? Let alone Nuwa, even if the ancient gods from the beginning of chaos all gathered, they could never dictate to him or issue commands. Xiao Zhenjiang watched Jiang Feng's indifferent figure, knowing that this divine lord had absolute conviction. After revealing the secret he had kept for 60 years, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, standing a bit straighter. Xiao Zhenjiang took a half step back, clasped his hands, and deeply bowed. Divine Lord, I have said all that I can. My life is one that was stolen. He raised his head, his face resolute and relieved. If there is ever a use for me in the future, even if it means being shattered to pieces, I Xiao Zhenjiang will charge into battle for you, only to redeem my cowardly heart from back then. Jiang Feng looked at the bronze door without turning back, casually waving his hand signaling that he could leave. No comfort, no retention. Xiao Zhenjiang bowed, once more transforming into a stream of light, as he leapt down from the peak of Kunlun, disappearing into the wind and snow. For someone like this, Jiang Feng couldn't even muster the slightest anger, only feeling pity for Xiao Zhenjiang. Some people, without realizing it, ascend to the position of divine lord. Yet others, while walking, unwittingly become soulless walking corpses. He didn't know how to act, how to comfort, or whether to let him charge into battle. He was entirely clueless. Jiang Feng only understood one principle: to firmly grasp one's destiny, one must personally confront fate. At the peak, only Jiang Feng remained. The cold wind cut through his thin nightgown, not even lifting the hem. The protective source-level primal power isolated all physical laws outside. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes. He never considered himself a savior. His greatest wish was simply to let his parents enjoy their old age and live a bit more resolutely. But he understood a very simple logic. He had shattered the heavenly path, raised the world's integration level, causing too much disturbance. The beings of the upper realm are not blind, and the Realm King is certainly not deaf. Even if he wanted to quietly be a monster-killing fanatic, the reckoning from high dimensions would eventually catch up to him. In fact, from the moment he dealt dozens of trillions of damage, he had already been closely watched from above. No wonder, Jiang Feng muttered to himself. No wonder Jiang Kunlun and Ji Xuanzi, these old fellows, had steadfastly held on for so many years. They were waiting for someone who could break the deadlock. They wanted to wait for a leader who could lead humanity to ascend to higher dimensions and engage in a decisive battle with the ultimate boss. If they couldn't wait, it would just mean one more person rushing to the upper realm to fight for humanity. If they succeeded in waiting, the fate of all humanity would be completely rewritten. Their calculations were indeed clever. Too bad Jiang Feng would never follow someone else's script. Others resist the grand realm through patience, lurking and forming factions. But he, Jiang Feng, only believes in limitless violent values. His thoughts were completely clear. No matter how strong the upper realm is, considering those matters now is purely nonsense. The only thing that matters now is to continue frantically farming monsters. Changing jobs, plundering attribute points, the speed of becoming stronger must not stop for even half a second. Jiang Feng was just about to turn around and tear open space to go back for ribs. Suddenly, a low hum came from deep within his mind from the reconstructed system. This sound was no longer a stiff mechanical voice, but carried a trace of ancient tremor from the source of the Tao. Ding. Detected that player level has reached the maximum level of 260. Condition judgment passed. Source level profession Sky Repairer exclusive advancement route has been activated. Ultimate 6-turn task initiated. Task name: the path to repairing the sky. Phase 1 task content: step onto the road to ascension, cross the realm barrier, and go to repair the primordial treasure demon domain comet left behind when it fell and pierced Blue Star. The road to ascension. To hell with the road to ascension. Jiang Feng stood in the wind and snow, lacking even the interest to glance back at the bronze door. Nuwa schemes. The high-dimensional reckoning. To him, it was all just a bunch of old monsters writing a terrible script. If he ever had a moment of impulse and crossed that threshold to mend the heavens, it would be like willingly offering his neck to the meat grinder of the upper realms. Perhaps it would even directly attract the dimensional strikes of the Realm King. He was not foolish. Stuck on a job transfer. Unable to break through the 6th transition. Jiang Feng simply didn't care. The combat power of his mortal body had long shattered the foundational logic of both Blue Star and the demon realm. The level given by the system was merely a withered number. As long as he held the infinite level talent Pangu Loot Slaughter, and as long as there were monsters for him to slay every day, his base attributes could snowball infinitely. As long as the foundation was substantial and the multiplication factor was high enough, even a newbie at 0 transitions could punch a high-dimensional deity back into the womb. The 9th level God Court ruins indeed hide some good treasures. Jiang Feng stroked his chin. He never forgot the vast pressure that made even him wary when he first touched that area. But Jiang Feng did not want to take any risks. Stabilizing his development was the hard truth. Before that, he first needed to explore the newly unlocked 2600 level ultimate high-dimensional secret realm. In the spirit of caution, he decided to first test the waters of that 1200 level map. In any case, one should act steadily and not rush for results. Learning to slow down and focus would allow him to walk more steadily and quickly, finding the most efficient shortcuts. When clearing the 1000 level map, he naturally needed to bring along his special full-screen loot pendant. These past few days he had been letting the dragon girl roam outside to farm. That girl was also a hard worker, tirelessly grinding day and night, producing frightening results. In just a few days she had managed to farm over 6 million colorful treasures. Even the 100-star chaotic black gold gear capable of initiating national wars in the outside world had dropped over 300 pieces. With a thought, Feng activated Great Thousand Shuttling. His form disregarded the laws of space, vanishing in an instant. The next moment he stood above a dark red wasteland. Looking down, he saw a lovely silhouette transform into an adorable girl. However, this seemingly delicate, yet utterly unyielding dragon girl was sitting nonchalantly atop a towering skeletal mountain, exuding a cold aura that warned others to keep their distance. She tightly clutched a radiant 9-colored staff in both hands, gnawing on it like sugar cane, crunching away and sending sparks flying. Noticing the fluctuations in space, the dragon girl suddenly looked up. Upon seeing Feng, her large eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. She casually tossed aside half of her staff and leapt into Feng's embrace like a meatball. "Master." The dragon girl wiped the remnants of her equipment from the corner of her mouth, using Feng's clothing, raising her chubby face in eager anticipation of praise. "I've been so diligent these past few days. I picked up over 600,000 of that colorful junk, and over 300 pieces of the pitch-black chaotic gear, all stuffed into my space." "Really?" Feng chuckled as he ruffled her bun. "Well done. But don't eat just yet. Come with me to a new place to stock up." "Stock up, Yage?" Upon hearing stock up, the dragon girl transformed into a streak of light and obediently perched back on Feng's shoulder. Feng raised his hand and casually swiped at the void. Great Thousand Shuttling was activated once more. One human and one dragon, like two physical hacks, tore through the underlying code of the demon realm, forcefully arriving at the newly manifested 1-0 level ultimate secret realm. This desolate area had just formed, and the system had not even had time to generate a name, leaving a sea of crimson data garble in midair. Feng casually glanced and assigned it a name in his mind: God Burial Void. As soon as he stepped in, the surrounding gravity instantaneously multiplied by millions. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy in the air. It was filled with brutal, chaotic laws. The dead gray sky and the starry ground solidified with dark matter. This was a genuine forbidden zone for life. An ordinary max-level player wouldn't even be able to fight monsters here. Even a breath of wind in this place would evaporate their health instantly. Here was the absolute dead buffer zone, where high-dimensional power permeated Blue Star. "Master, it smells terrible here, like the stench of giant insects." The dragon girl pinched her little nose in disgust. No sooner had she spoken than from deep within the dead gray fog, thousands of crimson vertical pupils lit up. Massive beasts comparable to mountains and covered in tentacles and heavy bone armor fully awakened. Their mere breathing easily shattered large swathes of space. Any one of these monsters could pin the powerful nations of the West to the ground and rub them in. Yet just as these beasts bared their fangs preparing to launch an assault, they caught the scent emanating from the dragon girl on Feng's shoulder. That was the absolute pressure belonging to the newly appointed Heaven's Tao of Blue Star. Soon after, thousands of vertical pupils shifted upward, colliding with Feng's calm eyes. A monster that could treat the Heaven's Tao as a pet. In an instant, a primal tremor emanating from high-dimensional souls surged through the brains of all the level 10,000 monsters like a high-voltage shock. Those bone armors said to withstand nuclear explosions began to tremble uncontrollably. There were no earth-shattering roars, nor any claw-bearing provocations. Thousands of once mighty level 10,000 monsters turned on their heels without hesitation. They tore through space in a frenzy, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost, their skeletal frames rattling. "Now that you're here, why run?" Feng's tone was utterly flat. He couldn't even be bothered to draw out the 100-star cosmic destruction staff. Merely raising his right hand, he lightly pressed down towards the 30,000 square meters of void before him. There was no world-ending light or deafening explosion. 40 trillion in base combat power. Over 5,000 times the constant multiplication factor, coupled with that unreasonable absolute true damage. With this slap, he directly created a data black hole in the space ahead. Within that 30,000 square meters, all the frantically fleeing level 10,000 monsters, along with the dark matter beneath their feet and the chaotic laws in midair. In the same second, they collectively disintegrated. There were no screams. Not even the physical process of vaporization was spared. Their traces of existence were directly erased by the system's underlying logic. Feng expressionlessly retracted his hand, feeling somewhat drowsy. He stepped forward. Great Thousand Shuttling activated continuously. His figure flashed at the other two core coordinates of God Burial Void. Raising his hand, he delivered two more light slaps. The entire 12000 level ultimate map was thoroughly cleared. At the deepest part of the map, a 15000 level ultimate BOSS lurking in the black abyss had barely condensed a divine body of several thousand meters. It hadn't even had the chance to utter a pretentious entrance line. It was directly shattered by the battle's aftermath from Feng's third shuttling. Silence. Absolute stillness. In just 10 seconds, this high-dimensional secret realm capable of driving the Chinese military to despair and overloading Western nations' detectors was turned into a vacuum wasteland devoid of even dust. Master is too awesome. The dragon girl bounced excitedly on Jiang Feng's shoulder, her tiny fists making a whooshing sound, her eyes filled with fervent stars. She smacked her lips and seriously suggested, "But next time let me handle these little bugs. Don't dirty your hands. Stop buttering me up, go collect the loot." Jiang Feng chuckled as he tapped her head. No sooner had he spoken than the system prompt box on his retina began to go haywire, scrolling uncontrollably like it had been infected by a virus. Ding. Killed LV12300 aberration, star skeleton monster experience points stored in overflow pool. Ding. Killed LV12500 high-dimensional devourer gained. In total, after just 3 slaps, he had devoured over 2,000 level 10,000 monsters. This was the first clear in the entire server. Coupled with Jiang Feng's unbelievable luck value, which could no longer be measured by numbers, all in trillions. The loot that dropped was piled up like garbage, densely covering the entire void. The dragon girl opened her chubby mouth and inhaled sharply. The supreme authority of the newly appointed heavens, Tao, activated instantly. All the radiant treasures on the ground coalesced into a river of stars which she packed away entirely. Jiang Feng glanced at the popping loot list. High-dimensional materials piled like mountains reaching into the sky. The equipment drop rates were absurdly exaggerated, making anyone who saw it exclaim in disbelief. The lowest level equipment dropped by this batch of level 10,000 monsters started at 6-color treasures totaling over 2,300 pieces. Quality maxed 7-color treasures dropped 600 pieces. As for the chaotic black gold treasures that could make global players kneel and call out for their ancestors, this obscure map surprisingly produced 3 pieces. One monster dropped 12.5 billion attribute points. Sweeping through the area, he had amassed a staggering 38.75 trillion attribute points waiting to be allocated. Jiang Feng casually divided and allocated them, maxing out the 5 primary attributes with a single click, causing his stats to explode. All attributes soared to 48 trillion. Luck surged to 31 trillion. The drop rates are decent, I suppose, Jiang Feng remarked with a calm expression. If the outside guilds saw this batch of loot, they'd probably suffer a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. This was enough strategic depth to directly arm dozens of national-level legions. Yet Jiang Feng had no interest in even storing them in his warehouse. With a thought, the dark golden sphere of light hidden in his heart suddenly unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull that devoured everything. Dao source level exclusive divine skill, all sources returned to 1. All melted down. Jiang Feng lightly uttered 3 words. In that instant, the 2,300 pieces of 6-color, 600 pieces of 7-color, and the 3 chaotic black gold gear, along with the countless top-tier skill books and high-grade materials that had been idle in his backpack, were all irresistibly drawn into the air. There was no suspense. These top-tier divine armors capable of igniting world wars with a single drop were instantly shattered into dust under the tyrannical pressure of all sources returned to 1. What invincible attributes, what causality effects, what hodgepodge of law resistances. All were forcibly refined into the purest form of violence. The waste residue turned to ashes, dissipating in the dead silence of the void. What remained were only droplets of the most refined source laws. The dark golden sphere of light devoured these source laws like a glutton. On the simplified panel on his retina, which had only a few lines of text, the multiplication factor displayed at the end began a senseless and violent surge. 5,397 times. 6,002 times. 6,034 times. In the blink of an eye, his already off-the-charts combat multiplier soared over 70 times. And it wasn't over yet. As the hundreds of thousands of fragmented materials and equipment in his backpack were treated like free firewood, they were continuously fed into this bottomless pit. The number representing extreme violence continued to spike illogically and endlessly. 600 million. At that moment. Ding. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng has annihilated the LV 15,000 Ultimate Purple Ruins, Burning Heaven War God. Completed the first clear of the LV 12,000 Absolute God Burial Void. Source feedback: all players' skill cooldowns permanently increased by 15. Experience acquisition efficiency for all players increased tenfold. The ear-piercing system announcement flashed across the retinas of players worldwide, overwhelming the server's code. The LV 15,000 boss that Jiang Feng casually shattered left not a single hair behind. The system lagged for a full 30 seconds before barely confirming the death report. The world channel instantly went wild, the flow of information moving so fast, it left only afterimages. What the hell? LV 15,000. I haven't even touched a LV 150 minion, and King Feng's adoptive father is already stocking up in the LV 100 zone. while others are playing post-apocalyptic survival. The Great Feng is playing a high-dimensional vegetable slicing simulator, selling seeds and drinks in the front row, also buying back the adoptive father's discarded nails at a high price guaranteed to ward off evil spirits. Does anyone understand? I just leveled up to LV 50. In this era, am I only fit to be a single-celled organism? Tian Shu Long, Yuan. The meeting room of the Secret Institute. A group of business and military tycoons who could shake the very foundations of China with a stomp stared intently at the crimson announcement, in the air collectively petrified. Zhang Chonglin rubbed his tingling old face, gasping, just turned professional and already tossed the LV absolute ground. Is there even a limit to this battle power? The richest man Lin Jinbong trembled as he held his teacup, forcing a bitter smile. I see it clearly. The divine sovereign must think the monsters here aren't enough to fill his gaps, so he went wholesale in the high-dimensional maps. Li Yin slammed his palm heavily on the table, eyes filled with fervor. To hell with the higher realms, with the divine sovereign presiding. Who dares to touch a single hair of our China? At the same time, on the lawn on the other side of the manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Jiang Jiangguo was leisurely pruning his potted plants. Lu Zuolan walked over with freshly washed fruits, accompanied by Jiang Shuyun, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. Without even lifting his head, Jiang Jiangguo mumbled as he looked at the roaring phenomena in the sky. That kid Feng, all he knows is how to create these big commotions. It's almost mealtime, yet there's no sign of him. Lu Zuolan smiled as she handed a bunch of grapes to Jiang Shuyun, her admiration evident. Shuyun, you see, my Feng is just too hardworking. You are helping him manage such a big business. It must be tough. If Feng, that little rascal, doesn't get it, should I talk to him for you? Jiang Shuyun's heart skipped a beat, quickly lowering her head to take the grapes. Aunt Lu, you really don't have to joke about me. She was a clever woman, fully aware of her position. The overwhelming power she had was merely sand slipping through Jiang Feng's fingers. She held a reverent awe towards Jiang Feng, akin to a believer gazing upon a deity, never daring to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. As long as I can help the divine sovereign stabilize the rear, that is my greatest honor. I understand, Jiang Shuyun replied softly, her tone filled with clarity and restraint. At this moment in the LV-10 absolute ground, the dragon girl, fiercely gnawing on the equipment remains, had a much simpler mindset. As long as Jiang Feng uttered a word, even if the end of the universe lay ahead, this star-level ancient dragon would charge headfirst without hesitation. Deep in the capital city, just leaving Jiang Feng's side, the commander of China, Xiao Zhenjiang, gazed at the sky, full of announcements, sinking into a profound confusion. Why go to the LV 12,000 map to grind instead of taking the Kunlun path to ascend? Xiao Zhenjiang rubbed his throbbing temples, utterly bewildered by the divine sovereign's actions. Is he disregarding the high-dimensional laws, or does he simply think there aren't enough monsters to grind? In the god burial void, Jiang Feng stood on the remnants of the magical creature's obliteration, suddenly recalling the ancient secret revealed by Xiao Zhenjiang. Why did the realm king, who was spurned by Nuwa, such a lofty being, not personally descend to annihilate, but instead just throw a primordial treasure to smash Blue Star? And Nuwa, why venture to the higher realms to clash with the realm king instead of staying on Blue Star to guard her? With many riddles swirling in his mind, Jiang Feng quickly deduced the key. Forcing a descent must come with a colossal price that even the realm king would feel pain to pay. Otherwise, given his nature facing such lowly worlds as Blue Star, he would have long since personally intervened to crush everything, leaving no leeway. As for Nuwa's reasons for venturing to the upper realm, it likely had much to do with Blue Star's situation. The most probable explanations were twofold. Either Blue Star's laws were shattered, leading to the collapse of spiritual energy, making it no longer a fertile ground for their continued growth, forcing them to remain here under oppressive laws, stalling their cultivation, or even regressing. Or it was a deadlock of offense over defense. Leaving the spark of Blue Star behind, she led human experts into the core of the upper realm, seizing high-dimensional resources to enhance their strength while continuously disrupting the Realm King's plans, leaving him stretched thin, unable to annihilate Blue Star completely, just waiting for someone who could truly break the deadlock to appear and reverse Blue Star's predicament. As for any prideful obsession with dying rather than yielding, that was fundamentally impossible. Jiang Feng didn't believe in this narrative. Those who could cultivate to Nuwa's level were all meticulous individuals, and how could they stake the future of their entire race over a so-called conflict of egos? If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. It's just a waste of brain cells. Jiang Feng shook his head, sneering. Once I stack my attributes to the point of system-garbled text, regardless of whether it's the Realm King or the Divine King, I'll just slap them into dust. With a thought, Jiang Feng activated Great Thousand Transcendence, directly tearing through space. Accompanied by the Dragon Girl, he ignored all physical barriers and forcefully smashed into the newly unlocked LV 26,000 Ultimate High-Dimensional Secret Realm, Oblivion Star Abyss. As soon as he landed, what he stepped on was not soil, but shattered remnants of entire star systems. The horrific gravity was enough to crush stars into dust, and the brutal high-dimensional laws slashed through the void like razors. This environment is finally not so boring. Jiang Feng casually twisted his neck. Without warning, a massive rift in space opened up in the depths of the star abyss ahead thousands of feet wide. A faceless messenger entirely blindingly white and sporting 12 wings slowly descended. The pressure emanating from him was hundreds of times more terrifying than that of the previous blue star, Heavenly Tao, and the level above him was a dark crimson, LV 80,000. Lowly ants of the lower realm. The messenger's voice boomed in an overwhelming mechanical tone. You dare to defy the will of the higher realms. His Majesty the Realm King sent me to forcibly descend and grant you total annihilation. The higher realms expended 3 cosmic rivers of origin to descend into this realm. You will die in. Villains perish due to their verbosity. Without even raising an eyelid, Jiang Feng countered with a massive slap sent through the air. Boom. With one hand, he fought against 3,000 emperors, pushing back 13 continents. No matter what kind of Realm King messenger you are, the slap won't miss. A force of pure unreasonable violence carrying 40 trillion base battle power and 6,000 times the terrifying multiplication factor directly created a huge physical black hole where the messenger was. The 12-winged messenger didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was instantly obliterated along with the remnants of the star system behind him. Spending such a high price to descend just to take my slap. Jiang Feng disdainfully clapped his hands. Open your horizons a bit. The dead don't need to recite such long lines. The aftershock of this slap spread out, shaking thousands of lurking high-dimensional monsters into a fine dust. Ding. You have slain the LV 80,000 Realm King messenger. Kill. Infinite level Pangu Slaughter triggered. Plunder 500 trillion attribute points. The system prompt echoed like a torrential downpour. Densely packed attribute bars skyrocketing, nearly bursting the edge of the interface. The scarlet plunder value, dizzying to behold. Jiang Feng chuckled. Indeed, the Realm King had noticed him. But it's alright, he loved to help others scratch itches. One kill brings another, a pair crushes, and a whole group just directly topples his high-dimensional throne. The high-dimensional monster's tier was extremely high, and a single monster dropped a staggering 66.7 billion attribute points. In just a few seconds of clearing the field, an astronomical number popped up on Jiang Feng's retina. A staggering 156,750 billion attribute points awaiting distribution. Attributes distributed evenly. With a thought, Jiang Feng unleashed a torrent of attribute points like the 5 major attributes: body, agility, strength, intelligence, luck, surged by 600 trillion each thanks to the recently slain Realm King messenger. The simplified panel was frantically jumping. Battle power total of 4 dimensions, 648 trillion base, luck, 631 trillion base, with several thousand times the multiplication factor. Jiang Feng's casual basic attack was now enough to flatten a nebula in the universe. The dragon girl transformed into a towering ancestral dragon, opening her abyssal maw wide to suck in the ground's premium spoils, as if the Star River were pouring into her mouth. Jiang Feng casually glanced at the drop list. Starting with 7 colored treasures, there were as many as 37000 items. The chaotically sought-after black gold gear around the globe burst out 500 pieces here, like it was wholesale. Most outrageous of all, among the pile of materials lay 2 pieces of exceptionally rare equipment shimmering with mysterious purple light. Mystic Purple Primordial War Spear and Mystic Purple Chaotic Boots. These were supreme treasures that surpassed Chaotic Treasure's Mystic Purple Mixed Gold. Finally, some usable items have dropped. Jiang Feng unceremoniously pocketed them. This LV 26,000 absolute ground was as easy for him as going out for a stroll and stepping on a few ants. After the void calmed at the center point where the Realm King messenger had been obliterated, a purple gold treasure chest exuding the aura of the Tao quietly floated. As Jiang Feng approached, he kicked open the chest lid. Inside there was no equipment, only a book devoid of material seemingly formed from pure starlight. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special law ancient scripture book of all things. Material manipulation effect upon fusion can freely reconstruct, decompose, and transform all fundamental materials in the universe. Jiang Feng weighed the ancient scripture in his hands, raising an eyebrow. This was a huge win. He had actually dropped a good item with law attributes. Not bad. Jiang Feng tossed the treatise of 10,000 realms lightly in his palm, his mind crystal clear. The weight of this tome was immeasurable. The power of cosmic law bore no resemblance whatsoever to the crude fireballs or ice arrows wielded by demons in the demon realm, or even to martial techniques of the mortal world. This was true divine artistry, transcending all mundane dimensions. To illustrate, he currently possessed 648 zettabytes of 4-dimensional attributes, a foundation so profound it was akin to an infinite fuel tank. Yet without the driving force of law-based power, this formidable base remained a dormant volcano, relying solely on brute physical strikes. This treatise, however, was the ultimate engine. Feng opened the treatise. With his current wisdom attribute of 648 zettabytes, 64 times greater than that of an awakened novice, he required neither seated meditation nor arduous enlightenment. He merely glanced once. A resonant hum echoed, and the tome dissolved into a violet beam, vanishing into his forehead. Instantly, he mastered the law of material manipulation. Standing atop the ruins of the stellar abyss, Feng stirred his will. From his spatial storage, an idle, ordinary, seven-colored longsword silently rose. In the next breath, the blade tore through the void itself, transcending dimensional barriers and defying all natural law to appear above planet launching. He wished to test the feel of this law. Planet launching Dongjiang City. At dusk, pedestrians thronged the bustling pedestrian street. A little girl with twin braids rode atop her father's shoulders, holding half a skewer of candied hawthorn. Suddenly, she raised her stubby finger toward the sunset-stained sky. "Daddy, look. An airplane's leaving it." The young father followed her gaze, and the snack bag slipped from his hand with a soft thud. His entire body froze as though bound by an invisible sealing incantation. That was no airplane. A dazzling, blinding, seven-colored sword light slashed across the heavens at a speed utterly imperceptible to the human eye, splitting the evening clouds in two. Its chi cleaved through the atmosphere, carving a pristine 10,000-mile-long scar across the firmament. Clouds over Dongjiang City violently recoiled in both directions like divine intervention, refusing to mend for long. Beyond the East Sea defense line, in the beginner monster hunting zone, lay the ravaged campsite of low-tier pheasant woods. Two young women newly awakened mere days ago sat upon stones, catching their breath and regenerating mana. "Aran, where shall we hunt next?" asked the short-haired girl, wiping sweat from her brow with a rusted iron sword in hand. Her cheeks still smudged with mud, her voice heavy with exhaustion. The other, with a high ponytail and clutching a wooden staff, shook her head repeatedly. A faint magical luminescence still shimmered at her fingertips. "Let's just grind nearby for now. Level 10 zones would be suicide right now. Our stats are pitiful. Your attack is only 312, my healing spells can't even restore HP. Let's steadily level up to 15, gather a full set of green gear, then move on." As they chatted, idly calculating how many more pheasants to kill for experience, a deafening sonic boom erupted. The shriek of supersonic rupture instantly drowned out birdsong and monster roars alike. Instinctively, they jerked their heads upward, their iron sword and wooden staff clattering to the ground. Then, breathless and wide-eyed, lips trembling, they dared not even inhale. A flying sword wreathed in seven-colored radiance swept past thousands of meters above them, its aura so intense it bathed the entire pheasant woods in daylight brilliance. Even from kilometers away, its oppressive aura pressed down like an invisible mountain, crushing their legs into submission. They collapsed into the mud, every ounce of strength drained. This was no mere elite monster's pressure. It was pure dimensional suppression, an overwhelming power before which newborn cultivators lacked even the privilege to gaze upward. Western China, the 10,000 mountain range. Within an ancient, long-abandoned Taoist temple, secluded from the world for decades, sat a reclusive elder whose face was etched with deep furrows, motionless for untold ages. Now his eyes snapped open. He surged upright, staring fixedly at the fleeting seven-colored arc across the horizon. His bony hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. His adamantine throat convulsed, a rasping, sandpaper-like voice emerged. "This is law force. Material manipulation." The old sovereign who once ruled this realm stood awestruck, his expression one of sheer ghost-stricken horror. Feng shook his head. A single orbit around planet launching had consumed nearly zero mental energy. His 648 zettabyte wisdom attribute had effortlessly expanded his spiritual consciousness into a boundless oceanic sea of awareness. "If we're testing limits, let's think bigger. Go grand." Feng raised his hand and casually pressed downward. His spatial storage flared open. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Tens of thousands of supreme-tier weapons glowing with 6- and 7-colored auras, along with over 5,000 chaos black gold artifacts, surged forth like a reverse meteor shower, bursting through dimensional rifts to hover precisely in low orbit around planet launching. Tens of thousands of peerless divine armaments, suspended across every continent's skies solely by Feng's unaided will, without a raise or external support. Their tips pointed straight down toward the surface. Each artifact emitted energy fluctuations capable of reducing a metropolis to dust in an instant. Across the ocean, in the Beacon Nation, deep within the palace's highest-level underground defense facility, Supreme Commander Wilson sipped red wine while listening to routine intelligence briefings. Without warning, the highest priority air defense alarm shrieked. The entire subterranean base flooded with pulsating crimson light. The main screen flickered, switching instantly to satellite radar feeds. Over the northern continent, dense clusters of red dots hung motionless in the stratosphere. The intelligence officer's voice cracked mid-sentence, erupting in terrified hysteria. Commander, tens of thousands of unknown energy sources have appeared in the stratosphere. Any single one exceeds our most advanced civilization canon by hundreds, even millions, of times. Every global core city has been targeted. Wilson's hand jerked, his stemmed glass shattered on the floor, expensive wine splashing across his trousers. His gaze locked onto the magnified screen, revealing flying swords and battle armor, glowing with chaos black gold radiance. His face turned ashen. These are Qingfeng's armaments. This is undoubtedly the work of that living Yama. Wilson's knees buckled. He slid helplessly into his command chair. Their most advanced air defense systems, their strategic missile interceptors, all were paper toys before these divine armaments capable of shattering continental plates. He knew better than anyone with but a single thought from the celestial being above the Beacon Nation would vanish from Earth's map in 1 second. Not only the Beacon Nation, across the globe shockwaves reverberated. Maple Leaf Nation's leadership abruptly halted all military drills. Elites gazed skyward in stunned silence. Rainforest Federation and Northern Dominion frontline commanders immediately activated emergency, direct lines to China, abandoning national red lines entirely desperate only for survival. Several great chieftains of the Desert Alliance prostrated themselves in the desert sands, interpreting the celestial swords as omens of divine punishment, and frantically kowtowing in prayer. The Black Soil Coalition's leadership descended into chaos, urgently ordering nationwide de-escalation, terrified that even a single spark might ignite the lethal wrath above. Remnant Zaibatsu clans of Fusang and Goryeo lost all composure. Senju Hyoichi and Min Seoan cowered deep within a kilometer-buried bunker, watching the holographic deluge of swords, and breathing loudly felt like a crime. In the wake of Jiang Feng's effortless interdimensional intimidation, planet launching fell into absolute silence and utter submission. Jiang Feng gently closed his fingers. The celestial armaments instantly traversed dimensions, returning like homing birds to hover before him. Acceptable handling. Jiang Feng offered this measured assessment of the law. Indeed, the treatise of 10,000 realms granted unparalleled mastery over material manipulation, but suffered one critical limitation: its ceiling depended entirely on the intrinsic quality of the materials controlled. 7 colored armaments sufficed for intimidating Launching's inhabitants, but against high-dimensional sovereigns they'd prove inadequate, likely shattered after only a few uses. Only Chaos Black Goldier weapons were barely worthy of serving as a standard ammunition. Even so, Jiang Feng knew such armaments alone could not guarantee supremacy. He must grow stronger infinitely. Stepwise surges. Geometric explosions. Once attributes reached sufficient thresholds and the mysteries of law were fully grasped, confidence would forge itself, and destiny would rest firmly within his own grasp. If something cannot keep pace with the age, it merely occupies space. Jiang Feng regarded the tens of thousands of 6- and 7-colored armaments before him, his expression serene. His consciousness sank inward toward his heart. 10,000 sources unify. A dark gold orb erupted, transforming into a gaping maw of abyssal hunger. Over 30,000 supreme-tier colored armaments, and countless miscellaneous high-dimensional base materials, were violently drawn in. Shattering echoes reverberated through the void. All impurities were ruthlessly stripped away. A pure Dowager essence flooded into Jiang Feng's body like reversed river currents. The special multiplicative coefficient granted by the law of material manipulation began skyrocketing, without restraint. Its initial amplification barely surpassed 100-fold, yet almost immediately, 150-fold, 300-fold, 580-fold. The figure surged uncontrollably, finally locking at 700-fold. And as residual essence continued to assimilate, the number climbed steadily upward. Do not underestimate these mere hundreds of folds. They constituted a unique multiplicative layer independent of base attributes. Applied to Jiang Feng's monstrous 648 zettabyte stat sheet, the resulting combat power was an astronomical figure beyond comprehension. Jiang Feng exhaled a plume of turbid chi, his gaze shifting to the remaining 5,000 chaos black gold artifacts. A faint eyebrow lift betrayed mild surprise. Whether due to deliberate system-level favoritism or sheer probability, exactly 1,000 of these 5,000 artifacts were weapons, and all were flying swords. Each sword bore an ancient, austere form. Coiling dragon motifs adorned their guards, while their blades pulsed with black light, embodying the law of destruction, radiating supreme authority. Jiang Feng stroked his chin. These 1,000 flying swords shall serve as ordnance for sweeping the earth. With a gesture, he sealed them individually into a privileged compartment of his spatial storage. As for the remaining 4,000 chaos black gold armors, accessories, and shields, leave them to rust. Melt them. The 10,000 sources unify technique activated once more. 4,000 chaos tier treasures, each capable of driving Launching's entire humanity into frenzy, were mercilessly pulverized by Feng into primordial essence 10,000 times purer than that extracted from seven-colored armaments. The panel's amplification coefficient surged again, this time with irrational transcendental intensity. Meanwhile, far above the celestial sphere, amidst violent interstellar turbulence, two blood-soaked, battered figures stepped across the carcasses of high-dimensional realm beasts, crossing a colossal stargate carved from cosmic void. Jiang Kunlun coughed up, golden blood shimmering with divine radiance, breathing heavily, his frame swaying precariously. Ji Xuance's arm had been severed, but his bloodshot eyes burned with fierce, unquenchable fire as he stared ahead. Stellar mist slowly parted. Before them, suspended in ancient, desolate grandeur, floated a vast stellar continent, and upon it a tattered yet defiant bronze war banner billowed in the wind. At its center, engraved in archaic script, glowed the sacred totem of Nuwa. Their eyes met, and blood-smeared faces twisted into grim, triumphant smiles. They had arrived. At last they had arrived. Above the vast and boundless starry sky, the violent interstellar gale tore at the mottled bronze battle flag. Jiang Kunlun coughed up faint golden divine blood, kneeling heavily on the cracked white jade plaza. Beside him, Ji Xuance, missing half an arm, straightened his back, staring intently ahead. The star mist slowly parted. In the forefront stood a sacred and desolate phantom. With a human head and a serpent body, she was surrounded by the colorful essence of molding clay and repairing the heavens. Her compassionate eyes seemed capable of penetrating through the ages, and with every breath, she stirred a vibrant storm across the starry sea. Behind her stood several terrifying figures, silent, like clay sculptures, their aura capable of collapsing the galaxy. To the left, a burly giant clad in animal skins bore a pale yellow great bow that seemed capable of shooting down stars with thick fingers deeply embedded in flesh. To the right, a wild man with disheveled hair leaned against a rough wooden staff, with one hand, his eyes like torches, and within him surged a scorching wave chasing after the sun. Further back was an even more bizarre and horrifying presence. A headless war god stood bare-chested, with breasts as fierce eyes and a navel as a bloodied mouth, wielding a giant axe that seemed to tear through the long sky with battle intent. Higher in the clouds, three elders donned in Taiji Bagua robes sat cross-legged, their aura as deep as an abyss, like three cosmic paths converging. No one spoke, but the murderous aura condensed from 20,000 years of blood and tears brought the temperature of the entire starry sea down to freezing point. Found it. Jiang Kunlun spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his voice hoarse from extreme excitement. The one who repairs the heavens. Found it. The woman with a human head and serpent body slightly tilted her head, her gaze penetrating through countless dimensional barriers, looking far towards the blue star shrouded in heavy data gloom in the east. She remained silent, only her serpent tail slowly swaying in the void, creating ripples of fate. The demon domain, a 26,000 level abyss, annihilation star abyss. A streak of scarlet sword light shattered the heads of 30,000 aberrant star beasts. Jiang Feng stepped on a mountain of dark matter debris, his breath remaining completely undisturbed. For a full 3 days and nights. Since killing the Realm King's messenger, he had not stepped away from this map, turning this high-dimensional secret realm, which was enough to make the heavens tremble, into a slaughterhouse, where even the system refresh mechanism began to malfunction. Ding. Killed. LV 26,000 star abyss overlord experience points stored in the overflow pool. Ding. Infinite level Pangu slaughter triggered, plundering 500 megabytes of free attribute points. Ding. Killed. LV 26,000 high-dimensional aberration. A flood of system notifications crazily washed over his retina. In the distance, a mysterious and vast summoning faintly echoed. The source of the fluctuation pointed directly to the barrier at the end of this abyss, the 90,000 level map, Divine Court Ruins. Jiang Feng sensed that benevolent summoning without malice more than once, but he halted at the boundary line, not daring to step even half an inch across. His current panel was explosively extreme. Even if he were to intrude into the 90,000 level Forbidden Zone map, he had a full 99% guarantee of retreating unscathed. But that was not enough. Jiang Feng's eyes were unnaturally calm. The car accident in his past life made him understand that the so-called 99 safety was a joke in the face of fate. From that day on, the word probability had vanished from his dictionary. Without absolute dominance of 100, any risk, no matter how small, was tantamount to seeking death. Fear of insufficient firepower had to be cured. He wanted to solidify his foundation in this safe zone to the point of system crashes, stacking his health to a level that even high-dimensional deities would find despairing. Count the gains. Jiang Feng opened the panel behind him. 3 days and nights of grinding the experience overflow pool's data had turned into gibberish. 968, 532, 4000. Friendly reminder: patients with awkwardness should come here. 6 billion. The equipment drops were a complete disaster. 6 to 7 color-level treasures stacked up like cabbages in a wholesale market totaling 300 million pieces. And the chaotic black gold level equipment revered as divine by the outer world of the blue star exploded to 36 million pieces. Zhang Feng raised his hand to activate the material laws of the samsara of all things, his powerful spiritual power acting as a filter, swiftly eliminating 29,000 pieces of defense jewelry and other miscellaneous items from these 36 million chaotic black gold equipment. Then from the remaining sea of equipment, he precisely selected 7,000 of the most ferocious attribute, flying swords. Together with the previous 1,000, there were a total of 8,000 chaotic black gold flying swords buzzing in formation in the void. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes, calculating, in his heart gathered together. This samsara of all things requires top-tier materials as a vessel. These 8,000 flying swords were the foundation of his survival, the confidence to sweep away all and to explode through the heavens. It was time to make some noise. Otherwise, some people would die without ever knowing what the two words Zhang Feng truly meant. Zhang Feng spread his 5 fingers wide and suddenly pressed down. Go! On the blue star it was noon. The sky darkened without warning. Not clouds obscuring the sun, but the entire firmament was torn apart. 8,000 100-foot-long chaotic black gold flying swords carrying a terrifying pressure capable of crushing planets directly broke through the dimensional barrier between reality and the demon domain. They did not attack recklessly, but formed a solemn and strict killing sword array suspended in a circular formation in the stratosphere of the outer space of the blue star. The sword tips pointed towards the ground. Each sword flowed with chaotic gas, shattering the data gloom that had been sealed around the earth, colorless holy light into fragments. The sound of the swords echoed like a great bell, crazily vibrating in the souls of the 8 billion people on earth. This was a catastrophe-level narrative without smoke. The entire sky turned into pure black and gold. Even the sun's brilliance was forcibly repelled by the sword energy. After 10 seconds of complete silence, the world channel exploded with barges at light speed. What the hell? Is the sky leaking? Is that a sword? That's gotta be a battleship. 8,000. All of them chaotic black gold level. Did King Feng's adoptive father hack the system backend code? Basic operations, nothing unusual. That's just King Feng's adoptive father's daily stock. Who dares to look up? My dog eyes are almost blinded by the sword energy. This isn't playing a game. Adoptive father has hung 8,000 swords of Damocles over our heads. Stop talking. I'm already kneeling on the road, bowing my head. As long as adoptive father doesn't slip, I'm willing to burn incense 3 times a day. In Dongjiang City, Tian Shu Long Garden. In the inner courtyard, the highest echelons of Huaxiao were staring intently at the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Xiao Zhenjiang's hands trembled. The purple clay cup he held clinked against the plate. 8,000 chaotic treasures. He alone in 3 days drained the essence of a high-dimensional world. Li Yin swallowed hard, feeling his scalp tingle. If this sword array falls, the blue star won't last even a second. It will directly turn into cosmic dust. The God Lord is not just intimidating external enemies. He is challenging the heavens with a sword. Zhang Chonglin and Jiang Shuyun exchanged glances, seeing complete submission in each other's eyes. In the face of absolute violent numerical values, any business war, power struggle, or military strategy seemed laughably like a child's play. At the same time, in the small courtyard of the Jiang family's villa, Jiang Zhangguo held a watering can, watching the dense shadows of swords in the sky, smiling so broadly that the wrinkles on his face opened up. Wife looked quickly. Fingers got quite a spectacle going on, all black like the dried meat hanging under our eaves before. Lu Tsuelon rolled her eyes at him, her face full of pride. What dried meat? That's our son's ability. This is glory for our family. And outside the towering iron gate of the Long Garden estate, those in security uniforms, but in reality the top financial tycoons and dignitaries of the country, were kneeling haphazardly on the lawn. Lin Zhenbong, the richest man in the capital, was lying on the ground, his suit soaked with cold sweat, looking at the sky, his lips turning pale as he bowed repeatedly. He felt that the wisest and most correct decision he made in his life was to come to the Jiang family and be a bodyguard for Zhang Feng. Across the ocean, in the highest-level air defense bunker of the lighthouse country, Commander Wilson looked at the holographic screen where a giant black gold flying sword hovered directly above the White House. The destructive laws it exuded made the underground nuclear defense layer groan under unbearable pressure. Bang! Wilson smashed the red nuclear button box in front of him into pieces. What the hell is this for? Wilson, like a cornered beast, shouted into the communicator. Immediately connect to the International Holographic Conference. Pull in those idiots from Korea, Japan, and Europe. 1 minute later, the holographic projections of leaders from over 30 top countries around the world gathered. There were no arguments, no probing. Gentlemen, if you do not submit, you shall die. Wilson's eyes were bloodshot. We cannot fight back. We cannot fight back at all. The Qing Feng of Huaxia is no longer human. He is a god who dominates the universe. With 8,000 chaotic treasures, he can erase all our civilizations from the earth 1,000 times. I propose. Wilson took a deep breath, his tone humble to the core. Completely lift all military readiness. Count all the treasury resources and transport them to Huaxia overnight. Totally lower our heads and submit. From today on, we of the Lighthouse country willingly acknowledge Huaxia as our superior and shall maintain good relations forever. The common language in our country shall now be fully implemented as Long One. A representative of the financial tycoons from Korea knelt in front of the projection with a thud, crying, "The commander is wise. The situation has opened. We've long wanted to return to our roots." The Prime Minister of Japan nodded furiously, his forehead banging against the table. "Huaxia is supreme. All nations come to pay homage. We will relinquish all rights to secret realm mining, just begging the god of Qing Feng to spare us a way to survive." In less than 5 minutes, a meeting that would determine the new order of the Blue Star concluded amidst extreme fear and humility. Once imperious Western nations hurriedly prepared all their assets overnight, seeking to attach themselves to Huaxia for protection. The spectacle did not end there. Almost at the same moment, the 8,000 flying swords hovered, and the sword energy shattered the gloom surrounding the Blue Star. 8 billion people globally, whether on the streets of reality or trapped in demon domain instances, suddenly felt their legs go weak and uncontrollable. Thud, thud, thud. Like a vast wave of wheat collapsing, tens of billions of beings uncontrollably knelt towards the eastern sky in unison. In Dongjiang City, a bustling commercial pedestrian street, neon lights flicker alternately. Shun Qingmi had just exited a low-level secret realm, tightly gripping a finely crafted frost staff that radiated a chilling aura. Following her were Zhao Feng, Li Hao, and a devoted sycophant named Wang Chong, who had just joined them. The once lively street was now eerily silent. Before her eyes, suited white-collar workers, vendors pushing carts of candied hawthorn, and fully armed patrol officers were all kneeling on the ground. Everyone's eyes were brimming with tears, gazing intensely at the sword formation that shattered the gloom above. What's going on? Have they all gone mad? Shun Qingmi's veins bulged on the back of her hand as she gripped her staff, causing it to creak ominously. Her heart was filled with resentment and jealousy. Just moments ago, she had been complaining in the dungeon. Why could Jiang Feng succeed when they were all awakened together? Why could that useless individual with a grade training talent stand above everyone else? Where did he acquire such extraordinary fortune? Why could his pet become a heavenly path? Wang Chong edged closer, his face full of flattery. "Qingmi, these people must have fallen under some group illusion. We shouldn't pay them any mind. With your grade talent, given time, you will surely step on Jiang Feng. He is just..." But before he could finish his sentence, a pair of white-haired old men kneeling on the roadside interrupted his babbling. The old men were in tattered clothes with a broken bowl for begging placed in front of them. Yet at this moment their faces were filled with reverence, and murky tears flowed uncontrollably, mixing with dirt as they dripped onto the asphalt. Wang Chong frowned. "Old beggar, why are you kneeling?" One of the old men slowly raised his head. The murky eyes that once seemed dull now sparkled with a light that seemed to pierce through the ages and wash away all worldly concerns. The old man looked at Shun Qingmi and Wang Chong not with anger, but with pity. "Girl, dawn has arrived." His voice was hoarse, yet carried a weight that penetrated the soul. "If you do not understand, just close your eyes and see the vast world." Shun Qingmi was taken aback. By some instinct, she clicked on the system panel, and her consciousness instantly plunged into the deep spiritual network that intertwined the magic realm with reality. Boom. At the moment she closed her eyes, a vast and boundless ancient memory collided violently with her cognition, shattering it and crashing into her mind. Not just her. This was a collective awakening of the 8 billion humans on Blue Star, dormant for 60 years, suppressed deep within their genes. A bloodline subconscious. She saw it. In the vast primordial chaos, the sky shattered and black waters surged. The weak human race wailed amidst the raging flood, suffering greatly. A stunning woman with a serpent's body, despite her divine form, fracturing, refined the 5-colored divine stone, using her flesh and blood to mend the heavenly void. She witnessed those ancestors treated as livestock by high-dimensional deities, refusing to yield. They raised their crude stone axes, braving the winds of destruction, roaring as they launched a suicidal charge against the high-dimensional thunder. They would rather die than retreat. The scene abruptly shifted. 60 years ago, a meteor wrapped in colorless holy light pierced through the atmosphere of Blue Star. That was a dimensional strike from the primordial treasure. The laws fought for by those ancient sages with their lives were ruthlessly shattered and forcibly locked. Blue Star was reduced to a data prison governed by monster battles for levels, only recognizing health and mana bars. Humans like marionettes with severed spines struggled to survive within the rules set by the system, forgetting who they truly were. And at this moment, the 8,000 chaotic black gold flying swords suspended in the sky above Jiang Feng shattered not only the courage of foreign nations, That sharp sword light sliced through the 60-year dimensional shackles wrapped around the souls of the human race on Blue Star. He was never just showing off. He was using the purest and most extreme violence to forcibly awaken the ancient memory in the bones of humanity that said, "I would rather die than be a slave to the gods." Memories surged away like a tide. Shin Qingni suddenly opened her eyes, gasping heavily for breath. Cold sweat poured down, soaking her clothes. The finely crafted staff in her hand clattered to the asphalt, shattering into pieces. He has reconnected the spine of Blue Star. Shin Qingni's voice trembled violently. The petty jealousy, resentment, and pride in her eyes were instantly crushed to dust in the face of the grand righteousness and epic legacy of her race. Her Tao heart shattered. She finally understood. Her little bit of pathetic pride was even less than a speck of dust in Jiang Feng's eyes. With a thud, Shin Qingni's knees buckled, and she knelt heavily on the hard concrete ground. Behind her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao Wang Chang, and the others were already in tears, willingly prostrating themselves on the ground. There was no humiliation, only the purest act of pilgrimage. The scene shifted back to the god burial void. On the ashen-colored skeleton ground, Jiang Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the surging power of faith rising from Blue Star, not even raising an eyebrow. What awakening of ancestral memories, what reconstruction of the human spine. Those were merely additional effects brought about when the 8,000 flying swords shattered the high-dimensional barriers. He never intended to be any savior. His goal was simple: test the sword firmly established deterrents to prevent the foreign flies and upper realm messengers from constantly buzzing around. Done. Jiang Feng retracted his gaze. To say that he was not moved by Nuwa's unwavering spirit of never yielding and refusing to be a slave to her fallen race would be a lie. He cleared his mind and returned his focus to his system backpack. Inside it contained a true treasure mountain. 3 million pieces of 6 to 7 colored treasures. Over 300,000 pieces of chaotic black gold armor and jewelry. Any one of these items could spark a national war on Blue Star. But in Zhang Feng's eyes, they were all just piles of useless scrap. Keeping them is just wasting space. When they are recycled, it will definitely be a huge profit. Jiang Feng's consciousness sank into his heart. The Tao source-level divine skill. All sources returned to one, erupted fully. This could no longer be called devouring. This was a cosmic-level resource collapse. A dark golden light burst forth from his heart, instantly transforming into a terrifying black hole rotating at tens of thousands of Mach. Heavenly armors were violently dumped from the backpack, sucked into the vortex. Countless dazzling rays of laws were forcibly crushed, kneaded, and refined at the center of the black hole. A deafening explosion echoed through the void. Jiang Feng stared fixedly at the multiplier digit at the end of the simple panel. The multiplier that had previously been built up by 30,000 pieces of colorful armors was now at 2,766 times. With the frenzied influx of over 300,000 pieces of top-quality equipment, boom, the number began to skyrocket. 2,766 times. 5,000 times. 10,000 times. The surface of Jiang Feng's physical body began to crack with dense black light. That was physical dissipation that even the system code could not bear. Just a ripple could shatter a star. But in the next moment, the absolute law of divine body dominance intervened, fiercely forcing the wounds to heal. Destruction and rebirth crazily alternated on Jiang Feng's body. When the last 100,000 pieces of chaotic black gold jewelry were completely drained of their essence by the black hole, the fluctuation of the value welcomed its ultimate frenzy. 43,200 times. 85,000 times. Finally, with a thunderous sound that shattered this void, the crimson digits froze in place. Special multiplier 160000 times. Not only that, after all sources returned to one, extracted these top-quality equipment, a massive amount of essence remained in his body that could not be digested at once. This terrifying figure of 1600 times was still climbing at a small rate every second, like muscle memory. Jiang Feng slowly clenched his fist. The sound of his knuckles rubbing together caused the surrounding space to emit a mournful cry like shattering glass. His four-dimensional foundation had already been plundered to several hundred megabytes through his talent. Now with this exaggerated multiplier of 160000 times, Jiang Feng closed his eyes, feeling the power within him surging like a raging sea. Just a casual breath and the dissipated energy was enough to obliterate the self from 3 days ago. A battle power surge of 160000 times. This could no longer be called becoming stronger. This was yet another forced jailbreak of life dimensions. Jiang Feng exhaled a plume of scorching white air, turning the surrounding dark matter into nothingness. At that moment, in the distant heavens above, in that core more vast than countless galaxies, a terrifying existence that could not be measured by common sense lurked deep within the chaotic nebula. The Boundary King. Its body spanned across the sea of stars, comparable to an entire complete giant star domain. Every breath it took stirred up world-destroying stellar winds, causing stars to collapse and the void to vanish, its power exceeding that of ordinary black holes by over 100,000 times. It hung quietly in the depths of chaos, already indifferent to the countless ages of this realm. But at the moment, the 8,000 chaotic black gold flying swords arrayed above Blue Star. The sword intent shattered the barrier of colorless holy light, directly stirring this supreme ruler. The Boundary King slowly opened its eyes. Those were indifferent eyes burning like stars. There was no emotion, no pity, only the purest high-dimensional order. Its gaze pierced through layers of dimensions, crossing infinite spatial distances, carrying an overwhelming pressure capable of crushing all things directly looking down. In the god burial void, the power Feng had just reigned and instantly tensed. An unprecedented sense of dread washed over him like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. His heart skipped a beat. The absolute defense bolstered by the 1600 times multiplier actually creaked under the gaze. Fear. This was the first time Feng since his rebirth had felt such a tangible lethal threat, even if it was just for a moment. But this bone-chilling sense of oppression was like a sharp steel needle piercing deep into his mind. Feng gritted his teeth, and after a moment of shudder his gaze quickly turned cold. He focused his mind, forcibly cutting off the prying gaze that was spreading along the lines of causality. The Boundary King. Feng murmured softly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. That one glance shattered the lightness in his heart. He had thought that with his infinite-level talent and hundreds of megabytes of attributes, he was absolutely invincible in this realm. Little did he expect that a mere gaze from the other party transcending dimensions could make his heart race. This was the dimensional strike of an upper-tier being. Did he really think he was a cosmic-level surveillance camera? It seemed that his journey of development had been too small. On Blue Star, he was an unparalleled deity, transcending dimensions. But once he stepped beyond Blue Star and faced those ancient monsters truly standing at the pinnacle of the universe, this little trump card was far from enough. My speed of becoming stronger is still too slow. This firepower is too flimsy. Feng took a deep breath, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The fear of insufficient firepower had completely set in. If he continued to drag things out like this, once that enormous Boundary King personally intervened or imposed even higher dimensional sanctions, would he go to face it heathen? He himself would not mind dying. But he absolutely could not afford to lose his family by his side. The silhouette of his parents watering flowers and cooking in the yard lit his carefree smile. The peace he had fought so hard to earn, he would not allow anyone to shatter it. Surrender. That thought never lingered in Feng's mind for even a second. The fate of surrender is only one to be completely drained of value and then exterminated like a crushed insect. Heaven cannot be relied upon. I rely on myself. Heaven does not count. I have the final say. Since the enemy is strong enough to act unreasonably, he must become more unreasonable than the enemy. Attributes have no upper limit, so he would stack values to a degree that could collapse the very rules of the universe. Feng turned his head, his gaze gradually resting on the far end of the void. There a boundary wall was continuously emitting a weak call toward him. Level 9000 map, Divine Court Ruins. Previously he had thought there was a one uncertainty there, so to be safe he paused. But now under the enhancement of this 16000 times violent pressure, that one worry was completely. Feng patted his shoulder. There a little dragon girl who had just eaten her fill and was happily burping looked at him with a blank expression. Feng forced out a cold smile. Let's go, glutton dragon, it's time to stock up for the next stop. With a single step, he vanished into the void. One person and one dragon surged toward the ancient boundary wall that isolated the high dimensions. Feng's footsteps paused slightly, his brow furrowing. The terrifying sense of oppression akin to the collapse of the universe lingered in the depths of the void for merely half a second, yet it elicited a chilling wail from the surrounding space. Master! A slightly trembling call came from beside him. Feng turned his head. The carefree little girl Long Nu, who usually only thought about eating and sleeping, was now clutching tightly to the hem of his clothes. In her golden dragon eyes there was an unshakable fear. As the ancient ancestral dragon wielding the authority of the Blue Star's heavenly Tao, her perception was even sharper than Feng's. The glance from the Realm King crossing dimensions unleashed a hurricane of level 12 at the very core of her soul. She was frightened. This time she did not whine about wanting to accompany Feng to stock up. Feng rubbed her little head, decisively dismissing the thought of taking her to the 9000 level map as an ornament. All right, the water is deep ahead, so you with your small frame should not meddle in it. Feng's tone was flat. Return to the Blue Star. Watch over the house. The 9000 level abyss, the Divine Court Ruins, was fraught with unknown dangers, and since the Realm King had set its sights on it, there was no telling what deadly traps lay within. Feng needed to focus on clearing the map and couldn't spare the time to play the nanny. With Long Nu stationed at the Blue Star along with those 8,000 floating chaotic flying swords, the rear was absolutely secure. Long Nu surprisingly did not make a fuss, but simply nodded vigorously, obediently saying, okay. She understood that such a dimensional existence was far beyond her current capacity. After being battered by that glance, this newly appointed heavenly sovereign finally began to transform into a true deity. By the way, Feng casually added before turning around, on the way back stop by the northern region's winter demon abyss and deal with that abyss demon emperor. We must eradicate the roots of the problem. He had no bottom line when it came to protecting his own. Against enemies, he would ensure that even their ashes were cast into the stars. Long Nu clenched her little fist. Feng did not look back at her, his gaze sweeping across the corners of his retina. There the experience pool had already piled into a garbled mess, the vast amount of free attribute points he had just plundered still wildly fluctuating. He pondered for 2 seconds. The multiplication zone had surged to a staggering 16,000 times, and his combat power was overflowing. Looking at the attribute panel, it still lay dormant with 34 trillion attribute points. Spending those points now would certainly make the panel even more monstrous, but it held little significance. He simply couldn't be bothered to add. Let's leave them to gather dust for now. Feng withdrew his gaze. Having such trump cards in hand was always more prudent than exposing them. He did not realize that this decision, stemming purely from a fear of insufficient firepower, would soon help him reverse a seemingly fatal situation. Blue Star above the heavenly dome. The myriad black gold sword shadows had just stabilized. Suddenly a dull crack echoed from the horizon in the East Sea. Roar! A resounding ancient dragon's roar domineeringly overshadowed all sounds in the world. Hundreds of millions of players looked up in shock. There a colossal ancient ancestral dragon measuring tens of thousands of zhang in length, intertwined with apocalyptic thunder and 5-colored divine light, violently shattered the dimensional barrier and thundered into the present world. That unique supreme pressure belonging to the heavenly Tao caused the oceans of the world to freeze. The ancestral dragon did not linger in the Blue Star. Its cold, golden vertical pupils swept northward for a moment, then with a flick of its tail transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the universe, heading straight for the winter demon abyss in outer space. Holy crap, it's the dragon of my godfather. The heavenly Tao has manifested. What's it going to do? Go stock up in outer space. The world channel exploded again. Players had become completely numb. Today, they had taken more heart-saving pills than in the past 60 years combined. In Dongjiang City at the Jiang family's small courtyard, Jiang Jiangguo held a birdcage watching the dragon's shadow vanish in the sky, smacking his lips. Old lady, look at that little snake, our finger raised, how come it's getting fatter? If it flies out, don't let it cause any trouble. Lu Zuolan poked her head out from the kitchen with freshly picked vegetables, speaking impatiently. What's wrong with being a bit chubby? Being able to eat is a blessing. Our finger isn't lacking in food. Hurry up and come in with the dishes, the rice is about to get cold. Meanwhile, at the Tinshu Dragon Garden Manor now, 1. Top figures from the military, political, and business realms of Huaxia had gathered. Xiao Zhenjiang, Li Yinzhang, Changlin, and Chief Steward Zhang Shuyan sat around a rosewood round table. In the courtyard, dozens of domestic tycoons worth trillions stood silently, not daring to breathe. The divine sovereign is making big moves again. Xiao Zhenjiang looked at the images being transmitted back, his tone filled with awe. That heavenly Tao ancestral dragon is heading to the demon emperor's lair. It seems that the blade that has hung over our heads for 60 years is about to be uprooted by the divine sovereign today. Li Yin slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with satisfaction. Awesome. After holding it in for 60 years, I have dreamed of chopping that bastard ball to pieces. The divine sovereign is going to raise the dimensional grass. In their limited perspective, Feng had already become the ultimate truth of this universe, completely oblivious to the pressure emanating from the high-dimensional realm king. Just then, Xiao Zhenjiang's secretary rushed in, looking as if he had seen a ghost, handing over a top-secret briefing with trembling hands. Commander, esteemed officials. Outside. It's been blocked off. Who dares to block the Dragon Garden? Li Yin suddenly stood up. It's not. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It's Commander Wilson from the Lighthouse Nation, who has come with the leaders from Maple Leaf Nation, Europa Goryeo, and Fusang. They flew in directly and just landed at the capital airport. Everyone was taken aback. The secretary continued, they brought all their national treasury resources, even the launch codes for the civilization cannons. Now those people were kneeling 500 meters outside the Dragon Garden's main gate, bowing down, with every step seeking an audience with the Qingfeng Divine Sovereign, or the Divine Sovereign's representative. There was a moment of silence around the round table. Zhang Shuyan put down her tablet, standing up in a perfectly tailored professional outfit that exuded a highly competent aura. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her lips curling into a cold smile. The Divine Sovereign has mentioned that these people will come sooner or later. She walked towards an inconspicuous snakeskin bag in the corner. Inside it was filled with the rubbish that Jiang Feng had previously discarded for taking up space in his backpack. Jiang Shuyan randomly pulled out a few pieces of slightly glowing second-class equipment, a tattered magic crown, a rusty short sword, and a piece of worn bracers. To modern Huaxiao, these items were merely commonplace objects piled up in the storage room, hardly considered rare. In Jiang Feng's eyes, they were even less significant than dust, too trivial to bother looking at. "Let's go, esteemed officials," Jiang Shuyun said in a detached tone. "Let's meet these former masters of the world and casually reward them with a few bones." Outside the Dragon Garden, the asphalt road was scorching hot. The once mighty Commander Wilson of the Lighthouse Nation was now kneeling on the ground without an ounce of dignity. Next to him, the Prime Minister of Fusang and the head of the Goryeo Chables were bleeding from their foreheads as they knocked their heads against the ground. Behind them, dozens of heavy trucks lined up carrying the wealth of the Western world accumulated over centuries. The gate slowly opened. Jiang Shuyun emerged, flanked by Xiao Zhenjiang and other bigwigs. "Lord Wilson, it's an honor to meet you." Jiang Shuyun looked down at him. Wilson trembled in fear, crawling over with all fours, pressing himself tightly against the ground tiles. "Ms. Jiang, I represent the Lighthouse Nation, offering everything to the great Huaxiao and the Supreme Qing Feng Divine Sovereign, hoping for the Divine Sovereign to spare us, retract the Divine Sword above, and grant us a chance to live. Leave the goods. We will set the rules from now on." Jiang Shuyan couldn't be bothered with small talk, raising her hand and tossing the few second-class items out as if they were garbage. Clang! A rusty second-class short sword landed right in front of Wilson. Jiang Shuyan's voice was icy. "This is a gift from the Divine Sovereign to you. For national use, now leave." Wilson stared at the broken sword on the ground, his eyes instantly reddening. In Jiang Feng's current reality, even a piece of junk infused with the Divine Sovereign's aura could serve as a life-saving amulet. He lunged at the short sword like a famished wild dog, gripping it tightly, tears streaming down his face with excitement. "Thank you for the Divine Sovereign's grace. Thank you for the Divine Sovereign's gift. This sword, our Lighthouse Nation will forever enshrine it at the highest altar in the royal city, eternally stabilizing our national fortune." Meanwhile, the commander from Fusang, in a desperate bid to seize the tattered magic crown, was wrestling on the asphalt road with the Goryeo leader. This scene solidified the new landscape of the Blue Star. Nations came to pay homage, and all sides submitted. Huaxiao stood at an utterly unreachable pinnacle on the Blue Star. At this moment, in the 9,000 level abyss divine court ruins, Jiang Feng stepped over the boundary wall, and the scene before him changed dramatically. There were no mountains or rivers, no sun or moon, only the ruins of ancient star domains reduced to rubble by extreme loss. Floating beneath his feet were shattered land plates, and a massive ancient god's corpse lay horizontally in midair, while dark purple space-time turbulence swirled chaotically. Interesting, Jiang Feng surveyed his surroundings. Just as he steadied his footing, buzz. The void ahead suddenly twisted, and a grand, exaggerated, ancient holographic projection slammed into his face. In the image, billions of ancient ancestors and alien races with divine wings were engaged in a cataclysmic battle in this star domain. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a comically oversized comet came crashing down from the top of the starry sky. That was not a star, it was a pure dimensional law, colorless holy light. The holy light pierced through heaven and earth, collapsing the laws, turning countless lives into ashes in an instant. All defiant supernatural powers became a joke in the face of this force, reduced to laughable numerical panels. Jiang Feng observed this scene of dimensional decline, his expression unchanging. This was the origin of Blue Star being forcibly turned into an online game. The image gradually faded away. Before him, a massive divine monument emerged, revealing a grand Taiji Bagua diagram. A phantom slowly drifted out of the diagram. It was an old man draped in a Taiji robe, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom, surrounded by the Tao of heavenly mechanisms. Though only a wisp of his soul remained, his presence was undeniably that of a creator-level ancestor. Cultural progenitor Fushi. After countless ages, finally a descendant of the human race has arrived here. Fushi had his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with both sorrow and contentment. He looked at Jiang Feng, his voice grand and benevolent. "Child, you must have endured unimaginable suffering to cross over the 9,000 level abyss, right?" The ancestor sighed slightly, seemingly envisioning the bloody history of the human race's resistance. "I am Fushi, and I have left this wisp of remnant soul to wait for someone to break the deadlock. Seeing you are only 18, yet you have managed to come this far. So be it. Today I shall bestow upon you this final heavenly mechanism to assist you." As Fushi recited the opening lines, he habitually began to calculate the yin-yang laws, trying to ascertain this young man's background to tailor a suitable inheritance package. Then, the gaze of the heavenly mechanism's deduction fell upon Jiang Feng's panel. Ding! Fux's grand voice abruptly halted, as if someone had seized his throat. Those eyes capable of seeing through the ages suddenly widened like two light bulbs. The ethereal Taiji robe shimmered with shock, nearly short-circuiting. What did he see? There was no cultivated Tao base, nor any fragments of divine essence that comprehended the heavens. Only rows of cold, brutal massive numbers that made even his remnant soul tremble. Basic four-dimensional attributes, 648 trillion. This. How many zeros is that? Fux's forehead buzzed, as if it were exploding. He had mastered the Yin-Yang Tao and deduced the heavenly mechanisms of the ages. At his peak, he had already been the highest of the human race with his vigor and Tao principles laid out, yet it only amounted to a few billion, which was the extreme limit of heaven and earth. But this person before him actually counted in trillions. A minor difference in wording made a world of difference. That was a terrifying magnitude he had exhausted his life's cultivation to reach, yet could not even imagine. And it didn't stop there. Fux's gaze trembled as he swept downwards, nearly causing his eyeballs to smash against the ground. Special multiplication zone increase 160,000 times. 160,000 times of absolute multiplication zone. Fux's hands trembled in his sleeves, shaking, as if he had Parkinson's. He stared blankly at the young man with the indifferent expression and short hair in front of him, as his 2,000 years of established high-level cultivation system shattered into pieces within a second. You. Fux's lips trembled, pointing at Jiang Feng, unable to articulate a complete word for a long time. This was no mere junior seeking enlightenment. At the edge of the Ninethan level abyss, the chaotic flow of time and space tore at the remnants of shattered stars. The fragment of Fux's soul remained frozen for a full half-minute. He took a deep breath, barely stabilizing his crumbling mind with the rhythm of the 8 trigrams forced into a wry smile. It seems I have been too old and narrow-minded. He shook his head as the profound demeanor of a mysterious sage shattered into pieces. Then Fux's expression turned serious. I, at the command of the goddess Nuwa, am here waiting for you. Originally, I intended to grant you a sliver of opportunity, but it seems now it is entirely unnecessary. Fuxi fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng. Heed my advice, do not venture further. The laws set by the Realm King there have laid an absolute trap. Your foundation is astonishing. It would be better to accompany me to the higher realms. Fight for the human race and tear apart the Realm King's blockade. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve. Not interested. Fuxi was taken aback. You are unwilling to assist the human race. Don't flatter me. Jiang Feng replied coldly. When I wish to ascend to the higher realms, I will go myself. I despise being told how to act. His gaze was deep as he stared into the void. If anyone provokes me, I will naturally retaliate. But how and when I fight, that is for me to decide. Fuxi furrowed his brows, wanting to persuade him further. Young man, you don't understand the Realm King. Before he could finish, a soft, 5-colored divine light quietly penetrated the solid boundary of the Ninethan level map. A lotus bloomed in the void. A breathtaking woman with a serpent body materialized from the radiance. She did not exude any pressure, yet the surrounding violent chaos of time and space instantly transformed into a gentle breeze. Fux's remaining soul immediately bowed in reverence. Goddess Nuwa did not look at Fuxi. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Feng. Then surprisingly she smiled. Her smile was warm, filled with appreciation that transcended eons. Fux's eyes flickered with extreme shock. It had been 20,000 years since the laws of Blue Star were shattered. He had never seen the goddess smile. I did not expect the one destined to mend the heavens to be so young. Nuwa's voice was ethereal, devoid of any lofty airs of a higher being. Jiang Feng remained neither servile nor overbearing, giving a slight nod. For every inch others respected him, he would return a mile. Nuwa did not ramble on like Fuxi. She looked deeply at Jiang Feng. In the next moment, a voice only he could hear directly entered his mind. The human race is willing to go through fire and water for Huaxia, but I will not force you to assume a divine position. Just remember, the so-called rules of the Realm King are actually part of a grand scheme. The path ahead is perilous. Be sure to take care of yourself. Nuwa's voice paused, her tone carrying a rare gravity. Deep within that relic lies the bait of the Realm King. I see a hint of the word entrapment in your fate. It is highly likely related to this relic. If you lack complete assurance, do not tread there. Jiang Feng remained silent. He stood quietly, his gaze calm as water. Nuwa said no more, waving her long sleeve. The 5-colored divine light enveloped Fux's remaining soul, directly tearing through the void and entering the vast starry sea of the higher realms. In the endless river of stars, Fuxi could not help but turn his head to glance at the calm Nuwa. Goddess, this young man is exceedingly arrogant. Can he truly pave the way for Huaxia's future? Nuwa halted, her serpent tail creating gentle ripples in the starry sea. She lowered her head, gazing at the blue planet surrounded by 8,000 chaotic flying swords. Destiny has its own arrangements, she said softly. Not forcing, not binding. This was her greatest leniency towards Jiang Feng. in the depths of the cold winter demon abyss. A colossal body measuring 10,000 feet crashed violently into 3 small meteors, crashing heavily onto the core throne of the demon abyss. The ancient ancestral dragon and dragon maiden. Her golden vertical pupils spewed forth violent thunder as she surveyed her surroundings. Empty. The once lavish and gigantic abyssal demon fortress now resembled a place gnawed by dogs. The floor tiles had been pried up and the treasury emptied. Even the glowing night pearls on the walls had been completely removed. The abyssal demon King Ball had long fled with his entire clan. Roar! The dragon maiden was furious. Her master had sent her to scatter Ball's ashes, and this guy actually dared to run. How could she, as the new deity, maintain her dignity? She took a deep breath. In the vacuum, remnants of a faint, panicked, abyssal demonic aura lingered, pointing towards the deep and endless starry sky. Trying to run, the dragon maiden opened her massive dragon mouth, revealing her ivory fangs. If you ditch me, I'll find your bones and boil them into soup, and I'd still consider them firewood. Sizzle! The ancestral dragon's world-destroying thunder body erupted in full force. The dragon maiden transformed into a bolt of destructive thunder that even light couldn't catch, tearing through cosmic space as she madly pursued the lingering demonic aura. The ashes must be scattered today. In Blue Star, 8,000 chaotic flying swords hovered in the stratosphere as 8 billion people knelt in unison. Within Huaxiao, those who first awakened from the shock of the ancient bloodline came to their senses. The world channel for Huaxiao's exclusive region was now completely in uproar. The speed of the rolling bullet comments rivaled that of a computational brain. Everyone recalled that memory sealed for 20,000 years. They finally understood how glorious Blue Star once was. That was a mortal realm supreme that almost topped the grand world. They also finally realized how despicable the Realm King was. To suppress Blue Star, he turned a high martial world of cultivation into a data prison that only recognized health bars and blue bars. Rage. Boundless rage burned fiercely in the veins of every Huaxiao person. The voices of the pro-war faction instantly dominated the screen. Zhao Ku with Huing, let's go after the Realm King. Even if I'm only level 10 and just cannon fodder, I'll bite off a piece of flesh from those bastards in the higher realms. Iron-blooded veteran, I've endured for 60 years. This resentment has built up for too long. Goddess Nuwa is suffering in the higher realms. How can we watch from home? Nameless assassin, enough with the chatter. Who can open the portal to the higher realms? I've got a top-notch bomb, or I'll go up and make some noise for the Realm King. Of course, Huaxiao people have never lacked rational minds. Wulong is here, brothers, calm down. The Realm King must have weaknesses. We need to research a solution against the high-dimensional laws. Heavenly calculator, exactly. We've just taken over the foundations of Western nations. We need to hurry and see if we can mass-produce the divine positions. If we fight, let's fight a rich war. Debates raged on. But what was surprisingly consistent was that no one was pessimistic and no one shrank back. This is the spirit of Huaxia. Better to stand and die than kneel and live. Suddenly, a highly upvoted comment was pinned at the top. East River, old Zhao, everyone shut up. What we need to do now is wait for the divine sovereign Feng to emerge. Wherever the divine sovereign points his sword, we will charge through. Right? Let's wait for the divine sovereign to come out. Revive Huaxia. Sweep through the higher realms. The bloodlust was thoroughly ignited. The former Nuwa had once held back the Realm King's slaughter with her own strength. Now they had their own invincible commander, Feng, in Dongjiang City on the pedestrian street. Shen Qingni stared intently at the world channel on her retina. She knelt on the hard cement ground, her luxurious skirt covered in dust. Her once cold and lofty face was now filled with indescribable shock and despair. Her worldview had shattered completely. Her once proud Grade talent Frost Empress. In the face of today's grand narrative of race and the dimensional descent, it was nothing more than a cheap plastic toy. Pain. A deep ache resonated within her soul. She scolded herself for being so ignorant and short-sighted in the past, to have looked down on that man who crushed the heavenly path and suppressed the universe, presenting herself in a condescending manner. Behind her, the 4 boys who had always revolved around her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Ming, had long lost their color, their legs trembling slightly. Wang Chong forced a semblance of calm, straining his neck to shout, glancing instinctively at Shen Qingni, just wanting to maintain a bit of face in front of her. Qingni, don't be afraid. At worst, we'll fight too. Once divine sovereign Feng returns, we'll follow him to the higher realms. Li Hao quickly echoed, his tone overly hollow. Exactly. We can't be cowardly. After all, we are awakened ones. How can we be this afraid? Zhang Ming shook like a leaf, yet his mouth still held firm. To him, not afraid. What's the higher realm? We'll go if we have to. Only Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, trying to appear tough, his eyes hiding uncontainable fear. Inside, they were deathly afraid, their legs almost giving way, but not wanting to show weakness in front of the school beauty, they forced themselves to shout and boast. Everyone shut up. A hoarse, chilling voice interrupted their pathetic performance. Shen Qingni slowly stood up, not bothering to dust off her skirt. She looked at the four boys who usually flattered her and were now putting on a brave front, finding their behavior absurd and laughable. Wake up. Do you really think you are going to battle in the higher realms? She chuckled lightly, a bitter and feeble smile. You're just afraid of losing face in front of me, pretending to be, but you all know better than anyone that you're too scared to stand. Shen Qingni gazed at the sky, her expression hollow, as if she had finally awakened from a long dream. I lost. Completely lost. Even now I can't believe that the boy Jiang Feng, whom I once ignored and looked down upon, truly crushed the heavenly path and suppressed all realms. All of this feels like an unreal dream, but it has happened. She gently closed her eyes, her voice barely audible. What lies between him and me is no longer a gap in talent or status. It is a chasm, the distance between mortals and deities. All my previous pride is nothing but a joke before. In the 9th Ascend level abyss, the divine court relic. In the silent interstellar ruins, Jiang Feng stood alone before the colossal divine monument. Fuxi and Nuwa had already departed. The warning of fate carries entrapment, do not tread, still echoed in his mind. Jiang Feng raised his head, looking deeper into the relic. There a dark purple chaotic mist rolled, eerily quiet. Yet beneath this quietness lay a danger even 1600 times multiplication zone could not ignore. Entrapment, fate, tribulation. Jiang Feng murmured these four words, a cold, sharp smile gracing his lips. His intuition was exceptionally keen. If he turned back to Blue Star to live a stable life, the Realm King would undoubtedly unleash even more terrifying retribution. He could not afford it. He must pile up the values to the point where even the Realm King would have to gouge out his own eyes. Jiang Feng clenched his fists. Fate, tribulation. I want to see if the Realm King's bait is hard enough. Boom. Jiang Feng took a step forward. There were no flashy skills or shadows, only the purest explosion of physical power. The shattered star remnants within 100,000 miles were directly crushed into a state of nothingness at the moment he landed. The terrifying multiplication zone of 1600 combined with 648 trillion in basic four-dimensional attributes transformed into a visible dark golden source storm enveloping his entire body. Wherever Jiang Feng passed, those ancient aberrations dormant in the relic and standing at 9,000 levels did not even have time to scream before being crushed into blood mist by the source storm. He was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, brutally smashing through the layers of laws set by the Realm King, charging straight into the depths of the relic. The path ahead was endlessly dark, as if time and space had been completely devoured, leaving only the faint oppressive presence of the Realm King looking down upon all beings. At the moment, Jiang Feng's figure was completely engulfed by the mist. Blue Star World Channel. On the retinas of billions of players, a previously unseen blinding golden light suddenly erupted. Ding. Highest server announcement. Progress of the fusion of the demon domain and reality skyrocketing to 95. Countdown for world laws has begun. Announcement: if the player Qing Feng can overcome the upcoming fate tribulation and completely shatter the relic laws, Blue Star will merge with the demon domain 100%. At that time, Blue Star will break free from the data shackles. From the data age, it will officially enter an era of high martial arts for all. Qing Feng achieving the divine path, the dragon maiden mastering the heavenly Dao Huaxia, standing tall across the heavens, never to fall. The golden text bearing an inviolable majesty was indelibly branded in the eyes of every person in the world. At that moment, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Then it erupted into an ultimate revelry after being suppressed to the extreme. And all the turning points of this were tied to that man who charged alone into the 9th Ascend level abyss. Jiang Feng stepped forward and melted into the dark purple haze of chaotic mist. The void ruins receded like a withdrawing tide. The sensation beneath his feet grew heavy, no longer weightless void, but cold hard earth. His vision snapped outward. An overwhelming desolation and tragic grandeur struck him as if it were tangible. This was not the aftermath of ruins. This was a living, bleeding, ancient battlefield. The sky seemed soaked in thick blood. The earth had split and lava raged. Jiang Feng stood atop a sheer precipice and looked down. Hundreds of millions of primeval people ran and wailed across the land. They wore beast hides and wielded bronze halberds and spears. Bodies once capable of moving mountains and filling seas were now marred with horrifying fissures deep enough to reveal bone. Above, a colossal comet hung, descending as if to crush all beneath it. A colorless holy light exuding an icy high-dimensional order violently severed the circulation of spiritual energy in this world. Not far from the high cliff, a disheveled elder knelt before a shattered altar, the ancient tortoise shell in his hands disintegrated to dust. That was the human progenitor before he had become a fragmented soul. Fuxi's eyes wept blood as he pointed at the falling comet and roared, each word drenched in grief. This is not a natural disaster. It is the blade of the higher realm. This holy light is not of the stars. It is an executioner cast down from above. No sooner had he spoken than the surface of the comet split open into 1,000 gargantuan cruciform gashes. The Haotian host descended. There was no warning before the war, no mercy from divinity. Tens of millions of silver-armored beings stepped forth from the rifts. Their faces were masked by cold visors. They gripped pole arms that flowed with high-dimensional energy. Like merciless scavengers, they plunged into the ranks of the ancients. A dimension-collapsing slaughter, without reason, formally began. Silver light flashed. Hundreds and thousands of primeval titans could not even summon their treasures before their heads were flung skyward. Boiling blood cascaded skyward like a waterfall, staining the clouds an ice-searing purple-black. A primeval war god, axe in hand, roared and breached the sound barrier. One swing shattered a silver warship. But within a second, a lost-beard shaft hurled from the heavens pierced his chest and pinned him immovably to a 10th Sanshang, Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain collapsed. The war god fell. On the ground, the old, weak, and women and children were mercilessly trampled. The Haotian battle line was a meat grinder. Every inch advanced left the land strewn with severed limbs. Such absolute dominion ground down Launching's once prosperous martial cultivation civilization to the brink of extinction in merely half an hour. Despair spread like a pestilence, until in the high heavens 5-colored divine light burst forth. A figure with a human head and serpent body, Nuwa, materialized in midair. She gazed upon the slaughtered beings below with profound compassion and grim resolve. She did not flee. She forcibly drew upon Launching's remaining core origin. The 5-colored spirit stone in her palm seethed and melted violently. To preserve a last ember of the peoples below, Nuwa used her divine form as a crucible, sacrificing herself for righteousness. Her divine body fractured into countless pieces, transforming into a vast sky-mending force that forcibly sealed the gaping breach on the firmament through which the enemy surged. Then Nuwa scattered her final divine soul on the most remote, most desolate, nameless range of the lower world, later called the summit of Kunlun. She carved a path to the heavens with her blood and flesh. She, filled with boundless wrath, crossed into the upper realm alone, using herself as a lure to drag much of the upper realm's fury away from Launching. The scene sped past Jiang Feng's eyes. The Shanhai Jing records. There were 10 gods called the intestines of Nuwa who became divine and dwelt in the broad plains guarding the path. Before departing, Nuwa's scattered soul fragments became 10 divine beings who guarded the route. She molded clay and fashioned humans for the newborns upon this wasteland. She inscribed a weighty name, Huaxia. She exhausted her essence so that one day this bloodline bearing the primeval will might overturn the game imposed by dimensional suppression. The vision snapped off, all light and shadow shattered like foam. Jiang Feng still stood quietly deep within the dark ruins of the divine court. He exhaled a long, turbid breath. The boiling, murderous intent in his chest subsided, slightly replaced by a profound gravity. Myth is never a bedtime tale for children. It is an annal of blood and tears paid by ancestors with their lives. Nuwa's self-sacrifice to shelter future generations, such pure, terrible tragedy, stirred even cold-hearted Jiang Feng, leaving a heavy sediment within him. Jiang Feng gathered himself and continued forward. He had not gone far when the mist silently dissipated. On a vast gray plain ahead, a figure stood with his back turned. Merely in the stance of standing, the pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding space to crumble and vanish. This aura was all too familiar to Jiang Feng. 648 trillion base 4-dimensional units augmented by a 1/600-fold absolute multiplicative zone. Identical. Not even a hair's breadth of data differed. The figure slowly turned. The two faced one another across the divide. In an instant, two absolutely co-originating terrors collided with a thunderous impact. The earth was cleft as if sliced by a blade, opening a bottomless chasm. From the abyss, an illusory river surged forth and formed 2 majestic torrents flowing endlessly between the two, raising waves 10,000 zhang high. They were the Yellow River and the Yangtze. The figure lifted his head. His features, expression, even the bone-deep chill in him, were exactly the same as Jiang Feng's. He spoke over the roaring rivers. Behold the waters that nurtured Huaxia's ancestors. If you can kill me here today, you will have earned the right to stand before a realm king. If not, you are unworthy even to be a falling star. Jiang Feng's gaze cooled. Even the timbre matched perfectly. He did not waste breath asking petty questions about the other's nature. Having endured the baptism of 8,000 spirit blades, he knew this for what it was, a mind demon illusion. Any conventional physical or spiritual illusion would be shattered instantly before a 1/600-fold multiplicative zone. Only a mind demon was the exception. For it is a 100% perfect mirror of oneself. A mind demon, heedless of words, the instant the last syllable fell, it moved. No wind-up, no opening stance. The mind demon strode through the river's water curtain in a single step. His fist wrapped in dark golden primal storm flew straight for Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng neither dodged nor parried. His eyes flashed with murderous light, and he met the blow with a counterstrike. Boom! Their fists ground together. No shockwave leaked outward, no sound wave dispersed. Real damage at the 10th ascending level collided and crushed, causing the foundational rules across 100,000 radius to experience a total logical crash. This expanse would span from Earth to Mars, far exceeding the vast distance between the Earth and Moon. The void collapsed into dense swarms of pixelated fragments. The skyward barrier tore open with a spiderweb of hideous rifts. From the first second, this duel had utterly broken the combat system. Even within the 90-year cosmology, this was the cataclysmic clash of top-tier Tao source powers. The ruins' energy barriers could not withstand such relentless numerical explosions. Jiang Feng flipped and drew out the pillar of cosmic ruin. The Mindman's hand glittered. It mirrored him exactly, drawing forth an indistinguishable seven-colored staff. 10,000 dragons incarnate. Jiang Feng barked coldly. His form swelled suddenly, becoming a dark golden leviathan dragon 10,000 zhang long. A height equal to 10 stacked Mount Everest, a body that could span an entire province, a true Mountainancia colossus. The Mind Demon changed in tandem. Two sky-shading, world-obliterating primeval dragons tore through the stellar ruins, claws rending dimensions, and breath pouring forth against each other. Jiang Feng's divine dragon tail strike shattered half the Mindman's body, delivering tens of thousands of jing of enforced true damage. Yet the next moment, a green light flickered madly above the Mindman's head. Blood drip rebirth. The health bar instantly refilled. Intact, the Mind Demon exhaled an ancestral dragon flame that burned through Jiang Feng's draconic form. Jiang Feng's omnidirectional recovery triggered flesh knitting in an instant. He returned to human form and continued the exchange. Jiang Feng invoked the canon of 10,000 phenomena, shaping spatial matter into myriad invisible blades that tore the Mind Demon into minced flesh. In its minced state, the Mind Demon disregarded physical law to recombine, unleashing a colossal transdimensional technique. A causality assault from 100 chaotic treasures hurled face-to-face. Jiang Feng took the shock without evasion. The instant his health drained to zero, his invincibility mechanism triggered, forcibly locking his life and counterattacking. The two flailed at each other in the void. Every second unleashed tens of thousands of jing and damage judgments, pouring out and grinding repeatedly. They battered the foundational logic until it crashed, exhausting spatial energy. Neither could slay the other. The same locked life mechanic, the same damage mitigation and resistance, the same infinite mana. Every ultimate ability would inevitably cancel the other out. This was not a fight, but two numerical abominations stuck in an invincibility bug, endlessly refreshing damage. After several hours of frenzied brawling, the surrounding ruins were beaten into absolute deathly silence and vacuum. Jiang Feng stopped. He sheathed his staff into the void and coldly watched the Mind Demon opposite him also lower its weapon, breathing faintly. Grinding numbers for another 10,000 years would be in vain. Jiang Feng stared into the Mindman's eyes with a calm, lucid gaze that saw through the illusion. "I never intended to ascend to the heavens," he said lightly, his voice reverberated in the vacuum. "It is this world that forces my sword." In that half-second window of his speech, the Mindman's face contorted into an eerie expression. Dark radiance surged in its eyes. A spiritual law utterly alien to Jiang Feng, profoundly sinister, brazenly drilled into his brow. The world before him blurred instantly. The void fled, and the rivers broke. His senses were gripped by a crushing, weightless pull, plunging him downward at terrifying speed. Bang! A savage blunt pain. The crisp sound of bones snapping. Jiang Feng lost all sense of his own strength. All those 648 trillion four dimensions and 1/600-fold multiplicative zones were reformatted. He became a man with no strength to swat a chicken. Consciousness assembled with effort. Before him lay a stretch of asphalt drenched by cold rain. Blood. Thick, warm blood spread over the road. In the puddles flashed alternating red and blue police lights. Wailing sirens and the acrid smell of overheated rubber mingled with the frantic screams of the crowd stabbing his ears. The scene of the car accident that had taken his life in his former life. Jiang Feng lay in the pool of blood like a tattered sack. His intestines felt as if crushed again and again by a grinder. His vision blurred and froth of blood slipped from his mouth. "First aid kit. Hurry." Bystanders stepped back. A drenched female officer sprinted through the blood. She slammed one knee into the muck and pressed both hands over Jiang Feng's neck artery, her voice altered by urgency. "Don't sleep. Hear me. Open your eyes and look at me. The ambulance is on its way." Jiang Feng felt rain strike his face from the brim of her hat. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his lungs. Over the officer's shoulder, he saw a young mother in the street corner, clamping a little girl's eyes-shut face, white with terror. Cold. An implacable chill seeped from his toes into his marrow. Life drained frantically. The primal fear that seizes humanity facing death overwhelmed him. His vision contracted to a pinpoint, his hearing peeled away. Finally, consciousness shattered completely, and he fell into an endless abyss. In that absolute silence. There was no game system, no magical radiance, no one. Only death itself. The Dao Wuwang space struck at the law of fear. Jiang Feng's soul sank in black water. Fear took form as thorny vines and tightened around his throat. His near-death subconscious urged him, give up, close your eyes, and sleep. The pain will end. No. In absolute darkness, Jiang Feng gritted and clung to a sliver of remaining clarity. I've died once already. If I cannot return, who will carry that home? He bit through the tip of his tongue. Phantom agony flooded his nerves. Even at death's door he vowed to stand and pierce the heavens. Suddenly the heavy black veil was torn open by a blinding warm sunlight. At his ear came the crisp scrape of a spatula against iron and the familiar roar of an old range hood. Feng, are you up? A slightly hoarse yet tender voice trembled with warmth. It was Loot Slaughter, this life's wholly beloved mother. Jiang Feng snapped his eyes open. He found himself in a small, immaculately kept old bedroom. Sunlight seeped through the worn curtains and fell upon the desk. Loot Slaughter's apron, faded from washing, pushed the door and carried a plate with a sizzling fried egg. She smiled at Jiang Feng, who sat dazed at the bed's edge. Wrinkles formed at the corners of her eyes. Why are you sitting there like a fool? You did well on your middle school graduation exam. Didn't I say I'd skip overtime today as a special treat? We'll go out to a restaurant and feast. Jiang Feng looked at that weathered face. Memory broke its dam. In his former life, he had grown up in a cold orphanage like a stray weed. He could never forget being pinned to the mud and kicked bloody for half a moldy loaf. He could never forget swallowing the metallic taste of blood when called an unwanted bastard. He had learned cruelty early, wrapping himself in thick ice, until he crossed into this data-bound prison. Jiang Jiangguo and Loot Slaughter, an ordinary couple clawing through the bottom rungs of life, poured their purest, most unreserved love into him. Morning rice porridge at just the right temperature, pocket money secretly tucked into his bag by old Jiang after his shift. These trifles warmed the barren field of Jiang Feng's childhood into spring. Tears stung Jiang Feng's eyes. The iron heart, forged across 2 lifetimes, dissolved before this plate of fried eggs. His Adam's apple rolled. Mom. For the first time across both his lives, he called out that word from the depths of his soul, without guard. Loot Slaughter froze, wiped her hands on her apron, eyes reddening, and came over to ruffle his short hair. This brat getting sentimental today, are we? The warmth above felt coarse but real. Too real. It was precisely that lethal reality that burst through the layers of dust on Jiang Feng's spirit platform, detonating a clarity that pierced the heavens. The fragility and attachment in his eyes vanished, crystallizing instantly into boundless ferocity and killing intent. He knew exactly where he stood, the Dao Wuwang space. They baited him with his truest, softest memories. If he indulged in that tenderness for even a second, his soul would be reformatted and trapped forever as a vegetative husk. All is illusion, and my heart alone is iron. Jiang Feng sprang up and shattered the mirage with a single kick. He lifted his head and roared, "Be gone. I will return to launching." The roar bore no mana, no attributes. It was pure cross-dimensional, while crushing outward. The sound cleaved the cozy bedroom like a blade, tearing primordial chaos, obliterating Loot Slaughter's face, and rending the Dao Wuwang space's law barriers to tatters. Crack! The entire illusion shattered like cheap glass. Consciousness was forcibly yanked back to the body. Jiang Feng stood motionless amid the ruined relics. His gaze was clear and frost-cold. Across from him, the mind demon, his identical double, now had features contorted with absolute terror. Its body dispersed like burned paper ash in the wind. An exhaustion tribulation, he scoffed. Laughable. It was physically pulverized. Meanwhile, above the endless high dimensions, the mortal world contained stars, the transcendent ascend to heavens, and the ultimate realms encompass the chaotic realm Homing and the unfathomable Wuliang Mountain. The heavens are divided into 9 tiers from low to high. Mortal planets to region Starsea, transcendent great domain, heavenly realm, origin realm, ultimate chaotic realm, Homing, Wuliang Mountain. The higher the tier, the vaster the world, and the stronger the power. Each level contains countless subordinate worlds. At this moment, within the boundless chaos deeper than the origin realm, a realm king floated cross-legged. His Dharma body was larger than 10,000 star seas stacked together. Chaotic nebulae swirled at his side like almost invisible specks of dust. He closed his eyes and cultivated. Phew. The realm king exhaled a long breath. That light, airy exhale stirred an extinction storm through the chaos. Tens of thousands of lower spaces were evaporated by the breath. A murky black vapor was expelled along with it. The vapor fell into the chaos and ravenously devoured energy. After a bone-tingling series of cracks, hundreds of blacker, more terrifyingly oppressive fiends were born from nothing. The Realm King's casual exhaust sent to the lower realms were all Domain Lord-level overlords. Ga ga ga. A green-faced tusked fiend twisted its neck, wildly, eyes mad. We are the new sovereigns. Each will take a great domain. For the Realm King, we shall sweep clean all lands that refuse submission. Hundreds of Domain Lord fiends howled, shredding the void barriers and pouring forth as a black torrent slicing across the myriad worlds. The Realm King did not even lift an eyelid. These trash did not merit occupying his attention. His ambition aimed at the throne above all laws, the unfathomable sacred mountain. The void beside him trembled. A silver-robed envoy Mo Yuan appeared and knelt on one knee in a posture of extreme humility. Mo Yuan's body resonated with the violent principles of space and annihilation, his eyes fanatically worshipping the Realm King. Mo Yuan. A grand emotionless voice thundered through the chaos. How goes the matter I assign? Mo Yuan bowed his head and reported respectfully, Your Grace. The anomalous data world Jiang Feng has taken the bait you cast and entered deep into the divine court ruins. His eyes were cold and cruel. What I set is the Dai Wuwang space. Even if he becomes a numerical bug entity in the lower realm, as long as he remains human with desires being trapped in Wuwang for thousands of Qingyan, he will never rise again. By the time you ascend Wuliang Mountain, even if he escapes, he will not even merit being cannon fodder. The Realm King did not open his eyes. A corner of that stone-cold ancient face twitched. It was the ultimate disdain a high-dimensional god casts at insects. What a great variable, I imagined, the Realm King said with bored tones. Among the myriad lower races, the Huaxiao bloodline is reasonably tenacious. To die in your Da Wuwang space is to be a slightly larger ant. Go. Watch launching. When Nuwa's remnants perish, strip away whatever foundation remains on launching. As you command. Mo Yuan accepted the order and rose to withdraw. Yet just as the Realm King finished his posturing, his eternally placid soul stirred without warning. That law causality line that bit into the Da Wuwang space. It snapped with a crisp sound. It was severed cleanly and utterly, leaving not even a trace. The river wind shattered the illusion of the cozy bedroom with a single kick. Peeling wall paint transformed into chaotic code, dissipating inch by inch. The first layer of disguise in the vast nothingness was utterly destroyed. He stood again beneath the silent, starry sky of the 900 level divine court ruins. Jiang Feng did not move an inch, his right hand tightly gripping the staff. In the system panel, the intelligence attribute, soaring to 100 quintillion, was operating frantically. The terrifying computing power, billions of times greater than that of a light brain, dissected the surrounding tens of billions of foundational space codes in a second. Killing intent lay hidden beneath the silence. The surrounding space nodes remained locked. The scheme of the Realm King had not been broken. The dissipating inner demon image just now was merely an appetizer to lure him into a false sense of security. In the vast nothingness, what was most disgusting was the nesting of illusions within illusions. Was this the Realm King's bait? Just this. A hint of mockery flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. A ripple defying common sense suddenly spread through the air at the back of his head. An invisible blade entirely formed from solidified mental power struck towards Jiang Feng's vital point like a venomous snake. The speed broke through physical limits, even forcibly tearing apart the shackles of time. This was the purest high-dimensional soul strike. There was no need to empty the health bar. Once struck, it would directly erase the host's existence from the source of consciousness. Jiang Feng did not dodge, not even glancing back. With a thought, a translucent system panel popped up directly at the bottom of the interface. The reserve state attribute point of 2034 trillion glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. Fear of insufficient firepower. Now was just the right moment. System prompt: host detected to be facing a high-dimensional soul strike. Sixth hidden attribute channel forcibly opened. Without even blinking, Jiang Feng converted his thoughts into a hammer, plowing all over 2,000 trillion attribute points into the newly opened mental column. Attribute allocation complete. Mental 0, 2034 trillion. Soul defense 0, 2034 trillion. Soul impact 0, 2034 trillion. Mental recovery speed 20 trillion point second. The moment the frenzied values were confirmed, Jiang Feng's unique 1600 times absolute multiplication zone, like a hungry wolf catching the scent of blood, instantly took full control of this new attribute. Buzz. A dark golden soul barrier with an irresistible heaviness suddenly burst open behind Jiang Feng. The invisible blade struck hard against the barrier, producing a sound that was painfully crisp. Immediately, the sole weapon capable of annihilating a star system shattered into countless specks of light. Jiang Feng swiftly drew out the staff of cosmic destruction. He slowly turned his gaze, locking onto a spatial rift 100 meters away. The image that had just been broken apart was reassembling itself from a mass of purple energy. Playing sneak attack. Such a small scale. Jiang Feng tightened his grip on the staff. The Dao Source level divine skill, all-encompassing codex, instantly powered up. The physical manipulation laws violently took control of all matter within this ruin. Hundreds of thousands of floating star skeletons and ancient meteors ignored gravity like cannonballs fired from a gun, crashing madly toward the image from all directions. The image hurriedly raised its colorful staff, forming a thick defensive shield around itself. The meteor swarm crashed into the shield, exploding into dazzling physical fireworks. In the half-second that the image was distracted by the physical onslaught, Jiang Feng's brow split open with a dark golden seam. The primal power enveloped the abnormal soul impact force of 2034 trillion times, instantly compressing it into a solidified soul spear. Jiang Feng swung his hand. The spear tore through the void, effortlessly ignoring the image's physical shield, accurately and brutally piercing into its forehead. Bang! The image's head exploded like a watermelon, and its body disintegrated into a mass of murky purple energy. Jiang Feng stood still, the staff hanging low. The intelligence attribute of 100 quintillion continuously scanned the spatial data. Not dead yet. A few seconds later, the purple energy rolled violently. That annoying image body reassembled intact once again. Physical and soul dual immunity. The image twisted its stiff neck and let out a harsh, derisive laugh. I am the law image personally forged by Lord Mo Yuan. It slightly raised its chin, exuding an arrogance as a high-dimensional being looking down on ants. In this vast nothingness, I am immune to all soul strikes of the same tier. You think you can use a spear to erase me? A waste of effort. It pointed the staff directly at Jiang Feng's nose. You, a mere pig from the lower realm, cannot comprehend the might of high dimensions. Lord Mo Yuan traverses the extraordinary world, and in the major heavenly realms, the primal realms, and even higher planes, none dare to gaze upon his brilliance. And the combat power of Lord Realm King points directly to the ultimate place, the limitless divine mountain. That is a supreme existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the limitless holy lords. The image's laughter grew increasingly mad. You, a defective product relying on system loopholes to stack panels, what can you use to contend with the heavens? Jiang Feng quietly watched its performance, his gaze unwavering. Dead men do not require words. This utterly contemptuous statement directly shattered the image's nerves. The arrogance on its face instantly twisted into a sinister, killing intent. You think you understand how to allocate points. Your last-minute spiritual attributes are worth less than a piece of paper in the face of absolute laws. The vast nothingness comes with high-dimensional mysteries. My soul attacks possess absolute multiplier boosts. You, a hollow shell without any law foundation, shall be sent to hell. The image raised its hands high, holding the colorful staff. Above the ruin's dome, billions of purple remnants tore through the void, weaving into a soul storm that obscured the sky. The storm was like an apocalyptic meat grinder, tearing apart and smashing the foundational codes of this space wherever it passed. Jiang Feng smirked, gripping the staff, stepping into the black hole of souls. Attack speed sword. 6 trillion hits per second at maximum. Every second, Jiang Feng slashed out 6 trillion streams of destruction, interwoven with physical damage and spiritual impact. The purple storm collided violently with the dark golden torrent in midair. The space collapsed in pieces, and the barrier of the 9th-level divine court ruins emitted a painfully crisp cracking sound. The image hid behind the storm, its expression savage as it continued to increase the law output, attempting to grind down this unpredictable variable with high-dimensional rules. However, it had no idea what Jiang Feng was doing. Jiang Feng was not caught in a bitter fight. His intelligence attribute of 100 quintillion was currently transforming into the most precise deconstruction device in the universe, frantically dissecting the foundational codes of this soul storm. Analysis progress 10. Analysis progress 45. Analysis progress 80. Each scratch of the storm, each oppression of the law provided Jiang Feng with core data samples for free, competing with pure values. Too slow. Using magic to defeat magic is the true dimensional strike. Continue. Don't stop. Jiang Feng's wrist flicked, his voice laced with cold mockery. The image was completely enraged by Jiang Feng's ease. It ignited its purple energy source, forcibly expanding the scale of the soul storm tenfold. The raging law turbulence surged back, completely engulfing the area where Jiang Feng was located. At this critical moment, ding. System prompt with extraordinary intelligence attributes the host has seen through the loophole of the vast nothingness laws. Reverse analysis complete. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the spatial law divine ability, vast nothingness divine formula. Jiang Feng halted his actions. He stood at the very center of the purple storm. Dark, golden primal light erupted from his body, brutally tearing apart the eye of the storm. He'll borrow your laws for a moment. You're welcome. Jiang Feng formed intricate seals with one hand. Vast nothingness divine formula fully activated. The highest control authority of the entire 9th-level divine court ruins was forcibly usurped at this moment. Jiang Feng turned the tables, taking over the foundational logic here. The roaring purple soul storm, as if someone had pressed the pause button, instantly froze in midair. In the next second, the wind direction suddenly reversed. with a ferocity 100 times more than before it rebounded toward the position of the image. The viciousness on the image's face had not yet faded when its features twisted into a mass of extreme incredulity. You? How could a lower realm person analyze Lord Mo Yuan's exclusive divine formula? This is against the rules. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Feng ignored its impotent rage and fiercely clenched his right hand. The reversed soul storm transformed into a meat grinder completely enveloping the image skin and bones alike. Crack, accompanied by the sound of system-level shattering, the vast nothingness divine formula mercilessly shredded the image's dying cries. Its body along with the core of the laws maintained